This audiobook contains 4 censored sentences and 112 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Lin Fan arrived in a chariot followed by hundreds of beautiful women. Ji Song had an army of powerful demonic beasts carrying his carriage. He even had a golden rock leading the army of demonic beasts. I can't believe that he actually tamed a demon race with imperial bloodline. And this was not all of it. Suya was carried on a throne made of humans. You should have seen it. When she walks off her throne, people will bend down on their hands and knees in order to create a path for her to step on. Wang Wei was again speechless for the second time today. However, Jim did not finish talking. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, and this was not even the worst of entrances. Many members of the demon race were carried by humans with chains in their necks, and they would take pleasure in whipping these humans to the point of almost killing them. This made me so angry. However, since the academy did not say anything, I did not intervene. Of course, the worst entrance has to go to the devil cultivators. These people had things like rotten corpses, zombies, and wraiths pulling their carriages. It was quite disgusting. Wang Wei sighed and started to ponder whether he should have come earlier and also created a grand entrance. However, he quickly removed these thoughts from his mind as it was already too late and there was no point in thinking about this now. So, did you have your own big entrance? Of course, big brother. With the use of my innate talent, my entrance did not lose to anyone. I did not lose the face of our Tao opening sect. Wang Wei nodded. However, he could see that Yin Liling was rolling her eyes in the corner. Obviously, she did not like Li Jun's so-called grand entrance, but she did not want to extinguish his excitement, so she did not say anything. As for Wang Wei, he ignored the affairs of this couple. Wang Zhu, what do you have to report to me? Young master, I have gathered basic information on all the people who came to the academy. However, before that, you have an invitation to attend tomorrow. What is so special about this invitation? It is from Miss Shishir. Who? Shishir, the only daughter of the leader of the Association of Chamber of Commerce. Also the person recognized as the most beautiful woman of the world in this generation. Most beautiful woman in the world? Isn't she a little narcissistic to give herself such a title? Young master, she did not give herself the title, but there is a published list with her as the #1 beauty of the myriad emperor world. Wang Wei nodded as he understood her meaning. He pondered for a while before asking, I'm guessing I'm not the only one who received this invitation? That is correct, young master. All the heaven chosen of different factions also received the same invitation. Wang Wei nodded as he could guess the Shiship's plan, or her father's. It is to invite all these geniuses and future powerhouses using the title of the most beautiful woman of the world. Then see if any of them have any interest in acquiring her. Although Wang Wei disdains these methods of using women as an object, he understands that this is a world where the culture is not as advanced as his past world. Furthermore, powerful men like to conquer beautiful women. This is a simple truth in this world. Additionally, the concept of gender inequality is not as prominent in this world as one would imagine. As long as a woman is powerful enough, she can do anything she wants, even opening her own harem. And no one can judge her or say anything about it. In the end, everything depends on strength in this cultivating world. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not care about the purpose of this Shishir. What he cared about was the fact that he had the opportunity to meet with all the other heaven chosens as soon as possible. Chapter 195. The list. So who decided this ranking anyway? Asked Wang Wei. This kind of thing is not something just anyone could do, let alone let other people accept the result. It is the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. For many years, they have created many lists like the most powerful saint, the best chamber of commerce, and the strongest heaven chosen of a generation. Due to the fact that they have mostly been correct for countless generations, people not only accept their lists, but use them to acquire information about the world. Replied Wang Yu. Strongest heaven chosen? Is the list already available for this generation? Yes. You are ranked #1 on it, while D Tion from the D family is second. However what? You can say it. By now you should me well enough that I do not have such a massive ego that I would let a list made by strangers dictate my mood or actions. Wang Ju nodded before continuing. According to the list, the only reason that Di Tian is ranked second is because there is not enough information about him compared to you. They theorize that if you and him were to fight, Di Tian would have a 60 chance of winning, while you only have 40. Wang Wei nodded after hearing this before asking her to hand him the official list to read. 1. Wang Wei, Sacred Son of the Tao Opening Sect. Cultivate the Origin Path Scripture, Overlord Fist, and the Ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture. His fleshly body, Origin Essence have reached the peak and beyond of any cultivators, and his soul is currently behind comprehension. His will and Tao heart are also beyond measure, as it is known that he is a young emperor. Personality and trait, very intelligent and manipulative. Does not always use his strength to achieve his goal, as he can create elaborate plans and schemes that take hundreds of years. Feat, defeating Crown Prince Ji Song and Han Lin, who had the strength of the peak of the primordial spirit realm. As a matter of fact, the list about him was a lot longer, especially under Frat, as it also noted certain things he did in the Spirit Road trial and the fact that he evoked divine punishment thunder. After reading about him, Wang Wei continued. 2. Di Tian, young master of the D clan, cultivates his own created cultivation techniques, known as the 9 Samsara Fist. However, as of currently, no individual has survived more than his 2nd Samsara Fist. Personality and trait, also very intelligent and cunning. His schemes and plots are not under Sacred Son Wang Wei. However, unlike the latter, Di Tian is more brutal, cold-hearted, and ruthless. So far, he displayed no moral bottom line, as he can do anything to achieve his goals. Many people could even argue that he is a devil cultivator. Feat, under his command, the D family has completely annihilated countless devil sects or cultivators in the Western continent. For his key luck trial, instead of setting a fortune dynasty, he single-handedly brought the world close to destruction before saving it. We have theorized that he did such a thing in order to absorb the souls of the fallen. However, no proof of this has been found. Wang Wei frowned after reading this, as he could tell this person was not a simple role. Then, he continued to read. The list placed both Ji Song and Jian Wushuang of the sword-casting villa at number 3. Wang Wei remembered seeing Jian Wushuang after the Spirit Road trial. He was almost killed by a devil cultivator of the heart-beating cult due to his low background, but he was saved and accepted as a disciple of the sword-casting villa due to his innate sword bone. According to Feat, he defeated the 3rd heavenly physique, Suya, during their key luck trial, that made her position right after him. What surprised Wang Wei the most was the fact that the absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan, was ranked 5th. He sighed as this list perfectly displayed the fact that having a higher rank physique does not equate to strength. In the end, it's all about the owner and how the physique is used or trained. After that, Wang Wei read the entire list with great detail. This was the perfect way for him to gain information about his future competitors. Of course, he did not take the list as 100% accurate. He knew that some people like him and Di Tian have hidden a lot of their strength in cards. Not to mention that this list was created 5 years ago. In that short period of time, many Heaven Chosens in the list have rapidly grown in strength, experience, and wisdom. So, this list can only be used as reference. After reviewing the list, Wang Wei suddenly began to ponder how the Heaven Mystery Pavilion acquired all of this information, especially about him. Some of them can be attributed to his battle with Ji Song, as the whole world witnessed it. The other information should be gathered due to his battle with Han Li. However, only members of the sects were present at that time. So, this shows that the Heaven Mystery Pavilion has many spies inside the Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei is not surprised about this, as the sect also has many hidden spies in all the powerful emperor lineage all over the world. With the system of shadow spread throughout the world, each faction has gone through extreme lengths to spy on each other. However, this was not what bothered Wang Wei. What bothered him was the fact that some of the information revealed in this list should only be accessible to the most trusted people of his clique. So, how did the Heaven Mystery Pavilion acquire such information? Wang Wei believes in his judgment and does not believe that someone close to him betrayed him, so they must have acquired this information another way. According to the information he knew about the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, they are an immortal lineage that is very good at divination, so this explained how they acquired that information. However, Wang Wei soon shook his head. This possibility is very unlikely. The Pavilion's most powerful tool of divination, the 8-trigram turtle shell, is still in his hand. Furthermore, it has been proven that Wang Wei's transcendent Dao Foundation nullified most divination against him. Not to mention his heavenly physique, the Fate Puppeteer body also involves the power of fate. So, if someone tried to divine something about him, not only would it be blocked, he would also be aware of it. Wait, suddenly thought Wang Wei. The people of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion do not need to divine about me in order to acquire the information they need. They just need to do it to the people closest to me. That way, they can bypass my anti-divination ability and get the information from the people I share these knowledge or secrets with. Li Jun, Yin Liling, and Wang Zhu were surprised by the intense and scrutinizing look that Wang Wei gave them. For a brief moment, they thought that they might have done something wrong and upset him. But then they were briefly relieved after Wang Wei explained his conjecture. Then the faces of these people became ugly once they realized that they might have unknowingly released secret information to their enemy. The worst of them was actually Wang Zhu, as this was essentially a dereliction of duty in her parts. As a shadow, she should have anticipated such a thing. This time, however, Wang Wei did not console her. "What are you going to do now?" he asked her calmly. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, she replied, "I will contact the sect and ask about techniques or methods of anti-divination as soon as possible." "That's good," replied Wang Wei calmly. Then, the group started to discuss what to expect from tomorrow's meeting before they all disbanded and returned to their own residence. While Wang Wei went to rest himself after a long journey, Wang Zhu had a serious look on her face after returning to her residence. Then, she took out a talisman to contact someone. "What is it?" asked a weird voice. The reason that the voice was weird was because it was impossible to tell whether it was a woman or man. "Shadow Teacher, I need your guidance," replied Wang Zhu with a serious look on her face. Yes, the person that Wang Zhu contacted is the current shadow that serves Sect Master Wang Tian. As her predecessor, she can ask him for guidance when she needs to. Knowing that her teacher was a person of few words, Wang Jun went straight to the topic. "Teacher, I need to know whether the sect has a method of anti-divination. So, you finally have reached this stage." "Teacher, you already knew?" "Yes. Part of the training of the shadow is to learn through mistakes, so the problem of divination was never mentioned. It also served as a test." "Teacher, then how'd I do? What do you think?" Wang Zhu then lowered her head. However, the shadow did not continue mentioning the test, and proceeded to teach her about the method of anti-divination. The next day, Wang Wei woke up fully refreshed as he prepared for the day's meeting with all the other Heaven Chosens. Chapter 196. Who is worthy? Before heading to the meeting, Wang Wei began to ponder about all the information he knows about the Emperor Enlightening Academy in order to further tune out his plans. Despite being the second most powerful faction currently in the Myriad Emperor world, the Academy is actually very new compared to all the other factions, as it was created during the Middle Emperor era. To be precise, the Academy started that era. After the Devil era, the Myriad Emperor world had gone through another catastrophe that almost ruined it. As a result, countless Emperor lineages and other factions were destroyed in the process. During a brief period between these two eras, many great emperors were born, and they tried to revitalize the world, but they failed. That was until Emperor Kong, also known by the name Kong Meng. Emperor Kong was a very powerful cultivator born during that period. According to information left over from that time period, Kong Meng was a very enlightened person who preached the idea or notion that all cultivators should have access to education. to knowledge no matter their background, status, or talents. As you can expect, no other faction supported this idea. For countless eras, the idea of only hoarding knowledge has been practiced. And in this world where knowledge equates to power, no faction wants to release their techniques or methods to outsiders, especially without receiving any benefit. Not to mention that the cultivation world was at an all-time weakness and low morale after the Devil Era. At that time, precious cultivation techniques were even more valuable given that a large majority of them were destroyed. However, Kong Ming did not see it that way. He believed that only by circulating more techniques that other people will be inspired to create or renovate the already existing one, thus pushing the cultivation world back to recovery and further development. And it turned out that he was right. After the Heaven Will battle, Kong Ming proved the Tao and took the name Emperor Kong. Then, he created the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. To be precise, he created or invented the concept of academy. Before Emperor Kong's time, there was no such thing as an academy. All factions in the world could be divided into two branches, families and sections. When it comes to families or clans, all cultivation techniques or methods were passed between people with the same bloodline or the same surname. This method was used because cultivators believed that this was the safest way to guard these techniques. After all, it is very difficult to betray your own family, your own blood. As for sects, it allowed talented people from outside into their groups. However, these people were usually taken from a young age so that they can be brainwashed into being loyal to their sections. These kids were usually taught to place the sect before everything else, even their family or own death. However, even that method had many problems due to unfair distribution of power and resources. A perfect example of that is the Tao opening sect. Although the sect is ruled by 4 factions, it was not always like that. In the early stage of its creation, the majority of power and resources were in the hands of the Wang, Li, and Yin family. As for the sectarian faction, they usually hold the lowest of positions in the sections. The resources that they received were the least amount. They did not have access to all the powerful techniques, and they were forced to do the most dangerous tasks like being trained as death slaves or suicide soldiers. It was not until the Shadow Ruler Emperor appeared in the sect that they realized the importance of the sectarian faction and the benefit that they could bring to the sect as a whole. So, more power and resources were granted to them, elevating them to the status of one of the main factions of the Tao opening sect. However, the Emperor Enlightenment Academy created another system of inheritance. A system that allows all cultivators access to techniques and resources as long as they enter the academy. Of course, the academy did not give them all this for free, but granted them the opportunity to acquire precious cultivation resources. An example of that is a loose cultivator that does not belong to any faction nor wanted to join one. If he wants some rare material that is strictly controlled by the powerful emperor lineages of the world, he can join the academy and serve there for a few years. Then, using contribution points, he could get such rare material. Theoretically speaking, according to the rules of the academy, even their emperor-esque scriptures could be bought with the right amount of contribution point. However, Wang Wei knew that this was one of the biggest lies ever. The amount of contribution points needed for a cultivator to buy such a thing was so outrageous that they could spend their entire lives slaving for the academy without even coming remotely close. Not to mention, all the secret conditions are required to be eligible to get access to these powerful cultivating scriptures. The academy used this method to lure in countless cultivators all over the world to join them with false promises and hope for a possible better future. The only people that have access to these scriptures or very rare and precious resources are the disciples that are personally trained by the academy, as they know that these people are loyal to them. Back to Emperor Kong. After creating this new system, the academy started to thrive throughout the entire world. Many cultivators knew that their chances of having enough resources in their path of cultivation finally arrived, so they rushed to attend. Then, something amazing happened that shocked the entire world. The next four great emperors after Emperor Kong all came from the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. The Academy dominated the world for 5 generations by successfully cultivating 5 consecutive great emperors. All the cultivators of the world freaked out as they realized that this new system was effective. More importantly, they feared that the Academy would become like the Buddhist sect in the incense era and dominate the entire era. So, they copied the system and used it on their own. Many other academies were also built across the myriad emperor world. The sects then copied some aspect of it. They were not as strict when recruiting outside disciples. They created branch sects that recruited disciples all over the world and from different backgrounds. Then, the best of these disciples in the branch sects will be sent to the main sect in order to get access to better techniques and resources. With this new system, the myriad emperor world began to rapidly recuperate as a newfound vigor was instilled in it. Then a new and prosperous era started. As a matter of fact, that period of time used to be called the Academy Enlightenment Era, but was renamed Middle Emperor Era. The Emperor Enlightenment Academy tried hard to fight this name change, but the sects of the world were determined to change the name in the history book in order to reduce the influence of the Academy on the world and reduce their key luck. Of course, there is one benefit that the Academy still retains to this day. The Heaven-Chosen Selection Trial, or the Heaven-Chosen Worthy Trial. As the name implies, this is a trial held by the Academy to designate who is worthy to hold the title or position of Heaven Chosen. Ever since the Middle Emperor era, countless genius cultivators have come to the Academy to attend this trial. The top 30 will receive the title of Heaven Chosen. This process has been going on for millions of years, and many other factions have tried to take this honor from the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. However, they have failed and are still forced to send their geniuses to attend the trial. One of the reasons for that was the fact the Academy is recognized by the majority of cultivators, thus having more credibility than the other factions. The second reason being that the Heaven Chosens will have access to the 3,000 Tao tablets. These Tao tablets have been blessed by countless great emperors during the past 2 eras. Due to the fact that the Academy is open to anyone, many great emperors from different factions have been helped by the Academy during their rises, not to mention that they received the position of Heaven Chosen there. So, in order to repay their karma, these great emperors would leave their understanding of the Tao in these tablets, making them the best treasure for enlightenment on the laws of the world. Many people drooled to gain access to these Tao tablets as a result of this, including Wang Wei himself. Of course, this was not the main reason that the Emperor Enlightenment Academy can hold the power of holding this trial for so long. It was mainly because of something called Heavenly Tao Protection, which secured their unshakable positions against so many factions. Chapter 197. The meeting, the Heavenly Tao Protection, as the name implied, is a form of absolute protection granted to the top 30 heavenly chosen that are selected during this trial. As a result, from the supernatural realm all the way to the primordial spirit realm, all these heaven chosens are excused from death. No matter the circumstances, as long as they are in the myriad emperor world, they cannot die during that period of time. Even if a supreme realm true monarch were to attack any of these heavenly chosens, they would not succeed. The reason for that is that they are under the protection of Heavenly Tao itself. Unless someone has the power to overwhelm the might of Heavenly Tao, then these geniuses will be fine, because they are the true chosens of heaven and earth. As a result of this, after the Heaven Chosen Worthy trial, the world would turn into chaos for a few hundred years. With this newfound protection, these Heaven Chosens often act crazy and wild. They will attack other powerful sects, fully knowing that they could not be killed. Especially those devil cultivators. They would go crazy after the trial. They will kill, burn, pillage, and loot all around the world. Of course, after the protection period is over, the majority of these people will run to hide, knowing that many people will want revenge against them. The only way to stop these people is also to have a true Heaven Chosens. This kind of behavior resulted in many factions throughout the world competing for the few spots in the trial. thus also further boosting the popularity and reputation of the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. After pondering all of these things for a while, Wang Wei then spent the morning visiting the main city of the academy and got acquainted with everything around. Later that afternoon, he met with his group before heading to the meeting place. "Have you figured things out?" asked Wang Wei towards Wang Ju. "Yes, young master. I have received cultivation techniques from the sect regarding anti-divination. Due to the short time period, it is not possible to learn. But the sect have also sent me origin treasures with the same ability. There are some for me, young Master Li Jun and Miss Yan Liling. Even Tai Gang and the 5-number generals will also receive one." Wang Wei nodded after hearing this. He had long noticed that his future shadow, although excellent at her job, can suffer from low self-esteem at times, especially when it comes to her failures. Wang Wei often had to reassure her during these moments, hence why he talked to her during the trial and offered her the Dao washing pill. However, he also realized that he could not always babysit when she faced difficulties or failures in her life. That is why he did not say anything to her when she oversaw the problem of divination. Nevertheless, it seemed that she handled the situation quite well this time. Having the ability to not let your mistakes dictate who you are and be able to learn from them is not a simple thing. Even Wang Wei sometimes makes mistakes and suffers from doubts, as he knew that he was not perfect. But he always strived to learn any kind of lessons from his failures, thus ensuring that they were in fact not failures, but learning opportunities. After ensuring that Wang Ju was fine, he suddenly asked Li Jun, "What happened to the 5-number general? Should they have received their own names by now? They are fine and are under special training. As for their names, they chose to retain the system of calling each other by numbers. According to them, this is the perfect way to motivate each other to surpass the other. Plus, they think it is more cool that way." Wang Wei nodded, as he could guess that this was the result of these people wanting to be unique. They probably hope that one day the name 5-number general will actually echo throughout the entire world, thus creating their own lasting legend or myth throughout the world. While the two of them were chatting, they had already arrived at the location of the meeting. It was a very luxurious and decorated with countless precious jade and jewels. Wang Wei looked at the sign that read True Dragon Inn, and under it was the logo of the Association of Chamber of Commerce. He wondered what kind of price that this association paid for the academy to allow them to set in this close to their main location. With a quick scan of his divine sense, Wang Wei's mouth started to twitch. He realized that he was the first person to arrive, despite the fact that the true starting time of this meeting was less than a few minutes away. According to normal time, once these horny heaven-chosens learned that a beautiful woman invited them to meet, they would arrive a few hours in advance to show that they are gentlemen, and in hope to meet the beauty as soon as possible. However, there was no one here, except for Shi Shi that Wang Wei noticed in one of the rooms. Unfortunately, he could not see her face, as there were powerful formations that prevented his divine sense. Wang Wei could guess the reason for these people's tardiness. It was because he was late to arrive at the academy and many people had to wait for him. They seemed to want him to experience the feeling of waiting for other people. Wang Wei knew that his guess was correct, as he felt all the different visions that were observing him, then reporting to someone else through talismans. Wang Wei then smiled as he thought to himself, "You guys want to play? Then let us play." After thinking about this, Wang Wei walked to the front of the entrance door that he wrote on the top with his origin essence, "Are you worthy to enter?" Then he mobilized the power of his 13th layer body refining realm, his infinite divine sea, all his 720 divine veins, his 13-colored good fortune flame, and combined them into one, his true will ability. He placed the powerful will on the entrance, which would test anyone who tried to enter through this door. Afterward, he and his group entered the inn. Wang Wei and his group were received by a bunch of beautiful maids that led them to the place of the meeting. He then arrived in a large red room full of lavish decorations. There were many cushions with small tables in front of them. However, all the seats formed a circular pattern. Wang Wei was slightly surprised as he could tell that the person who designed the seating arrangement did this in order to prevent a discussion or fight for the number one seat or the one in the center. This person did not want all these heaven chosens with massive ego to fight each other over seating positions. However, there was still some sort of hierarchy as the seats were in rows. The first seat is probably for the people who are in the list published by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The second row is probably for the heaven chosens who had potential, but are either relatively low-key or had low background like being from Holy Land or Supreme Land, or even worse, being a loose cultivator. After seeing this, Wang Wei smiled as he and his group took a random seat in the first row. While waiting, the maids served them tea, fruits, and wine, along with a few snacks. While eating, Wang Wei and his group used their divine sense to monitor the entrance of the inn. Soon, a person came to the door. Xian, he was very excited. A few days ago, he received an invitation from the most beautiful woman of the world to attend meeting. He was excited not only because of who sent the invitation, but also what it represents. He knew that only some of the best heaven chosens that entered the eye of the association would receive this invite. More importantly, his elders warned him that if the association's princess has a liking for him, it is his chance to rise to the top. So, Xian, he was prepared to arrive early on the day of the meeting in order to give a good first impression. Unfortunately for him, on the night before, he received a secret letter stating that no one was to attend the meeting until Sacred Son Wang Wei arrived. Although Xian, he was angry, he had no choice to agree with this after seeing all the names that were signed in this letter. However, he was still preparing to be the second person to arrive. So, he had one of his servants wait around the inn to send him a message notifying him as soon as Wang Wei arrived. So, that is exactly what Xian did. He rushed to the inn as soon as he received the message, as he was actually waiting not far from the inn. However, as soon as he arrived in front of the inn's door, Xian read the message on top, and he became furious. All he could think about was who was so arrogant that questioned his talent and strength, and also prevented him from seeing his future wife. Chapter 198. Xian after seeing the words on the hand, Xian rushed straight into the door. However, he was stopped. As soon he reached the door, Xian felt a powerful will enveloped him, preventing him from moving forward. He mobilized all his strength, thus taking a few steps forwards by resisting this will. However, his smile did not last long as the will bravado his divine sea and started attacking his cultivation level. First, cracks started appearing on his divine altar, an act which terrified Xian. As the heir of a supreme land, he did not have access to emperor scriptures that allowed him to create a Tao foundation. Luckily for him, he had a fortunate encounter that granted the opportunity to have 360 divine veins. However, his divine altar was still full of cracks. Now, more were added to the original tattered altar. Xian was horrified by the prospect of his altar being destroyed, thus becoming a cripple. However, what scared the most was the fact that he was proven unworthy to enter the inn. He had so many dreams, goals, and expectations before he came here. He dreamed that he would show his talent and strength to these heaven chosens from the emperor lineage, then get the attention of Shi Shi. Afterwards, with the help and resources of the Association of Chamber of Commerce, he would cultivate all the way to the supreme realm. Fight in the heaven will battle and suppress all of his peers. Then, he would prove the Tao, elevate his sect for a supreme land into an emperor lineage just like Emperor Nine Yang for 2 generations ago. Unfortunately for him, an entrance door had just crushed his dreams. Xian watched as the door that was only a few steps away from him seemed so far away, as if a microcosm of an entire world was between him and this door. Those few steps represented the fact that he was not worthy to stand on the world's stage with the name of Heaven Chosen, that he did not reach the caliber of the ones that have truly reached the top. After thinking about this, Xian refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and tried to take another step while bearing a tremendous amount of pain and suffering. However, compared to the despair of realizing that he cannot live up to the standards or level that he once believed he was or had reached, compared to the realization that he is not as important or gifted as believed, this pain was nothing. Unfortunately for Xian Yi, his iron will and determination did not change the outcome. While trying to take another step, Wang Wei's powerful true will that manifested in the form of a gray shadow started to move upward from the divine altar to the ancient lamp. The horror that Xian Yi felt suddenly intensified. He realized that once this gray shadow reached his ancient lamp and destroyed it, that he would over for real. He might still have a chance to amend his destroyed divine altar, but he would be truly finished if his ancient lamp was also destroyed. So, Xian Yi started to ponder his next step of action. He pondered the possibility of giving up and retreating. Memories of the past then flashed from his mind. He saw the faces of all his junior and senior brothers and sisters of the sect. He saw the smile and joyful vigor they had on their faces when they knew that he had the opportunity to compete for this generation's heaven will. All the compliments and encouragement he received, all the time that some disciples would share their fortunate encounter with him in order to ensure that he had enough resources to compete with these heirs of emperor lineages. Many of these resources were not even remotely valuable, but Xian Yi always accepted all of them with a smile on his face. What he cared about was not the value, but what these resources represent, the hope of all the disciples and elders of the sect. As a result, Xian Yi has spent a lot of sleepless nights pondering how to shoulder all these responsibilities, all these expectations of the people around him. He always dreamed about how he would repay all his fellow brother and sisters of the sect after he became a great emperor, how he would lead the sect through glory and wealth until I reached the top of the food chain in terms of power in the myriad emperor world. After all these memories came to his mind, Xian Yi removed any thought or idea he had about giving up. He decided to persist under the pressure of this great will. However, Xian Yi began to falter again, and he watched the gray shadow slowly inching closer to this ancient lamp. The closer the gray shadow rose, the more pressure Xian Yi felt as sweat started falling from his face and down in his back. In just a few seconds, his clothes were drenched like he was walking in the rain. Time started to pass slowly for Xian Yi as he contemplated his next action that will forever change his future. One part of him did not want to destroy all the hope and expectations of his fellow sect members, while another part did not want to lose his cultivation level that he spent so many years training. So, when the gray shadow was only a few centimeters away from the ancient lamp, Xian Yi took a few steps back, stopping its inevitable destruction. So, he sighed in relief after seeing that his ancient lamp was intact. However, a great deal of shame followed him afterwards. It was then that Xian Yi realized how selfish of a person he was, and also how far he was from those heaven chosen. However, he quickly shook these thoughts from his mind. He realized that maybe it was not him that was the problem, but this test. Maybe that it was impossible for others to pass as well. So, with this mindset, he went to the side and waited for the next person to try to enter. Xian Yi was sure that his conjecture was correct as he stood there with a smirk on his face. However, his clenched hands behind his back might indicate something else. Meanwhile, inside the True Dragon Inn, Wang Wei and his group silently watched Xian Yi's mental and physical struggle with this test while drinking wine or tea and eating snacks. "It's a shame that he gave up," said Li Jun with a sigh after taking a sip of wine. "Not everyone has the will to lose everything in order to prove to themselves and the world that they are extraordinary," replied Yin Liling, who was drinking tea. "You two missed the whole point of this test," said Wang Wei. "I designed this little trial to test the foundation and will of the people entering. If this Xian Yi had a solid enough foundation, he should have been able to enter. However, even if he did not, as long as he has the will to, he could still pass." "How?" asked Yin Liling, a little confused. "Simple, by allowing his divine altar and ancient lamp to break apart, then reconstruct it. He could repeat the process again and again until he reached the standard that I set for this trial." although his cultivation level would have dropped to the divine altar realm. What is that compared to a supremely powerful future? Just the fact that he gave up so quickly proved that this person does not have the will and Tao heart to become a top powerhouse. Breaking before rising, added Yin Liling. Li Jun sighed before taking another big gulp of his drink. Not everyone can be like you, big brother, and treat themselves as cruelly as they treat their enemies, if not even worse. As he uttered these words, Li Jun started to reminisce about the time he witnessed his big brother going through heavenly tribulation. He saw how his big brother used heavenly fire to temper his body. He burned his skin, muscles, blood, and nerves. At that time, all that were left untouched were the internal organs. As a person who knows how it felt like to boil alive, Li Jun could only imagine how painful such a process would be. Yet his big brother did not scream, complain, or wince throughout the entire process. Well, not that he did have any organs to scream to begin with. It was during that moment that he realized one of the things that separated his big brother from the other Heaven Chosens. He was a very cruel person, especially to himself. Oftentimes, Li Jun has asked himself whether he could go to such lengths in order to become powerful. And to this day, he did not have an answer yet. That is because these people do not have the drive or desire to succeed at all cost, replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. Meanwhile, a few minutes after Xianyi gave up, a few other people showed up and saw the provocation at the door entrance. Chapter 199. Who is that? After Xianyi's turn, many other people came afterwards. They all tried to enter, but failed to do so. As such, the majority of people actually gave up, an act which delighted Xianyi a great deal. However, one person did not give up, instead had his divine altar and ancient lamp destroyed, essentially crippling. Wang Wei admired this person's will. Unfortunately, he was not a wise person. He did not take this opportunity to actually reforge his foundation. Unmatched bravado without wisdom is not enough to reach the top of the cultivation world. Unfortunately, few people realize this. After sighing, Wang Wei focused on someone else that was rapidly approaching. After that person arrived, he only frowned for a slight moment after seeing the writing on the door. Then he strode inside. The trial did not faze this person until he reached one step from entering inside. The gray shadow witch was a physical manifestation of Wang Wei's true will started to put more pressure on this person's divine altar. The person first frowns before snorting coldly out loud. Then a black aura full of star-like light appeared around. The blackness was not an evil or nefarious-like one, but more of the bleakness and profound darkness found in space. However, it seemed more noble and sacred. After the aura appeared on that person, he walked inside without any pause. Meanwhile, Wang Wei identified this aura as Chaos Key, thus also revealing the identity of the person who came. The one absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan. After being led inside the room where the main event would take place, Lin Fan also noticed Wang Wei and his group, but he did not say anything and just took a seat of his own. Soon after Lin Fan, another person came that was able to pass the little trial. This time, it was a beautiful girl with long blue hair. She had captivating eyes that would make any man or woman lose themselves. As soon as she arrived, all the people waiting outside were captivated by her beauty. She did not smile, did not use any technique. Just her natural beauty was enough to charm all the other geniuses waiting outside. Some of them even made vows to protect their lives. As for the enchantress, she seemed to perceive the emotions of these people and just smile at them. This sudden smile further captivated those people and charmed those who still had a little will to resist. After that, she also easily passed Wang Wei's test. However, just like the previous person, she also stopped one step away from the door with a frown on her face. Then, 7 books of different colors appeared in front of her in order to resist the final attack. Then she entered the True Dragon Inn. The person who arrived this time was the owner of the 3 7 emotions and 6 desires physique, Suya. After entering the room, Suya gave a smile to everyone in the room before taking a seat of her own. Then she also started to observe all the people coming. The next person to pass this test was Ji Song. When he reached in front of the door, the Dharma image of Ji Song appeared behind him to block Wang Wei's true will. Then he strode inside with steady steps. As soon as he entered the same room as the others, he looked directly as Wang Wei. Then a powerful killing intent suddenly emanated from his body, suffocating all the maids around. Even few people outside the inn felt the heavy pressure of that killing intent. Of course, that did not apply to the truly powerful people in the room. Lin Fan had a serious look on his face as he quietly observed everything around him. So he had a playful smile on her face. As for Wang Wei, he smiled happily before saying, "Ji Song, my friend, I have not seen you in so long. How are things doing? Are you mocking me?" asked the crown prince with gritted teeth. "So what if I am? As a loser, you should have the attitude of one. One defeat meant nothing, not to mention that I will be the victor this time around. If I remember correctly, that is the third time you have said this to me. And just like the previous 2 times, you will still end up within an inch of your demise," replied Wang Wei calmly. However, to his surprise, Ji Song was not angered or reacted in any way. He just gave a deep look at Wang Wei before taking a seat on the opposite side of him. Then, the room once again became quiet. All that could be heard was the sound of slurping and chewing. However, not long afterward, another person also entered. This time it was Jian Wushuang with a sword hanging on his sword. In order to enter the inn, he released a powerful sword aura to counterattack against the pressure. Unlike other people, Jian Wushuang had to take a longer period of time to enter as he had to help one of his junior brother and sister. As such, he is the only person beside Wang Wei who came with 2 other people. After entering the main room, Jian Wushuang first gave a deep look at Wang Wei. His gray hair and eyes make him easily noticeable. During this little trial, he tried to use his supreme sword will to destroy Wang Wei's true will, but it did not have any effect. As for Wang Wei, he was also looking at this young sword cultivator. The reason for that was because he felt some similarities from Jian Wushuang's sword will with his father's. Every cultivator has their own unique sword will, so only if he learned his father's sword will would there be similarities. But Wang Wei was even more confused on how he managed to do so. However, he placed this question on the back of his head and decided to ask his father later. After briefly looking at Wang Wei, Jian Wushuang moved his eyes to the other people before taking a seat. However, his 2 fellow disciples seemed very unfriendly to Wang Wei for some unknown reason. Then, the room returned to its normal quiet and peaceful nature. Meanwhile, outside, many people tried to enter the inn, and a few managed to do so. However, by the time these people succeeded, they were in terrible shape. Their clothes were unorganized and drenched with sweat, their hair messy, their complexion paled, and their breathing very difficult. These people seemed to be aware of their low status and chose to sit in the second rows. Another person that also easily passed the trial and entered the room was another one of Wang Wei and Ji Song's acquaintances, Sun Jiaolong from the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty. When the Gray Shadow tried to attack him, the human sword destiny inside his divine Ci just shone a golden light to block it. Then Sun Jiaolong entered the inn and took a front row seat. However, Wang Wei began to pay attention to him, and that was because as soon as he entered the room, he instantly knew that this Sun Jiaolong was actually a son of destiny. As a person who has the ability to also become a son of destiny, Wang Wei can easily recognize one when he sees it. Furthermore, he could also see that he might encounter some trouble with Sun Jiaolong if he one day decided to become the son of destiny of the Myriad Emperor world. However, this may not be a bad thing as I can use this to my advantage, secretly thought Wang Wei. Another information that he received was the fact that the human sword destiny was in fact in the hands of Sun Jiaolong. Although the past few decades there have been speculation that he had won, but no proof was discovered. Not to mention the fact that the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty has been constantly denying this fact. However, today, Wang Wei sensed the vast key luck residing inside Sun Jiaolong's body, thus confirming that he had the sword. Suddenly, Wang Wei turned his head in the direction of the entrance. He saw a young man with white hair and a cold face approaching the front door. This young man had a handsome face. However, his cold and indifferent temperament made people want to avoid him. This young man had very special eyes. His eyes displayed the vicissitudes of life. It was like he had lived so long and seen so many things that he became numb to everything and everyone around him. However, if you look deep in those eyes, you will find both a profound sadness and that could sunder anything between heaven and earth. After this person reached the last step of the door, he stopped for a few seconds with a pondering look on his face. Then, he turned around and left without much hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Wang Wei had a deep look on his face as he asked with a grave tone on his face, "Who is that?" Chapter 200. It's her. "Young master, that's Di Tian from the Di family," replied Wang Yu. The reason that Wang Wei took notice of Di Tian was because of what happened at the entrance door. This person was able to ignore his test. Unlike the other heaven chosens who had to use their powers to resist his true will, this Di Tian straight up ignored it. This has never happened before. So Wang Wei was concerned about this. Not to mention the fact that he has not figured out how he did it. He did feel a very vague fluctuation from Di Tian's body. However, with his senses, he could not detect it fast enough, nor detect what it was. However, his intuition told him that he was familiar with this power despite not really knowing what it was. After this meeting, use all your powers to discover any information about this Di Tian. And if you have to, use the power of my father's shadow, ordered Wang Wei. An act which greatly surprised Wang Ju, as she had never seen the young master so serious about something. She realized that this was a very important task, so she nodded seriously. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei was not the only person who acted this way. After Di Tian left from the True Dragon Inn and returned to his own manor, he first asked his head, made to use all the power of the Di clan to gather information on Wang Wei. After that, he took out a very ancient talisman. The breath of this talent displayed the passage of time, the evolution of samsara. After injecting his origin essence in the talisman, something amazing occurred. Throughout the entire myriad emperor world, countless people, both mortals and cultivators, suddenly awakening memories that were engraved deep into their bloodlines for countless generations. After these memories were awakened, they received the same instruction: find all the information possible about Sacred Son Wang Wei. Then, these people who referred to themselves as the sleepers looked in the direction of Di Tian, bowed before saying, "As you wish, master," then proceeded to execute his order. The terrible thing about these sleepers was the fact that they were everywhere, in all the sects and factions of the world, even in the emperor lineages. That also meant that some of them were also in the Tao opening sect. The sudden awakening of these memories essentially swapped their personality and beliefs. What's more, this kind of thing is undetectable, as these people still have the same soul. So, even if these emperor lineages were to check whether another primordial spirit had taken over their bodies, they would not find anything. Meanwhile, back in the True Dragon Inn, after a few people struggled to get inside, no other powerful heaven chosen seemed to be coming. So the host, Shi Shi, finally showed up. The wooden floor at the center of the room started to move around. Then she appeared from underground. Many people marveled at this kind of spectacle, of course, that was beside Wang Wei. He has seen these kinds of things in his previous life. However, he did appreciate it, as it reminded him of the stars from his past life. After Shi Shi appeared, all eyes were on her. However, many people were disappointed, not because her beauty did not live up to standards, but because she was covering most of her face with a veil only revealing her eyes. Nevertheless, that was more than enough to captivate all the young geniuses present. They look at her with greed and desire, yet at the same, trying to restrain themselves to appear more gentlemanlike. However, all of them wished nothing more than to rip that veil from her face. As for Wang Wei, he scoffed after seeing this, then he waved his hand, following which a gentle breeze appeared and removed the veil from her face, revealing all her beauty to the world. All the other people look at Wang Wei with a fierce look. as if saying, "How dare you blaspheme our goddess?" At the same time, they were secretly happy because he did something that they did not dare to do. However, soon enough, they were distracted by her beauty. Wang Wei has to admit that this she sure was indeed beautiful. It was as if all the concepts of beauty were added together to create her. All the flowers, all the magnificent views, all perfectly symmetrical things could not even come close to describe her beauty. Every cultivator in the world knows nothing under heaven and earth is actually truly perfect. However, she sure's beauty can be described as her perfect. Her face did not have any form of powder on it. No, to be precise, any form of makeup would actually insult her beauty. After she sure's face was revealed, there were only 3 people that were not totally enamored by her beauty. The first being Jian Wushuang. Although he was distracted by her for a few seconds, then his sword intent flashed in his eyes, and he was awakened from his stupor. The second was, of course, Suya, and it was not because she was a woman. As a matter of fact, she sure's beauty transcends gender. A perfect example of that was the fact that both Yin Liling and Wang Ju could not stop staring at her. As a person who can easily control people's emotions and desires, of course, Suya will not be captivated by another person's beauty. However, given the deep frown on her face, she was obviously not happy. Of course, the last person was Wang Wei. With his powerful will, of course he would not be charmed by a person's beauty. However, that did not stop him from admiring. While Wang Wei was looking at she was also looking at him. She was a little surprised at his action of removing her veil. When most men meet her, they always try to behave as politely as possible in order to draw her attention. However, this sacred son of the Tao opening sect does not seem to care about being a gentleman in front of her. This was the first time that she experienced something like this, and it caught her by surprise. Meanwhile, while Wang Wei was admiring she sure's beauty, his heart suddenly began to beat rapidly as he felt that something very important was about to happen to him. He then looked in the direction of the door, having a feeling that someone was about to enter. In a situation like that, Wang Wei should have used his divine sense to see who it was, but he did not. He waited for a few seconds with anticipation. Then, another breathtaking woman walked in. She had skin as white as jade, had black long hair, phoenix eyes, and 3 small dots drawn on her forehead in red. She was not wearing the traditional hanfu, but a modified version of a black cheongsam with golden red design all over. The cheongsam was a long one, reaching all the way to the floor. However, it was cut on the side, so that every time she took a step, her long and beautiful legs were displayed to see. She had ankle bracelets in both her feet, but she was not wearing any shoes. However, every time she took a step forward, tiny runes appeared under her feet to prevent the ground from being blessed to be touched by her. The arriving woman was beautiful, but that was not the most prominent quality of hers. The most prominent quality was her temperament. She had a temperament that said that I am the only worthy person in the entire world. Among all beings, both past and present, among countless time and space, throughout eternity, throughout the birth and death and chaos, only I am worthy. One might ask her, worthy of what? She would answer everything. Worthy of wealth and power, worthy to praise, worthy to be noble, worthy to be among the strong and powerful, worthy to find happiness in the sea of sorrow that is the world. As soon as she walked in, she instantly took the limelight from she sure by sheer will of her temperament. Although she may not be as beautiful as she could not remotely compete with this girl's aura. Unfortunately, the visions of the people in the room did not last long on her. And it was because they kept asking themselves whether they were worthy to look at her, to be in her presence. The majority of them answered negatively, so they removed their gazes. As for the higher echelons of heaven chosens, they did not have an answer and did not want to find out, so they also removed their eyes, only giving a few side glances. The only exception, of course, being Wang Wei. He was instantly fascinated by her. It's her, he secretly thought to himself. He had seen her before during the lust part of the pagoda trial. She was the woman who appeared in the illusion world and betrayed him after falling in love with her. Now, the question remains, how did she appear in that trial? Chapter 201. Wu Hong. Something strange or magical happened to Wang Wei during his lust trial in the pagoda. There were two completely different women that appeared in his trial, which was supposedly impossible. Afterward, he asked the people who created the pagoda, and they told him that this was not supposed to happen. An inquiry was made to find the cause of this anomaly, but nothing was ever discovered. The best explanation was either that the pagoda malfunctioned or someone tampered with it. However, neither of these explanations actually made sense. As a quasi-emperor origin artifact, it is impossible for the pagoda to malfunction on his own. As for being tampered with, how powerful would somebody have to be able to do such a thing without alerting all the powerful people in the sect? After breaking through the supernatural realm, Wang Wei was privy to a few secrets of the sect. As such, he knew how truly powerful it actually was. He knew that the true heritage of the Tao opening sect is actually all those Tao ancestors and immortal venerables sleeping in secret realms. Those people would only intervene once the sect reached the level of being destroyed or when another great emperor appeared in the sect again. So, to be able to interfere with this pagoda under the gaze of these people, such a person would have to be extremely powerful. More importantly, why do such a thing? So, ever since the pagoda trial, Wang Wei has always remembered the face of that woman he met. Although her temperament was completely different from back then, her beauty was still the same. Who is that? He asked Wang Ju through divine sense. Young master, that is Wu Hong. She is third in the list of the most beautiful women and also a very powerful and mysterious heaven chosen. What other information do you have on her? She was born in an ordinary mortal family. However, she acquired the inheritance of Empress Wu. Empress Wu? Yes. As a matter of fact, many people believe that she is either the direct descendants of Empress Wu or her reincarnation. After all, not only does she have the same name as her, but she looks exactly like her. Wang Wei nodded as he began to ponder. Empress Wu lived during the Devil Era, and she is considered one of the most powerful great emperors to have ever walked the Myriad Emperor. If there is a list of the top 10 most powerful emperors of this world, she would easily enter the top 3, if not the first place. A perfect example of that was the Forbidden Lands. Before the Devil Era, there used to be 10 Forbidden Lands. Yet, she single-handedly destroyed 4 of them. Now, only 6 of them are left. And many people believed if it was not due to her untimely disappearances, she would have destroyed more of them. What else do you know about her? Asked Wang Wei again. Well, she is quite mysterious. Due to her low background, extreme beauty and talent, many powerful factions wanted to use force to make her join them. However, none of the people they sent after her returned. What do you mean that they never returned? I mean that literally, young master. Whether it was Void, Shattered Realm, Saint, or Supreme, true monarchs, all of them disappeared after going after her. It is assumed that these people are dead. As a result of this, many people realized that she was not a simple character. Does she have a Tao protector? That's the problem, young master. No person has ever been detected secretly protecting her. Wherever she travels, she always seems alone. While Wang Wei was having this fast conversation with Wang Ju, his eyes never left her. Then, Wu Hong seemed to feel his gaze, so she looked at Wang Wei, then smiled at him. As soon as his eyes met hers, Wang Wei suddenly found that his vision changed. To be exact, his fate puppeteer physique activated, and he saw a red string connecting him with her. Then he was surprised. This was because of how strong and powerful this fate line actually was. Wang Wei had many fate lines connected to him. However, the strongest has always been his parents. He guessed that because they gave birth to him, he had a strong fate with his family. But today, he finally discovered a fate line more powerful than his own family. So he became even more intrigued about her. As for Wu Hong, she only gave Wang Wei a brief look before taking a seat of her own. However, not long after she sat down, Wang Wei approached her and took the seat next to her. Hello, I am Wang Wei. I know who you are, she replied calmly with a slight smile on her face. Sacred son, you are famous all over the world. I'm sure I am. However, I usually introduce myself when I meet new people. Is that so? I have the feeling you're not the kind of person that cares for social norms. That may be true, but I found it very useful to often maintain a surface level of civilized behavior. After all, I would not want people to criticize my parents for not raising me right. Somehow, I doubt that this is the real reason. Oh, replied Wang Wei with an intrigued look on his face. So, what do you think is the real reason? You probably use that handsome face of yours and the reassuring smile to make other people lower their guard against you. Then it becomes easier to get close to them, make friends, or discover their secrets that might be useful to you. Although I'm baffled at the fact that you see me in such a negative light, I'm willing to overlook this fact on the account that you just admitted that I was handsome. Is the fact that you are handsome something to be disputed about? Asked Wu Hong, still with a calm and confident smile. No, but it is not often that I see a woman so bold to actually admit it out loud, and to my face at that. Well, young Master Wang Wei, I am not like any ordinary woman. That is the only thing that I currently know and am very sure about you. While these two people were whispering to each other, Shishu was not very happy that her limelight was briefly stolen by Wu Hong started the meeting. The first part of this meeting was her playing the zither. She was very talented with it, to the point that she can be called a grandmaster. Moreover, her zither had the power to wash away all the worries of the mind, making the listener enter an extreme calm state. What is more, this calm state is very beneficial to understand the laws between heaven and earth. During her piece, even Wu Hong and Wang Wei stopped talking in order to appreciate the music. They both closed their eyes and entered an ethereal and peaceful state of mind. And it was not them, but all the people inside the room. After Shishu finished playing, then it was the turn of the other heaven chosens to display their talents. The next person who did something was actually Suya. She also took out a zither and played a piece. However, hers was vastly different from Shishu's. She took everyone on a magical journey of emotional ups and downs. In just a few minutes, all the heaven chosen of the room experienced all the emotions that ever existed, and the experience was horrifyingly vivid, whether it was pain, happiness, sadness, or love. And there were so many more and so many nuances to the emotions. These people experience physical pain and the pain of losing the love of your life. They also experience the pain of losing a family member instead of a love companion. So he was able to vividly express the subtle difference between these two kinds of pain. Then came the self-doubts and insecurities that everyone has in their heart. She managed to bring all of them into the minds of these heaven chosens. Although this was only possible because some of them did not guard against her, this was a terrifying ability to do such a thing. What a scary woman, whispered Wang Wei. You are right about that, replied Wu Hong. There's a reason that the 6 emotions, 7 desires body is ranked 3rd in the heavenly physique list. It does not matter whether you are a saint, supreme, or great emperor. No one can escape their emotions or desires, especially the desires to become stronger and pursue the Tao. That is true. Even if a person practices the indifferent Tao, he still cannot escape the shackles of desires. It seemed that I have to pay more attention to this Suya. However, people like her who play with emotions are often easily brought down by emotions themselves, secretly thought Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Wu Hong suddenly looked at him before saying, You were just thinking about how you could defeat her, didn't you? I have no idea what you are talking about, replied Wang Wei with no change in his expression. Whatever you say. Chapter 202. Poem. After Suya finished performing her masterpiece, she gave a quick and deep glance at Shishu before averting her gaze. Then, the other heaven chosen showered her with lavish praises. Even Wang Wei was no exception, as he acknowledges her talent with the zither. Afterwards, it was the turn of the other heaven chosens to perform their talents and skills. The first person to go was actually the number 1 physique, Lin Fan. He recited a poem celebrating Shishu's otherworldly and immortal-like beauty. He eulogized her existence by saying that her beauty was a gift from heaven itself to all life in the world, as her mere presence elicited happiness and joy from anyone who sees her. Wang Wei had to acknowledge that this Lin Fan had a golden tongue as he managed to make Shi Shi blushed red like the brightest of rouge. He finally understood how this Lin Fan managed to create a harem so big. His words could probably charm a succubus from his past life. After Lin Fan's turn, it was Ji Song who went next. Like Lin Fan, he also recited a poem personally created for this occasion. His poem was not as sweet and complimentary as Lin Fan, but in it, he implied that if Shi Shi was his, he would be loyal to her for all eternity, that he would treat her as the greatest and most beloved princess that ever existed in the myriad emperor world. Overall, he was very serious and passionate. "I can't believe that this brute is so romantic," muttered Wang Wei to himself. However, Wu Hong overheard him, and she replied, "Well, it is not an unexpected thing. Ji Song, as the crown prince of an imperial dynasty, had to study poetry, calligraphy, Go, and military tactics at a young age, just like any other aristocratic clan. Although he does not look like or act like it, he is actually a very refined individual. I know all of this. It's just that I am having trouble getting rid of the first impression I form of him. Not to mention all the other times we interacted together, I always labeled him as an idiot in my mind. This is probably due to the fact he has his brother next to him. At a very young age, he probably formed the mentality that he does not need to think properly as he had his big brother do so for him," replied Wu Hong with deep and calm eyes. Wang Wei nodded before continuing to observe the performance of the other people. The next person to go on stage was actually Jian Wushuang. However, unlike the other two, he did not recite any poem, but used calligraphy instead. So, with a wave of his hand, a large rice paper floated in the air in the middle of the room where everyone could easily see it. Then, Jian Wushuang also flew in the air with a brush on his hand. As soon the brush appeared in his hand, Jian Wushuang's temperament changed. He became a supreme swordsman with infinite momentum. He waved the brush like a sword and wrote the character for passion. Then, a powerful intent emanated from his character. This intent displayed Jian Wushuang's passion for love, or maybe even for Shi Shi, a passion that was almost as equal as his love for his sword. As a pure swordsman, this was indeed a bold declaration, as most swordsmen place their love for the sword above most things. The majority of them are actually single either because they dedicate their entire lives to the sword or practice the indifferent Tao in order to reach the peak of swordsmanship. However, Jian Wushuang was different. He learned from his senior predecessor that he does not have to give up everything to reach the extreme ways of the sword, a lesson that their Villa-s predecessors had to learn the hard way. As such, he too was enthralled by Shi Shi's beauty. He hoped that he would be chosen and accompanied her throughout his entire life, along with his own trusted sword. After him, it was Sun Jiaolong's turn to perform. And like Jian Wushuang, he also used calligraphy to display his ability. The character he wrote was dedication. Sun Jiaolong also revealed a sword-like intent when writing his character. However, his was not that of a pure swordsman, but of the sword of the ruler. His sword intent indicated that he was a supreme monarch that used his sword to destroy his enemy's kingdom, to bring peace and stability to his people. The sword reveals the might and reverence of kind. As for the character he wrote, it showed how he would make Shi Shi his empress and dedicate his life protecting and loving her. Not to mention that he would not be the only one dedicating himself to her, but all the people of his dynasty. As such, she would not only receive his love, but the love of an entire nation. Meanwhile, although Shi Shi looked calm on the surface with her beautiful face, she was secretly happy inside. Although she did not like to admit it, she enjoyed all the attention she received. It made feel important, special, or unique. Although she is considered the most beautiful woman in the world, she sure knew that this title was given to someone in each generation. As such, she did not feel the same joy and happiness by this title compared to having some of the most talented people in the world fawning over her. She knew that everyone in this room had the ability to become the top powerhouse of the myriad emperor world. And one of them might even become a great emperor. Of course, that is under the assumption that none of them actually dies midway through her rise. Shi then looked at Wu Hong as this was her turn to perform. However, she just shook her head, excusing herself of this task. Although many people were disappointed not to see her perform, she just ignored them. "I have a feeling that your performance would have been truly extraordinary," suddenly said Wang Wei. So Wu Hong looked at him, gave him a mesmerizing smile before answering, "You have no idea how right you are. Now you just increase my desire to see it." "Well, young Master Wang Wei, if you play your cards right, you might have a chance to see a personal one-to-one show," replied Wu Hong, whispering slowly in Wang Wei's ears by the end of the sentence, to which Wang Wei involuntarily gulped his own saliva. "I will look forward to such an occasion." After that, he removed his gaze from her with great difficulty, ignoring the slight smirk at the corner of her mouth. Then, he saw many people looking at him with a speechless look on their faces. It is true that these people were quite speechless. While everyone was waiting for them to start performing, they were actually flirting with one another, and in public at that. Nevertheless, Wang Wei had thick skin, so he ignored these people's gaze. "So it's my turn," he said nonchalantly, then proceeding to think for a moment what to do for his performance. Then, he thought about a poem by the famous poet Li Bai from his past life. He coughed out loud before reciting it. "All water is forgettable when you've seen the vast blue, see no clouds so wondrous as those at Mt. Wushan idly. I pass by some flowers without looking back, partly to study Tao, partly to think of you." As Wang Wei recited his poem, all the people in the room were infected by the beautiful and sad mood of the poem. The pain and suffering of thinking about someone that you missed so dear enveloped them. A person you know is somewhere out there, but cannot reach. Of course, the person who most appreciated this poem was actually Suya, as a person who controls emotions. She is the one who can most easily enter the right mood to truly appreciate the beauty and complexity of this poem. As such, she was quite surprised with Wang Wei's poetry talent, and wondered who this young master of the Tao opening sect was thinking about so deeply that he would write such a poem. The room then became quiet for a few seconds as the people were momentarily lost in the mood of the poem. After calming down, she asked, "Young Master Wang Wei, this is a beautiful poem. Did you think about it on the spot?" Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this question, so he answered, "Of course not. This poem was written by a person named Li Bai who was born in a long-destroyed mortal dynasty called Great Tang. I happened to come by it during one of my adventures, and I like it very much. I thought this talented poet should not remain unknown. Thus the reason that I recited this poem during this meeting." Chapter 203. Companion. All the people in the room looked at Wang Wei with a speechless look. Their faces seemed to be asking why you admit that this poem was not yours. The creator was long dead. Just take the credit. Didn't you see that the goddess was moved by you? So this is the perfect opportunity to impress her. However, Wang Wei ignored these looks, as most of these people do not dare to say anything about his actions. Of course, that did not go for everyone. Snorted Ji Song. "If you cannot create an artistic piece of your own, then you should remain silent." Wang Wei then looked at him with a smile. "Unlike you people, I am not a little puppy that wags his tail in front of his owner to attract their attention. Between heaven and earth, I have nothing to prove to anyone or anything." The faces of all the people in the room became ugly after hearing this. However, no one said anything else, as they were a little ashamed. Their behavior of trying to impress, she did look like a puppy trying to garner the attention of its owner. However, who can blame them? Her beauty was simply otherworldly. "Young Master Wang Wei, I am a little confused. This was a perfect opportunity to impress Miss Shi, so why ruin it?" suddenly asked Wu Hong. "I thought I made my intention very clear. I'm not interested in her," replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. "I know this, but why are you not interested? No one can deny that Miss Shi is a peerless beauty that comes once every generation." Wang Wei turned his head to the side and looked deep in Wu Hong's eyes for a few seconds before turning away. That S because she is nothing but a vase. A vase? A woman like her would offer nothing to a partnership. She is nothing but a beautiful decoration that added embellishment to me, but nothing of real substance. Let me ask you, what did you feel when you heard her playing the zither? After pondering for a few seconds, Wu Hong then answered, "She is truly talented, and her zither art has reached the realm where it can help soothe people's mind. Anything else?" It seemed that there was no edge or power behind it. Wang Wei nodded before continuing. As a zither grandmaster, she should be able to use her arts to attack and kill people with it. But yet I felt none of such power on her zither intent, meaning that she actively ignored this part of the zither Dao because she knew that she would not need it. As a beautiful woman, all she needs is a powerful man to protect her. This kind of mindset has been ingrained in her ever since she was young. Am I wrong, Miss Shi Sure? However, Shi Sure did not answer him, and she even lowered her head to avoid his deep and piercing gaze. Is there anything wrong with a woman using her beauty to find someone to protect herself? In this largely patriarchal society, is the best way for many helpless women, suddenly said Suya, who sat a few tables away from Wang Wei. After looking over in her direction, Wang Wei replied, "I will not argue with you how cultivation allows women to eliminate the gap with men. But why do you care? Young lady Suya, are you one of these women?" "Of course not," replied Suya with a smile and act, which actually turned her hair from blue to red. "I'm just curious, that's all. As a matter of fact, you are indeed correct. And personally, I have nothing against Miss Shi Sure. She just does not fit my requirements for a companion. That's all." "Then, young Master Wang Wei, what are your requirements?" asked Suya back with an intriguing look on her face. After pondering for a few brief seconds to organize his words, Wang Wei then explained, "My goal in life was never to become a great emperor, but to walk towards the end of great Tao and even go beyond it. Becoming a great emperor is just one of the many steps that I have to take to achieve such a goal. And in that process, I know that the journey ahead will be long and fraught with unimaginable difficulties, and that I will need someone to walk along with me side by side, someone that can motivate me when things seem hopeless or that there seems to be no path ahead, a person that can carry me on their back when I'm beaten and can no longer move ahead. And I will also do the same thing for said companion. To be blunt, Miss Shi Sure does not come close to meeting my requirements. If she was my companion, I can foresee how things would go between us. For once, I will have to use countless resources and efforts for her to be able to even keep up with my pace and rapid progress. Then, there is the amount of time I will have to use protecting her when my enemies realize that it is easier to get through me through her. She would perfectly play the role of the damsel in distress, and I will waste my time saving her every time. It is simply not worth it just for a beautiful face." The room suddenly became quiet. While some of the geniuses were thinking about how cold-hearted and decisive Wang Wei was, the true heaven-chosens like Lin Fan, Ji Song, Jin Wushuang, Sun Jiaolong, and Suya were focusing on something else, his goals. While most of them were trying their hardest to one day prove the Tao and one day become a great emperor, their number one competitor already had his vision beyond them. What they pursued for their entire lives was nothing but one of the many steps in Wang Wei's goals. His vision reached far beyond them. It has already gazed beyond the Tao itself. All of them secretly sighed as they realized that the difference between them and Wang Wei might not just be strength, but also will, state of mind, and Tao heart and ambitions. However, despite figuring this out, none of this made them give up PR, destroyed their confidence. On the contrary, they saw this situation as a learning opportunity. Since they lacked in certain areas compared to their competitors, then they will find ways to make up the gap. While everyone was still contemplating his words, Wang Wei was secretly whispering with Wu Hong. "Young Master Wang Wei, your requirements are too harsh. I am afraid that it will be difficult for you to find such a person." "On the contrary, Miss Wu Hong, I have a feeling that the person I am looking for is at a gaze's length," replied Wang Wei, while looking deep in her eyes. However, she did not blush nor evade his gaze. She just placed her hand in front of mouth, then giggled with an ethereal voice before answering. then you are a very fortunate man. That I am. After all the people processed what just took place, Lin Fan suddenly stood up slowly and elegantly, then cupped his hand together. Respectfully, sacred Songwangwe. I believe that you are wrong. Miss She sure deserves to be protected, deserves to receive the admiration and praise of myriad beings in myriad worlds. She deserves to leave her name in the annals of history, for her beauty is one of kind. As for all those things you just said about her, to me, it sounds like excuses a scum man would use to justify not being able to protect his own woman. Wang Wei removed his gaze from Wu Hong with great difficulty. He then looked up and down at Lin Fan. Young Master Lin Fan, have you noticed that all the praiseworthy adjectives that you use to describe Miss Shi Sure can also be used to describe a magnificent and unique piece of art, or a beautiful vase in an art collector? Lin Fan almost choked after hearing this. He wanted to refute, but he did not know what to say. So, his face just became red out of anger. You know that this is not what I meant? How do I know what you mean? Replied Wang Wei, while deliberately making a puzzled face. Lin Fan then just snorted at him before turning to look at Shi Sure. He cupped his hand together and slightly bowed. Miss Shi Sure, do not listen to any of his words, as they are just his opinion. You are beautiful and should be proud of that. And you alone can decide how you choose to live your life. Then, he returned to his seat. As for Shi Sure, she was finally able to relieve her embarrassment. Then, she fulfilled her position as hostess and continued the meeting. Many people were given a chance to perform after Wang Wei. Unfortunately, the mood of the meeting was not as harmonious as previously. While Wang Wei was chatting happily with Wu Hong, he sensed someone approaching him and sitting at the table on his right, making him sandwiches between two people. So, he turned around to see who it was. Chapter 204. Arrogance and Pride. After turning his head around, Wang Wei saw Suya approaching him. However, her hair had turned black this time. So, he wondered what were the conditions that decided what color it turned into. Could it be based on her emotions? However, Wang Wei shook his head, as this would easily reveal what state of mind she was in. Even if that was the case, he would never use her hair as an indication of what emotion she was feeling. For a person who can easily control other people's emotions and desires, there is no reason not to believe that she could not control her own. Young Lady Suya, what can I do for you? Do I have to want something from you in order to start conversation? Or do young Master Wang Wei find it tiring or bothersome to converse with both the second and third most beautiful woman of the world? Higher, didn't you know? Asked Suya with a cunning smile on her face. Or did you think that I am not worthy to take the number 2 spot? Wang Wei smiled after hearing this before replying. To be frank, I have just arrived yesterday, and as such, I am not privy to much information. Not to mention that I have been enamored by Miss Wu Hong during this meeting, and that I have paid little attention to many things around me. So, please do not take offense, and you are more than welcome to join our conversation. Suya then gave him a deep look. She did not think that he would use this situation to actually flirt with another woman. Well, at least she learned something new about Wang Wei, that he is the kind of person that knows what he wants and goes directly and boldly after it. Suya then gave a quick look at Wu Hong in order to see her response. However, she was calm throughout the entire situation. Whether it was Wang Wei's little compliment or declaration of her presence that interrupted their conversations, she did not seem to be bothered by any of it. Moreover, Suya discovered that she could not read any of Wu Hong's emotions. This was a rare thing, as she could read the emotions of all the people in the room, including Wang Wei. She seemed to be in an eternal state of calmness. However, Suya could tell that this was just a disguise to prevent herself from reading her emotions. Among all the geniuses in the room, all of them have tried to hide their emotions deep in their minds, their souls. However, Suya can see what they are feeling even for people of the caliber of Lin Fan and Ji Song. The majority of them are feeling either lust or desire to acquire Shishur. Suya can also feel a terrible hatred emanating out of Ji Song for Wang Wei. And similar hatred can be felt from the junior and senior brothers that accompanied Jian Wushuang to the meeting. To be precise, what they are feeling is more on the line of hostility. Since this meeting, there are two things that surprised Suya. One was that she was incapable of reading Wu Hong's emotions, and the other was that Wang Wei actually never tried to hide his. To be exact, he was so in tune with his. As a person with the 7 emotions, 6 desires physique, Suya knows how powerful emotions and desires can be. A perfect example of that was the heart demon calamity that all cultivators have to go through when they break through the primordial spirit realm. In order to use the good fortune flame to refine the soul into a primordial spirit, the power of emotion will be needed. Cultivators have to face their inner self and desires. At that time, all cultivators will have 2 options. The first one is to practice the indifferent Tao and give up all your emotions, while the second one is to accept them, understand them, and learn to control them. If a cultivator used the first method, then the heart demon calamity will be an easy thing for them. However, as a result, they will turn into emotionless and numb beings that only pursue power. They will not recognize families, friends, and loved ones. All these types of people care about is to increase their cultivation levels. These cultivators are referred to as deprived cultivators, or better yet, devil cultivators. They are not liked by the general population due to their ruthlessness and cruel ways of doing anything for power. As such, they are forced to live in the Western continent. As a matter of fact, devil cultivators did not exist in the Myriad Emperor world until the Devil Era, where the entire world was invaded and enslaved for an entire era by another heaven world known as the 9 Devil God world. As for the cultivators to choose to experience the heart demon tribulation normally in the primordial spirit realm, they are considered the orthodox way of cultivating. And in order to pass the tribulation, they have to be in tune or in sync with your emotions. They have to understand how and why they feel in a certain point until they understand their higher self. And the primordial spirit is a physical manifestation of the higher self, higher consciousness. The reason that Suya became interested in talking to Wang Wei was because of how in tune he was with his emotions despite nor having gone through the heart demon tribulation. And of course he had a question she was dying to know. After taking a few seconds to get comfortable in her new seat, Suya then proceeded to ask, "Young Master Wang Wei, I am confused about something. Why do I find little to no trace of arrogance in you?" "What do you mean?" replied Wang Wei back with a confused look on his face. He did not understand where this question came from. "Well, I can sense the pride and arrogance of all these heaven-chosens from emperor lineages, especially towards the other people from supreme lands or holy lands. They look down on them and think they are not worthy to even be in the same room as them. Although some of them try to hide this pride and arrogance deeply, it cannot evade my senses. Even geniuses like Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang, who came from the lower realm, have this pride and arrogance in them. But you are different. I can sense that you do not look down on them. You even have appreciation for a few of them, especially the ones that perform admirably in the little test you left in the entrance. So, I am curious why that is." The room instantly became quiet. Even the poor guy that was still performing stopped his actions. All the people in this room are in the supernatural realm, so it is quite easy for them to hear Suya's words with their keen senses. As such, many people have different reactions. All the people from lower background secretly clenched their hands and teeth. Although they already knew how these heaven-chosens from emperor lineages felt about them, it still hurt when spoken out loud right to their faces. People like Ji Song and Sun Jiaolong did care about Suya's words. They knew of their arrogance and have no plans to change it. Of course, that is true for Ji Song. As for Sun Jiaolong, as a ruler, he will never show his contempt for other people as they are possible followers. Meanwhile, both Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang, they both were secretly ashamed. Lin Fan was not ashamed of the fact that his arrogance and pride were revealed, but due his status from the lower realm. Ever since he came to the Myriad Emperor world with his family, he has been struggling to accept his background. He was ashamed of it. Despite the fact that he became the true disciple of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, meaning that he is the future headmaster of the academy, his background has been bothering him. Things got worse when he realized his background was not just a psychological problem, but resulted in him lagging behind many of the heaven-chosens from emperor lineages. There was much knowledge he was not privy to before, which resulted in his vision being lower than theirs. Not to mention that the competitive environment in the lower realm was childish play compared to the one in the myriad emperor world. His Tao protector even admitted to him that the Academy regretted letting grow up in the lower realm, as they did not foresee that the competition in this glorious age would be so intense. This is one of the reasons that despite having the #1 physique, Lin Fan has the lowest ranking of all the current heaven chosens in the room. As for Jian Wushuang, the reason that he was ashamed was because Suya's words reminded him that he has forgotten his origin, and that showed that his mindset is not as powerful as he imagined. As for Wang Wei, after pondering for a few seconds, he answered, "Well, Chapter 205, Noble Being. Well, young lady Suya, you are not completely right. As a powerful cultivator, of course I have some level of pride and arrogance," replied Wang Wei calmly with a smile on his face. "As for the reason that I do not have any contempt for the geniuses of lower background is because I learned the hard way that there is no being that is truly born noble. Everyone has a chance to reach the top no matter your origin or background." "That's bullshit," suddenly said Ji Song with a cold snort. "You are telling me a great emperor is not a noble being? What about their offsprings, both direct and indirect? What about people born with powerful bloodlines? Are they not born noble? Is that so, Crown Prince? Then, tell me, beside a great emperor, where do all the noble beings you mentioned get such a qualification?" replied Wang Wei calmly. "From a great emperor, of course." "That's right. Now, another question, what were great emperors before they managed to prove the Tao?" Ji Song looked at him without saying anything. Since he refused to answer, "Then I will. They were ordinary people. The first emperor to have ever existed in the myriad emperor world was the heaven-opening emperor back in the primordial era. Although the majority of information in that time period is lost, we do know that countless innate life forms like dragons and phoenixes, along with primordial gods, lived in that era. Now, do you think that us, weak humans, were noble compared to them? No, in all likelihood, we were probably treated as either slaves or food. However, the heaven-opening emperor slowly rose to the top and became a great emperor. He slowly became a noble being. My ancestor, Emperor Kun, was the first great emperor of the ancient emperor era. However, before that, he was just like all the other cultivators at that time that were lost and searching for the road ahead. There was nothing noble about his birth. No, he developed noble characteristics after he decided to spread the origin path system to all the lost cultivators of that time. He became noble after he proved the Tao and became one of the most powerful beings in existence. Not to mention that in history, all of us here have learned of many great emperors that once were slaves. Some were shunned by society because of being born with defects, or because people did not agree with their views and lifestyles when they were weak. Were those great emperors born noble? One of my favorite emperors was Great Emperor Yellow Teeth. He was born a slave in a small thousand world in the lower realm. One background could not be any lower than this. However, he still managed to slowly crawl the cultivating pyramid until he managed to prove the Tao and proclaimed himself a great emperor. His story has proven that nobility is not an innate quality, but one that is slowly cultivated or acquired. The room then became quiet after Wang Wei's grand and inspiring monologue. Some people agreed with his words, while some found his words demeanor given the fact that he was born with the highest of status among all the people inside this room. "So, you are saying that there is no difference between us in them?" replied Ji Song while pointing out the geniuses that were from supreme lands and holy lands. "Of course not. That would be preposterous. However, the main difference between us and them is not our birth, but our will and spirits. Heaven chosens like us. Ever since we were young, we knew what it will take in order to become powerful. We knew all the pain, suffering, and sacrifices necessary in order to become a true powerhouse. We knew the burden we have to carry and how many people and lives are dependent on us and our success. We knew that giving up no matter the circumstances was not an option for us. On top of that, We knew that once we reached close to the end of the line, there's a high chance that we might not survive. However, we still have to go forward. As for them, pause Wang Wei while looking at the geniuses from lower backgrounds. They can use the excuse that we are better than them because of our births, our backgrounds, or because we have better cultivation techniques and resources than them. In their minds, they have more than 100 reasons as to why they are not good enough to compete on our level. But they never blamed themselves. They never looked inwards, pondering what they could do to close the gap between us, just like many other great emperors have done. To them, it is easier to blame others for their failures than to have a moment of self-reflection. The majority of them do not have the will and spirit to do whatever it takes to truly reach the top. The room became quiet again after Wang Wei finished speaking, as many people started to ponder his words. The Heaven Chosens completely agreed with him, despite all the allure and glamour that surrounded them. Only they knew the amount of stress and tensions they have to live with every day. Whether it is the pressure to prove their parents or sex proud by leading them to greater heights, or the pressure knowing that they might not survive the heavenly battle in the future, or even worse, eliminate before even reaching there. Overall, their lives are not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Many of them started to reminisce about the things that they had to do in order to get where they were. A few examples were the fact Sun Jiaolong had to kill his own blood brother for power. Ji Song went on a training hell after his second loss to Wang Wei. Many of them had to sacrifice a great deal of things in order to be as strong as they are now. As for the other geniuses from lower backgrounds, they lowered their heads in shame, as Wang Wei was right. The mentality of the majority of them is that the only reason that they are not so talented and powerful now was due to their low births. For countless years, they have used this excuse to make themselves feel better. However, now, their facade was torn down right in front of everybody. One person suddenly stood up before saying, "You can use as many beautiful words as you want, but it will not change the fact that your people from emperor lineages have better techniques than us, have more resources than us, and more opportunity than us. Tell me, how are we supposed to compete like this?" Wang Wei took a sip from his wine cup before slowly saying, "You are right, my friend, you guys do have it hard. But I never said that the world was fair. However, let me ask you a question. What was the origin of the last great emperor of this era?" The face of the person who asked the question became stiff, then he lowered his head without answering. "That's right. Emperor Nine Suns was from Supreme Land, just like many of you here. During most of his rise, no one actually paid attention to him. By the time people realized that he was a threat, he was constantly on the run, but he never gave up, as he was a man of great will and spirit. When the Heavenly appeared, he showed up and did what he was supposed to do, what he believed all his life that he could do. He beat all the other participants, including both my grandparents, proved the Tao, and proclaimed himself a great emperor. Now tell me, if he ever had thoughts like yours and decided to quit during all the ups and downs, all the failures, do you think he would have become such a noble being?" The room once again became eerily quiet. As for the person who questioned Wang Wei, he sat down on his seat. Unfortunately for hostess Shi Shi, this time the quiet was quite permeating. No one actually wanted to perform or do any other action. They all seemed to be reflecting on something. However, Shi Shi was determined to continue with this meeting. She had foreseen that there may be intense contradictions when the ego and ideologies of all these geniuses clashed. So, she had other plans prepared just in case. Just when Shi Shi was about to execute her plans to relieve the awkward silence in the room, a sudden rough and rude voice spread or echoed throughout, interrupting her actions. "How rude of all you not to invite us to this party. Miss Shi Shi, do you think that we are not worthy? I think compared to all the sissy in this room, I am more man than all of them combined. Don't you guys think so? Haha, boss, you're correct. Maybe you should show Miss Shi Shi how manly you truly are? Boss, that's a good idea. Ha ha ha. Chapter 206. Feast After the Voice. A group of more than 10 people walked inside the room. This group was led by a handsome man. However, this person had the eyes of an animal. To be precise, he had the eyes of a rock. As for the people that were following him, although they all seemed human, upon closer inspection, you will discover a few animal characteristics in these people. Oftentimes, these characteristics showed their identity to which group of demon race that they belong to. So, everyone in the room instantly identifies these people as the demonic race and wondered why these people came here uninvited. Did they want to cause trouble? After all the demon races crashed the meeting, the leader Yu Chao looked at all the people in the room with a smirk on his face. Then, he looked at Shi Shi with star eyes. Miss Shi Shi, sorry for my intrusion of your meeting, but I could not give up the opportunity for my eyes to grace your beauty. Shi Shi smiled and nodded. However, anyone could tell that the smile on her face is actually very stiff and that she is very reluctant to do so. Suddenly snorted Ji Song. If you demon race were truly sorry, then you would not have bothered us in the first place. After saying that, he released a powerful killing aura that surrounded all the demon race around Yu Chao. And he was not the only one. All the members of Emperor lineages released their own aura to suppress this group of demon race. Many of the people standing behind Yu Chao had cold sweat running down their backs, while some of them could not bear the pressure and were forced to kneel down on the ground. As for Yu Chao himself, he was still strong enough to support under the aura of all these heaven chosens. Then on the corner of his eyes, he saw someone that was not releasing his aura. So, Yu Chao thought that he might have encountered a soft persimmon. With a little difficulty, he said, "There's no need for everyone to fight with each other. After all, we are all here for the same reason. See the beautiful Miss Shi Shi." After hearing this, the other heaven chosens then stopped releasing their auras, allowing this group of demon race to breathe properly. Although Yu Chao was secretly relieved, he was also ashamed of himself. As a member of the demon race with imperial bloodline, he came to this meeting in order to show these human heaven chosens what true power is like, but he was humiliated like this. So, Yu Chao wanted to do something to redeem himself, and not just in front of the beauty, but also in front of his men. So, he walked towards the person that did not release his aura, the person that was happily chatting with two extremely beautiful women. After Yu Chao approached, he said, "Hey, my friend, I would really appreciate your seat. How about giving to us? And we will not hurt you in return." And if Yu Chao and these demonic race had seen the strange look that the other people were giving them, they would never do something so stupid. However, they would soon find out. As soon as the person he was spoken to turned around, Yu Chao had both a shocked and terrified look on his face. "Gray hair and gray eyes. You are a SS Sacred Son Wang Wei," muttered Yu Chao with a great deal of horror in his face. Before coming to the academy, Yu Chao was warned by his clan's elders that he could test out the other heaven chosens, but leave out both Di Tian and Wang Wei out of their affairs, because it is simply impossible to determine how these two people will react to any situation. As for Wang Wei, after being interrupted, he looked at these demon races up and down. "You know, it never ceases to surprise me, the arrogance that your demon race has. It is clear to everyone in this world that the only reason that your race still exists until today is because we, humans, allowed you to. If it was not our benevolence, you people wouldn't even be allowed to live in the worst continent of the North. You would all be exterminated. However, every generation, a trifling few of you always try to test us humans in the other continent, knowing full well that the result will be the same every time." After saying that, a powerful will suddenly came out of Wang Wei's body and enveloped all the demon races, following which 6 of them suddenly fell on the ground, with blood coming out of their mouths. Upon closer investigation through divine sense, the people in the room discovered that the bloodline core, which is the source of cultivation of these demon races, were completely shattered. As for the remaining 4, including Yu Chao, they could not move from their spot. It was as if they were fixed on the ground. Is this an application of his young emperor's pseudo-domain? It seemed that he was way more powerful than previously anticipated. "I have to take precautions about such abilities when I have to fight him," secretly thought Suya while watching everything with a brilliant smile on her face. As for Wang Wei, after preventing these people from moving, he took out a talisman from his space ring. "Supreme Elder, I need your help with something." "Whatever you need, young master," replied true monarch Yin Shun. I'm suddenly in the mood for a high-level demon race meet. Oh, what level and what race in particular? Well, make it a saint and a golden rock will be fine, replied Wang Wei as he looked straight into Yu Chao's face, who had turned purple after hearing this short conversation. Young master, give me a few minutes. No problem. You wouldn't dare, suddenly screamed Yu Chao. Watch me, replied Wang Wei calmly. A few minutes later, true monarch Yin Shin appeared out of nowhere inside the room. Young master, the corpse of Saint Realm Demon Race is too big to fit inside this room. Then, please extend the dimension space of this room, if you do not mind, Supreme Elder. No problem. With a wave of his hand, this single room of the true dragon became larger than a football stadium. Yin Shan waved his hand a second time. Then a very large golden rock body manifested itself inside the room. Supreme Elder, I will need a weapon to be able to skin it. Make that 3, said Wang Wei after looking at the two ladies behind him. As the body of Saint is protected by the power of law, it would be extremely difficult for Wang Wei to be able to cut it properly. As such, Yin Shin nodded and took out 3 knives. He blessed each of them with the power of his own Tao. Then, with a wave of hand, a fire made of the power of law also manifested itself inside the room. Wang Wei took all 3 knives from Yin Shin's hand. Then he called both Wu Hong and Suya to come help with dealing with the preparations. Wu Hong was more than happy to help. However, Suya complained that someone as beautiful as her should not be forced to do menial labor. Soon afterward, all the members of Wang Wei's group Li Jun, Yin Liling, and Wang Ju came forward and asked Yin Shun for a knife of their own and help with the process. Meanwhile, all the other Heaven Chosens had a shocked look on their faces. This is the first time that they have seen someone so audacious that he used a powerful saint cultivator to elaborate a point, to treat a Saint Realm true person as livestock. While some people were still marveling in their surprises, some people realized that this was a perfect opportunity. An opportunity to teach the demon race a lesson and put them back in their place. Especially given the fact that not many people like the fact that they use humans in chains as part of their entrance during the Academy entrance ceremony. The first person to act was actually Ji Song. He did not want his archenemy to steal the limelight right in front of him. So, he contacted his Tao protector and had him also catch him in a powerful Saint Realm demon race for him to barbecue and eat. Following which, all the other Heaven Chosens did the same thing. They all contacted their Tao protectors in order to acquire different levels of demon race to cook. As such, this artistic meeting turned into a feast, a demon race feast. Of course, not all people could enjoy such a feast. For example, all the geniuses from Supreme Lands and Holy Lands. They did not dare to do such a thing in fear that the demon race would retaliate against their sects or factions. Of course, Yu Chao and the demon race that were still standing had a very ugly look on their faces. Watching their own kind being slowly turned into food is the ultimate form of torture for them. Not to mention the fact that they are helpless and could not do anything about it. Chapter 207. Into the meeting with the help of Wu Hong, Suya, Li Jun, and his group, Wang Wei managed to skin the Saint Realm Golden Rock's body. Then, he used all the different spices that he has in his space ring to season the meat. Although Wang Wei had to try different mixes before he discovered something that satisfied him, it was still worth it in the end. After finding the perfect blend of spices, Wang Wei had to use the law flame that true monarch Yin Shun created in order to actually cook a saint-level meat. After finding the perfect temperature to cook the golden rock, a very powerful and enchanting smell enveloped the entire room. All the Heaven Chosens that were also cooking their own demon race raised their heads to look in Wang Wei's direction. All of them had a little bit of drool in their faces due to how appetizing his own meat smelled like. They can infer just by the smell that it would be quite delicious. Although these Heaven Chosens knew that their meat would also be delicious on account of just reaching the saint level. However, compared to Wang Wei's well-prepared delicacy, they still are left behind. After the meal was prepared, Wang Wei then took out plates from his space ring and served everyone who helped him skin the meat their own plate or bowl. Then, to the horror of the few remaining demon races, Everybody in the room started to enjoy their food. As for them, they had to witness their own kind slowly turning into food, and yet there were nothing that they could do about it. All four of them wished that they were the few demon races that were forced to pass out by Wang Wei. Unfortunately for them, they were not. They were full of hatred for these humans, but powerless to do anything about it. As for the barbecue that all the Heaven Chosens were enjoying, well, the saint-level meat proved to be even more pristine than any of them imagined. The meat seemed to possess the ability to augment the sensitivity of everyone's taste bud. Although there are only 5 basic flavors, however, after taking a bite of this meal, all the people around felt like they had tasted more than 100 different kinds of flavors, and each of them seemed to be unique. While Wang Wei was enjoying his meal, he was also staring at Wu Hong for some reason. "Young Master Wang Wei, it is very rude to stare so directly," suddenly said Wu Hong, while placing a piece of meat on her luscious red lips. However, she was calm the whole time while saying these words. "You don't seem surprised?" asked Wang Wei. "Surprised about what?" She asked back. "Surprised that I know how to cook." "I do not understand what you mean." Wang Wei looked around the room before saying, "All the people in this room were surprised by the fact that I can actually cook so well, but not you. Beside the people that are truly close to me, no one else is aware of my culinary abilities. Young Master Wang Wei, I think you are overthinking things. I just naturally like to remain calm in every situation." Miss Suya remained calm after seeing my culinary skills, but I could still see the slight surprise in her eyes. "As for you, the reaction that I noticed was as if you were already aware of my abilities, so, Miss Wu Hong, how did you know that I could cook?" "Like I said, you're overthinking things, young Master Wang Wei," replied Wu Hong with a calm look on her face. Not even the slightest phase by Wang Wei's question. "Interesting," said Wang Wei with a slight smile on his face. "I have only known you for a few hours, and I can already tell that you are an enigma wrapped in a puzzle. And yet, I find myself unable to resist trying to uncover all your secrets." Well, ISNT, they're saying that once a woman becomes interested in a man's secret, then it is the beginning of her falling in love with him. Young Master Wang Wei, you should be aware that you're traveling down a dangerous road, responded Wu Hong with a beautiful laugh, full of vigor and mystery. "Miss Wu Hong, you could always stop me from doing such a dangerous thing. You know, save my poor soul and heart from being lost forever." "Why would I do that?" replied Wu Hong, while whispering these words straight into Wang Wei's ear. "Then, whatever happens to me in the future, you will be responsible. You have to take responsibility for me," whispered Wang Wei back to her. Meanwhile, all the people around had different looks on their faces as they watched those two people flirt with one another. Li Jun, Yin Liling, and Wang Ju were actually quite surprised as they had never seen Wang Wei behave in such a way. The sacred sun that they were used to seeing always had a calm, indifferent, relaxed, or stoic face, even in the face of a beautiful woman. A perfect example of that is the way that he treated Miss Shi Shi, which is considered the most beautiful woman of the world in this generation. However, now, he was always smiling. He was charming and witty. In general, he seemed enamored with this Wu Hong. Not to mention, he seemed to enjoy himself talking to her. Although all of them were happy for him, however, they were also a little worried that he would become too enamored and lose his focus and drive. As for Suya, despite not showing it, she was not happy about the situation as well. For once, she did not like how Wang Wei completely ignored her, and right to her face at that. Logically speaking, as the number 2 most beautiful woman in the world, shouldn't she be more attractive than Wu Hong? On top of that, she was not a vase like she's sure. Of course, Suya had no actual feelings for Wang Wei. As a person who controls both emotions and desires, it is very difficult for her own emotions to be stirred up. On the contrary, she could be very rational and even emotionless if need be. She just did not like the feeling of being ignored. Of course, this was not the main reason that she did not like these two together. The main reason is the fact that an alliance between these two would not bode well for all the other Heaven Chosens. Wang Wei was already powerful enough, but now, if you add the also powerful and mysterious Wu Hong, the power that the Tao opening sect would hold would increase dramatically. It would be like adding a pair of wings to an already very fierce tiger. Of course, Suya hoped that there would be a disagreement between these two over the heaven will, thus leading to them becoming enemies instead of companions. However, things do not seem to be heading in that direction. As a matter of fact, Suya was not the only one thinking about such a thing. Many of the other Heaven Chosens do not like the idea of Wang Wei and Wu Hong getting together. Any form of combination between these two people will forever change the game. Many people who did not like the idea of forming alliances will also consider doing so. Of course, that is if any of these Heaven Chosens can get over their own ego and properly elect a leader in any form of alliance that they would create in the future. As for Wang Wei, although he could guess what these people were thinking, he did not really care. He was not attracted to Wu Hong solely based on the benefits that she could bring her. As a matter of fact, he did not even know the reason that he was attracted to her. He simply was. He found that she somehow completed him, like she truly knows what kind of person he was. Right now, in the relationship, they're just simply talking or flirting with each other. Wang Wei can foresee that there will be quite a few obstacles between them, especially when it comes to all the mystery that surrounds Wu Hong. Normally speaking, Wang Wei is a semi-controlled freak and would never let himself fall for someone who has so many secrets. However, when it comes to her, he seemed to no care. Ever since he met her, his intuition has been warning him that he should do everything possible to get this girl, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life. This was the first time since reincarnation that his intuition became so intense, and Wang Wei can only count a few times in his past life that this has happened. So, he planned to listen to it, as always. As for all the secrets that Wu Hong is keeping, Wang Wei believed that as they spent more and more time together, he would eventually discover them by himself, or she would reveal them to him. And if she does not do that, this means that he was wrong about her, that the relationship is one-sided. At that time, Wang Wei will not hesitate to end things with her. What he is looking for is a partnership, not one person swooning over the other. After the Saint Meat feast, the heaven-chosen meeting came to an end. However, the repercussions of this meeting were far from over. Discord below in Authoress Thought. Chapter 208. Discussion after the meeting. Many people reacted differently to this meeting after it ended. The first of which was the Association of Chamber of Commerce. Inside a private room full of formations, Shishir was speaking with a middle-aged man. The man had a big belly, but he was dressed in very luxurious clothes. Unlike the other Heaven Chosens who were low-key luxurious, the clothes of this man were extremely showy. At just one glance, one could tell that his clothes were made of the highest level of golden silk. He had many rings on his fingers that shined brightly, and many jade pieces all over his body. Adding on top of that his fat body, you could tell this person had never worked hard in his entire life and enjoyed his life to the fullest. Of course, no one would dare complain about how tacky this guy was. And this was not because of his high status, but also the fact that he was actually a saint true person. "Father," said Shishir to the fat middle-aged guy, "what do you think I should do now?" "Daughter, we should look at things from a more rational point of view." "What do you mean?" Shishir's father took a sip from a wine jar before he elaborated. "Well, personally, I think the best choice should be the #1 absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan." "Why?" "According to our information, he is currently the weakest among all the top Heaven Chosens." "Daughter, you're looking at things too superficially. Let's take a look at each one individually." Crown Prince Ji Song has already suffered 2 catastrophic defeats from Sacred Son Wang Wei. Although he seemed to have recovered and even further strengthened his power, he has yet to prove himself again to the world. Then, there is the innate sword bone, Jian Wushuang. He is very talented and has even won a battle against Suya during their key luck trial. However, I don't really trust these people who practice the sword Dao. Their wills are usually extremely strong, and they sometimes love their swords more than their own companion. Not to mention, this Jian Wushuang has to deal with the burden or shame that the sword-casting Vila suffered at the end of Sect Master Wang Tian in the last generation. Shishir's father, Shiguan, then took another sip of his drink placed a piece of fruit in his mouth. Then, there is this Sun Jiaolong. I will not mention the snakes of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty, but this guy killed his own blood brother in order to acquire power. Daughter, do you think that such a person will truly protect and even sacrifice great things for you? I reckon that he would easily sell you to someone else if it benefits him. Although you would benefit greatly if it turns out it is true that Sun Jiaolong is the owner of the human destiny sword. However, there's been no way to confirm this news. And many people are starting to believe that the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty has released this news as a form of a scheme. The room then became quiet for a brief moment before Shishir said, "Why don't you say anything about Wang Wei?" Shiguan looked at his daughter deeply. "Daughter, you should be perfectly aware that sacred son Wang Wei has no interest in you. Although he would be the perfect candidate, it's unfortunate." Shishir paused for a while, then she bit her lower lip. "Father, what if I first get close to Li Jun, then slowly find ways to get to Wang Wei? I mean, according to the information we have gathered on him, he seemed to be driven by his desires, just like Lin Fan." However, Shiguan shook his head after this plan. "Don't look at Li Jun like he's an imbecile who thinks with his crotch instead of his head. As a person closest to Wang Wei, he is a very intelligent person and is also a person of great will. According to our information, his records were only second in the pagoda trials. Although we do not know exactly what these trials were, just the fact that they were able to cultivate Wang Wei into a young emperor showed their effectiveness. Do you think that a person that has the second best record on these trials will be a person of weak will that can be easily manipulated? Not to mention that Li Jun has swore his undying and unwavering loyalty to his big brother, Wang Wei. According to our association's analysis of him, he would not hesitate to kill anyone that stand in the way of Wang Wei's path of emperor, even his current companion, Yin Liling." Shishir was silent after hearing this. She knew that her father was correct, but she just could not accept it. Well, in general terms, Shishir suffered from the same disease that many women have. They want what they could not have. Is there no better solution than Lin Fan? As a matter of fact, Shishir does not have any real problem with Lin Fan. He was one of the few people that stood up for her when Wang Wei said these hurtful words. He seemed polite and romantic, well, at least to Shishir. However, here comes a problem. This Lin Fan has a large harem that came from the lower realm with him. And after coming to the Myriad Emperor world, the number kept increasing. Although this kind of practice is common in this world, Shishir does not really like. She would prefer that the person that she chooses is only dedicated to her, and she will not have to share her man with a bunch of other women. The other options are either Feng Heng from the Tai Profound Gate or Di Tian from the Di family. However, neither of them showed up, meaning that neither of them are actually interested in you. And personally, I do not trust the character of either of those two. I always felt that something was wrong with the two of them. Shiguan noticed the frown on his daughter's face, so he walked to her and pat her shoulder. "Lin Fan is the perfect choice. With your beauty and skill, it will be very easy for you to become the favorite of his harem and have him listen to you. However, remember what I have taught you. Never try to actually control him. Heaven chosens like Lin Fan, although they are easily influenced due to their lascivious nature. But that is only in the early stage of cultivation. As they grow more powerful and experience more things, his will and mental state will be greatly elevated. As such, he will then notice your manipulative nature and begin to be disgusted with you. All you have to do is make sure that you are the most beloved member of his harem, and Lin Fan will decide on his own volition to do absolutely anything for you." After pondering for a few seconds, Shishir nodded her head. "I'll listen to you then, father." Although she was not truly happy with the final choice, she could actually really understand the reasons behind it. The Associative Chamber of Commerce, which, led by her father in this generation, wanted to form a marriage alliance with a powerful emperor lineage during this generation's glorious age. Their first choice was in fact the Tao opening sect. However, that plan fell through due to Wang Wei's lack of interest in Shishir. So, the second best option is of course the Emperor Enlightening Academy, which is considered the second most powerful faction of the Myriad Emperor world. After sighing for a few seconds, Shishir removed the negative thoughts from her head. Since she made her choice, She will live with it and do the things that she is supposed to do. After seeing his daughter regain her bearing, Shi Guan nodded in satisfaction before handing her a piece of paper. "What is this?" asked Shi in confusion. "This is the expected improvement that Lin Fan will go through after the Heaven Chosen's worthy trial." Shi read the entire parchment, and she was quite surprised. According to what is written here, although Lin Fan is currently considered one of the weakest geniuses among the heavenly physique list, he also has the most room for improvement. And the Academy has created a detailed plan for his improvement, and Lin Fan has lived up to the strict standards that the Academy has placed on him. "Worthy of the absolute chaos physique," muttered Shi under her breath after reading the information on this paper. "Father, how did you get such information? This should be the highest level of secrets of the Academy?" "Well, let us just say that the Academy is more than welcome in our alliance. After all, they would not want the Tao opening sect to become even more powerful than they already are." Shi nodded, while at the same time reinforcing her belief that his choice was correct. One day, Lin Fan will prove to Wang Wei that his choice today was completely wrong. Meanwhile, somewhere in the northern Black Tortoise continent, many higher-ups of the demon race received news of what happened at the True Dragon Inn. As such, a meeting similar to Shi and Shi Guan was taking place in a secret location of the demon race. Chapter 209, Demon Race Reaction, Northern Black Tortoise Continent, in a secret location. All the chiefs of powerful demon race tribes were having a secret meeting. If anyone were to be aware of such a meeting, then they would be quite shocked. For once, all the chiefs attending were the leaders of demon tribes with imperial bloodline, meaning that they had cultivated great emperors throughout their history. Of course, this was not the real reason that other people would be surprised. The real reason being that all of these different tribes can actually exist peacefully with each other. The image that the demon race tribes projected to the outside world was the fact that they were constantly infighting between one another. As such, the idea that all demon tribes have deep and irreconcilable differences have been ingrained in the mind of all the other races of the myriad emperor world. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as seen on the surface. The infighting was nothing but a facade that the demon race used in order to reduce their level of threat to the human race. Back to the meeting. The reason that this meeting took place was because the upper echelons of the demon race received news of what happened in the True Dragon Inn. After receiving the news, none of these chiefs of different tribes acted out of anger or impetuousness. Unlike the young demon race cultivators, the upper echelons knew perfectly well the situation that the demon race was facing. "Well, things went even worse than we expected," said the chief of the Golden Rock tribe. "I did not expect the humans would react so intensely after such a little probe," replied the chief of the Battle Ape Saint tribe. "In just one day, we lost more than 5 saints," added the chief of the Power Ant tribe. "The most sad thing is the fact that we cannot openly retaliate. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more dire," said the chief of the Peacock tribe, who was among the few women in this room. "There is no need to complain to one another," suddenly said the chief of the Black Tiger tribe. "We have learned from our ancestors that the situation of our demon race will not change until we cultivate an eternal emperor of our own. And now, this generation, we finally have a chance. Yes, Project Innate Atavism has finally come to fruition after countless years of studying the secrets of bloodline," responded the chief of the Golden Lion tribe. She was a beautiful woman with black hair and golden eyes, but had a scar on her left eye. Her tribe, along with the Black Tiger, Golden Rock, and Battle Ape Saint tribes, are the ones with the most power among all the demon tribes. They each cultivated 3 great emperors. Unfortunately for these demon tribes, many of their emperors were either killed or exiled by the Human Preservation Array after they tried to challenge the status quo of humans in the world. As a result of this, many of the backgrounds of the demon race have been missing. Whether it was emperor scriptures, emperor artifacts, or arrays, many of them were either destroyed by humans in an attempt to keep the demon race weak, or these great emperors never had the chance to leave these things behind. The truth of the matter is that the lives of the demon race are actually quite dire, although the human emperor did not want to exterminate them. Unfortunately, the same thing could not be said for other great emperors that came after him, especially when it comes to sects like the herd-raising valley. All they want is to enslave all the demon race and raise them in captivity or exterminate them completely. As a result of this, many great emperors of the human race, or even the spirit race, have tried to eliminate all the demon tribes. There are two reasons that the demon race can continue to exist through this day, albeit a bit miserable. The first being that they have followed in human-esque footstep and created a demon preservation array in the northern continent using the entire key luck or destiny of the demon race. Every great emperor cultivated by the demon race would further strengthen this array just like humans did for their own preservation array. Another reason is that many great emperors of the demon race will attack the human preservation aura. After proving the Tao in an attempt to weaken the power of humans over the entire myriad emperor world. Unfortunately, they would either be killed by that array or were exiled and prevented from ever returning back to the myriad emperor world. What made things even worse for the demon race was the fact that due to the fact that humans hold 90 of key luck of the entire myriad emperor world, Heavenly Tao has acknowledged them as the master of the world and is on their side when it comes to any dispute between other races. Now, all we have to do is to ensure that he is not discovered by the humans until the time that the heaven battle arrives, added the Golden Lion Chiefess after taking a brief pause to reminisce about the current situation of their races. The only reason that humans can truly dominate the world is because they have cultivated eternal emperors like Emperor Qin, the Sword Empress, the Absolute Beginning Emperor, and Empress Wu, said one of the chief. As long as he becomes an eternal emperor, then there is hope for our demon race. Hope to create an entire era that belongs solely to us. The room became quiet as all of the chiefs started to imagine the bright future that awaits them. They imagined that they would not have to live in this barren and frozen continent with a low level of spiritual energy. They imagined that their kinds would no longer be treated as transportation or livestock. They imagined that they could walk in any of the different continents with their eyes raised and deep pride on their faces. They imagined that they would not have to live in fear that one day the human race has finally decided that they will unite together to exterminate their entire race. There is no need to daydream, suddenly said the chief of the Black Tiger tribe. As long as our plans come to fruition, all of our dreams will become goals, goals that can be accomplished. Do we need to worry about the human suspecting something based on how the people sent to the academy acted? Suddenly asked one particular chief. Not really. We have always ensured that our heaven-chosens acted rude, cruelly, and with disdain towards others humans. Just to give outsiders the perception that the entire demon race cannot tell their actual situation in the world and is slowly weakening with each passing generation, added the chief of the Nether Crow tribe. That way, the human race can lower their guard against us, as long as they think that we are slowly losing our grasp of reality. The room then became quiet for a while after those words were spoken. Then someone asked, Golden Lion Chiefess, why did you call this meeting? It could not have been just to discuss the behaviors of our younglings at the academy? Of course not, replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. I've called this meeting in order to present all of you with a proposal. What proposal? I think we should invite the Golden Crow tribe to participate in Project Innate Atavism. The room instantly became quiet again as all the other chiefs looked at her in shock. Many people thought that she might be joking at first, but changed their minds after seeing the serious look on her face. Why would you want to interact with these traitors, let alone let them participate in such important plan that could change the fundamental situation of our race? Suddenly screamed one of the chiefs. Many people agreed with the person who screamed. Normally, these chiefs will show a certain level of respect for tribes like the Golden Lion. However, not this time, not when it comes to the Golden Crow tribe. To the majority of tribes in the demon race, the Golden Crow is nothing but traitors. They abandoned the northern continent and lived on the sun. They do not have to worry about their clan members being hunted down by humans to become mount or food. Moreover, they never actually contributed anything to the demon race, even the demon preservation array. All they cared about was saving their own tribes. And that is not even the worst part. What the other demon tribes hate the most about the Golden Crow tribes is the fact that they have abandoned the bloodline cultivating system for the origin path system cultivated by humans. And this was not a recent thing. But both great emperors of their tribes proved the Tao through the origin path system. The Golden Lion Chiefess looked at the reaction of all her race, and she was not surprised. She sighed before saying, "Because we do not have much of a choice." Chapter 209.1 Demon Race Internal Affairs. What do you mean that we do not have a choice? Asked one of the Demon Race tribe chiefs. Do you guys think that talent is all it takes to cultivate an eternal emperor? Do you think that just because he succeeded in his atavism that he will instantly become an eternal emperor? Asked the Golden Lion Chiefess. The room then became quiet as everybody began to ponder the chiefess' words. An eternal emperor is the highest echelon among all the great emperors that ever walked from the myriad emperor world. Through countless eras, trillions of years, and a myriad of generations, thousands upon thousands of great emperors, the number of eternal emperors could only be counted in both hands. As a matter of fact, there can only be one eternal emperor at the end or beginning of an era, and that is not even a guaranteed thing. The only exception being the ancient Emperor Arian, which there were 3 of them, 2 of which came from the Tao opening sect, Human Emperor and the Sword Empress, and the last one being the Human Emperor. Then there was the absolute beginning emperor in the Incense era, Empress Wu in the Devil era, and one more in the Middle Emperor era. As for the current New Emperor era, there's been no eternal emperor, hence one of the reasons that people believe that one will appear during this glorious age. Additionally, many people believe that a new era will begin with the crowning of this eternal emperor. As a matter of fact, only a very rare few individuals actually know 100% what an eternal emperor is and how to achieve this realm. What most people know is the fact that eternal emperors are more powerful than great emperors and can easily defeat or slaughter them. After people finished pondering the Golden Lion Chiefess words, one of them asked, "What does this have to do with the Golden Crow tribe?" In order to train him properly, he needs to go through trial and tribulations, compete with people of similar level as him in order to properly grow in both will, spirit, vision, and Tao heart. We have to train him to reach the levels of people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Ji Song, and even go beyond them. And during this entire process, he cannot be discovered by the human race. Everybody in the room nodded in agreement. Then the chief of the Power Ant tribe said, "We already knew all of this. Isn't this the reason we decided to send him out of our world as community and into another heaven world? Once he gets there, he can compete with heaven chosens of his level while hiding his identity. When the time for the heaven battle of the myriad emperor world arrived, we can recall him back." All the chiefs nodded, as this was the original plan that they had made in order to train their own heaven chosens. With this method, they can hit 2 birds with 1 stone by training their heaven chosens and hiding him at the same time. "Well," said the Golden Lion Chiefess, while looking at the Golden Rock Chief and the Black Tiger Chief. "After going back and reviewing this plan, we realized that it is not feasible, at least not on our own." "Why not?" asked one person. "Do you guys think it is easy to travel from one world community to another? Even a supreme realm, true monarchs, might spend their entire lifespan traveling from one world community to another. Only a great emperor and a few origin artifacts have that ability, and they are in the hands of the truly powerful emperor lineages. Not to mention the price to activate these artifacts, and the fact that we have to do such a thing in complete stealth," replied the chief of the Black Tiger tribe. "So what are you guys saying?" asked one person. "Our demon race does not have an artifact that can travel to other world communities." "Well, to be precise, it was either stolen or destroyed by the human race and the spirit race," answered the chief of the Golden Rock tribe. "So, you guys are saying that the Golden Crow tribe has one of these artifacts?" "To be precise, they have a broken one. However, as long as enough price is paid, it should function without any problem," replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. All the chiefs started thinking about this problem. Even if they needed the help of the Golden Crow tribe, it does not change the fact that they do not like them. "Wait," Suddenly asked the Peacock tribe chiefess. Didn't the Golden Crow tribe wake up their emperor offsprings? Forget about helping us. How do we make sure that they would not betray us? Because we will threaten them with an Emperor Dao war if they refuse to help us, let alone betray us, answered the Golden Lion chiefess calmly. Then, all the other members who were not privy to this information before the meeting gasped out loud. An Emperor Dao war involves two emperor lineages fighting each other to the point that one is completely destroyed. Then they would have to wake up all their immortal venerables and Dao ancestors in order to fight, using all their emperor artifacts and formations. In short, they would have to wager their tribe's foundation against the Golden Crow tribe. Now, one would think that with all these different tribes banding together, it should be an easy war. However, all the chiefs in the room knew that this was not the case. The majority of royal demon tribes have been greatly weakened throughout the years, thus rendering their foundations very weak. Meanwhile, the Golden Crow have managed to stay out of the majority of disputes in the Myriad Emperor world. Their only competitors been the Samadhi True Fire sect. However, they have had a peace treaty for many years. That was until the Yang family showed up that they started fighting again. So, an Emperor Dao war would not be an easy one to decide between these two groups. Will the human race allow such a war to take place? Suddenly asked one chief. For these people, the idea of starting an Emperor Dao war did not faze them. The Demon Royal Court, which was the name of this alliance of all the powerful tribes of the demon race, have paid too much just to give up right at the moment when they see hope. So, if they have to start such a large-scale war in order to accomplish their goals, so be it. The humans will not care as long as it does not affect them. On the contrary, they will gladly watch any kind of infighting between us, said the Golden Rock Chief coldly. Not necessarily. The devil cultivators in the West would be more than happy to intervene, not to mention the herd-raising valley, added the Battle Saint Ape Chief. Guys, I think all of you are missing the point. We're not really going to war with the Golden Crow tribe, just threatening them with it, right? Asked the Peacock Chiefess while looking at the Golden Lion Chiefess, the Golden Rock Chief, and the Black Tiger Chief. You are partially right, answered the Black Tiger Chief. If the situation escalated beyond our predictions, then we should all be mentally prepared to start a real Emperor Dao war. The room then became somber as all the people started thinking about the possible ramifications of their actions. Then someone said, "Let us decide this like we always did, by votes. Each tribe as chief has 1 voting rights, while the 4 head chiefs have 2 voting rights." Following which, a voting process took place. The 4 head chiefs, referring to the Golden Lion tribe, the Golden Rock tribe, the Black Tiger tribe, and the Battle Saint Ape tribe, voted in favor of asking the Golden Crow tribe for help. As a matter of fact, the majority of these tribes also voted in favor, with a few exceptions that have either a very deep hatred for the Golden tribe or, for selfish reasons, did not want to participate in an Emperor Dao war. Since the majority decided, then a decision was made regarding this matter. However, one person had something to add to this situation. Wouldn't it be better to ask the Golden Crow tribe to have a marriage alliance with us through the Emperor offspring? Well, his bloodline is not inferior to hers when it comes to nobility, so it would be a perfect match. And if they had descendants, I cannot imagine how powerful and noble such a bloodline would be, responded one of the chiefs. We can make this proposition to them, but you guys should not have any high hopes, replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. Why not? Well, the Emperor offspring is a supreme realm true monarch, so no one can force her to do anything she does not want to do. Well, we can leave the decision to her. Chapter 209.2 Everything is Ready. Dao Opening Sect, Tianwei Peak. Sect Master Wan Tian also received the information about the events that took place during the meeting at the True Dragon Inn. After reading the information, he muttered to himself, "Worthy to be my son, he should have this kind of domineering spirit." Then, he continued to review all the information that was sent to him through talismans. "Shadow," said Wang Tian after finishing reading. "Yes, Sect Master. Go gather all the information about this Wuhan. Do not leave any stone unturned. As you wish." Heaven Bliss Domain, Emperor Enlightening Academy. A meeting of the headmaster and all the teachers was taking place in order to discuss not only the events at the True Dragon Inn, but also to prepare for the heaven-chosen selection trial. The Association of Chamber of Commerce has just sent news that they have chosen Lin Fan for Shi Shi's Dao Companion, said Headmaster Bai Han in order to start the meeting. So quickly? Asked one teacher. Yes. After all, they also wanted to further secure our existing alliance. Adding to that the information that we secretly gave them, it was only the best result for both parties, explained Bai Han calmly. Now let's discuss the events of the meeting. Supreme Teacher Qi Eugene, you were there? So what do you think? The eyes of all the people in the room turned to Qi Eugene, who was in fact the Tao protector and teacher of Lin Fan. He has been with him ever since the lower realm and was also present during the meeting. After taking a brief moment to organize his thoughts, Qi Eugene then explained his analysis on Wang Wei. He is different from the rest of them. His way of thinking, his vision, or the way that he sees the world is both grand and far-reaching. Not to mention his unwavering confidence. From what I saw in that meeting, he has already started thinking about what he will do after becoming emperor, and it is possible that he has already made plans for that. Isn't that just being arrogant? Asked one teacher with a frown on her face. Qi Eugene looked at the person who asked the question before answering calmly. The line between the two is always blurred and based on the success of a person. If the Sacred Son manages to prove the Tao in this generation, then he is a confident person. If he fails, then he is arrogant. Either way, it does not change the fact that this kind of thinking does give him an advantage over other heaven-chosens, especially when comparing to Fan, or who suffers from low self-esteem due to his background from the lower realm. Everybody nodded in agreement with him. Then Headmaster Bai Han asked, "What about his strength? Did your talent detect anything?" One of the reasons that Qi Eugene was chosen as Lin Fan's teacher was because of his innate talent. His talent allows him to scan the strength of a person, then derive possible directions for development. With this talent, it is possible for Qi Eugene to develop the best training plan for anybody. He could turn an ordinary person into a genius through strict training plans. He could allow any person with a heavenly physique to develop their special body to their full potential and beyond. Of course, this talent is not 100% foolproof. A perfect example of that is the fact that the Academy had to redraw their training plans for Lin Fan when they realized that their current one was not nearly enough to have an advantage in this glorious age. Unfortunately, there is this weird power that prevented me from discovering anything from him, replied Qi Eugene. What weird power? It was similar to the one he used to test the people that entered the inn. According to theory, he should have acquired it after breaking the 13th barrier of the body, refining realm. Did we ever find any information about such a thing in our records? Asked one teacher. However, all the other people just shook their heads. Meanwhile, Headmaster Bai Han had a frown on his face as he started to think. He remembered a conversation that he had with his father long ago about such a topic. According to his father, this kind of thing was somewhat of a semi-taboo and secret of the world. Bai Han remembered that his father had a look of regret on his face, which was a very rare thing, given his status and strength. Well, did you discover any news at all? Asked Headmaster Bai Han after reining in his thoughts. Well, I did, replied Qi Eugene. For once, his fleshly body is scary. I do not know how far he pushed it, but it is very terrifying. For his fleshly body to reach such a level, he must have suffered through countless pain and suffering. All of you can imagine what kind of will is needed to become a body refiner, let alone reach such height. A person that can be this cruel to himself. Although Qi Eugene did not say anything, the other teachers understood his implied meaning. Another thing that I did discover, or verified, was the fact that his soul is indeed very unique. Although I could not use my divine sense to scan at Dian Chen's presence, I still felt some kind of dread solely based on what I sense normally. His soul hides many secrets. The room instantly became quiet. If even a supreme realm true monarch says that Sacred Son Wang Wei's soul brings him dread, then what level is the secret behind his soul? Great Emperor? Beyond it? Is it really to that extent? asked one teacher with a little tremble in his voice. Yes, nodded Kyujin. Luckily for us, for what I have observed, he seemed to not know how to use that power. Well, he might not even be aware of what exactly it is. Many people sighed in relief after hearing this. As long as Wang Wei does not know how to use such a power, then they still have a chance. Anything else? Asked Bai Han. Yes, headmaster. We need to find a way to deal with his young emperor's pseudo-domain. Bai Han nodded after hearing. Before the Saint Realm, before acquiring their own domain, young emperors have a large advantage in battle against other people. Not to mention that young emperors can merge their pseudo-domains and their real domains after entering the Saint Realm. That is actually an easy solution. All we have to do is to create an origin artifact that has the aura of a great emperor embedded in it. That way, the aura can offset some of the powers of the pseudo-domain, replied Bai Han after hearing this question. This kind of method has long been studied throughout the years. Although there have been few young emperors, the number is still quite significant if you take into account the long history of the myriad emperor world. This kind of method is not 100% effective, but it can level the playing field to some extent during a battle. Now that we are done talking about Sacred Son Wang Wei, let us discuss the Heaven-Chosen's selection trial. Did everybody show up? No, sir. It seemed that both Lu Meishio of the Herd Raising Valley and Jun Biu of the Five-Element Palace are not present and showed no sign of coming, responded one teacher. Bai Han had a frown on his face after hearing that. He was not surprised that the number 6 5-element balanced physique, Jun Biu, was not coming. She's a very pure Taoist cultivator. From the information that the Academy gathered about her, she is the type of cultivator that solely focuses on enlightening the Tao. She does not participate in fights, dramas, or contradictions. She only cultivates. Many people believe that she will only show up during the time that heaven will shows up in order to fight for it. As for Lu Meishio, Bai Han could not find a reason for her absence. Is there any more information about Lu Meishio? He asked. None except for the fact that she seemed to be acting weird ever since she lost in her trial against Wang Wei. Many people believe that she may have suffered a mental setback after that. Headmaster Bai Han had a feeling that things were not as simple as seen on the surface. However, he did not dwell on this matter too much, as Lu Meishio was not important enough to truly affect the world as stage. Although the myriad beast body is very special, the conditions it needs to reach a certain level is too harsh. Forget about the two of them. Is everything else prepared? Asked Bai Han. Yes, headmaster. In that case, the trial will begin a week later. All the teachers nodded and left to do the final preparations. They do not wish for anything wrong to happen. After all, not only is the Academy's reputation on the line, even their key luck can be affected if something were to go wrong. Chapter 2:10. Warning: a few days have passed since the meeting at the True Dragon Inn. Wang Wei spent most of the time visiting the main city of the Academy and attending different lectures from different professors. He greatly enjoyed the courses regarding alchemy, array, talisman, and weapon refinement. Of course, during those few days, he also spent a lot of time talking with Wu Hong. After the end of the meeting, they exchanged communication talismans and have spent days talking to each other nonstop. However, 2 days before the start of the Heaven-Chosen selection trial, something happened. Wang Wei was visiting the city when he decided to visit a special place on a whim. This place was where the Heavenly Tao Protection Book was located or displayed for people to see. The book was located on an open plaza where people could see it. There was a formation that acted like a see-through glass protecting the book. As for the book itself, it was a very thick golden book that kept flipping on its own. Each time a page was flipped, Wang Wei saw a list with 30 names on them ranked from highest to lowest. On the last 2 pages, Wang Wei saw all his family's name on the book. His grandfather and father were both ranked first on their own pages. His grandfather Yu Zhuang ranked 9th, while his grandmother ranked 13th. The two of them were on the same page as his grandfather Wang Chong. As for his mother, Yi Yin, she was ranked 5th on the same list as Wang Wei's father. He even saw that great elder Yan Mei of the Punishing Hall was ranked 6th, right after his mother. After the book flipped through all the previous records since the Middle Emperor era, It turned to a blank page with no names on them, just a ranking. Wang Wei knew that this was the page that this generation of candidates would place their names in, and he was very confident in placing his name on the first spot, just like his father and grandfather before him did. After acquiring that spot, Wang Wei will gain access to the 3,000 Tao tablets and comprehend a cultivation scripture that is perfect for his fate puppeteer physique. While Wang Wei was staring at the heavenly Tao protection book, he suddenly frowned quite deeply. An intense warning of danger once again overcame him, warning him of an incoming danger. Wang Wei then looked around to see if something was wrong, but he could not find anything. More importantly, what kind of danger would come to him with true monarch Yinshan around him? After pondering for a second, he thought to himself, could it be that the reason that I feel a sense of danger is because of the idea of putting my name on that book? As soon as those thoughts entered Wang Wei's mind, his intuition once again activated and the warning intensified. So, he knew that he was right. However, here came the problem. He did not know what was wrong with that list. Could it be a plot of the Academy? Knowing that he would not find the answer here, Wang Wei decided to leave here and return to his residence. After entering his own room, he said, "Supreme Elder, please use your power to isolate the entire room." "Yes, young master," replied Yinshan. Then a mysterious power enveloped the entire room that Wang Wei was in, essentially separating this room from outside, spying eyes and ears. Immediately following this, Wang Wei took out a bunch of formation flags and set up an array, a communication array to be precise. Countless circles with strange runes at the center appeared in front of Wang Wei. Then, under his arrangement, they formed a pattern by combining together. Once the setup was completed, he activated the formation. "Wait, is something wrong?" said a holographic image of Wang Wei's father, Wang Tian. "As a matter of fact, yes. I just had a premonition of grave danger, and it came from putting my name on the heavenly Tao protection book. Do you have any information on the book?" Wang Tian had a frown on his face after hearing this. He knew how accurate his son's intuition was, so he did not doubt his words. From what we know, the book was refined personally by Emperor Kong himself, and only the Academy knows how he did it. And it is also one of their Emperor artifacts and luck-condensing artifacts, suppressing the key luck of the entire Academy. Every time a heaven-chosen selection trial takes place, a little key luck of these geniuses is taken in exchange for the protection of heavenly Tao. My name and your grandfather's were in that book. Even your great-grandfather was in that book. As a matter of fact, for countless generations, our Wang clan had many people placing their names on that book, and nothing ever happened to them. At least there was no direct correlation between the ones that had an accident and the book. Wang Wei's frown became deeper after hearing this, and he crossed his hand in front of him. "Well, do you have any idea on the reason for this happening?" Wang Tian shook his head. "Wait for a few minutes." He then disappeared from the range of the formation. A few minutes later, Sect Master Wang Tian came back with all the upper echelons of the sect and his father, Wang Chong. Even the other true monarchs were listening to the conversation through their divine senses. After explaining the overall situation, everybody had a pensive look on their faces as they tried to figure out the possible reason for such a situation. The first to give a possible theory was Great Elder Yanmei. The Heavenly Tao Protection Book is directly connected to Heavenly Tao itself. Given the conflict that you had with it after you broke through the 13th layer barrier, it is not impossible that it does not like you. "Although what you said makes sense," replied Li Jun's father, Li Jiang. "However, Heavenly Tao has rules and regulations. Even if it does not like the young master, it cannot hurt and harm him for no reason. After he survived the divine punishment thunder, his slate was wiped clean, and it should not attack him again unless provoked. Young master, did you do something to anger Heavenly Tao again in the past few years?" "Huh," replied Wang Wei, who was a little caught by surprise by the question. He thought about it deeply to make sure. "I don't think so. Besides cultivating and traveling, I have done nothing out of the ordinary." Everyone nodded. However, they still could not think of a solution. "Could this have to do with the 9 Emperor curse of our sect?" suddenly asked one person. This was indeed a possibility. However, Wang Chong shut down this theory. It is possible, but not likely. Wei Er's true will ability has basically nullified the curse on him. And every time he increased the power of his true will, the power of the curse kept decreasing. Now, everything seemed to go back to zero again. Well, said Great Elder Yin Mei, it does not truly matter the reason behind such an anomaly as long as the young master does not place his name on the book. The real issue now is, what are you going to do, young master? Without participating in the trial and getting your name on that book, you will not gain access to the 3,000 Tao tablets and create a scripture that is best suited for yourself. Although, with your comprehension, the sect's resources and the merit you still have left over from the key luck trial, you could still create a technique of your own, but I can guarantee you it will not be the same. You have seen your father's Absolute Sword Cut Sutra without his understanding of these tablets. No matter how heaven-defying his talent in the sword was, he would never be able to create a sutra of that level. She is right, Wei added Wang Tian and even Wang Chong. The only reason that these people were able to create such powerful scriptures was due to their enlightening of these tablets. Wang Wei had a pondering look on his face after hearing Great Elder Yin Mei's words. He also understood the significance of these tablets to him and his future path, so he must get access to him. Not to mention that if his other competitors got access to these tablets and he did not, this might negate all the advantage he had over them in the past century. Especially when it comes to that Guy Tian. In the past few days, Wang Wei has been reviewing any information about him. Although the information was very little to the point of being abnormal. Wang Wei had a feeling that this guy would be his greatest obstacle towards the path of Emperor. Chapter 211. Dao Companion Wang Wei had a thoughtful look on his face after hearing the question regarding his future actions. Although he had a plan, he did not know whether it would work until he tried it. Then, he discussed it with the other people of the clan in order to polish it and fix the details. After a few hours, the plan was finalized, and only Sect Master Wang Tian and his son were left talking to each other through the communication formation. Anything else, Wei? Asked Wang Tian in confusion. What information did you gather on Wuhan? Asked Wang Wei calmly. However, his words made the room quiet and the atmosphere quite awkward. Wei you have to understand the hope that the sect has placed on you. So, we have to take anything related to you with the utmost care, especially when it comes to your future Tao companion. Father, you do not need to worry about anything, as I am not a child that uses his emotions to think or act rashly. I am only asking because I also want to know about her and her motives. Wang Tian sighed a relief after hearing this. He truly feared that his actions would cause contradiction between him and his sons. When it comes to matters of the heart, he feared that his usually rational son would start to act out of emotions. And given his son's headstrong personality, if he decided to place this Wu Hong's well-being above everything, above his family and sect, then there is nothing that he could do. And this possibility is not as far-fetched as one would like to believe. During his generation, Wang Tian had many clashes with his father over his current wife. Due to the fact that they were from different factions and their competitors, it was very difficult for them to get together. If it was not that Tao oath that they both took and promised their families that they would fight each other fairly during the Heavenward battle, and not let the result affect their relationships, then they might never have received the blessing of their factions to be together. Well, in the end, the oath was proven to be futile, as neither one of them had the chance to fight for the Heavenward anyway. According to the information that we received, she was born from an ordinary mortal family. Soon after that, both her parents died, and she was raised by the neighbors. When she turned 15, she seemed to have discovered the inheritance of Empress Wu and started on the path of cultivation, but things are not as simple on the surface as they seemed. Added Wang Wei. Yes, nodded Wang Tian. One look at her, you can tell that she is the picture image of Empress Wu, the only difference being the temperament. So, we first theorized that she was the direct descendant of the Empress. However, the idea was soon ruled out after seeing one of her battles. To be precise, the only recording of her fighting. At the supernatural realm, She easily suppressed a half-step void, shattered realm cultivator. The odd thing about that battle was not her strength, but the fact her cultivation of the Empress Wu's Sealing Sutra was too smooth. It was not just a matter of perfect fit with the technique, more like it was made by her personally. Wang Tian stopped in order to allow his son to digest these words, and he did so. After a few seconds, Wang Wei asked, "So, you believe she is the reincarnation of Empress Wu? That is the current working theory. After all, the Empress mysteriously disappeared at the peak of her career, and no one knows why. The real question is, why would an eternal emperor like Empress Wu need to reincarnate?" Muttered Wang Wei to himself. However, from the little information he gathered from Wu Hong the past few days, he guessed that things were not as simple as his father stated. After reining in his thoughts, Wang Wei noticed that his father had an hesitative look on his face. "If you have something else to say, you could just tell me. To be honest, if she really is the reincarnation of Empress Wu, then her strength is probably even more powerful and terrifying than both you and Ditian despite her low-key appearance. And if the two of you decide to become Tao companion, then you will also have to make the same Tao oath that me and your mother made when it comes to the heaven will battle." Wang Wei nodded after hearing this, but he did not take his father's words seriously. During his talk with Wu Hong in the past few days, he had a strange feeling that her motive was just to meet and help him. He was also worried about the fact that they might have to fight for heaven will in the future. So Wang Wei talked to her about it in a roundabout way. However, the feeling he got from her was that she did not care about the heaven will. To be precise, she disdained it like it was a common item found everywhere in the streets. Although he did not have a definite answer regarding whether they will be competitors in the future, Wang Wei was not currently worried about this situation. After all, they have just met a few days ago. Although they seem to have a very mysterious and strange affinity to one another as rational people, they would not act rashly when it comes to really becoming Tao companion. In this world, Tao companion and wife were not essentially the same thing. As a polygamous society, cultivators in the myriad emperor world can have as many wives as they want, but they can only have one Tao companion. As the name implies, a Tao companion is a person that accompanies another person through their mutual pursuit of a Tao. As such, this person has to have your absolute trust, a trust that goes beyond life and death. Many cultivators do not fear death, but fear losing their Tao or path forwards. So, their Tao companion has to be responsible to protect them their own Tao, and they also have to reciprocate the act. So, not every cultivator is willing to place such a level of trust on someone else. As a matter of fact, when the early concept of Tao companion was first introduced in this world, there were many acts of betrayal between Tao companions. However, later on, Great Emperor Harmony from the Moon Palace created a ceremony where both Tao companions will share their lives with one another. That way, they can support one another, and even die if their other half is gone. After reining in his thoughts, Wang Wei asked, "Father, why do I have the feeling that you did not come to this conclusion just based on the information that the shadow gathered?" Sect Master Wang Tian's heart skipped a beat after hearing that question despite the fact that his face did not change at all. He forgot that his son had very keen senses and it was rare for some things to go by him unnoticed. So, with a wry smile, he said, "After reading the information, I was curious about her, so I entered the academy and went to see her personally." "And?" asked Wang Wei with a smile on his face. "Well, with my intuition of a swordsman, I discovered how powerful she actually was. You have your work cut out for you, son." "And?" Wang Wei continued to ask with a slight mocking smile on his face. Wang Tian coughed slightly. A taint of pink flashed from his cheek before disappearing. "Fine, you win. She discovered me the moment I came close to her despite the fact that I used my own domain to hide myself. However, instead of revealing me, she ignored me and pretended that I did not exist until I was forced to come out of hiding. The whole situation was quite embarrassing. Wang Tian was indeed embarrassed. As a Saint Realm true person and the most powerful heaven chosens of his generation, he was discovered by a supernatural realm brat. Even if she is believed to be the reincarnation of an eternal emperor, it was still an embarrassment. "So what do you think of her?" asked Wang Wei while gloating at his father's ploy. "Well, she seemed very mysterious, and I could not see through her. Furthermore, I could not shirk the feeling that she knew me and your mother very well." Wang Wei's eyes squinted after hearing this. "So, it is not just me who feels this way. Could she be a time traveler and future me and her are related in some way? If that is true, why did she need to go back in time? And what does Empress Wu have to do with this whole thing? It seems that I have to look for signs of her time traveling." After spending a few more minutes talking to his father, Wang Wei stopped operating the communicating array. "Supreme Elder." "Yes, young master. Please go set up a meeting with the higher-ups of the academy for me." "No problem." Chapter 212. Negotiation after setting up the meeting with the academy. Wang Wei started thinking about the things that happened to him recently, and he was not happy. He has noticed that strange things keep happening around him, and he could not control any of it. Whether it was having heart demon tribulation, twice of the things related to this book, strange and uncontrollable events keep happening around him, and the lack of information has annoyed him greatly. He felt that something beyond his comprehension and understanding is happening, and although he is related to it, he cannot do anything about it. Wang Wei does not believe that he is a control freak. Throughout his short century of living, many things have happened that were outside of prediction or controlled, his divine punishment thunder being one of the major ones. However, during those events, he could think calmly and devise the necessary plans to ensure not only his survival, but also benefit from the situation. However, recent events have made him completely clueless, and he did not like that. After thinking about these things, he then took out a talisman from his space ring. It was the one that the old beggar gave him. He had a feeling that that old beggar had an inkling of what was going on with him. However, he did not activate the token. He felt that it was not time yet. The next day, Wang Wei woke up earlier, was led by Supreme Elder Yin Shun to meet with the upper echelons of the academy. He entered a small room where he saw a few teachers sitting cross-legged on futons with an old man with long white hair and beard. He recognized this sage-like old man as the headmaster of the academy, Bai Han. The old headmaster was actually his father's greatest enemy during their generation. Even his name was in the second place on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. After entering the room, Wang Wei saw a futon in the middle of the room with a small wooden table in front of it. The futon was facing all the other teachers and was positioned at a lower level than them. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Wei felt countless powerful aura trying to animate him. As a matter of fact, even Yin Shan was suppressed by a few other true monarchs. However, none of them cared about such a thing. Yin Shan was used to this kind of behavior, as the rivalry of the Tao opening sect and the Emperor Enlightening sect have been going on for an entire era. The last great emperor of the sect was during the Devil era, while the last one for the Academy was at the beginning of the New Emperor era. Since then, these two sects have been competing with another for countless millennia. As for Wang Wei, he did care about these people's aura. As a person who has faced the wrath of Heavenly Tao directly and won, he did not care about a few saints' aura. So, he took his seat in the middle and started tasting the food that they served. As for Yin Shun, he merged into the void and left the negotiation to the young sect master. "Sacred son Wang Wei, what brings you to meet us today?" asked Bai Han with a gentle smile on his face. He has the look of a doting grandpa talking to his descendants. Of course, Wang Wei will not be affected by his demeanor. Forget the little stunt that these people just did to him. He did not believe that anyone who could sit at such a powerful position would be a harmless grandfather. "Well, headmaster, I have run into a little problem, and I would like your help to solve it." "Is that so? Did you not like the reception of our academy? If there was something that we could do to remedy the situation, please say." "No, your reception was more than satisfactory. I do not think that my sect could do any better. The trouble I am having is the fact that I do not wish to place my name on the Heavenly Tao book, and I was wondering if it is possible to see the Tao tablets without doing so." Many people frowned after hearing this. A meeting took place last night after the Academy heard the request of the Tao opening sect. Many people tried to come up with a reason for such a sudden meeting, but they did not expect that the answer would be this. Do you think that our academy would ruin our reputations in order to plot against you? Suddenly asked one teacher. Of course not. I believe in the academy's reputation. After all, both my father, mother, and grandparents had their name on the book. Then, are you afraid to compete with the other geniuses? Asked the same teacher with a sneer in his voice. The answer is still no, replied Wang Wei calmly. If the academy wishes, I am more than happy to fight in the trial. But I will not place my name on that book. All I ask for is to be able to see the Tao tablets without doing so. Sacred Son, said by Han, preventing the previous teacher from speaking any further. Excuse us for asking, but we need to have some kind of explanation for your sudden action before we can consider your proposition. Old Fox, still trying to get some information from me while not giving me any promises, secretly thought Wang Wei while sipping his tea. Well, as you know, after my encounter with Divine Punishment Thunder, me and Heavenly Tao do not have the best of relationships. So, I would prefer not to place my safety in its hands. The teachers nodded after hearing this. Although they guessed that the real situation was probably more complex than stated, they could still understand the reason behind it. That is, given that this sacred son was telling the truth. As for Bai Han, he had a frown on his face as he secretly thought to himself, wait, this Wang Wei has a terrible relationship with Heavenly Tao, and he seemed to want to cultivate the Tao of fate. Could he be an outlaw? I remember my old man mentioning something about this, but it was so long ago and I was not really paying attention. However, if this Wang Wei is an outlaw, his level of threat has greatly reduced unless... Sacred Son, said by Han, who secretly activated a talisman without anyone noticing. Even the true monarchs in the room. Unfortunately, we cannot accept your conditions. According to the Academy rules, all the top 30 Heaven Chosens must place their names on the Heavenly Tao book before seeing the Tao tablets. Wang Wei was not surprised after hearing this. After all, the boss involved the Academy's key luck. However, he was not about to give up so easily. That is fine as well. How about a trade then? Replied Wang Wei, still with a calm look on his face. Please, elaborate, replied by Han, still with a gentle smile on his voice. I will use the resources of the Tao opening sect in exchange for a token to enter the secret realm where the tablets are. If I remember correctly, the Academy has a few spots for the legacy disciples. According to the information Wang Wei has, the Academy is divided into 4 categories: outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, legacy disciples, and true disciples. The legacy disciples are similar to the contemporary sacred son of the Tao opening sect, while the true disciple is the same as a sacred son, and Lin Fan currently holds that position. I'm afraid that the answer would still be negative. Are you sure about this, Headmaster? As the sacred son of this generation, I have the utmost support of the sect, and you guys can literally ask for anything besides Emperor artifacts. However, Emperor-level herbs or talismans are not off limits. And even the rare, innate treasures that have survived from the Void era, my sect is willing to hand over for this opportunity. Although your academy is the second most powerful faction of the world, it does not change the fact that your history only goes as far as the Middle Emperor era, so I doubt you guys have any innate treasures. The room became quiet after the teachers heard Wang Wei's words. Many of them involuntarily swallowed their saliva, and greed could be seen emanating from these people's eyes. As for the headmaster, although his heart skipped a beat, he quickly calmed himself down. Then, with the same gentle smile, he answered, "Thank you for the offer, but the answer is still the same." Is that so? Headmaster, can you easily make such a heavy and important decision without consulting the other teachers? Asked Wang Wei calmly. Little Fox, are you trying to use this opportunity to create discord among the teachers of the academy? Secretly thought by Han despite his gentle smile still on his face. As a matter of fact, I can. Yes, we support the headmaster. The headmaster has such right and power. Those teachers are not stupid, and they quickly recovered from their greed. Instantly, they knew what Wang Wei was trying to do. That's unfortunate, said Wang Wei with a little sorrow on his face. However, no one could tell whether he was telling the truth or not. Since our negotiations have proven futile, then there is nothing more to talk about. Thank you for the tea. After saying that, he cupped his hand together and saluted everyone in the room. Then he left calmly. After Wang Wei left the meeting room, he used his divine sense to talk to true monarch Yin Shun. How'd our backup plans go? I'm sorry, young master. It was also a failure. Chapter 213. Old business inside the meeting of the upper echelons of the academy. After waiting for Wang Wei to leave, they started their conversations about the events that just took place. Headmaster, why did you not accept this deal? From what we know about Wang Wei, he most likely was telling the truth, said one teacher. Yes, the Tao opening sect finally found a chance to break the 9 Emperor curse, so they would not easily let go of such an opportunity. Bai Han was calm during the entire process, but he secretly sighed inside. These people let greed clutter their visions. Let me ask all of you, said Bai slowly. If Wang Wei does not have the opportunity to enter the secret realm of the Tao tablets, who would benefit the most? The other teachers were first puzzled by the sudden question. They began to think calmly about the question. They still believe in the strategic vision of the headmaster. As a born sage, wisdom was his main ability or gift. One teacher's eyes suddenly lighted up, and she said, "It's the other heaven chosens." Without being able to see the tablets, the other heaven chosens will finally have an advantage over him and be able to either make up the gap with him and even surpass him. That is correct, replied Bai Han. You guys need to see things from a long-term perspective. Even if we were to agree with his proposition, what do you think would happen if one day this Wang Wei manages to prove the Tao and become emperor? The room became quiet as most of the teachers had an ugly look on their faces. They were not stupid, since the headmaster already laid out everything in front of them. He could just ask us to return or take back all the resources he previously gave us. Or maybe even worse, replied one teacher. That is correct. By refusing his offer, we have effectively weakened his strength, while strengthening our chances of cultivating a great emperor. As for things like emperor materials or innate treasures, as long as Lin Fan can prove the Tao and become an eternal emperor, everything is possible for the academy. All the teachers then started to praise the headmaster for his strategic vision and abilities. As for Bai Han, he sighed as he thought to himself, Wang Wei has proven to be even more formidable than previously estimated. Given how calmly he walked out of this meeting, I do not think that he will give up so easily. Lin Fan is my last chance, and I cannot afford to lose this opportunity. Sight, I should not be so stubborn and listen to my father. Meanwhile, Wang Wei rushed back to his own manor after exiting the meeting room. Supreme Elder, what do you mean that our plan failed? Asked Wang Wei with a frown on his face. Well, last night, the sect used its power to bribe a few of the legacy disciples in order to acquire their token that grants them access to 3,000 Tao tablets. While all of them resisted betraying the academy and refused to hand their tokens for any price, we used the young master's plan to arrest their families and threaten them. So, you should have had the token in your hand last night, right? So what went wrong? Asked Wang Wei. The only reason that Wang Wei went to attend today's meeting was just to acquire a legal way to enter the secret realm. After all, what he did could be considered very sensitive, thus leading to war between the two most powerful factions of this world. Although Wang Wei knew that the sect would back him up without hesitation if he started a war, he did not want to result in such a measure yet, unless it was truly necessary. Well, during the meeting, I received secret information that the Academy just revoked the status of legacy disciples of all the people who accepted our exchange, and all the other ones were also warned. I wanted to rush to check the situation, but I could not leave you alone, and the other true monarchs of the Academy were watching my actions very closely. TSK, that old fox Bai Han, must have noticed something during the meeting. The ancients were right. There are many heroes in the word, and none of them should be underestimated, replied Wang Wei with a sour mood. Young master, what should we do next? Do we start preparing for war? Not yet. However, it seems that I have to resort to my old business of fishing. Hopefully, Things will go as planned, and we do not have to resort to drastic means. After a brief chat with the Supreme Elder, Wang Wei called both Yin Liling and Li Jun for a meeting. "Big brother, why did you call us right before the beginning of the trial?" asked Li Jun with a confused look on his face. He had a feeling that something important happened. "Well, due to recent events, I will not take part in this trial." "Big brother, is there something wrong?" Wang Wei nodded before explaining the situation. Now that both of them had anti-divination origin artifacts on them, he could tell them some secrets as he trusted them. "Now that I am not participating in the trial, I need you guys to get one of the 30 spots no matter what." "Big brother, do you want us to get the spot for you?" "No problem. You can count on me," replied Li Jun with a smile. "Big brother, you do not need to worry. According to the rules of the trial, 4 spots are dedicated to the champions of profession, whether it was alchemy, talisman, array, refinement. As long as a cultivator is the final winner in their competition category, he or she can automatically get a spot. With my talent in alchemy, I should be able to win easily," added Yin Liling. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction before saying, "Although I have another plan in place. But if things do not turn out how I expected, then you guys are my last hope." He then looked at Yin Liling and held both his hands outward. 2 flames appeared in each of his hands. One was black, while the other was white. "Heavenly Destruction Flame and Cleansing Purifying Flame," gasped Yin Liling in shock. These 2 flames were powerful flames that existed between heaven and earth. She remembered that Wang Wei had to experience these 2 flames as a form of heavenly tribulations. Now, he seemed able to control them. "Yes. Can any of these flames help you with your alchemy?" "The Heavenly Destruction Flame is only used for destruction, but the Cleansing Purifying Flame is different. It can not only purify sins from the soul and body, it can also purify materials for pill concocting, thus increasing the grade and quality of any pill." "However, is there a problem?" asked Wang Wei. "Well, the alchemy competition is 3 days from now, so it is impossible for me to refine such a powerful flame in such a short period of time." Wang Wei sighed out loud before saying, "You are right. How could I forget something so simple?" Yin Liling lowered her eyebrow. She has never seen her big brother so frustrated before, to the point of losing his demeanor. She could guess that it was because a lot of things happened in a short period of time, giving him little time to truly calm down and think. No matter the reason, she did not like it. She did not like seeing him like that. After biting her lower lips for a brief moment, Yin Liling said, "There may be a way." "Oh, how?" "By using the same method that Big Brother used to temper his body during his heavenly tribulations." "What do you mean by that?" asked Li Jun with a deep frown on his face. "Instead of me just refining the fire, I will fuse it with my soul. Using a process of constant destruction and regeneration, I can rapidly fuse with the flame in just 1 day." Li Jun's frown became deeper after hearing this. "This sounds like a terrible idea. Without having Big Brother's regenerative powers, your soul would be completely purified instantly." "Liling, Li Jun is right. Additionally, you already said that with your talent, it is guaranteed that you will win. So, there's no need to go so far." "However," Yin Liling shook her head, "it's just like you said in the True Dragon meeting. Only people that can be cruel to themselves can reach the top of the cultivation world. If I succeed in doing so, not only will my strength increase dramatically, my ability as an alchemist will reach a very high level. As for the problem of healing, there are pills that can keep my soul alive, and with a little help from Great Uncle Yin Shun, I should be fine." Wang Wei looked deep into her eyes and nodded after seeing her firm determination. Following which, a terrible shrill could be heard coming from Wang Wei's room, and it lasted the whole night. Luckily, there were formations that prevented the sound from coming out of the room. The next day, Wang Wei and his team headed to the location of the trial. As for Yin Liling, although she looked paler than a ghost that was actually scared of itself, she also had a look of confidence on her face. The odd thing was that Li Jun also looked pale. The trial took place in a very vast venue. There was a stage in the middle, while a large stand surrounded it. Of course, the trial would not take place there, but in a separate world created by the Academy. As for Wang Wei, He was sitting in the VIP section, which was in fact a booth that was floating in the air. And he was not the only one. There were many other booths floating in the air. Most of them looked like very well-decorated wooden houses with different ink brush drawings. Wu Hong was sitting next to Wang Wei after she was invited by him. After all the participants arrived on the stage, Headmaster Bai Han appeared somewhere in the sky to commence the trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the Academy has some very good news to announce. Taking into account that this generation is a glorious age, we have decided to remove the 4 quotas given to the champions of the professional trial. Chapter 214. Chess Players by Han looked at the shocked and excited look of the participants and continued to explain. For this Generation S trial, we have decided to focus on strength and power above everything else. So all the teachers have voted that the last 4 spots that were previously guaranteed to these champions would be added to 4 other Heaven Chosens instead. Although we are sorry for the 4 champions of this year as professional competition, the Academy will do its best to repay all of you. Many people became excited after hearing this, as this new rule increased the chance of them acquiring a spot. As for the alchemist and array master, they were all shocked and angered. They were always considered the most respected professions of this world. Everywhere they went, people always received them with the utmost respects. Rules were always modified to be in their favors, but now, the ones that were the most surprised by this new change in rules were the alchemists, as they hold the most power in this world. With the ability to create pills that can save people's lives, increased cultivation level, and even increased talents, they have received the utmost respect and adoration in society. However, now, the Emperor Enlightening Academy is telling them that their expertise was not needed in this generation. Only strength and power is valued by them. So, they became angry out of shame, but they did not know what to do. It's not like they could challenge the Academy. Meanwhile, back in the floating booth that Wang Wei was in, he instantly pulverized the cup of tea that was in his hand after hearing what Bai Han said. Then he looked deeply at the headmaster. Even so far away, Bai Han felt a powerful gaze locking on his position. It was like a desolate beast was staring at its prey, and he could guess who that gaze belonged to, but he ignored it. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm himself down, as he took a talisman from his space ring as he received a communication invite. "Big brother, what should I do now?" The voice at the end of the talisman was actually Yan Liling. Wang Wei's mind quickly moved at a rapid speed as he thought of a possible plan. Then he said, "I need you to make a public scene, then fly away and return to your residence." That's it. After cutting off the communication, Yan Liling took a while for a brief moment to gather her thoughts. Then she snorted out loud. However, this was not just a regular snort, but one where she used her origin essence with. So, all the millions of people in the arena and the ones that were watching from formations heard her. To be precise, the majority of cultivators in the world heard her. More importantly, Yan Liling's snort actually interrupted Bai Han's speech, bringing everyone's attention to the person who interrupted the headmaster of the Enlightening Emperor Academy from speaking. When everyone's gaze was on Yan Liling, she did not show any panic or change of expression, well, at least not on the surface. She secretly regulated her breath before saying, "Since the Academy does not respect us professionals, then that means we are not welcome here, so I'll take my leave." Her voice was as loud, if not louder, than her previous snort. After expressing her opinions, Yan Liling flew away in front of countless cultivators watching her. She did not look back for even a moment. All the people were first baffled by her actions, but soon all the professionals' eyes lit up, and they followed her. One by one, they flew away and left the venue. All the cultivators attending the event watched as all the alchemists, talisman makers, array masters, and refiners flew away one by one. Of course, not all of them left. The ones who stayed were the ones from a low background and needed the resources of this event to further their study. Meanwhile, Bai Hai tried very hard to control his facial expression as he knew that he was in public. However, the bulging vein on his forehead that was constantly throbbing proved that he was not as calm as he looked. He realized that he might have made a mistake to target the Tao opening sect by changing the rules, and he had a feeling that things were not going to end so easily. And he was right. After Yan Liling and all the other professionals left, Wang Wei looked at Bai Han that was floating in the air with a sneer on his mouth. Then he took out another talisman and contacted someone. Father, I need you to use all the power of the shadow and spread a rumor throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world that the Enlightening Academy does not respect and value professionals, that they secretly look down on them. After that, try to use this event to unite the Alchemy Association, the Talisman Association, and all the other professional association in the southern continent to boycott the Academy and cut off their resources. Also, you can also try to contact the herd-raising valley. They have always complained about the fact that beast taming was not a more respectable profession. Tell them that this might be their chance to raise their positions in front of the world. No problem, replied Wang Tian with an obvious joyous mood in his voice. After cutting off the communication, Wang Wei looked at the people of the academy that had an ugly look on their faces. Then he sneered before muttering to himself, "The only reason your academy can hold the heaven-chosen selection trial every generation is because of that damn book, the tablets, and your reputation. Although I cannot do anything to the previous two, I can still ruin your reputation." After muttering these words, he took a deep and long breath, then removed the gloomy look on his face before putting a bright and sunny smile. He looked at the quiet Wu Hong next to him. "I apologize for my previous behavior. As you can see, I let my emotions get the base of me. There is no need to act so formal around me. That's not like you. However, aren't you afraid that your actions will start a war?" replied Wu Hong with her usual calm demeanor. "To be precise, I'm trying to prevent a war from happening," replied Wang Wei calmly. "What do you mean? Ever since the Emperor Enlightening Academy cultivated their 8 great emperors, the Tao opening sect has been pondering whether to start an Emperor Tao war. Many of the sleeping Tao ancestors and immortal venerables are in favor of starting a fight and just need the perfect time and excuse. With me showing them hope of breaking the 9 Emperor curse and the recent events, it is the perfect opportunity to start a war to the death." Wu Hong nodded as she understood the reason behind such a decision. With only one less emperor before reaching their level, the Tao opening sect will not let anyone easily challenge their status. Having 9 emperors is not just a symbol of being the most powerful sect of the world, but also brings a great deal of key luck to the sect. This is the reason that every generation, a powerful genius will be born in the Tao opening sect. It is a manifestation of their sect's luck or destiny. "That's very noble of you and all," replied Wu Hong. "But should you be telling me these kinds of secrets of your sect?" Wang Wei looked her straight in the eyes after hearing her question. "Look me in the eyes and tell me you did not already know such a thing." Wu Hong did not flinch or budge due to his intent gaze. Nor did she evade it. "I do not know. Although I know many secrets that no one should know, but it does not mean that I'm all-knowing." After gazing deep into her black eyes for a few seconds, Wang Wei nodded as he believed her. In the past few days, he also learned a few things about Wu Hong. For example, she does not seem to lie to him. When he asked her something of a sensitive nature, she would either not respond or answer him in a vague or cryptic manner like the mumble of the prophets from his past life, even this life. However, she does not seem to lie to him. Of course, this could be her having the ability to even trick his powerful senses. After all, her mystery has proven that she may have such capability. Nevertheless, Wang Wei decided to trust her. Since he has decided to one day make her his Tao companion, he needs to have a certain level of faith, a certain level of trust. After all, love requires a certain level of blind trust. And if he is proven to be wrong about her, then Wang Wei will consider the experience a learning one. He will acknowledge that he judged the wrong person and try to learn by experience. Or maybe just shut his heart for the rest of his life. While he was lost in his thought, a powerful voice rang throughout the entire arena. "Wang Wei, you coward." Chapter 215. Old business. Wang Wei removed his gaze from Wu Hong and looked at the person who called him out in front of trillions of people. As it turns out, It was Ji Song's doing. Well, this should be expected, thought Wang Wei to himself. The Heaven Chosen Selection Trial was a very important event attended or watched by countless people. For example, there were approximately 15 billion people participating in the trial, and a few of them actually came from the lower realm. More importantly, most of the cultivators in the world are currently watching this event. That alone is a few trillions people. This is one of the reasons that many people actually wanted to participate in the trial. The opportunity for fame and glory. The opportunity to be worshipped by billions of people. The opportunity to display might and prowess to the world, to increase reputation. In the cultivating world, reputation is not just about being famous or having certain credibility. Reputation can transform into influence. Influence will then transform into aura. Aura that can be used either in battle or to intimidate the opponent. Aura that can increase chances of breaking through a cultivation bottleneck. More importantly, reputation can increase a person's key luck or destiny. Upon feeling Wan Wei's gaze on him, Ji Song, who was now 3 meters tall and standing in the arena, said, "I have waited for more than 5 decades to have a rematch with you, and now, you're not participating in the tournament? Are you scared to fight me again?" His voice was loud and echoed throughout the large stadium that easily housed a few billion people, not to mention the viewers. Wang Wei looked at him for a brief moment before saying out loud, just like him, "Who are you again?" Ji Song's face instantly became ugly before roaring, "What do you mean by this?" "Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to be rude, but I have a disease where I can never remember someone that has been utterly decimated by me more than once," replied Wang Wei with a very nonchalant look on his face. Meanwhile, many of the audience members gasped after hearing this. Then they began to pay more attention. This is the reason that they decided to attend this kind of tournament. To watch these heaven-chosens tear each other apart both physically and mentally. "Enough with your mockery," replied Ji Song. "Are you going to participate in this tournament and fight me? I am more interested in why you are so interested in fighting me. Isn't it normal for people at our level to want to fight powerful opponents? Let alone me, and you already have a vendetta?" "Most scenarios would be true," replied Wang Wei calmly. "But why do I feel like these are not your real motives? Your insistence on fighting is almost like you are trying to prove something to yourself." "Of course I am. I am trying to prove that a few failures does not represent anything on the path of Emperor. As a true heaven chosen, I can always rise up again." After a brief moment of silence, Wang Wei suddenly said, "I am becoming your heart demon, aren't I?" Although Ji Song's face remained the same, his heart secretly skipped a beat as Wang Wei was right. After his second defeat during the Key Luck trial, it took a while to recuperate both physically and mentally. And even then, he did not fully recover. He soon realized that Wang Wei was slowly becoming his heat demon, and if he did not defeat him or find another way to get rid of it, he would never be able to break through the primordial spirit realm. "Are you going to fight with me or not?" said Ji Song, completely ignoring the question. "Why should I?" replied Wang Wei. "Why should I help my enemy get over his own problem?" Ji Song furrowed his brow as he thought for a brief moment. Then a smirk appeared in his mouth. "With your militant blood, you are not the kind of person that easily refuses a challenge for such a petty reason. Based on your previous actions and words, I can analyze that you are back to your old business. Bait your enemy into doing the things you want, then hook them. I do not have time to waste with you. So state what you want this time in exchange for my challenge." Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing Ji Song's words. Then he smiled slightly. He realized that it is true when they say that only your enemy knows you better than yourself. "What I want is your spot to enter the secret realm of the Tao Tablet in exchange for a battle after the tournament." This time, however, Wang Wei used his divine sense to communicate with Ji Song, preventing anyone from hearing their discussions. Ji Song had a frown on his face as he was quite surprised by this deal. He thought that Wang Wei would demand something entirely different, like his cultivation techniques or something similar. He was prepared to negotiate strongly in order to prevent himself from being taken advantage of. After pandering for a while, he replied through divine sense, "No problem, But if I win this battle, I want your blood essence. Wang Wei gave a look, as he could guess what he was thinking. Ji-song probably wanted to use this opportunity to avenge what he did to him back in the Spirit Road trial, then also use his blood essence to increase his strength. Deal, replied Wang Wei out loud. He was more than confident of his strength. Ji-song nodded, then closed his eyes to concentrate on the next tournament. Wang Wei was not his only enemy. Although the members of the audience did not know the exact conditions for their deals, they were just excited at the prospect of these two titans fighting. As for the people of the Emperor and Lightning Academy, some of them probably guessed the deal that Ji-song made, and they turned ugly. They have done so much to prevent him from gaining access to the Tao tablets, and now he might still have a chance. Things will not end so easily, secretly thought Headmaster Bai Han. Then he wanted to continue the opening ceremony. However, another person came to interrupt again. This time it was the young sword sage of the sword-casting villa, Jian Wushuang. Sacred son Wang Wei, since you will not participate in this tournament, I will also like to take this opportunity to invite you to a challenge. Oh, from what I remember, me and you do not have any kind of grudge or vendetta, replied Wang Wei, a little surprised. You and I may not, but our sect does. You should be aware of what happened in the last generation between your father and my casting sword villa. Wang Wei then understood the reason behind Jian Wushuang's sudden challenge. In the last generation, his father was called by all cultivators as the most powerful swordsman and earned the title of Absolute Cut Sword God. Many people, especially sword cultivators, would not allow anyone to have such a title. The title of Sword God is the second highest title that a cultivator of Sword Tao can receive, second only to Sword Emperor. On top of that, not all great emperors who use the sword can claim the title of Sword Emperor. They have to prove the Tao with the sword in order to get that title. Additionally, the Sword God title was not given to just anyone. Some sword emperors did not have that title during their rise. As long as an emperor proved the Tao with the sword, he could earn the title of Sword Emperor. But the Sword God has to be the best and most powerful sword cultivator of countless generations of sword cultivators that came before. They have to reach the peak of swordsmanship and go beyond it. And they have to prove that their Sword Tao is the best of all the sword cultivators in the world. So, people did not like when the title of Sword God was placed on Wang Tian. In order to prove these people wrong, Wang Tian left the sect to travel the world and challenge all the sword cultivators. He was unstoppable. No matter who challenged him, he would use his supreme Tao of absolute cut and defeat them. In the end, the sword-casting Villa Hu is considered the holy place of sword cultivators in the myriad Emperor word stepped in to stop Wang Tian. But they also failed even more miserably. Wang Tian traveled to the Eastern Azure Dragon continent and fought with all the people of the villa and defeated them all on the way of the sword. That included Jian Wushuang's master, Jian Yi, who is the current leader of the sword-casting villa. What most people do not know was that after your father defeated my master in the way of the sword, he even challenged some of the sleeping ancestors and won. Although they were way more powerful than him in terms of cultivation, when it comes to how pure his sword will and Tao was, no one was his match. So today, I am issuing a challenge in order to restore their honor. Chapter 216, Generational Conflict. Wang Wei was a little surprised that Jian Wushuang would expose such secrets out loud in front of so many people. Usually, most sects would hide their embarrassment or dirty secrets to the world. But, after thinking about it for a while, he could guess the reason. Most sword cultivators are usually straightforward in their personality. They do not care about outsider perception of them. All they care about is the pursuit of the Sword Tao and their honor. Although a major defeat at another swordsman can be considered dishonorable, it does not really matter if that person truly earned their respect just like Wang Wei's father did. After a brief pause of contemplation, Wang Wei then said, "Young sword sage Jian Wushuang, I am afraid that I cannot accept your challenge." Jian Wushuang frowned after hearing this. Then he continued, "Sacred son, if you need to place a bet with conditions like Crown Prince Ji-song, I am more than happy to oblige. However, Wang Wei just shook his head before answering. This is not about any conditions or bet. If you want to challenge me to a duel, I will be more than happy to battle with you. However, if you want to challenge me in the way of the sword, I am afraid I have to disappoint you, as I am not a swordsman. Jian Wushuang's frown did ease after hearing this, as he could understand Wang Wei's meaning. Since he wanted to clear the shame from the last generation and get the sect's face back when it comes to the way of the sword, it does not make sense to win over a non-swordsman. Jian Wushuang's victory over Wang Wei would just be a victory of one heaven chosen to another. Not the sword-casting Villa's Tao of Sword over the Tao opening sect's Tao of Sword. While Jian Wushuang was thinking, one of his senior brothers in the Divine Body realm suddenly stepped up and screamed, "If you're scared to fight, then say so. Do not use any excuse." The entire arena once again went into shock as everyone quieted down and waited for something to happen, and they did not have to wait long. Wang Wei's gaze turned to the person who just spoke. Then, a powerful and terrifying aura enveloped the arena. This aura was like an ancient desolate beast or primordial god that roamed the world in ancient times. This primordial being used to hunt dragons and phoenixes for both his breakfast and dinner. He used the stars as his snack and heaven and earth as his dessert. He was a predator at the top of the food chain. After that aura enveloped that senior brother, he coughed up a big mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground and passed out. If it was not Jian Wushuang who used his sword intent to protect him, this guy would have died on the spot. Jian Wushuang looked at his senior brother on the ground and sighed. He knew that many of the disciples of the sword-casting villa were indoctrinated to treat the Tao opening sect as their enemy in this generation. This was a way to motivate them to train properly in order to regain the sect's face from what happened in the last generation. So, many of them have developed deep hatred for the people of the Tao opening sect, and Jian Wushuang was aware of this. Nevertheless, he always warned them to treat Wang Wei with the proper respect, as he was a truly powerful heaven chosen and deserved such a thing. Fearing that something similar might happen back in the True Dragon Inn, he warned his fellow disciples to be on their best behavior. However, this particular one always tried to contradict him and refused to listen to him. This was the reason he did not bring him to the True Dragon Inn meeting. After using his divine sense to check that this person was all right, Jian Wushuang ignored him before asking, "Sacred Son, how do you suppose we deal with our contradictions?" "Simple," replied Wang Wei. "Wait until you reach the same realm as my father, then go challenge him. That way, he cannot use the excuse that you are a member of the younger generation to refuse your challenge." If anyone could see Wang Wei's face right now, they would see a gleeful smirk and a sneer. Of course, the reason for that was that he did not want to deal with the trouble that his father caused. He knew that his father had probably offended a lot of people in his generation. His actions were telling these people that do not come with me with your problems, but go directly to the source. Wu Hong chuckled after seeing the face that Wang Wei was making, reminding him that he was not alone in the room. Although he was a little embarrassed that the girl he was trying to court saw this particular nasty side of him, his face was thick enough to ignore such a thing and pretend that nothing actually happened. Meanwhile, back in the sect, Wang Tian had veins popping up his forehead as his mouth kept twitching. He cannot believe that his son sold him out like that. He remembered that in his generation, he had to deal with some of his father's enemies that tried to go after him for revenge. Wang Tian sighed after watching what his son did. What made more angry was not his actions, but the fact that he did not think of such a method during his time. It would have saved him a lot of trouble. He then looked at his wife, who was laughing herself out to the point of being uncontrollable. "What are you laughing at?" said Wang Tian. "His message is for your enemies as well. Unlike you, most if not all my enemies have already taken a vacation to Samsara, so I have nothing to worry about," replied Yu Yin after taking a great deal of effort to calm herself down. Back to the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Jian Wushuang nodded to Wang Wei to acknowledge his idea, then did not say anything else besides telling another of his fellow disciples to take care of the person that was injured. Meanwhile, most of the audiences were still shocked by that powerful aura that emanated from Wang Wei's body. That aura actually came from his fleshly body. After all, the purpose of the ancient desolate body refining scripture is to imitate the ancient primordial God that is sleeping in the blood-earth forbidden land. Headmaster by Han, who saw that there were no further disruption, continued the entrance ceremony, thus waking everyone from the dread most of them felt from Wang Wei's aura. Inside his booth, Wang Wei suddenly coughed a big mouthful of blood all over the table in front of him. He looked at the blood and frowned. Then he went to clean up the trace on the corner of his mouth. However, Wu Hong was ahead of him and took out a silk piece of rag and wiped it for him. "You need to ease up on the gravity training," she said while helping him clean up. The reason she said these words was because in order to train his internal organs, Wang Wei had a powerful gravity array placed on his clothes, thus always being in a state of cultivation. This has started ever since his battle with Han Li. "I can't help it. Recently, I realized that I have been a little too arrogant and started to take things easy on myself," replied Wang Wei. "Is it because of Di Tian?" Wang Wei was silent for a while. Then he answered, "Yes. After meeting him, I have a feeling that if I do not push myself beyond my limits and get more powerful as soon as possible, then I will be in serious danger even before the heaven will battle. It is good to push yourself, but you also have to know when to stop. Don't worry. I have a very powerful regenerative ability. I do not need to warn you that if you push yourself too much, then your healing ability will start absorbing your lifespan to make up for it." Wang Wei knew about this, but his plan was to use an abundance of resources that provide life force to continue his training. After Wu Hong said these words, she placed her hand on Wang Wei's back. Then countless runes appeared from her hand and entered his body. Immediately afterwards, he felt all his pain were gone. He felt refreshed and rejuvenated. After taking a deep moment to feel the changes in his body, he realized what Wu Hong had done. She had sealed away all his pain and injuries, then removed them. Worthy of Empress Wu's sealing sutra, a technique said to be able to seal everything between heaven and earth, secretly thought Wang Wei. Then his eyes lit up and he said, "Maybe you can help me with my current problem." Chapter 217. Non-seated players help? "How can I help you?" asked Wu Hong. "I have been trying to find a way to create a way to refine Divine Punishment Thunder, but it has proven to be quite difficult. And maybe your ability can help me," replied Wang Wei. "Divine Punishment Thunder? That thing is at the level of Tao Law, and you want to refine it?" asked Wu Hong in doubt. "Tao Law? What is that?" asked Wang Wei with a look of confusion on his face. "Ask your father," replied Wu Hong. "So many secrets," muttered Wang Wei to himself. "Anyway, I think instead of creating a method to refine it, which would take me a lot of time, is better if you could seal the thunder inside my body, then allow some power of it to slowly release in order to temper my body." Wu Hong pondered for a brief moment, then replied back, "I can do that, but you'll have to make sure that this power is not released to your organs until you finish tempering them." Wang Wei nodded as he also agreed with her. His organs were still in the process of being tempered and were very fragile, so they would not be able to withstand such a tremendous amount of power, such as Divine Punishment Thunder. After making this plan, both Wang Wei and Wu Hong secretly left, deciding to not further waste their time with the trial tournament. Meanwhile, inside the Di family booth that was also floating in the air around the stadium, Di Tian was holding a crescent-shaped broken jade pendant in his hand. He looked at it with love, remembrance, and sadness. Then, a firm determination could be seen in his eyes. While being distracted by the jade, someone knocked on the door. With a wave of his thought, the pendant disappeared from his hand. Then he said with a harsh and cold voice, "Come in." Soon, a beautiful lady entered the room. She had long black hair, had a blue hanfu on, and no makeup on. Her natural lip was petite, but also red and luscious, making any man fascinated with and woman very envious. This girl's name was Di Jia, and she was Di Tian's shadow. After entering the room, Di Tian took a talisman from her, but he did not even give a single glance. It was as if to him, it did not matter how beautiful a woman was, they were all skeletons with flesh. Di Jia sighed after seeing this, but she was used to it after so many years. She has long accepted her fate. As for Di Tian, He read the information he just received, which was about Wang Wei. Through this new information, he learned that Wang Wei had planned to participate in the tournament for a long time, but suddenly changed his mind 2 days ago. In the information he received, he even knew that the reason that Wang Wei changed his mind was because of his feelings towards the heavenly Tao protection book. Instinctive fear or rejection of heavenly Tao, plus his cultivation of the Tao of fate. Secretly told Ditian. Could he be an outlaw? If that is the case, my plan can be slightly modified, and I will not have to worry about him so much. However, after reviewing the information and modify his plan, he looked in the direction of the Tao opening Sect S booth, sneered before muttering, "No one can stop me this time. No matter what, I will be the one proving the Tao in this generation." After that, he finally looked at Di Jia and asked, "Any information about this Wu Hong?" "No, young master," replied Di Jia hurriedly. Except for the rumor that she was either the descendant of Empress Wu or her reincarnation, no news can be found. Di Tian frowned as he started to think. Even the sleepers could not find any information about her. I did not feel any power of reincarnation from her. So unless her power is so great that she can even hide from me, this theory is unlikely. This woman might become an uncontrollable variable, and I do not like that. My first instinct is to get rid of her, but I have a feeling that things might be more complicated than seen on the surface. So let's observe for a while. After waking up from his thoughts, Di Tian waved to dismiss Di Jia and focused on watching the tournament. Although he did not place any of these people in his eyes except for Wang Wei that he considered a minor nuisance, he will still watch them in order to better learn about their powers and abilities. He did not like variables outside his calculations. While all of these secret spying, schemes, and calculations were going on, the heaven-chosen selection trial had already started. To be precise, the preliminary rounds started. The preliminary rounds, or elimination round, is simply a slaughter fest. All the 10 billion participants will be teleported to a world belonging to the Emperor Enlightening Academy. In this world, there are a few cities scattered around, and the participants have to defend against Slaughter Devil Beast. These beasts are somewhat similar to demonic beasts, but more feasts. For once, they did not originate from the Myriad Emperor world, but from the 9 Devil God world which once invaded this world and created the Devil era. These beasts have no emotions, no fears, and no intelligence. All they know is endless slaughter. In the first round of the elimination round, the participants have to survive rounds after rounds of attack against hordes of these beasts. The number of them was essentially endless as the Academy just used that world to breed them. When the number of participants dropped from 10 billion to 500 million, then the second round began. In the second round, the participants are allowed to kill each other. The second will not stop until there are only 100 participants, then the third round. In the third round, all the Heaven Chosens who are on the list released by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion can begin to participate. Due to the fact that they were considered seeded players, they did not have to go through the first 2 rounds unless they wanted to. In this case, no one chose to do so. Thus, after entering the secret world, all the seeded players went to their residences and started cultivating. The trial will actually take a few years, so they did not want to waste time. Inside the booth of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, Bai Han was having a conversation with many teachers. "So, are there any new people to look out for during this tournament?" asked one teacher. "Yes, there are. First there is the number 7, Boundless Void Physique from the Worshipping Tao Academy." Some of the teachers were surprised. The one said, "It seemed that the guys in the Worshipping Tao Academy hid their cards really well. They probably wanted to use this opportunity to build the momentum for their Heaven Chosens, and also blindside us. Well, as an academy with 5 great emperors, they can be considered our greatest competitor when it comes to the other academies." The teachers nodded, then someone continued to explain. The number 8, Ninine Physique showed. She is from the lower realm and is also participating in the elimination realm. The number 8 physique was actually a weird one, as there are 2 parts to this physique. If a man is born with it, it will turn into 9 yang physique, which is based on the principle of extreme yang. If a woman has it, then it will be the 9 yin physique, based on the principle of extreme yin. Then there is the very rare occasion when someone is born with a balance of yin and yang, thus also born with both a 9 yin and 9 yang physique. A mutation would occur where such a physique is said to be even more powerful than the yin-yang eyes and reach the level of the top 3 physiques. The teacher who previously spoke continued to explain the participants of this trial. As a matter of fact, number 8, 9, and 10 physiques are all from the lower realm. The number 9 physique is called the origin spirit physique. The owner of such a body has a very high affinity with spiritual energy between heaven and earth, thus having a very rapid speed of cultivation. Furthermore, they will not have any bottlenecks in cultivation until they reach the void-shattered realm. No to mention their near unlimited amount of origin essence in their divine sea. The 10th heavenly physique is called Star Monarch Physique, which grants them the ability to cultivate the power of the stars. The teachers did not underestimate any of these people because of their background. Given the fact that these people were actually born with such powerful physiques in the lower realm, then they're probably the child of destiny of their world. As long as they're given the chance or opportunity to rise, they will immediately take it. And that opportunity was exactly this trial. So, none of you will mention the damn MO family descendant, suddenly said a teacher with gritted teeth. The room then became silent, as all the teachers, including Headmaster by Han, had a somber look on his face. Chapter 218. Mo Xingyin, while all the teachers were quiet and somber, their eyes could not remove from one particular participant that actually took part in the elimination round. It was a beautiful woman with red hair and eyes. However, unlike Suya's red hair that was lighter than a rose, her redness was darker than blood. And it was not just her hair. She even wore a red hanfu and had a bloody aura surrounding her. In this aura, anyone could see the scream of all the people she had killed, and there were many of them, too many to count. Although she had a beautiful face, there was a permanent evil smirk on the corner of her mouth, which made her both very attractive and scare at the same time. This participant was called Mo Xingyun, and she was the descendant of the Mo family. After a brief silence in the Academy's booth, one teacher then responded, "According to the rules, she has every right to participate in the tournament." The person who previously spoke against Mi Xingyun then said back, "It is obvious that she has awakened the heaven-devouring physiques. Aren't any of you worried that she will follow in her ancestor's footsteps?" The room once again became silent, and this time, many people actually had an ugly look on their faces as they remembered something unpleasant. One teacher then said after a brief hesitation, "This generation, there is a high chance that an eternal emperor will be born, and if she manages to be the final winner, then the Mo family will have 2 eternal emperors in their lineage, just like the Tao opening sect." "Shut up," screamed one teacher. "In the last era, there was only one eternal emperor, and it was the founder of our academy, Emperor Kong." This time, the mood of most of the teachers was disturbed after hearing this, as this involved the biggest secrets of the academy. In the last era, there were 2 eternal emperors, which was the first such a thing to happen in the Myriad Emperor world since the ancient emperor era. One of them was Emperor Kong, while the other was from the Mo family, and he was called the Heaven Devourer Emperor. The Heaven Devourer Emperor was a nightmare for all living beings in this world. As a devil cultivator who only cared about pursuing power and strength, adding on top of that being an eternal emperor, the highest echelon among great emperors, it was a disaster to the world. After proving the Tao, he did not preach to the world or make any contribution. As a matter of fact, he did not try to help his clan or conquer the world. Instead, he did only one thing: try to swallow the world. To be precise, swallow the source of the world. As a person who cultivated the Tao of Devour, he followed the path of swallowing everything between heaven and earth. And the source of the world was the highest form of energy existing in the endless void. It is the thing that determines the grade of a world. For example, after swallowing most of the world source of the Myriad Emperor world, the entire world entered the age of Tao End. This age took place between the Middle Emperor era and the New Emperor era. For more than 100 generations, a couple hundred million of years, there was no heaven will, hence to no immortality in this world. During that period of time, the highest level of cultivation that cultivators can reach was actually the supreme realm. And even then, that was extremely difficult as only a few talented ones could do so. Since there was no heaven will, there was no great emperor. Since there was no great emperor, there was no immortal venerable or Tao ancestor. During that age of despair, many cultivators tried to find an alternate way to immortality, but they all failed. In the end, many of them were forced to leave for another world community in an attempt to fight for the heaven will battle there. However, no one ever returned even as a great emperor. Other people sealed themselves in bloodstones in order to wake up in another generation when the heaven will appeared again. At that time, many people did not know whether the world would ever recover and whether the heaven would appear again. As for the Heaven Devourer Emperor, the only reason that he did not completely destroy the world was because of the intervention of heavenly Tao. At first, it used divine punishment thunder, but it was no use to a powerful eternal emperor. Then, both the Human Preservation Array and the Demon Preservation Array were activated by both Heavenly Tao and all the sleeping immortal venerable and Tao ancestors. But it was also no use. Many other methods were used to no avail. In the end, Heavenly Tao asked all the emperor lineages in the world permission to use their emperor formations and artifacts. By combining them together, Heavenly Tao was able to exile the heaven-devouring emperor from the endless void. This guy was so powerful that he could only be exiled somewhere where he could not come back. Although most people did not know where he was exiled to, they were lucky that he never returned. As for the reason that the Emperor Enlightening Academy has such animosity against his descendants was because they suffered the most during that experience. For once, the Heaven Devourer Emperor was actually a member of the Academy despite being a member of the MO family. Due to some complications, he was not appreciated by the family in his early years, so he joined the Academy in his early years. Although later on he was reconciled with the MO family after becoming powerful, many people still believe that he was a member of the Academy. At one point, he was even considered a candidate to be the headmaster. However, the Heaven-Devouring Emperor was a true devil cultivator, so he did not care about the fact that the Academy took him in when he was at his lowest. He knew that with his background, the chances of him becoming the headmaster was very slim. On the other hand, all he needed was to be powerful in order to become the patriarch of the MO family, hence getting access to all their resources. So, he left without much hesitation. However, it was not proven how cold-hearted this guy was until he proved the Tao and became an emperor. At that time, the de facto leader of the entire world and the resistance against him was the Academy instead of the Tao opening sect. At that time, the era was still called the Academy Enlightening Era, and there were many rumors that the Tao opening was cursed and would not produce any emperors ever again in their lifetimes. Adding to that, the patriarch of that time, which was from the Yin family, was a very cautious woman, so she decided to be very low-key. A wise decision that actually preserved the strength of the sect. As for the Academy, during their battle against the Heaven Devourer Emperor, they suffered such a great loss that their foundations were almost destroyed. As a matter of fact, the Academy was almost destroyed at the hand of the Emperor. Luckily for them, they managed to exile him with the aid of Heavenly Tao, and were rewarded a great deal of key luck that allowed them to survive the age of Tao end and recuperate during the early stage of the new Emperor era. In the aftermath of what occurred, the Academy in many places in the world, many people refused to acknowledge the Heaven Devourer Emperor's status as an eternal emperor even though their acknowledgement meant nothing. The position of eternal emperor is not something that a bunch of mortals can decide. In the eyes of great emperors, even a supreme realm true monarch is nothing but a mortal that can live for a few millions years. They themselves did not have the right to decide whether a person was an eternal emperor, let alone these weak cultivators that will eventually die with the passage of time. Heck, even Heavenly Tao cannot decide such a thing. After a teacher scolded the person that said the previous words, Headmaster by Han finally spoke. You guys know that this topic is a taboo in the academy, so do not mention it again. As for Mo Xingyun, even if she has the Heaven Devour physique, without the proper scriptures, she is not much of a threat as her ancestor. Not to mention that this generation is full of heaven-defying genius. All the teachers nodded after sighing melancholy to themselves. Then they did not say another words. As a matter of fact, the true secret of the academy was not what the Heaven Devour Emperor did to them. No, the whole world already knew of this history. The true secret revolved around the fact that there were two eternal emperors in the last era. As a matter of fact, Emperor Kong was not a true eternal, but a false one. The reason that he is considered a false eternal emperor was because he was so close to reaching that level, that echelon, but he did not succeed, at least not on his own, due to all his contributions he made to the myriad emperor world. He was given a little help or boost to reach the level of an eternal emperor by heavenly Tao through merits. A few eternal emperors refused to accept Emperor Kong as their own, while the others did not really care. As for other great emperors, they did not dare to say anything in front of him, as his strength was a real eternal emperor. As for the academy, only the truly trusted teachers were privy to this information, and they were sworn to so many oaths and binding contracts never to reveal such a secret, otherwise a fate worse than death awaits them. And of course, Headmaster by Han is the person who has the most knowledge regarding this topic, as he is Emperor Kong's own son, making him an emperor offspring. Chapter 219. The elimination rounds begin. Headmaster by Han was born in the Middle Emperor era, and his father was Emperor Kong. So, his real name is Kong Han, and he witnessed the creation of the academy. However, all his life, he lived in the shadow of his father. Many people started comparing him with his father. No matter what he achieved, it was either not good enough, or people attributed it to the fact that he was Emperor Kong's son. So, his relationship with his father was not good to begin with. Nevertheless, it was still expected by everybody for by Han to be the next great emperor of the academy after his father washed away his karma for him. However, things escalated when his mother died, and his father did nothing to either prevent it or bring her back. To this day, Bai Han still remembers the indifferent look his father had on his face when he said to him, "You do not need to make a fuss about everything. She is not dead, but just entered samsara." Bai Han cursed at his father for being cruel and indifferent before leaving home forever and never spoke to him ever again. He took his mother's last name and only returned to the academy once his father left. As a matter of fact, Emperor Kong was not being cold or indifferent. As a great emperor, he is a higher dimensional life form and sees things differently from mortal cultivators. All of them see death as the end of the road, while he sees it as another beginning. He could literally see his wife enter samsara, and he could even go see her new reincarnation if he wanted to. He could awaken her memories from her last life. At the same time, he also knew that without becoming a great emperor, Tao, ancestor, or immortal venerable, she would never escape the shackles of constant reincarnation. As for the reason that Emperor Kong did not help his wife achieve the cultivation realm of the latter two, it was because she wanted to have another chance to become an emperor after reincarnation. So he arranged for her to be born in another heavenly world. Unfortunately, due to lack of communication, his son misunderstood him and ran away from home. After wandering around the world for many years, he returned to the Emperor Enlightening Academy as he felt that it was the home that his mother helped create. Bai Han desperately needed to become a great emperor in order to revive his mother. However, since he did not let his father wash away his karma, he could not compete in the next heavenly battle. So, he sealed himself in bloodstone for countless years before he was awakening in the last generation. However, he could not get past the mental barrier that he was the son of Emperor Kong. So, he used a secret technique to have a woman carry him. He abandoned his body, his powerful bloodline, and his cultivation and turned into a baby. Essentially, he was reborn anew with all his memories. This was the reason that he could talk as soon as he was born, and the academy believed him to be a born sage. and Bai Han lived to these expectations. With him being personally tutored by an eternal emperor, he could easily guide other people in their cultivation. With knowledge of ancient time and a vision from once being a supreme realm, true monarchs, he rapidly grew among the ranks of the academy until he became the headmaster. Unfortunately for Bai Han, he was very unlucky. First, he met a heaven-defying genius like Wang Tian and lost him. Even his previous cultivation and profound knowledge could not help him. Then, he learned that not only would there not be a heaven will in his generation, but even the supreme path was cut off in order to make way for the next generation. Bai Han spent many hours lamenting on how terrible and unfair heaven was to him, and he also often regretted not accepting his father's help and let him wash away his karma. By then, he should have already proven the Tao and resurrected his mother. After all that happened to him, Bai Han considered whether to seal himself again, but he did not want to. Being sealed is not a fun experience that anyone can withstand, especially the people that have to live through countless generations. There are two types of seal, one for people who are about to die and want to lend their strength to their sect or faction one last time in the future. These people are completely sealed, and once they wake up, they know that they will not survive long. As for the people who want to wake up in another generation in order to wash away their karma, they have to keep a silver of their consciousness alive in order to experience the baptism of time in order to properly wash away their karma. And the process is a form of torture. They have to spend what feels like eons in a dark, empty, and silent place with only their thoughts and nothing else. The process is similar to the second trial in the pagoda, but instead of spending only 100 years, these people have to spend millions upon millions of years. The majority of them go crazy in the process. Some awake ahead of time and allow their lifespan to naturally die. Only a few can actually wait till the process is over. Bai Han did not want to go through that process again. His Tao heart was not enough for him to suffer through that lonely process for a second time. This is the reason that he is so focused on properly cultivating Lin Fan. He hoped that once Lin Fan became a great emperor, he could wash away his karma for him and compete for the next generation as heaven will battle. While the teachers of the academy were having their little disagreement, the elimination round of the tournament had already begun. Mo Xingyun was teleported to a random location inside the secret realm. Around her were a few slaughtered devil beasts lying on the floor. Although these beasts were dead, there was no blood or wound on them. They looked like dried mummies that were sucked dry of all their blood and internal organs. Well, that is exactly what happened to them. She looked in the distance while secretly thinking to herself, without the gluttony swallowing scripture, my heaven-devour physique will never reach the level of the ancestor. However, I have an advantage over him, and that is that I was born in a very prosperous era. All the top 10 heavenly physique showed up all at once. The number of times this kind of thing happened in the history of the myriad emperor world can be counted in one hand, not to mention that even new physiques appear. If I can swallow all of them, then my power can reach a level even beyond my ancestor in his youth, prove the Tao, and become an eternal emperor. However, these guys at the top are not so easy to mess with, so let us begin with the bottom 3 physiques. With the Mo family backing me, it should not be much of a problem if I swallow these guys from the lower realm. However, the one from the Worshipping Tao Academy might be a slight problem. TSK, when did I as a devil cultivator actually care about other sects' response? I'll just openly swallow these guys. They cannot blame me if they are so weak. Furthermore, as long as I have a spot in the top 30 of this tournament, I will be problem-free until the primordial spirit realm. After thinking about this, Mo Xingyun then rushed in a certain direction, tracking her prey. She will not give them the opportunity to rise in this tournament. Meanwhile, in another direction far from Mo Xingyun, a young cultivator from Holy Land was slowly heading in one particular direction. If anyone were to observe him closely, they would find out that he had a numb look in his eyes. It was like he was a puppet being controlled by someone, like he had no will of his own. Inside this poor man's sea of consciousness, a vague shadow was suppressing his soul and controlling his body. The shadow looked in the direction that the body was headed as it muttered to itself. I have finally found the owner of the Heaven Devour physique. With her help, my plans can finally come to fruition. I have been waiting too long for this day. Chapter 220. True Partnership. After leaving the arena where the competition took place, Wang Wei and Wu Hong returned to his residence. After activating the formation to prevent anyone from spying, Wang Wei took out something from his space ring. It was actually the room that housed the Divine Punishment Thunder. It was previously located somewhere under the Dao opening sect. But before leaving for his trip, Wang Wei had True Monarch Yin Shun create a small world where he can place the thunder and carry it inside his space ring. After entering the small room, both Wang Wei and Wu Hong found themselves in front of a lake with black liquid inside. Countless lightning and thunder strikes could be seen flashing once in a while on top of the lake. There should be no problem, no? Asked Wang Wei. Wu Hong looked at the river for a brief moment before nodding. Wang Wei then immediately removed his sacred sun garment and stood inside the room with only his underwear. His very well-defined and beautiful muscles were exposed to the world. He started to do some poses to show them off. However, every time he contracted his muscles, the sound of steel grinding could be heard coming from his body. Every time he clenched his hand, the sound of the air breaking could be heard. His vitality and blood was so exuberant that the temperature around could be raised by him just by the blood flowing throughout his body. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked at Wang Wei's poses with a calm look on her face. However, a deep sense of speechlessness could be seen in her eyes as she knew that he did that on purpose. Don't you have any shame? Getting naked in front of a lady you just met less than a week ago? If I do not remove my clothes, how are we supposed to properly do this kind of thing? Replied Wang Wei with a look of innocence in his face, despite the fact that his words were purposely vague and ambiguous. Wu Hong sighed helplessly. However, she had a slight smile on her face. It was as if she was very amused. All right, let us begin, she ordered sternly. Wang Wei nodded before sitting cross-legged in front of the lake. Suddenly, Wu Hong's eyes lit up white. Then, with a wave of her hand, countless runes appeared in the room. There were 4 of them and were circular in shape. Then, with a wave of her other hand, all the black water or divine punishment thunder in the lake floated into the air. The 4 runes surrounded the water in the shape of a box. Wu Hong clenched her white and smooth hand. Then the black thunder started to condense and decrease in both size and volume. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was watching the entire process in awe. He did not feel any aura from Wu Hong, nor did he understand the meaning of these runes that she made. Forget understanding them. He did not even recognize them. It was then that Wang Wei realized how little does he truly know about the world, and how powerful his future girlfriend is. A few minutes later, the divine punishment thunder was turned into the size of a fur surrounded by a sphere made of runes, and it was floating in the palm of Wu Hong. She then looked at Wang Wei. Now, I will seal it on your spine. That way it becomes much harder to intervene with your internal organs. The power of this thunder will slowly release in order to temper your body, and you can determine the level of power that is released, but don't go overboard. And do not release that power in your internal organs until you properly tempered them. Wang Wei smiled before nodding. So Wu Hong did what she said and sealed it inside his spine. As soon the little orb entered his body, Wang Wei groaned as he felt a mysterious power starting to ravage all of his bones. Soon after, his already tempered to great perfect bones started to crack. In just a few seconds, all 206 of his bones were cracked to the point of almost being destroyed. However, his regeneration ability kicked in and his bones were back to normal. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, this process did stop after only one time, but a few 100,000 times. In just a few hours, he experienced his bones being repeatedly cracked and repaired. The worst part was that the pain was even more severe when he used heavenly tribulation to temper his body. Half a day later, the process stopped as his bones were no longer cracking. However, Wang Wei had an ugly look on his face. The power he was using to temper his body was not even 1/billionth of the divine punishment thunder, yet it had such power. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he started the process again. This time it was his skin that went through that torture. So, he spent another half day feeling the pain of his skin being ruptured and being repaired again and again. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was looking at all of this with a calm look on her face. She knew what it took to become a true powerhouse, so she did not help him, not even to remove his pain. She knew that if Wang Wei could not bear such little suffering, then his chances of becoming a great emperor would be close to zero. As for their relationship, unfortunately, without becoming a great emperor, she will have to witness him entering the cycle of samsara again and again until he finds a way to reach immortality. It is just like Wang Wei said during the True Dragon in meeting. As a future companion, he has to be able to pull his weight in the relationship. Otherwise, he would become a burden that Wu Hong has to carry by herself. Although Wu Hong would not mind such a thing, she knew that Wang Wei's pride would never allow him to become a burden to her. So, she did not try to appease him as she knew that he did not need it. She knew that he had the will and spirit to do what it takes to reach the top and accompany her along the way for eternity. If they want to establish a true companionship, then they have to have similar status, strength, and starting line. Meanwhile, after finishing re-tempering his skin, Wang Wei then directed the black thunder to his muscles. However, this time he dramatically reduced the power. His muscles have not been tempered to great perfection yet, so he did not want to take any risks. After doing that, Wang Wei stood up from the ground, clenched his hand, then threw a punch. Boom! A powerful explosion ringed out in the room, following which a space crack appeared where his fist landed. However, after a few seconds, the space crack closed and everything returned to normal. Wang Wei knew that this space crack represented that his fleshly body had reached the strength of the void-shattering realm even if it was the lowest level of that realm. His fist could break the power of law. However, he was not that happy. Well, to be precise, he was thinking about something completely weird. He realized that the reason that it took him so long to create a method to refine the divine thunder punishment was because it was involved around the power of law. To be precise, it involved Dao law according to Wu Hong. Wang Wei can deduce that Dao law was probably the law controlled by great emperors based on his knowledge in all the cultivating realms. However, here comes the issue. How could his future wife easily seal such a power? Wang Wei has always known that Wu Hong was powerful, but he did not expect her to be so powerful. However, he did not really care about such a thing as he himself will reach such level and beyond eventually. What he really cared about was building a strong future with Wu Hong. When that time comes, he wanted to make sure he had the proper strength to stand on equal footing. He can imagine that with Wu Hong's personality, she will really make him submit without hesitation. Well, as a modern person, he does not really care about this, but he still has his macho side and would like to be in charge. Wang Wei sighed as he realized that for a great while, his sex life will be quite miserable until he has the strength that is. Then, he will take his revenge. Hopefully. You were thinking weird again, weren't you? Suddenly asked Wu Hong with a smirk on her face. I do not know what you were talking about, replied Wang Wei calmly while putting his clothes on. Wu Hong smiled before walking up to him. She then caressed his gray hair slowly before saying, Don't worry, I will take your feelings into account and give you the lead once in a while. Wang Wei had a shocked look on his face as his eyes bulged and his mouth opened wide. He was genuinely shocked. Then, he backed away from her with vigilance. Can you read my mind? You do not have to worry about that, replied Wu Hong calmly. Wang Wei still had the vigilance on his face. Although he could accept her being more powerful than him, more knowledgeable, and even have many secrets. But he will never accept if she could read his mind. Wu Hong noticed the vigilance in his eyes, but she did not mind as he knew him better than himself. You do not need to worry. With your soul, no one can read your mind without you even knowing, not even me. Wang Wei nodded as he realized that he may have been a little too sensitive. However, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind, and he asked, Do you know about my soul? About paragons? Wu Hong pondered for a brief moment before responding. Well, Chapter 221. Can't say anything anymore after pondering for a while. Wu Hong decided to tell Wang Wei a few things. So she motioned for him to sit down on the ground in order to be more comfortable while talking. Of course, they did not really sit on the ground, but floated a few centimeters above. After organizing her words, Wu Hong then explained, "Paragons are the noblest existence in all heaven myriad world, in all of chaos. They are called the darling of chaos by all cultivators in the universe," replied Wu Hong. However, Wang Wei was not satisfied with this answer. So he said, "Can you be a bit more specific? I am getting there, so be patient," replied Wu Hong, while giving him a stare and act which made a little embarrassed. Paragon is both a title and a cultivation realm. To be precise, it is the last cultivation realm possible for great emperors. Once you reach that realm, you can be considered as having reached the end of the Tao, the end of the cultivation path, as there are no more roads ahead. Wang Wei started thinking about all the information he just learned. For one, according to Wu Hong's words, one has to become a great emperor first before becoming a paragon. So it must be a realm after great emperor. However, it seems that paragons are not that simple given a title like Darling of Chaos. Now, the question that Wang Wei is wondering is how could his soul be so powerful? Could it be because of all the blue lights that he absorbed after being swallowed by the space crackback on Earth? After reigning in his thoughts, Wang Wei then asked, "If I have a paragon soul like you said, shouldn't I be more awesome? For example, I should be able to easily comprehend the Tao laws in the divine punishment thunder, or I should be completely unaffected by things like illusion, spiritual guidance, etc. But I am not." Wu Hong looked at Wang Wei with a speechless look on her face. This guy's narcissistic nature can sometimes pop up out of nowhere. For one, that is because your soul only has the quality of paragon, but not the quantity. Second, most paragons have been baptized by the power of Tao law. But your case is very rare where your soul quality reached their level without any Tao law. You do not even have the power of ordinary law. More importantly, you do not know how to properly use the power of your soul. Of course, the truly most important reason is the fact that someone actually sealed the power of your paragon soul. But I cannot tell you about that, secretly thought Wu Hong to herself with a calm and peaceful look on her face. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt that something was wrong, but he could not wrap his head around what it was, so he placed his worries in the back of his mind. "Could you teach me how to use the power of my soul?" he asked with a look of expectation in his face. "Unfortunately, I cannot," replied Wu Hong, still with a stoic look on her face. "Why not? It's for your own good." "What do you mean by that?" "If you start to use the power of paragon in this world, then I can guarantee you that you would not live long. Even if the Tao opening sect used all 9 emperor formations and emperor artifacts. Even if all the Tao ancestors and immortal venerables that were secretly sleeping woke up, they could not protect you. Your only result would be death and the destruction of your sect with all your loved ones. Unless one of your sect's great emperors reached the realm of paragon and interfered, there would be no chance for you to survive. And even if a paragon intervened for you, you would be forced to leave the myriad emperor world forever." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He did not think that paragons involved so many secrets and power in this world. He had to sigh how vast and complex this world is, let alone if you add the entire endless void. On top of that, the will of the battle maniac emperor once insinuated that there is a world out there where great emperors go to after proving the Tao. If you add that, how vast and complex the universe he is and actually is. What about Earth? Is it out there somewhere? Or in a completely different universe? Wang Wei sighed at how insignificant he truly was in the grand scheme of things. His little accomplishments so far are truly nothing. His pursuit of one day being free and unfettered by pursuing the end of the Tao and beyond has barely begun. So, he warned himself to never be complacent for any of his so-called achievements. "Let me ask you," said Wang Wei, "where would I be forced to go if one of the sect's paragons were to interfere?" However, as soon as he asked that question, the room inside this small world became black and white. It was as if all the colors in this room were completely removed, leaving only these two. Then, a powerful will suddenly descended inside the room. This Wu was mighty, noble, cold, and indifferent. At first Wang Wei thought that this was heavenly Tao that appeared, but he could feel that this Wu was more supreme and more noble than heavenly Tao. It was like heavenly Tao was nothing but its slave and not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as it. As soon as the Supreme Will manifested, Wang Wei felt an instinctive dislike for this Will that came out of nowhere. It was like it was deeply engraved in his soul. Then, the Supreme Will started to scan everything around inside the room. It first scanned Wang Wei. It saw through all of him, whether it was his fleshly body, physique, cultivation, and even his Tao heart. However, when it approached his soul, a mysterious power appeared and blocked the Will's vision. To be precise, it tricked that majestic will. The mysterious power made the Will think that there was nothing truly special about Wang Wei's soul. Meanwhile, during this entire process, Wu Hong had a frown on her face while thinking to herself, I went a little overboard and let Wang Wei's previous vigilance of me get the best of me. I never should have revealed these secrets until after he became a great emperor. Now even great Tao showed up. After the Supreme Will finished scanning Wang Wei, it looked in the direction of Wu Hong. It seemed it also wanted to scan her. However, she just raised her hand and said out loud, I promise I won't say anything again. The Supreme Will pause for a few seconds. Then it disappeared as if it never was here. No one in the entire world besides those two noticed its existence. Of course, the real reason that the will of great Tao did not scan or punish Wu Hong was because a similar mysterious power as Wang Wei secretly came from her and interfered. Unfortunately, Wang Wei was too weak to notice any of these powers. So, after the Supreme Will left, he asked out loud with disgust, What was that? Heavenly Tao? And why do I feel so revolted? However, this time Wu Hong did not answer his question. She just raised her shoulders before saying, You just saw what happened when I tried to tell you about some secrets of heaven and earth. So, until you manage to prove the Tao and become a great emperor, many things I cannot say to you. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He realized that not only does he not know many things, he does not even know many things even about himself. He is shrouded in many secrets. The worst part is the fact that someone he met a week ago knows him better than himself. Of course, as intelligent as he is, Wang Wei can still guess the reason that so many things out of his understanding keep happening to him. Or at least, he has a working theory. His theory is the fact that his future self is doing some shady business, and as a result, he is paying for it. Or to be precise, his future self is playing chess with another supreme being, and even time and space is nothing but a game for those two. Although this sounds far-fetched, Wang Wei does not think so. In this cultivating world, it is not too far-fetched to control the power of time. Not to mention that there is even a scientific theory back on Earth that mentions such a thing. It is called retrocausal quantum theory, which basically states that present you can affect past you, and future you can also affect present you. Although this was a simplified explanation of such a complex theory, the whole notion of this idea relied on the principle that time is not linear, that all of time is happening simultaneously. So, Wang Wei does not believe that his theory is so far-fetched as it can explain a lot of weird phenomena occurring around him. For example, why he went through 2 heart demon tribulations without even reaching the primordial spirit realm. It can also explain his powerful intuition and how he got such a talent. More importantly, it can also explain the existence of Wu Hong, why he was so easily attracted to her, why she knows him so well despite having met for the first time in the past week. More importantly, it can explain why she knows so many secrets. Obviously, she might be one of the players in that game that his future self is playing, and she is here for a reason. Of course, Wang Wei knew that he could also be wrong, so he did not place all his cards on that theory and is open to another or better explanation. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he asked Wu Hong, Is there anything else that you could tell me without getting into trouble? After pondering for a while, she nodded. Your paragon soul will make it virtually impossible for you to enter the primordial spirit realm. Chapter 222, Empress Wu 1. After hearing this information, Wang Wei had a frown on his face, as he pondered. Although he could roughly understand her meaning, he still asked, "What do you mean?" After saying that, Wang Wei took out some of the leftovers from the Saint Realm golden rock meat and ate them in order to replenish his energy. Too many things happened to him in just a day. Of course, he also set a plate for Wu Hong. However, she did not seem that hungry. "What do you know about breaking through the primordial spirit realm?" asked Wu Hong instead of answering directly. "Well, to put it simply, after a cultivator uses their good fortune flame to refine a divine body for them that can withstand the power of law, they enter the divine body realm. Then they have to use the same good fortune flame to refine their soul into a primordial spirit, which is necessary to be able to wield the power of law." After saying that, Wang Wei stopped with a deep frown on his face. He was thinking deeply this time. It took him a while to wake up. "So you have already figured it out?" asked Wu Hong. "With how powerful your paragon soul is, it is impossible for your good fortune flame to actually refine it into a primordial spirit unless you abandon the paragon quality soul." Of course, Wang Wei would never do such a thing, even if this paragon soul is nothing but a pain in his arse so far. He knew that he would benefit from it greatly in the future as long as he can get through the troubles it brings. After thinking for a brief moment, Wang Wei waved his hand, then his good fortune flame appeared in the palm of his hand. "My good fortune flame is different from the normal one. Are you sure it will not be enough?" he asked. Even the best of good fortune flame has only 12 colors, but he had an extra color, signifying his transcendence. After looking at the 13-colored good fortune flame, Wu Hong stared at it for a while before muttering, "9 is the extreme, and 12 is perfection. 13 is detachment." Wang Wei had heard of this saying before, but not the last part of it. He wanted to ask what detachment was, but he learned from his mistake and decided to shut his mouth. He was already under a lot of psychological pressure from all the things he learned in one day, so he did not need any more. Plus, he knew that Wu Hong would not answer him this time. "So, does my good fortune flame make it possible for me to break through the primordial spirit realm?" asked Wang Wei. "Well," replied Wu Hong after waking up from her momentary daze, "it only increases your chances, but that's all. On its own, it is still impossible for you to make a breakthrough." "Well, what should I do now?" "Any idea?" asked Wang Wei. "Unfortunately, no," replied Wu Hong. "Plus, you do not need my help. I am sure that during our conversation, you have thought of a few methods to solve the problem." She had a bright smile on her face when she said that. Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, as he did indeed have a few plans. Although he did not know whether they would work, he still has a few hundred if not thousand of years before he has to worry about breaking through the primordial spirit realm. So, he was not that worried as he had plenty of time to come up with other and better solutions. However, he was worried about something. He discovered that his mentality had slightly changed after meeting Wu Hong. He realized that in such a short time, he was beginning to rely too much on her. Wang Wei knew that this could not be helped as Wu Hong knew so much more than him, and her input in things are usually vastly different than his. But he also warned himself not to rely on her too much unless absolutely necessary. After all, if he develops such a mentality, then it would be impossible for him to continue his path of emperor. A true emperor is someone that can shoulder both heaven and earth on their own. Although they can receive help from other people, they should never rely too heavily on someone else. They should never become a crutch. After figuring out these things, Wang Wei felt that his state of mind had sublimated a little bit. He felt that many of the things that happened to him in the past few days were not as much of a big deal as he thought. All he needs to do is take everything in stride. No matter the situation, all he has to do is remain calm. Then think of a plan that either benefits him or further his agenda. After his little epiphany, Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm himself down. Meanwhile, Wu Hong had a slight smile on her face. She noticed the slight dependence that Wang Wei was developing towards her. The reason that she did not say anything was because she believed that he would also notice it, solve the problem by himself. People with Tao heart, as powerful as young emperors, are usually very in tune with not only their emotions, but also their state of mind. They can easily notice when something is wrong with them, analyze the reason for the change or problem, then fix it themselves. After calming himself down, Wang Wei decided to change the topic and talked about something else. Can you tell me about Empress Wu? This should not be some big secrets, right? Asked Wang Wei. No, it is not. What do you want to know? Replied Wang. Mostly about her rise and why she suddenly disappeared. Wu Hong nodded her head, then took a brief moment to organize her thoughts. Why don't you tell me what you know about the Devil Era? In general, she asked. Well, after the absolute beginning emperor ended the Incense Era, the world went through a brief period of peace and prosperity, at least for Taoism and the Tai Profound Gate. Then, all the cultivators in the myriad emperor world learned about the horror of the endless void. Another powerful heaven will world, named the Nine Devil God world, suddenly invaded our own. These devils were a cruel and bloodthirsty race that took pleasure in slaughter and destruction. It did not matter whether it was children, woman or man, human or demon race. They killed everything in their sight. They basically enslaved all races in the myriad emperor world and treated them as livestock. As a matter of fact, their entire cultivation system relies on committing sin and negative karma in order to reach a higher realm. So the more terrible things they did, the stronger they became. These people then committed the worst and most unimaginable crime or sins possible. The worst thing was the fact that this world actually had 9 great emperors at once called the Devil Gods. Although the Human Preservation Array prevented these demon gods from entering our world, it did not change much. The cultivators of the myriad emperor world were still not a match for all the other devil races that managed to enter. Adding to that, these devils seemed to have a method that allowed them to compete for the heaven will without an identity token. So for an entire era, the majority of great emperors cultivated in our world were actually from the devil race. The situation was actually similar to back in the Incense Era with Buddhism. At least this was the current theory, as not much information is left about Buddhism from that era. Of course, not all the great emperors were from the 9 devil god world. Some genius in our world managed to defy the odds and prove the Tao. Unfortunately, they were immediately besieged by the 9 devil gods and either killed, sealed, or exiled. Then there was a great emperor from the sword-casting villa that managed to kill 2 of the 9 demon gods. Then he negotiated a temporary peace with the others, which brought time for our world to recuperate. However, it was then that we learned that the heaven will of the 9 devil god world was actually a position. After one of the devil races acquire the heaven will, they will become a devil god and serve the world for a period of time. After their services are finished, they can leave with the heaven will and become a true great emperor. And one way that these devil gods figured out to reduce their long sentences in that position was to actually invade other worlds, then sacrifice either the entire world or the heaven will of that world to the heavenly Tao of their own world. Then they can be free. The devil era lasted quite some time until Empress Wu appeared and ended it. That's the general summary of that time. Chapter 223. Empress Wu, 2. Wu Hong nodded, as this was the broad and general description of the historical events that occurred during that era. After reorganizing her thoughts, she started to narrate. Well, Empress Wu was born in a very small village in the mortal world. As you can imagine, back then, the lives of mortals was even worse than cultivators, as they did not even have the strength or the will to resist the devil race. According to the law back then, every time a mortal kingdom, city, or village reached a certain level of population, 90 of the people would be selected as food, slaves, or plaything for the devil race. As for the remaining 10, they would be left alive in order to repopulate before the next selection. Right after Empress Wu was born, her parents were selected and she was raised by the old uncle in the village. When she was 18, she had grown into a beautiful young woman which caught the attention of a human noble. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, so he asked, "There was still human nobility back then? In such a terrible era?" Wu Hong nodded before explaining. The so-called human nobles were actually traitors of the human race. Most of them betrayed their own race and submitted to the devil race and became their running dog. The devil race, which reveled in sins truly, like seeing those traitors, and used them as a way to control the other human race. As a matter of fact, some of them even inserted the devil race bloodline inside their bodies in order to become closer to their enslaver. Wang Wei nodded as he could foresee this happen. The human race is a very complex one, and it is not unaccepted that they would betray their own kind. Even the demon race that has the concept of tribe and bloodline connection embedded deep in their souls has traitors among them, let alone the human race that is easily divided amongst each other. However, Wang Wei still had a question, so he asked, "There are rumors that devil cultivators originated from the devil race. Is that true?" "Indeed," replied Wu Hong. "The early devil cultivators were actually normal cultivators that took the cultivation path of the devil race and studied it. Then, they combined it with the origin path in an attempt to become stronger and in the 9 devil god world's occupation of our world. In some ways, they were successful as many devil emperors were born in that era, and they all fought against the devil race to their deaths. This is the reason that even though many cultivators do not like the devil cultivators, they're still allowed to occupy the Western White Tiger continent. It was all thanks to their merits during the devil era that even heavenly Tao acknowledged their contributions to the world." Wu Hong paused for a brief moment, and seeing that Wang Wei had no more questions, she continued her narration. The human noble did not want Empress Wu for himself, but to be handed to a devil prince. Well, devil princes were actually inheritors to the devil god position. Once when the 9 devil gods left their positions and became true great emperors, the devil princes would battle it out, and the winner would become the next devil god. Knowing what her fate would be like if she was caught by the human noble, the empress ran away from the village. It was then that she had a fortunate encounter and started on the path of cultivation. However, her early years were quite miserable as he was constantly on the run from that human noble. Things got even worse when that devil prince became aware of her existence and desired her. He even promised the human race alliance that if they sent her to him, he would negotiate with the other devil princes to ease the suffering of the humans in the world. As that devil prince was a genius that appeared once every thousands of generations in the devil race. And given the fact that he was the most powerful one, the human alliance believed his words. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, as he had read about the human alliance. It is similar to how all the factions of the world banded together in the ancient emperor era to fight the Golden Ape Emperor. However, this time they were fighting the devil race, and Wang Wei also knew that the Tao opening sect was in fact in charge of the alliance during that time, but he had never heard about such a thing. Wu Hong further explained the situation as he could guess what he was thinking. This devil prince was so talented that in his generation, the 9 devil gods decided not to sacrifice that generation's heaven will to their own world's heavenly Tao, but instead let him use it as he could possibly become an eternal emperor. As for the reason you did not hear about the fact that the human alliance accepted his offer, it was probably because they erased such embarrassing things from history in order not to look bad. I'm sure if one day you get access to the secret archive of your sect, you will find the real history written in them. Wang Wei nodded as he was not that surprised. He was not a gullible person who believed that his sect never did anything wrong. As the most powerful faction of the Myriad Emperor Word, Wang Wei knew that the Tao opening sect had done many cruel and shady things in order to retain their power and position. He can guess that even his father, who always had a happy and doting look, has done some shady things in his life as a sect master. And when he takes that position, he will do the same. So, he was not fazed to learn that his sect has fabricated history in order to make themselves look better. All factions have done this at some point. Meanwhile, Wu Hong continued her narration. She also knew that Wang Wei would not be fazed by such a thing. Whereas I? Yes, the promise of that devil prince. After he said these words, the empress spent her life running and hiding. She could not even trust her own race. And the few people that she could trust would always tell her that she should be happy that the devil prince wanted her, that she was not worthy of him, and should be glad that she caught his eyes. For a poor and mediocre cultivator like the empress at that time, it was a constant pressure just existing, as everyone always questioned her value or worthiness. After hearing this, Wang Wei understood how Wu Hong formed her temperament. It was probably modeled or is directly from Empress Wu after she proved the Tao and became a great emperor. However, he was truly surprised to hear the word mediocre describe Empress Wu. So he asked, "Are you saying that Empress Wu, an eternal emperor and one of the greatest great emperors to have existed in this world, was mediocre?" Wu Hong nodded her head calmly before explaining. At the beginning of her cultivation journey, she was indeed mediocre. As a matter of fact, it was not until she reached the void, shattered realm and comprehend the law that her extraordinary nature showed up. Of course, the changing course of her life started after she broke through the supernatural realm. Wang Wei frowned as he did not understand. So he said, "Elaborate, please." Well, Empress Wu started her cultivation journey with an ordinary cultivation technique, with no proper training or guidance, no resources, and people always chasing after her. So, in the body refining realm, she only cultivated to the 9th layer. Her divine C was ordinary. She only had 270 divine veins in her altar before entering the supernatural realm. Even her good fortunate flame was 9-colored. Back then, she was nothing but an ordinary cultivator. Although Wang Wei was surprised after hearing this news, he realized that it made sense after thinking about it rationally. Given the emperor's background and time period that she was born, it made complete sense. Although things made sense, he still had a sigh at Empress Wu to be able to come so far and accomplished so much with all the shitty card that life gave her. He admired her even more and became more thankful for all the things that he was born with, for all the things he was blessed with from birth, whether it was his healthy family and friends or all the generational wealth that he has inherited. He also promised himself to do whatever it takes to make sure that he cherishes and protects all these things. So, what happened to her in the supernatural realm that made her so exceptional? Asked Wang Wei with an intrigued voice. After acquiring a relic from the past, the Empress was able to absorb enough key luck to reach the level of purple gold. Then, she acquired a taboo innate talent called Universal Seal. Chapter 224, Empress Wu, Finale. After a brief pause, Wu Hong continued to explain. The Universal Seal is the ability to seal anything between heaven and earth, whether it was existing or non-existing things, physical and non-physical things, spiritual and non-spiritual, even existing concepts like life, death, and even fate. In summarization, she can literally seal anything in the universe. Wang Wei nodded as this was indeed a terrifying ability. However, since it was a taboo talent, there must be a price or restriction. So what was the restriction? He asked. She could only use it once in her life, replied Wu Hong with a calm face, and Wang Wei nodded. So, how did this talent help her? After she received that heaven-defying talent, she started to study it instead of using it. Although the Empress's talent was mediocre, she had an outstanding comprehension. She tried to create a cultivation technique solely based on her talent. And when she broke through the void-shattered realm and understood the law, she finally succeeded in her endeavor. Then, her meteor rise started. Wu Hong took a brief pause to brew herself and Wang Wei some tea, then ate and drank the Saint Realm True Person Golden Rock meat. The first thing she did after making her breakthrough was to actually improve her foundation. She tracked down the most powerful human genius of that time period and sealed his talent and foundation, then absorbed that person's Tao foundation. Wang Wei raised his eyebrows as he looked deeply at Wu Hong. What do you mean by that? He was indeed confused. How can sealing have such ability? Suddenly, he thought of how Wu Hong was able to seal his pain, then removed it from his body. So, he guessed that the Emperor's sealing Tao was not a simple one. However, it made sense thinking about it logically. How could a person that became an eternal emperor be ordinary, especially the Tao that they cultivate? As you can imagine, her sealing Tao was not a simple one, replied Wu Hong while sipping her tea. After sealing something, she can actually control that thing like it was a part of her and do whatever she pleases with them. For example, after sealing the human genius perfect Tao foundation, she absorbed it on her own in order to benefit from it. Of course, there are limits to this ability. She has to have a deep understanding or knowledge of the thing she seals. For example, if she wanted to seal time, she needed to have a deep understanding of the Tao of time. And if a person has much more knowledge than her in a subject, they can still find a way to break her seal or use brute force to do so. However, I doubt that in her life, she has met people capable of such a thing. And if she did, they were few in numbers. Wang Wei nodded as he expected such a powerful Tao to have its limitations. One thing that he has noticed throughout his short years of cultivating was that there was nothing truly perfect in the cultivating world. Everything and everyone had flaws or limitations. As a matter of fact, most cultivators are chasing perfection. With each breakthrough in cultivating realms, they get closer to becoming perfect. As such, many cultivators believe that great emperors are the only perfect beings in existence. However, this seems to be far from the truth. From what Wang Wei learned today, maybe only paragons are the truly perfect beings in existence. And even that may not be 100% truth. After reining in his thoughts, he asked, "You said that she absorbed the perfect Tao foundation from that human genius. From what I know, only the origin path scripture of my Tao opening sect can allow a person to cultivate a perfect Tao foundation. So is this human genius from my sect?" "That is correct," replied Wu Hong. He was being secretly cultivated in order to compete with the Three-Eyes Devil Prince, which was the one attracted by Empress Wu's beauty. Wang Wei nodded, as he did not care about a person that was dead eons ago, even if it might have been one of his ancestors. What he cared about was that Three-Eyes Devil Prince. For some reason, Wang Wei did not like this guy, even though he could foresee his terrible downfall. The idea of "how dare you have eyes for my woman" kept appearing in his mind, and he was having trouble removing them. He wanted to travel back in time and slap that guy in his face. Although there was no evidence to suggest that Wu Hong was Empress Wu, he had a feeling that they were the same, or at least deeply related. "So what happened afterwards?" asked Wang Wei, trying to remove the distracting thoughts in his mind. Wu Hong gave him a deep look, smirked slightly to herself before continuing. "Well, the story is pretty much as you expected. After her change in ability, Empress Wu was able to easily hide herself from being hunted down. However, using her concealment ability, she started attacking and destroying many sects or groups of the devil race. At first, the upper echelons of the devil race did not care, due to the fact that she only killed or destroyed the low-level devil races in the Void-Shattered Realm and below. Adding to that was the fact that the mindset of their entire race is based on survival of the strong. But they soon had to take action as the number of clans or tribes she killed reached a certain number. So, they increased their search for her, but it was to no avail. So, the devil race threatened to make the human race pay for her actions if she did not stop. So, the Empress stopped and disappeared after that. She only showed up on the day of Heaven will battle. Then she and the Three-Eyes Devil Prince had a magnificent battle. It was truly one of a kind when it comes to Heaven will battle. Although Empress Wu had the advantage at first, the other 9 devil gods secretly interfered with the battle. They somehow managed to render the heavenly Tao of our world completely useless, then secretly helped their prince. Unfortunately, this was not enough. The Empress was way more powerful and became victorious in that battle. She proved to the world and to herself that she was worthy. Worthy of anything she desired, whether it was power, beauty, strength, and even the worship of all living beings. Wang Wei sighed as he tried to imagine what such a battle would be like. With these 2 heaven-defying geniuses born only after countless generations, it must have been magnificent. So, what happened afterwards? How did she end up disappearing? After the battle, she did not kill the Three-Eyed Devil Prince, but sealed him and took all his talents and strength. Then, she proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. Despite the way that the human race treated her, she did not hold any form of grudges as she understood the situation that they were in. So, after proving the Tao, she prevented the 9 devil gods from entering the myriad emperor world. Then she started a devastating attack on the devil race. She single-handedly annihilated all the devil races that were in the myriad emperor world. In the process, she even destroyed 4 forbidden lands by herself. Then, she repeated the same process for all the worlds in our community that the 9 devil god world had invaded during their reign. Once she was done, she traveled to the world community that originally belonged to the 9 devil god world and eliminated all their influences. This included all the world communities that they had previously invaded or destroyed before attacking the Myriad Emperor world. Her last stop was the home world of the devil race itself. By herself, she easily killed 5 of the 9 devil gods in their home. However, the other devil gods seemed to be prepared for her arrival. They used some kind of sacrificial ceremony magic and exile from the endless void. However, before leaving, she used her universal seal talent to permanently seal both the 9 devil god world and the remaining 4 devil gods. As a matter of fact, she even sealed the heaven will on that world, so that from that day on, there would never be another devil god born in that world. With her strength, the Empress single-handedly ended the devil era, and even the devil race itself. To this day, the majority of devil races are nothing but slaves, and their status is even worse than the demon race. Maybe a few of them manage to survive the purge by hiding in a faraway world community. But it is impossible for their races to rise again, as the Empress even sealed the key luck of destiny of their entire races. Damn, muttered Wang Wei to himself. My Empress Wu is truly a savage queen. She did not give the devil race any chance to breathe at all. Wu Hong, who heard his mutter, looked at him before saying, Your Empress Wu? Chapter 225. Heaven Devour Physique in Action. I do not know what you are talking about, replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. In the past few days, he has learned how to do with Wu Hong's ability to see through him. All he had to do was be thick-skinned or as shameless as possible. After Wu Hong finished explaining the life of Empress Wu, the two of them had a long chat about many things over tea and dinner. Then, they separated to do their own things. Wu Hong returned to her own residence, while Wang Wei stayed in the small world created by true monarch Yin Shun to continue his training. He first headed to a place where a large and vast ocean was located in this small world. Then he took out his clothes and started refining them. In addition to the powerful gravity that would temper his organs, he added an array that would send a powerful vibration throughout his entire body, including his organs, in order to help him temper them. And that was not all. During the refining process, Wang Wei started to eat pills like they were candies. These pills included things like Viscera Strengthening Pill, Golden Muscle Pill, Dragon Pilar Bone Pill, and many more. All these pills were saint tier and very rare and expensive due to the fact that they are used by cultivators to increase the strength of their fleshly body. Although the origin path system is mostly based on martial art and ki cultivation, the martial art aspect is mostly in the early stages, while the ki aspect is more prominent in the middle and late stages. So, cultivators usually stopped paying attention to their bodies after the divine body realm. So, to make up for it, they invented many precious pills to boost themselves. However, Wang Wei used these pills to increase the strength of his fleshly body. Of course, the reason that he could take such high-level pills was because of how strong his flesh already was, so he could withstand all the medical powers of these saint pills. However, taking in so much had disastrous consequences. The powerful medical energy of all these pills destroyed Wang Wei's fleshly body as they competed with one another. Nevertheless, he was counting on this happening. He allowed these pills to destroy his body. Then when his regenerative ability kicked in, he could strengthen his body through the process of constant destruction and rebirth. Furthermore, he could easily mix all these pills that have different properties and effects, thus increasing the benefit he gets out of these pills. Of course, one could imagine how painful this process was, but by now, he was used to pain. Of course, his pain innate talent grew rapidly during this time. After finishing refining his clothes, Wang Wei put them on before diving deep into the ocean. After traveling about 10,000 meters deep, the pressure was too much for him to handle, so he stopped temporarily. So with gravity, vibration, medical energy, and underwater pressure, Wang Wei started to temper his fleshly body and the origin essence inside his divine sea beyond his limits. He tried to temper his soul and divine sense, but it was no use, so he gave up. Just like that, Wang Wei entered a cultivation seclusion and could only get access to information in the outside world through communication talismans. Of course, during that time, he did not stop talking to Wu Hong through talisman as well. A few months passed inside the secret realm of the Emperor Enlightening Academy's trial. Mo Xingyun was standing proudly opposite another beautiful lady with her red hair dancing with the blowing wind. As for the person opposite her, she had skin as pale as the snow, black hair and eyes, and a temperament as pure as an angel. However, the blood dripping down the corner of her mouth and her tattered blue garment somewhat ruined her pure and holy temperament. This person was Gu Binkian, and she was the owner of the number 8 heavenly physique, 9 physique. Gu Binkian had spent most of her life dominating all her opponents in the lower realm with her proud physique, but today she finally met her match. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Gu Binkian waved the sword her hand towards her opponent. Then countless swords made of ice rushed forwards, wanting to freeze everything in its path. The same trick again. This is getting boring, muttered Mo Xingyun calmly. With a wave of her hand, a black light appeared, and all the ice swords were swallowed by a mysterious force from her body. Meanwhile, Gu Binkian was not surprised by this, as she was never able to injure her opponent ever since this battle began. The reason she used the same method again was in order to test whether this person had some sort of limit to the amount of things she could swallow. Unfortunately, she had not found the answer after so many attempts. Knowing that her attempts were futile and knowing that she was desperate, Gu Binkian decided to use her most powerful attack, her innate talent. So, countless strange markings or tattoos appeared all over her snow-white skin. Then she roared in a cold and emotionless voice, "Hell freeze," following which a terrifying chill came from her body that surrounded a few kilometers around the two of them. Whether it was trees, mountains, or rivers, they were all instantly frozen. And if Mo Xingyun did not use her swallowing ability to protect herself, both her body and soul would also be frozen. As for Gu Binkian, she was perfectly fine. She was better than fine. After creating the frozen area, her injuries healed by themselves, and even her strength increased by quite a bit. However, her attack was far from over. In the frozen area, countless pale and see-through beings rose from the ground. These things were ghosts or souls from hell. They all looked weird. Some had broken horns on their head despite a human face. Some had animals' heads instead of human. Some had their faces in different locations beside their heads. In general, these ghosts all looked creepy. Mo Xingyun frowned after seeing this. She had tried to absorb the cold energy in the environment. However, she was not as successful as she would like, although she did manage to swallow some of it. However, she soon realized that it took too much time to refine this terrible cold. More importantly, if she swallowed too much of it, the intense cold would sneak in her body and start to destroy things, so she stopped. So, she quickly scanned the surrounding few kilometers with her divine sense. Then she muttered, "A pseudo-domain talent? No. It seems that she can save a large amount of extreme energy inside her body and release it at the appropriate time in order to give herself an home field advantage. Compared to domains that can control everything in their field, this ability is far worse. However, you want to play soul with a devil cultivator, girl, you are too tender." Mo Xingyun then waved her hand to launch countless black lights that entered these ghosts' bodies. Then she said, "Devour soul imprint." These ghosts suddenly felt that something important to them was being taken away from them, but they did not know what it was. Well, until they realized that they no longer listened to their owner Gu Binkian but were now controlled by Mo Xingyun. Then, under the order of their new owner, they started attacking Gu Binkian, who was horrified by the fact. She tried to regain control over her summon, but it was to no avail. So, Gu Binkian started destroying these ghosts by launching all kinds of powerful ice or related attacks on them. Unfortunately for her, One of the abilities of these ghosts was the fact that they were immortal as long as they stayed in the frozen area. Even if they were destroyed, they would just reconstruct themselves and continue to battle. At first, this was a great advantage for her, but now it was being used against her. Meanwhile, Emo Xingyun was looking at the struggling Gu Binkian with very calm eyes. She was waiting for a counterattack. However, she soon shook her head in disappointment. She thought that this 9-yin physique had cultivated some kind of yang cultivation technique to balance herself. And if not, at least cultivated extreme yin to the point of returning to yang. But it turned out that she did not. Emo Xingyun could guess that this girl used to rely solely on her powerful physique to bully other ordinary cultivators. However, this kind of simple method of training would not cut it in this world, especially in this glorious age. Without going above and beyond, a person solely relying on the advantage of their physiques would be left behind. So, she decided to end this battle as quickly as possible before any variable interfered. Devouring fire, said Emo Xingyun. Then, brownish flames enveloped the entire area that the frozen hell ability covered. In just a few seconds, all extreme yin cold in the surrounding area was completely gone. Gu Binkian's face became very ugly after seeing this. One of her trump cards was the ability to use the frozen area to teleport herself in short distances. She was waiting for the perfect opportunity to sneak attack her opponent. This should be enough to buy her enough time to run away. Now, her chances are gone. Emo Xingyun sneered after seeing her face. Although she did not know what exactly Gu Binkian was planning, she had enough experience to know to always destroy the field advantage of any of her opponents. So, after struggling for quite some time, and even going as far as using her good fortune flame, Gu Binkian the number 8-9 physique was killed. As for Emo Xingyun, after killing her opponent, she walked over to the body, placed her hand on top of her head. A black light covered Gu Binkian's body. Then she was swallowed without leaving anything behind, not even a single drop of blood. As for Emo Xingyun, she closed her eyes and felt the power running through her blood. She stretched out her hand. Then a powerful cold came out and froze the ground a few meters ahead of her. While she was testing out her new power, suddenly a voice came out of nowhere, startling her. Worthy of the Heaven Devour physique, said to be able to steal the heavenly physique of others. Who? Screamed Emo Xingyun as she looked around for the speaker. Chapter 226. Years of Planning. 1. Emo Xingyun was truly startled due to the fact that someone actually got so close to her, and yet she did not even notice it. As a person born and raised in a devil-cultivating family, she had to learn at a very young age to always be vigilant. Otherwise, she would not have survived for so long. Even with her status of a descendant of the heaven-devouring emperor, her family did not treat her better or give her preferential treatments. On the contrary, they trained even more ruthlessly. After looking in the surroundings, Emo Xingyun had a frown on her face as she noticed that someone had deployed a powerful formation that surrounded her and the surrounding environment. At first, she thought that she was being ambushed, but after a quick analysis of the array, she realized that it was placed only to prevent all the people that were watching the tournament from seeing what was happening here. Of course, Emo Xingyun did not let her guard down. A few seconds after checking the surrounding environment, Emo Xingyun saw an ordinary person walking to her. Although that person had a hood on his face, she could tell that it was a man, and she also had a feeling that something was wrong with that person, but she could not tell what it was. "Who are you? And what do you want?" asked Emo Xingyun calmly. However, she had used her feet to secretly cast an origin spell to prepare to attack at any moment. "There is no need for you to use any of your little schemes, as I can see through them. And I can honestly tell you that this person is nothing but a meat bag that I am using to communicate with you. So, it does not matter if you destroy it." Although her scheme was seen through, Emo Xingyun did not panic, nor did her facial expression change. She kept her calm and collected demeanor. "Since your excellency did not attack me despite having the capability, it can only mean that you want something from me. So, please be direct and stop wasting both of our time." It is always refreshing to talk to smart people. You are indeed correct that I want something from you. To be exact, I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Please be more specific. I want you to create a devouring talisman for me with your blood essence," replied the hooded figure. Mo Xingyan frowned after hearing this. As the person with the heaven-devouring physique, she could make such a talisman, but to use her blood essence to do so— "Your Excellency, you should know that the blood essence of anyone with a special physique is quite special and would not be handed so easily. Adding to that all the terrible curses that need the blood essence of someone to take effect. I truly wonder what you will use to convince me otherwise." The hooded shadow was silent for a brief moment, and Mo Xingyun had the feeling that he was smirking despite not seeing his facial expression. "What I will exchange for this talisman is the news about the whereabouts of the gluttony swallowing scripture. Your Excellency, you must take me for a fool," replied Montak Xingyun calmly. "It is common knowledge that my ancestor, the heaven-devouring emperor, did not leave his emperor scripture behind. So how could you know about its whereabouts?" replied Mo Xingyun calmly despite the fact that her heart was rapidly racing. "You are partially correct about that," replied the hooded shadow with a rigid voice. "Do you know the origin of the gluttony swallowing scripture? Wasn't he my ancestor who created it? Not really. The original scripture was created by a devil god during the devil era and left as inheritance in the myriad emperor world. During one of your ancestors' fortunate encounters, he got a copy of the scripture. However, he only received half of it. Later, after your ancestor got his hand on one of the 12 ancestral talismans created by the talisman ancestor, he combined his understanding of it to finish the second half of the scripture and even created the Heaven Devour physique which you inherited. Although the Heaven Devour physique was not acknowledged by Heavenly Tao, it was still a powerful acquired physique that could compare to the top 3 heavenly physique. And the gluttony swallowing scripture he created eventually became even more powerful than the original." Mo Xingyun had a frown on her face as her thoughts began to run rapidly. She remembered hearing rumors that her ancestor had indeed acquired the swallowing talisman in his youth, which was one of the 12 ancestral talismans that the talisman ancestor left in the myriad emperor world after proving the Tao back in the ancient emperor era. However, there was no evidence to prove otherwise, and anyone who truly knew the truth was probably already killed. After reining in her thoughts, Mo Xingyun then said, "So what you are offering is not the scripture created by my ancestor?" "So what?" replied the hooded shadow. "You should be aware of your situation. Although your physique is powerful, you cannot properly use it without the right cultivating method. I guess that your plan was probably to swallow other heavenly physique to make up for the gap, then use the 3,000 Tao tablets to create a scripture that suits you best. Unfortunately, I can see that you are not nearly as talented as your ancestor. So even with the tablets, there is no guarantee that the scripture that you create will be up to par. As for the physiques that you swallow, without the proper method, it will take you a lot of time for you to digest their powers, and there will still be flaws afterwards. In front of ordinary heaven chosen, your powers would be more than enough. But in front of people like Wang Wei and Di Tian, they will instantly take advantage of the slightest of flaws you have and completely annihilate you, especially knowing how terrifying your physique can be." After hearing this, Mo Xingyun tried her best to remain calm. However, it was quite difficult, so she secretly bit her tongue to distract herself from her excitement and anger. She knew that this hooded shadow was correct. Although she had the same physique as her ancestor, her talent paled in comparison to him. The only advantage she had was the fact that she was born in a glorious age, thus granting her access to countless heavenly physiques. However, this was also a disadvantage, as the geniuses that appeared in this age were truly devil-like. So, the threshold for strength and talent was dramatically increased. After taking a moment to calm her emotions down, Mo Xingyun then said, "I can accept your deal, but you have to help me catch a few of the other heavenly physique, especially the ones in the top 5. "No," replied the hooded figure. "You can either accept my terms, or we can part ways." Mo Xingyun frowned after hearing this, as she could not tell whether this deal was very important to that person. "Before I give my answer, I have one last question. If you know the whereabouts of the gluttony swallowing scripture, why not take it for yourself? Since you want a devouring talisman from me, then it is obvious that you need the power of devour to do something. So why not take the scripture and accomplish your goals? The hooded shadow paused for a few seconds before answering. Do not ask stupid question. If I could do that, do you think I would negotiate with you? Mo Xingyun then secretly sighed in relief as she finally found some form of advantage during this negotiation. From this answer, she could determine that this hooded person had some kind of restriction that prevented him from directly forcing her to do his bidding. Of course, she will not let her guard down because of this fact. So, how do we make sure we each keep our part of the bargain? A Dao hard oath? The hooded shadow secretly sneered after hearing this. He knew that devil cultivators care little for Dao heart, so he would not fail for such a simple trick. Without hesitation, he took out a contract that he made himself and sent it to Mo Xingyun, who took it and read it carefully. She was not disappointed that her little trick failed, as she did not expect much of it. After making sure that there were no hidden conditions inside, she signed it. If it was any other time, Mo Xingyun would never sign some random contract made by someone else. She would use her own instead. However, she did not have much of a choice. As the inheritor of the Heaven Devour physique, her life was constantly in danger due to the actions of her ancestor. So, she needed to increase her strength as soon as possible. After both of them signed their names on the contract, oddly, neither of them actually tried to cheat the other. Mo Xingyun made the devouring talisman with her blood essence, and the hooded shadow gave her detailed information about the secret realm that holds the second half of the gluttony swallowing scripture. He even described some of the tests she might encounter inside. After the deal concluded, the hooded shadow instantly teleported somewhere and the array in the surrounding was lifted. The entire world could see Mo Xingyun again, however. She looked pale compared to a few hours ago. As for the hooded figure, he appeared in a special place, the residence of the seated players. Soon afterward, the person or body under the hood turned into countless particles and evaporated. He was replaced by an illusory figure floating in the air. The illusory figure then secretly entered a specific residence. Inside was a young Taoist priest wearing black-white clothes with the yin-yang symbol engraved in the front. The Taoist priest was actually Feng Heng from the Tai Profound Gate. As soon as the illusory figure entered the room, Feng Heng opened his eyes from his meditation and said to the person, "Master, where have you been?" Chapter 227. Years of Planning. 2. Feng Heng was used to his master always mysteriously disappearing, so he figured out that it had something to do with how he kept his primordial spirit in good shape. Most of the time, he was not worried about his master, given his strength and ability to hide himself. However, things are different now. They were currently in a tournament which was being watched by trillions of people all over the world, so the chances of being caught are very high. You do not need to worry about me, as I was doing something very important this time, and I took the necessary precaution, replied Shifuyu. Important? Master, can you tell me about it? Asked Feng Heng with a little excitement in his voice. Since even his master said it was important, then it must be truly heaven-defying. Shifuyu nodded, then waved his hand to enforce the arrays that were set in this house. He had to make sure that there was no hidden array left by the academy to spy on the seated players' housing area. I finally found a way for you to completely inherit the yin-yang eyes without having any defect. Master, really? Of course. Feng Heng suddenly got up from his futon, then took out a sealed body from his space ring. It was a 5-year-old child with 2 empty sockets for eyes. He looked at the child on the ground with coldness and indifference. So, Master, what do we need to do? Shifuyu looked at the body, and he was also calm. However, his calmness was not cold or indifferent, but more like a serene or peaceful one. In fact, there was still some pity or compassion deep in his eyes. I will enter your sea of consciousness in order to guide you. However, be warned, the process will be very painful, even more painful than when we did the first transplantation or when you went through heavenly tribulation. Feng Heng nodded without much care for his master's words. As a cultivator, If he could not withstand a little pain, then he does not deserve to be one of the powerful heaven-chosens of this generation. So, Feng Hung took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in his futon, then meditated for a few minutes. Then he opened his bright eyes. "Ready?" asked Shi Fuyu. Feng Hung nodded calmly, then paused briefly. "Master, I'm very thankful for all the things you did for me. So when I managed to prove the Tao and become a great emperor, I promised to find a way to completely revive you and build a powerful fleshly body for you with all the best emperor tier materials that I can find." Shi Fuyu sighed before nodding. Feng, one of the things I like most about you is the fact that you are the kind of person that always repay his kindness, so I do not donut your words in the slightest. All right, this is not the time to get sentimental. Let us get started. After saying that, Shi Fuyu turned into countless motes of light and entered Feng Hung's sea of consciousness through his eyebrow. He found himself floating in a dark space with a bronze cloud floating inside. This was Feng Hung's soul. Since Taoism also focused on cultivating the soul, his soul was bronze instead of white like most other people. "Feng, are you ready?" asked Shi Fuyu a second time. "Yes, master," responded the floating cloud. Then, Shi Fuyu took out a yellow paper with countless red strange writing on them. The writing looked like graffiti made by children randomly drawing on a wall. The truth of the matter is that those weird graffitis are actually divine runes inscribed to make the devouring talisman. The reason that the writing was in red was due to the fact that it was written with Mo Xingyun's blood. After taking out the talisman, Shi Fuyu used his soul power to activate it, then launched it into Feng Hung's soul. Before he could even react or even scream, his soul was completely absorbed. After seeing this, Shi Fuyu muttered to himself, "I am sorry, Feng. I cannot change my plans for so many years because of my affection for you." Knowing that he had a short window of time to act, Shi Fuyu went into action. He quickly absorbed Feng Hung's soul, thus gaining all his knowledge and memories, even the ones that had powerful seals on them placed by the Tai Profound Gate. Then, Shi Fuyu abandoned his primordial spirit, his cultivation along with all his comprehended laws, or Tao. He fully became Feng Hung from now on. Of course, he did not discard these precious things, but left them sealed inside his sea of consciousness. Anyway, he still has all his memories and comprehension. He just could not use the power of the Supreme Realm anymore. The reason he went to all this trouble was because of Feng Hung's identity as the Tao child of the Tai Profound Gate. After everything was over, Feng Hung's body opened his eyes. However, they were different. The youthful vigor was replaced by an ancientness that was hard to imagine by any other cultivator. From now on, Shi Fuyu is dead. "I am Feng Hung," muttered Shi Fuyu, not Feng Hung. After Feng Hung took a few hours to properly control his new body, he proceeded to execute the next part of his plan. He took out the talisman that was still usable, looked at it for a moment before muttering, "With this talisman, I can completely become Feng Hung. Even if the Tai Profound Gate suspects something and checks my soul, they will discover that I am still Feng Hung. Now, it is time for the second part." Feng Hung then placed the talisman in front of the 5-year-old child. Then he absorbed his body. Soon afterwards, Feng Hung's eyes turned into the yin-yang symbol. One was black with a little white inside, while the other was black with a little white inside. It did not take Feng Hung that long to actually absorb the entire physique. As a matter of fact, the process was extremely quick. Immediately afterwards, Feng Hung then raised his right hand. A powerful golden light manifested, followed by Buddha chants echoing in the room. The light and chants seemed to have the ability to wash away the worry of anyone who hears them. After seeing this, Feng Hung started laughing out loud. His laugh contained a hint of madness, sadness, and relief at the same time. "I finally succeeded. Damn you, absolute beginning emperor. You thought that you could totally eradicate my Buddhism from the lower dimension, but you were wrong. Today, after countless eras of planning, I have finally found a loophole to the magic you place here. With the yin-yang eyes, I can finally cultivate the absolute beginning Tao arts that you created to the highest level. Then, I will create a new philosophy that combines both Taoism and Buddhism in order to bypass the absolute beginning magic that prevents the rise of my Buddhism in all worlds across all world community. That way, my new sect of Buddhism will be tied up with Taoism. So if something happened to it, then the key luck or destiny of the entire Taoism will also be affected and may even be ruined. Ha 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 ha. Even if you are an eternal emperor, you cannot stop the rise of Buddhism anymore unless you want to see the destruction of the Taoist sect. Ha ha ha. Feng Hung spent hours laughing out loud, like a maniac, without stopping. This process was very cathartic for him. However, if anyone knew the story of Shi Fuyu, no one would blame him for doing so. This man had suffered for so many years, planned for countless eras before he could actually come up with a feasible plan that would actually work. After finally regaining his bearing, Feng Hung sighed while reminiscing about his past and all the things that he went through. After experiencing the complete annihilation of Buddhism in the incense era, he was always on the verge of madness. As a matter of fact, the annihilation of Buddhism was even more thorough than the devil race. Empress Wu was exiled during her confrontation with the Nine Devil God world. But the absolute beginning emperor only suffered injury during his battle in the Western Pure Bliss land. After he recovered, he went on a warpath against all the Buddhist sects scattered in all different world communities. He did not care whether some of these sects or factions did not absorb the power of faith. He eradicated all of them. On top of that, he used a powerful divine ability that cut off the origin or beginning of Buddhism, thus preventing them from ever rising again in any world in the endless void. It was similar to how Empress Wu sealed the devil race's destiny or key luck to prevent them from rising again. But the absolute beginning emperor was more thorough. Without a beginning, it was as if Buddhism never existed in this world. Chapter 228, Years of Planning. 3. During the destruction of Buddhism at the end of the incense era, the high-level monks of the Buddhist sect created a desperate plan for the future of their religion. While one ground supervised the ceremony to call a higher being inside the Western Pure Bliss land and lure the absolute beginning emperor inside, another group had another plan or mission. The upper echelon of Buddhism knew that as an eternal emperor, the absolute beginning emperor would not die at the hand of the higher being. However, being severely injured was more than enough for them. Taking the short breathing that they had, they hatched a hasty plan. They chose someone to survive this calamity and one day revive Buddhism. However, in such a short time, no one actually had a real or feasible plan, so the upper echelons decided to find a way for a person to live long enough to accomplish. By combining their power together, they created a formation that allows them to place all the hopes or wishes of Buddhism in one person, Shi Fuyu. At that time, Shi Fuyu was one of the most talented monks of that period, and he was known for his vast wisdom, so he was chosen. As a result of that formation, Shi Fuyu attained a certain level of immortality as long as he continued to absorb the power of faith once a while. The downside of this transformation was that he was considered half-dead and was forced to live in the form of a primordial spirit, and the amount of power he could use was quite limited. However, Shi Fuyu had developed a powerful hiding method that allowed him to even hide in front of a great emperor unless he arrogantly flaunted himself in front of powerful people. Only a few powerful or unique people could detect his existence. Unfortunately for Shi Fuyu, an eternal emperor was one of these existences. In order to hide himself from the absolute beginning emperor, the upper echelon of Buddhism decided that it was best for Shi Fuyu to hide in the most powerful and mysterious forbidden land of the myriad emperor world, the Nether Hell. The Nether Hell is one of the oldest and most mysterious places existing in the world, and among all the 6 forbidden lands, it is by far the most dangerous. Many great emperors, including a few eternal emperors, have tried to get rid of them, but they all either died inside, were severely injured, or failed. That includes Empress Wu. Even she could not do anything about it. Using the strange power existing inside, Shi Fuyu was able to hide from the absolute beginning emperor until he disappeared. After that, while traveling the world like a wandering ghost, he tried to find different ways to revive Buddhism. His first attempt was to spread the philosophies and cultivation methods of Buddhism throughout the entire world in an attempt to revive the religion, but he greatly underestimated the absolute beginning emperor's divine ability. As soon as those scriptures were written down, they were completely destroyed. When Shi Fuyu tried to preach the ideas or thoughts of Buddhism, he became incapable of speaking. After years of trying, he discovered ways to share his ideas. But all the people he did so to unfortunately forgot anything they learned about Buddhism. The knowledge was simply wiped out from their memories. Of course, there were a few powerful scriptures that could actually be written down without the interference of the magic, but few people could actually cultivate these techniques. To be precise, only truly powerful geniuses could cultivate them. But these people still could not pass down these scriptures to other people. During the Devil era, Shi Fuyu thought, because Buddhist cultivation techniques were the nemesis of the devil race, that the absolute beginning divine ability would let things go and allowed Buddhists to rise again in an effort to save the human race from being enslaved. But he was wrong. Nothing changed. During those times, Shi Fuyu despaired as he could not see any hope or future for his plan to work. Many times he wanted to end his long and miserable life. Unfortunately, he could not. Not because of his strong will, but because the power of the hope formation prevented him. Every time he tried to end his life, the formation would activate and save his life. Then, the remnant thoughts of all his former colleagues will appear and remind him of what he was fighting for. So, Shi Fuyu continued his journey. In order to sustain himself and not become crazy through the long passage of time, Shi Fuyu would often place himself in deep sleep for countless years. In these periods of peace, he would forget everything before waking up to continue his mission. After living through 3 eras and billions of years, he finally found a solution. By cultivating the absolute beginning Tao art to the highest level, he could trace back the beginning or origin of Buddhists that the absolute beginning emperor had erased. Of course, he would not just change the erasure. No, that would mean that he would have to fight an eternal emperor over control of his own divine ability. He was not that stupid. After tracing the beginning of Buddhism, he would change it slightly and made sure that his new version, which was a combination of both Buddhism and Taoism, was a form of Buddhism that was not affected by absolute beginning magic. Essentially, he would create a loophole in the magic that prevented him from spreading Buddhism again. On top of that, his Tao Buddhism would have its destiny or key luck bound to Taoism. So if one prospers, the other will also prospers. If one fails, the other one will also fails. However, in order to accomplish such a thing, Shi Fuyu needed many steps. First, he needed the yin-yang eyes physique, access to the absolute beginning Tao arts, and to become a great emperor. He also knew that this was essentially impossible, as heavenly physiques were essentially granted by heaven and earth, and he would never possess one given his state. So, Shi Fuyu tried to create a cultivation method that allows him to swallow a person's physique. Unfortunately, he failed. Due to his Buddhist nature and Tao, the path of Devourer did not agree with him. So all his methods he created were subpar and did not meet his requirement. So, in a final attempt, Shi Fuyu tried to train a person to do his method for him. And the person he chose was in fact Mo Xingyun's ancestor, the Heaven Devourer Emperor. Just like Feng Hung, Shi Fuyu trained the emperor from a young age. He chose a devil cultivator as he believed that only such a mindset and temperament was needed to create such a technique. So, he led the young Heaven Devourer Emperor to gain access to the gluttony swallowing scripture. He guided him to one of the 12 ancestral talismans and showed him how to create and acquire physique like the Heaven Devourer physique. According to Shi Fuyu's agreement with the young Heaven Devourer Emperor, after he proved the Tao, he would help him acquire both the yin-yang eyes and the absolute beginning Tao arts in order to accomplish his goals. Unfortunately, he was betrayed. Once the Heaven Devourer Emperor reached a certain level of strength, he tried to swallow Shi Fuyu's primordial spirit. Luckily for him, he was an old fox and quickly recognized the action of his disciples, so he ran away beforehand. Knowing that his disciples had a great chance of becoming an eternal emperor, Shi Fuyu went to hide again inside the nether hell forbidden land. He only came out once his disciple was exiled. After that, he tried to find the yin-yang eyes by himself. Shi Fuyu knew that without it, it was impossible to be granted access to the absolute beginning Tao art from the Tai Profound Gate. However, it was no use as he could not predict when this physique would appear. And when it did, it was already too late as the person was already taken by other powerful factions. Not to mention that he still needed a way to swallow that physique. For his plan to succeed, he needed the perfect time where both the yin-yang eyes and the heaven-devour physique appeared at the same time. Shi Fuyu was losing patience as he had lived too long, and his Tao heart was not firm enough to continue like this. Even the hope formation began to be incapable of keeping him alive. So, he made a final gamble. He infiltrated the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and sacrificed his pseudo-immortality in order to divine the exact time that both these physiques would appear, who would have them, and where they were located. Then, he deep slept again until the right time. After that, he chose Feng Heng to infiltrate the Tai Profound Gate. The reason was that Feng Heng had an innate talent referred to as Taoist mind, meaning he was perfectly suited for Taoism cultivating methods. Then, he stole the yin-yang eyes from its owner before anyone would notice his talent. One of the conditions to be allowed to cultivate the absolute beginning Tao art is to have a very high understanding of Taoist philosophy. So, Shi Fuyu spent countless eras studying Taoism, so he was not worried about it. He also taught Feng Heng a lot about Taoism, thus one of the reasons he was able to acquire the position of Tao Child. Now, all his plans have come to fruition, so he was planning for the future. Chapter 229, Spirit of the Epoch 1. Now that all his plans had come to fruition, Feng Heng was thinking about his future plans. Like every other heaven chosens, he wanted to sit on the supreme throne and become a great emperor, so he began to plan ahead. Now that I have become Feng Heng, the next step of my plan can begin. However, I need to consider my future opponents in this generation's heaven will battle. With my talent, experience, and future strength after acquiring the absolute beginning Tao art, few of these so-called heaven chosens will be my match. At least for now. However, those three are different. Well, I can eliminate Wang Wei. As an outlaw that is trying to take control of one of the 5 hidden supreme Taoists, he will not live very long. So, as long as I wait long enough, he will not be a problem. Then there's that Wu Hong. This woman looked too much like Empress Wu. Beside her temperament that is more cheery and joyful, she is the exact copy of the Empress. So her secrets are probably no less than mine. As such, she will be a very troublesome opponent. Lastly, it's that Di Tian. I have this feeling that I have met him before, but I can't put my finger on where. Given that he was born with the power of reincarnation, could he be the reincarnation of some old monsters that I have met before? No matter the truth, he will be a problem, so I need to watch him closely. No matter what, this generation's throne will belong to me, and a new era of Buddhism will be started by my hand. After taking a few minutes to think to himself, Feng Heng took out a talisman and contacted the sect master of the Tai Profound Gate. "Little Feng, what is it?" asked a calm and soothing voice. On the other side of the talisman was an old man with long white hair and beard, wearing a Taoist garment. Despite his old age appearance, this person was actually in the same generation as Sect Master Wang Tian. "Celestial Master, I have awakened the yin-yang eyes." After saying that, Feng Heng activated his new physique, then his eyes turned black and white. The Celestial Master of the Tai Profound Gate frowned after hearing and seeing Feng Heng's eyes. Normally, heavenly physiques are granted by heaven and earth, so most people are actually born with them. So after birth, their physique can be discovered. However, there are rare occasions when someone actually awakened an heavenly physique during the later years of their life. Nevertheless, such a thing is extremely rare throughout the history of the myriad emperor world. This would explain why Feng Hung's soul lamp was momentarily extinguished, thought the celestial master. According to speculations, all the top 10 heavenly physiques should appear in this glorious age, but for so many years, it was nowhere to be seen. Our profound gate have spent so many resources searching for it to no avail. Now, it seems that it is because it woke up a little late. So what are you going to do now? Asked the celestial master with a happy smile on his face. Their Tai profound gate finally have a true heaven chosen that can represent them on the heavens will battle. I want to cultivate the absolute beginning Tao art, replied Feng Hung calmly, but with a determined voice. Are you sure about this? You have spent so many years cultivating the Yin-Yang reversal manual, and your foundation has already been set. Cultivating another emperor scripture will take you a lot of time to modify. On top of that, your current cultivation technique perfectly suits your new physique. Not to mention all the tests you have to go through before you can get access to the absolute beginning Tao art. Even if you have the Yin-Yang eyes, without the sufficient level of Tao understanding, the sect will not allow you to cultivate the ancestor Tao art, replied the celestial master calmly. I insist. Celestial master. So be it, nodded the sect master of the Tai profound gate. The only reason he asked in the first place was to determine Feng Hung's determination. Of course, things will not proceed as smoothly as he made them out to be. Before anything else, the sect will do a thorough search on Feng Hung and make sure that nothing was wrong with him. After all, his soul lamp was extinguished for a brief moment, signifying that he was dead for this period of time. So, the sect will check whether someone had seized his body. Then they will check his sudden gain of the yin-yang eyes. When everything is clear, then he will have the opportunity to take the test to gain access to the absolute beginning art. So, what are you going to do with this tournament? Asked the celestial master. I do not wish to continue participating, as passing the sect test is more important and conducive to my future. As for the Tao tablets, I am sure that the sect can pay a certain price to acquire an entrance token for me. The Academy should give our profound gate some face. Then, I'll see you back at the sect in a while, the celestial master said as he disconnected the communication talisman. As for Feng Hung, he sighed in relief as he knew that he passed the first step in being his former disciple without showing any weakness. As a matter of fact, Feng Hung lied and did not explain his real motive for not participating in the tournament. The truth of the matter was that he did not want to place his name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. According to the laws and regulation of heaven and earth, all cultivators in the supreme realm and under are considered mortals. Such, they all have a limited lifespan and will one day enter samsara to reincarnate themselves. They will repeat the process until their souls are completely annihilated and return to heaven and earth. Or if they manage to reach the level of cultivation of the great emperor, Tao, ancestor, or immortal venerable. However, Shi Fuyu was different, as he managed to find a way to live far longer than heaven and earth allows a mortal to. So, he believed without a doubt that if he placed his name on that book, the heavenly Tao would recognize him and his actions. Then, divine punishment thunder will instantly fall from the sky to eradicate him from this world. Even his primordial spirit would be completely annihilated, thus preventing him from ever reincarnating. Of course, technically speaking, now Shi Fuyu is completely Feng Hung, so the heavenly Tao should not recognize him. Nevertheless, he did not want to take this chance. He has been planning for eons, and now that he was close to succeeding, he did not want some silly mistake or overconfidence to ruin his plans. As for the 3,000 Tao tablets, he had seen them countless times. Throughout his years, he managed to infiltrate the academy and became enlightened in front of them. As a matter of fact, he even once encountered the tablets before they were baptized by countless great emperors, making them so powerful and valuable. The only reason that he wanted to see them again was to further his understanding of the absolute beginning Tao art after acquiring it, and to prevent the people of his sect from being suspicious of his lack of interest in such a powerful aid. After reorganizing his thoughts, Feng Hung contacted his Tao protector to leave the tournament's secret realm. Of course, his departure caught the attention of many people. After all, Feng Hung was still one of the seeded players. However, given that three of the most powerful and mysterious heaven chosens of this generation did not participate in this tournament, Feng Hung's departure was not that sensational. The only people who truly cared were the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Every time a heaven chosen refuses to participate in this trial, they're the ones who lose, as they could not absorb the little bit of key luck from these geniuses. Nevertheless, the Academy was happy with the generous rewards that the Tai Profound Gate were offering to give a quota to Feng Hung to enter the tablet's secret realm. Although not nearly as good as what the Tao opening sect offered for Wang Wei, it was still extraordinary. Given that Feng Hung was not nearly as threatening as Wang Wei, they gladly accepted the offer. Just like that, 10 years passed rapidly, and the tournament was still ongoing. Of the 15 billion participants, only 1 billion was still left, meaning that the end of the elimination round was quickly approaching. In the floating booth of the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, all the teachers were still watching the tournament. For cultivators of their caliber, 10 years was shorter than any random retreat that they had. While everybody was watching the few exceptional candidates, Headmaster Baihan suddenly felt that something was wrong. So, he released his divine sense to scan the academy, but he did not find anything. So, he used his finger to calculate the secrets of heaven. Then he suddenly stood up and shouted, "What's going on?" Chapter 230. Spirit of the Epic 2. All the teachers were surprised by the sudden outburst of the headmaster. Usually, Baihan always had a calm and ethereal temperament to him. He always remained calm in every situation. So why was he acting in such a way? "Headmaster, what's wrong? Did something happen?" asked one of the teachers. Bai then took a deep breath to calm himself down before explaining. "I just calculated the secrets of heaven and discovered that the key luck of our entire academy has been reduced by 5. All the teachers gasped out loud after hearing this. With how powerful the key luck of the Emperor Enlightening Academy is, even if 0.1 is lost, it is a sign for concern. A 1 lost would make the academy on the highest alert. But now, 5 is gone, and no one even noticed it happening." After thinking about this, all the teachers had an ugly look on their faces as they also began to calculate the key luck of the academy, and they all came to the same conclusion as Baihan. Now, they started wondering what was going on. Baihan then started to mobilize the Wisdom Eye, which is the intelligence agency of the academy similar to the Tao opening sect as Shadow. A few days later, in a secret room, Baihan and all the upper echelons of the academy were reading a report of the current situation of the world. It was then that they learned that rumors of them despising professionals have been spread throughout all over the myriad Emperor world. By now, the majority of alchemists, talisman maker, array master, and refiners in the entire world have heard about these rumors. Then, they all developed a negative view of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, hence the result of the dramatic decrease in the sect's key luck. "What do we do now?" asked one teacher with a look of worry in his face. He knew well how much power and influence these professionals have in this world. There's a reason they are considered very noble and have high status in this world, especially alchemists. There are no cultivators that will not need the help of pills in his life. Whether it is breakthrough cultivation realm, increase strength or talent, or even save their life, all cultivators will need the help of an alchemist at one point or another. "Maybe things are not as bad as we imagine," replied one female teacher. "Our academy's reputation has been positive for countless years. As long as we announce our stand on the matter, things should go back to normal or at least not further escalate." Many teachers calmed down and nodded in agreement with us. However, some of the more cunning ones knew that things were not so simple. "Your words may have been right if this was actually an accident. However, given how fast this news traveled around the world, do you think that this was a coincidence? You mean someone is purposely attacking us? But who dares go against our academy? Isn't it obvious?" Suddenly said Headmaster Baihan. "Who do we have any conflict with in the last few years?" "Headmaster, you mean Sacred Sonwangwe?" asked one teacher with an incredible look on his face. Then he suddenly thought of Yin Liling's strange behavior during the opening ceremony. Are you saying that he planned the whole thing more than 10 years ago? Bayan used nodded calmly. However, his clenched hands inside his robe betrayed his actual mood. So what do we do now? Asked one teacher. All we can do now is to announce to the world our stand on the matter, then try to prevent any further rumor from spreading. Luckily for us, many of the world's cultivators are currently watching the heaven-chosen selection trial. We can talk to them directly. All the teachers nodded. Then they proceeded to plan out their response. Meanwhile, inside Yin Chun's small world, more than 100,000 meters deep in an ocean, Wang Wei opened his eyes. Then, with great effort, took out a talisman from his space ring. Wei-er, the Academy have just noticed our actions and are preparing to deal with the situation, said Sect Master Wang Tian. How long has passed? Asked Wang Wei through divine sense. 10 years, later than expected. It seemed that Mother's plan to hide the secrets of heaven and earth in order to prevent the Academy from noticing the change in their key luck worked wonderfully, replied Wang Wei. After all, you did inherit your cunning nature from her. Then, let us proceed with the second step of the plan. Continue to use public opinions to ruin their Academy's key luck. However, beware, Father. The enemy can also use the same tactic against us. I know, but you do not need to worry. In the past years, we have used all the information you told us about how to use public opinion and develop counterdefense against them. That's good, replied Wang Wei. Then he cut the communication. He looked in the direction of the Academy, sneered before closing his eyes to continue cultivating. Although he knew that this method could only blow a small blow to the Academy, this was just the beginning of his plan. So, under the Tao opening sect's order, countless agents started to spread more terrible news about the Emperor Enlightening Academy throughout the world. This time, the news was not only focused on the professionals, but all the terrible things that the Academy has done. Well, many of these things were in fact false. But Wang Wei did not care about such a thing. On top of that, Wang Wei also focused not just among cultivators, but also the common people. All the shadow agents of the sect started to leave flyers everywhere in the world, in every city, every dynasty, in every domain, and all 5 continents. Even mortal cities and dynasties were not spared. These flyers were refined to be able to transmit the information directly into a person's mind. So, even if the majority of the mortal population could not read or write, as long as they picked up a flyer, the information about all the terrible things that the Academy did would be planted in their minds. Of course, Wang Wei did not just boringly narrate the crimes of the Academy, but provided evidence. For example, recordings of the terrible things that both teachers and students did. Of course, a lot of these recordings were false, and many cultivators were aware of this, but they did not say anything. Obviously, they realized that a powerful force was attacking the Academy, and they did not want to participate in the confrontation of these big factions. Of course, the Tao opening sect did not do any of this on their own, but united with many other powerful emperor lineages to facilitate this action. As for the reason these factions decided to work together, it was because Wang Wei used benefit to tie them together. Meanwhile, the Emperor Enlightening Academy learned about the current situation going on around the world, and they acted very swiftly. Unfortunately, they could not face so many emperor lineages attacking them together. So, Headmaster Baihan rallied the Academy's allies to prevent the spread of these rumors to reach the domains that they and their allies controlled. It did not change the fact that in just a few days, another 3 of their key luck was gone, and the declining process did not seem to be stopping. Knowing that things were urgent, Baihan decided to make a public announcement to the people still watching the tournament. So, the majority of cultivators were aware of the current situation of the world, so they were not that surprised when they saw Headmaster Baihan appearing in front of them to make speech. Fellow cultivators all over the world, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words. I know that there are many terrible rumors going around the world about the Academy, but I would like to say, his words stopped midway as he realized that something had gone wrong. The formation that should be broadcasting his speech suddenly changed and started broadcasting something else. It was the image of one the upper echelon of the academy. He was sitting in a private room with many gourds around, surrounded by many beautiful women. His rosy face indicated his inebriated state of mind. Then he started talking. Bai Han felt that something was wrong, so he ordered through divine sense for someone to shut down the formation. But it was no use. It was as if the formation was no longer under the Academy's control. Ha ha, beauty! You should have seen the face of those damn alchemists when the headmaster decided to remove their spots. All their arrogance and smug look was completely gone. It was as if someone spit in their mouth. Ha! I wish I could have seen that damn Fu Caiyu's face after hearing that news. You know, a few years ago, I went to beg him for a yang exorcist pill to save my wife that was infected by 9 nether in Qi after a visit to the Forbidden Land, but he refused me. What made me so angry was the fact that he had just refined the pill in front of me not long ago. But he looked me straight in the face and said that he did not have any. Not long after that, I lost my beloved wife. Well, it doesn't matter now, since I had a relationship with Fu Caiyu's wife. If anyone is wondering, Wang Wei is now 145 years old. Chapter 231. Spirit of the Epic 3. All the cultivators in the world were tremendously surprised by this recording image, as it was truly both shocking and revealing. Who is Fu Caiyan? He is the great elder of the Origin Pill Dao sect, which is an emperor lineage that has cultivated 5 great emperors, and all of them were alchemists. The Origin Pill Dao sect is the leader of the Alchemy Association located in the southern Vermilion Bird Continent. Any cultivator that wants to acquire the title of alchemist, they have to go to the association to test their qualifications and level. Of course, none of these were the true reason that such a news was truly sensational. The real reason was actually Fu Caiyan's status all over the world. He is known as the greatest alchemist alive in this generation, despite being only a Saint Real cultivator. He can refine both supreme grade and quasi-emperor grade pills, though the latter's successful rate is truly abysmal. On top of that, Fu Caiyan is the only alchemist in countless generations that was able to cultivate the Origin Pill Flame scripture created by the founder of the Origin Pill Dao sect, the Pill Ancestor, or Danyuan Emperor back in the Ancient Emperor era. This scripture is said to allow an alchemist to cultivate a special flame that can refine anything. It can also turn anything into pill material. An alchemist who cultivates this technique could refine a piece of rock into a medicinal material needed for a pill. Despite the heaven-defying ability of this emperor technique, the requirements or talent needed to cultivate it is very harsh. So, throughout the history of the Origin Pill Dao sect, few alchemists were able to do so, and the ones that were successful can be considered the most talented of their generations. Luckily for the sect, the last generation, Fu Caiyan appeared. Unfortunately, this Fu Caiyan also suffered the same malady as his predecessor, being extremely arrogant. Due to his talent as an alchemist, Fu Caiyan's status in this world is extremely high and respected. As such, he only gave face to a few people he deemed worthy of his equal, while always looking down on other people. So, when it comes to making rare pills without having a certain identity, Fu Caiyan will never agree to concourt pills for someone. As a matter of fact, even the current sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect is looked down upon by him. If it was not the fact that he wanted to focus on Pill Dao, he would have been the sect master in his generation. So, after seeing any analysis of Fu Caiyan, Wang Wei concluded that this guy was a person with a lot of enemies, and might even have some among the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. After a little investigation, it was not hard to find a few. Then, he singled out the ones that had terrible habits like drinking and visiting the brothels. Following which, all he had to do was have one of the sect's South Shadow infiltrate the place he always visits, get in contact with him, feed him enough alcohol to get him drunk, and guide the conversation to Fu Caiyan. To Wang Wei's surprise, the goddess of luck seemed to smile upon him, as he discovered more than he imagined. Originally, he just wanted that particular teacher to just speak badly about Fu Caiyan, record it before showing it to the world. He did not expect that this guy actually had an affair with Fu Caiyan's wife. which made his plan even better. So, after this recorded image was shown in front of trillions of people, the entire myriad emperor world started to boil. This level of scandal is rarely exposed to the entire world, especially when involving powerful people from emperor lineages like the Academy and the leader of the Alchemy Association. Although Bai Han managed to close the formation, by then it was already too late. The information that Wang Wei wanted to show was already shown. Soon, the consequences also followed. The next day, the Alchemist Association, Talisman Association, Refiner Talisman, and Array Association from the southern Vermilion Bird continent announced that they will cut their relations with the Academy. As such, they will no longer grant them access to their resources, such as precious pills, ores, and talismans. On top of that, all the professionals cultivated by the Academy or have any relationship with them will not be able to take their tests in these associations and gain their official title or position. Meaning no alchemist or talisman maker trained by the Academy will be officially acknowledged by any of these associations. So all the benefits, powers, status, and rights these professionals are granted throughout the world will not be available to them. Of course, as a powerful emperor lineage, the Academy can be truly self-sufficient without the need for outside resources, except for a few very rare and precious ones that they need an outside source to get. These sanctions on them did not matter much except ruining their reputations. Inside a secret room, the upper echelons of the Academy were having another emergency meeting to try to save the situation. Bai Han, who suddenly looked much older, was caressing his beard as he asked, "So, what were our losses in the past few days?" The room was quiet for a few moments before one person started to report. "Well, as you know, sir, our Academy is divided into the inner and outer members. Since the incident, the outer members, which consist of all the loose cultivators that only came to the Academy for our resources, have started to leave, especially the professionals. As of today, more than 90 have already left. As for the remaining 10, although they did not leave, they seemed very distant to our Academy. They seemed to want to take a wait-and-see approach." The room was once again quiet as most teachers had a frown on their faces. Then someone asked, "It does not make sense. I understand why the professionals left, but why did the ordinary cultivators leave? Didn't they come to the Academy to get access to better techniques and resources?" "They went to the Worshipping Tao Academy," responded the person who was reporting the previous information. The teacher who asked the question had a frown on his face as he could not understand why they would leave their better academy for a worse one. Although the Worshipping Tao Academy is also an emperor lineage, compared to their enlightening emperor academy, it was far worse. Not to mention that most cultivators are selfish by nature and only care about their own benefit. Then, that teacher seemed to think of something and asked, "Did someone else intervene?" "Yes. The Tao Opening Sect just announced an alliance with the Worshipping Tao Academy. They decided to pool many of their resources together. Additionally, many of the Emperor scriptures of the Tao Opening Sect appeared on the list of cultivation techniques that anyone can redeem with enough points. But like us, the price is simply impossible for anyone to truly get." The teachers in the room secretly cursed to themselves. If you add the 5 scriptures of the Worshipping Tao Academy to the 9 of the Tao Opening Sect, that is a total of 14 Emperor tier scriptures. Although all of them knew that it was impossible for these loose cultivators to acquire, they themselves did not know that. All they care about is the fact that they have a chance to cultivate one or more of these 14 powerful Emperor-level cultivation techniques. This idea is enough to drive so many of them crazy and rush to the Worshipping Tao Academy. After another long silence in the room, Headmaster Bai Han then asked, "What about the inner members of our academy? Besides a very few, all the others are still in the academy as their loyalty has been trained since young. However, the professionals in our academy are not very happy and are asking for the headmaster to give them a proper explanation. We have tried to explain to them that the teacher in the recorded image was captured and sent to Fu Kaiyun in order to appease the Alchemist Association, but it was no use. But they were not satisfied with this explanation." "Anything else?" asked Bai Han calmly. At least he looked that way on the surface. "Our key luck continues to decrease with each passing day. but there is currently no way to stop that. On the good side, we still have some allies that are still standing by us during this time. Bahan just nodded, but he did not say anything more. However, one teacher still asked, I don't understand. Why are all these sects combining together with the Tao opening sect? Do they want them to remain the most powerful sect in the world? Wouldn't it be better if they supported us instead of them? It makes no sense. Chapter 232, Spirit of the Epic Finale. This was indeed something that puzzled many of them, but they did not have the answer, so they looked at Headmaster Baihan hoping he could provide them with the answer. After a brief pause, Baihan then explained, there are many reasons for this. The first being the fact that the Tao opening sect's reputation among the cultivators of the world has always been very good. They rarely flaunt their power and prestige as the most powerful sect to the world unless necessary. While to be honest, they did not have much opportunity to do so anyway. They only cultivated their 9th emperor during the Devil Era, which was a time where the entire world was on the brink of being enslaved. In the Middle Emperor era, our Academy's rapid development did not give them the time to show their power and prestige. By this era, the Tao opening sect had not cultivated a great emperor for so long that they were more focused on themselves than showing to the world their strength. The teachers had a pensive look on their faces as they realized that the headmaster was right. As a matter of fact, compared to their academy, the amount of time that the Tao opening sect had shown his might and prestige to the world was quite small. As such, reputation-wise, they were considered way better than the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This could not be the only reason, right? Asked one teacher. Of course not, replied Baihan. The second reason is the fact that many powerful factions considered our academy a new power. So an emperor lineage like the Tao opening sect, the Origin Tao Pill sect, Origin Rune Palace, etc., were created in the ancient emperor era. So, they have survived the rise of the demon clan, the destruction of Buddhism, the devil race invasion, and the heaven devour emperor catastrophe. Compared to our academy, who was only present during the last disaster, we are considered less cultured, with less history, and having the least amount of background. So, despite how popular our academy might be seen in the eyes of many cultivators, when it comes to these ancient sects, they look down on us very much. The teachers in the room had an ugly look on their faces after hearing this. Then they started to remember their interactions with these ancient factions and realized that they always seemed to have some sort of superiority when dealing with the academy. Some people never understood the reason or did not even notice it until now, but now they finally understood many things that puzzled them. Nevertheless, despite the contemplative faces of these teachers, Baihan did not stop talking. The last and main reason for their behavior has to do with the 9 Emperor curse. Many of these factions believe that they will one day cultivate 9 emperors like the Tao opening sect. However, they don't know how to deal with the curse. So, they're using the Tao opening sect as a guide or experiment to see how they deal with the situation. Then they can imitate their methods. Baihan had a sneer in his face when he said these words. In his mind, these factions were delusional if they thought it was so simple to cultivate 9 great emperors. After a long silence in the room, one of the teachers said, "So what do we do now? It is obvious that the reason that all these things are happening is because of Sacred Son Wang Wei's plan. So, do we bow our heads to him and just allow him entry to Tao Tablet's secret realm?" Many teachers felt the same way as the one to speak, while others felt that it was shameful for them to bow their heads to a younger generation. However, none of these people spoke out loud. Compared to the well-being and future of the academy, a little shame is nothing. Absolutely not, responded Baihan. Headmaster, this is not the time to let pride get the best of you. It is not shameful to bow our heads for the future of the academy, said one teacher. Baihan looked at the person who spoke these words before replying. This is not about pride, which was an actual lie. Have any of you heard the term spirit of the epic? All the teachers shook their heads, while a few heard the term but could not pinpoint where. After the Kyuan Emperor created the origin path system that we cultivate today, he essentially became the ancestor of our cultivating civilization. And when he spread this method throughout many other world communities, the vast amount of key luck did not only benefit the Tao opening sect, but the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world as well. Unfortunately, even heavenly Tao cannot escape the shackles of karma. Hence, it owes a great debt to the Qin emperor. However, how do you pay such a debt to a powerful eternal emperor? By repaying its descendant or lineage. So, heavenly Tao granted the Tao opening sect something called the spirit of the epic. What this means is that for countless years to come, the sect will be blessed by destiny and will prosper greatly. This is the reason that the Tao opening sect can cultivate so many powerful great emperors and survive through so many calamities after so many years. This is also the reason that sects created by the Array Ancestor, Talisman Ancestor, Alchemy Ancestor, and Refiner Ancestor still exist to this day. Although not all of them cultivated many great emperors, they still survive through this day. Throughout history, there have been many other sects that had cultivated 9 emperors. The Chaos Rulers sect from the Ancient Emperor era, the Amitabha Temple from the Incense era, and the Human Trader. The Jin clan from the Devil era. But none of these factions survive to this day. Whenever a terrible catastrophe occurs in this world, Heavenly Tao will ensure that sects like the Origin Pill Tao sect survive and be able to rebuild through control of key luck or destiny. However, Heavenly Tao is all about balance, so it will not allow the Tao opening sect to dominate the world. So when our founder Emperor Kong created a new system of inheritance, Heavenly Tao took the opportunity to shift the spirit of the epic to our academy and impose the 9 Emperor curse on our competitor. This is one of the reasons that our academy was able to cultivate 6 great emperors consecutively in the Middle Emperor era. Normally speaking, this spirit of the epic should belong to the academy until we cultivate our 9th emperor and can balance the Tao opening sect. But the appearance of Wang Wei ruined everything. Not only did he find a way to make the 9 Emperor curse invalid to him, but his recent attack against our academy is slowly removing the spirit from us. So, we have to be even more tough on him. The teachers were shocked after this revelation. This was the first time that they had heard of such a secret. However, the teacher who previously spoke against Bai Han had a frown on his face. Then he asked, "Headmaster, since Heavenly Tao granted us the spirit of the epic, how could someone take it away?" Bai Han answered calmly, "You do not understand. The spirit of the epic manifests itself in the form of key luck. No matter how dire a situation is, with enough luck, anyone can easily survive. Let me ask all of you, how is key luck generated? For dynasties, as long as the territory is vast and the people are happy and healthy, the dynasty's key luck will be prosperous. As for factions like sects and academies, key luck is based on how our reputation, prestige, and our contribution to society or civilization in general. Now, with all the cultivators and mortals in the world thinking that our Emperor Enlightening Academy is a terrible place full of sins and depravity, do you think we will have any reputation and prestige left? Do you think that the spirit of the epic will be left to us?" After saying that, Bai Han sighed before saying, "In order to accomplish such a feat, this sacred son Wang Wei should have a very deep understanding of key luck and be privy to many secrets of heaven and earth." So how could he know so much? Little did he know that when Wang Wei's key luck turned from black back to gold, he acquired a very deep understanding of how key luck works between heaven and earth. As for the spirit of the epic, it was Wu Hong who told him about it. So after asking his father to check the records in the sect, he learned all the information about it. At first, he just wanted to have his revenge on the academy for what they did, but once he read about it, he developed a step-by-step plan to take Downwell, at the very least, weaken them. Chapter 233. Bending the rules. "So, what do we do now, headmaster?" asked one teacher, while all the others also looked at him. As for Bai Han, he secretly sighed in relief after hearing this question. As a matter of fact, he lied, or to be precise, did not tell the whole truth. What Bai Han said about the spirit of the epic is true, but his motives are not so pure. During the recent incident, he has developed a strong disliking for Wang Wei because he reminded him of his father Emperor Kong. Their amazing talents, the way that they always think outside the box, and more importantly, the way that they use the entire world as their chessboard and everyone else as a chess piece. He hated some of these qualities from his father. As such, Bai Han discovered that he has projected some of his hatred to Wang Wei. Nevertheless, despite realizing the nature of his emotions, he refused to change them. After taking a deep breath, Bai Han replied to the other teachers, "Before we discuss our next step, we first need to make sure that our internal troubles are dealt with first. So, do we discover how the people of the Tao opening sect took control of our formation?" "Unfortunately, the answer is no." "Headmaster," responded the teacher that was in charge of the security of the academy. "After the incident, I investigated the person in charge of the formation, but they were completely clean. In the end, I was forced to even search his soul, but I did not find anything. She had no relationship with the people of the Tao opening sect, or anyone else for that matter. We did not even find her contacting anyone strange." Bai Han had a frown on his face as he realized that this should be a problem that they placed their emphasis on. Then he said, "In that case, let us talk about our countermeasure for this situation. First, we have to ensure that these terrible rumors about us do not reach the domains controlled by our academy. These places are the foundation of our academy, and nothing can happen to these places no matter what. Second, since we could not get access to certain precious resources from the different associations in the South, we have to use outside help. Luckily, our recent ally, the Association of Chamber Commerce, has agreed to provide us with some of the rare resources. However, their conditions are that the price will be more than 100 times than before, and they will not publicly support us." "TSK," said one of the teachers. "Before Shi Guan was begging us, and even sending his daughter to us. But now that we are in trouble, he wants to turn his face over? You cannot blame him. After all, the alliance between Lin Fan and Shi Shi had just been created, and before the Chamber of Commerce could reap any benefit from it. Our academy was hit so hard. We should be satisfied that they were willing to keep the alliance, given the circumstances. As for the increase in price, it should be expected given that they are merchants. Making profit is their fundamental nature," replied one teacher. Bai Han nodded in agreement with her. Then, he said, "Our third step is to counterattack. Since the Tao opening sect can use public opinions to attack us, we can do the same to deal with them." Of course, Bai Han knew that this particular endeavor would probably be useless. With Wang Wei's cunningness, he should have anticipated such a response and prepared beforehand for it. Nevertheless, the academy still has to try to show its stands that it is willing to fight for its honor and glory. Lastly, we need to do whatever it takes to prevent Wang Wei from gaining access to the 3,000 Tao tablets. According to my analysis, since his fate puppeteer physique is a brand new one, he does not have a cultivation technique perfectly suited to him that allows him to play all the advantages of his physique. Hence the reason that he wants access to the tablets. So, we must stop him by all means. How do we do that? Headmaster? First, we must prevent Li Jun from entering the top 30 of this tournament. With his strength, it is only a matter of time before he acquires a spot in the top 30. As long as he gets a token, he will not hesitate to hand it over to Wang Wei. So, we must deal with this situation first. All the teachers had pensive looks on their faces. Then one person said, "Couldn't we just make a rule that the person who got the token can only use it for themselves?" Another teacher shook his head before saying, "That will not work. Everybody knows that the rule previously stated that a person can do whatever they want with the token. There have been many precedents of people using their tokens for someone else. So, if we rashly change the rules again, adding to the previous debacle of the professional championship, the people of the Tao opening sect can use this as another way to attack our reputation again. Not to mention that they could use this event to start an Emperor Tao war with US, added one teacher. Then, the faces of all the other people in the room became ugly. Many of them are aware that if they ever started an Emperor Tao war with the Tao opening sect, their chances of being the winner are quite slim. The truth of the matter, this is one of the reasons that the Tao opening sect is so feared by many other factions of this world. Their foundations were too deep. Not only did they have the most great emperors in this world, they're one of the oldest factions of this world. So no one knows how many secrets that they are hiding in there. Bai Han coughed lightly to wake up everyone from their dread. Then he said, "We do not need to change the rules. Just make sure that he is disqualified with a publicly believable method." "Headmaster, are you asking us to cheat? Isn't this going too far?" asked one teacher with a timid voice. Bai Han looked directly at the person who spoke. "Do you want to allow the person who walked all over the face of our academy to benefit from us without suffering any consequences?" All the other teachers, including the one who asked that question, lowered their heads and did not say anything else. Thinking about what Wang Wei did to them, he really should not be allowed to get any benefit from them. Bai Han secretly nodded before continuing. "Plus, we will not be cheating, just giving Li Jun's opponent a little advantage. That's all." Although many teachers did not like such behavior, they knew that this was for the greater good of the academy, so they did not say anything. "The last thing we need to deal with is Crown Prince Ji Song," said Bai Han calmly. Many teachers had a look that said, "What does Ji Song have to do with this?" Although they did not say anything, Bai Han could easily read their minds based on their facial expression. Only a few savvy ones could guess the answer. Bai Han sighed before giving the answer. "All of you heard their discussion during the opening ceremony. Although no one heard what they bet on for their battle, based on Wang Wei's past behavior, it is obvious that he bait Ji Song into battling with him in order to acquire his token to enter the secret realm of the Tao tablets." Many people suddenly understood many things after hearing this. Then they realized how scary Wang Wei truly was. They guessed that he had already created many backup plans for himself after asking the academy to give him a token in exchange for resources. It was as if he expected his failure from the very beginning, then planned for every possible outcome to reach his goals. "What's next, Headmaster? In all honesty, I do not see a scenario where Ji Song becomes victorious in this battle. This Wang Wei seemed like a very scary person. I cannot believe that he is a member of the younger generation. From his actions, he seems like an old fox that has lived for many years. Well, given who his mother is, it is not that surprising that he is so cunning," replied another teacher. Many teachers winced after hearing those words, including Headmaster Bai Han. It seemed that many of them had suffered at the hands of Yu Yin during their generation. Bai Han took a deep breath to calm himself down and removed some terrible memories from his mind that he would rather forget. Then he said calmly, "We need to give Ji Song some help. We will give him the Demon God Bone." Chapter 234. Secret Conspirators. "Headmaster, you cannot," responded one teacher. And this time, many other people agreed with him. The Devil God Bone was reserved for Lin Fan to temper his body. Without it, even with his absolute chaos physique, his fleshly body will not be able to compete with the likes of Wang Wei, said another person. "I understand how you feel," replied Bai Han calmly. "But we all know that if we do not prevent Wang Wei from gaining access to the Tao tablets, with his talent, he can create a supremely powerful cultivation technique perfectly suited for his fate puppeteer physique. By then, how powerful will he be? Even if Lin Fan refined the Devil God Bone, he will merely decrease the gap with him by a little amount. So, our best solution is to prevent him from furthering his lead on the other Heaven Chosens." The room became quiet after Bai Han spoke. Although his words were reasonable, at least now, it was many people still could not accept handing out such a precious resource to one of their competitors in order to stop the advancement of another more powerful competitor. "This is madness," roared one teacher. Then, he stood up and left the room. A few people agreed with this sentiment, so they also left the room without saying much. Bai Han looked at the people who left with cold eyes. Then he said calmly to the remaining people, "The situation is not as bad as these people make it out to be. With how powerful the Devil God Bone is, it is impossible for Ji Song to refine it in any way, form, or shape at least not with his current strength. So, the best outcome will be that he fuse the bone with his, while replacing one of his own original bones with the Devil God Bone. So, as long as Lin Fan can defeat him in a battle in the future, he can still recapture it for his own use. This is a good way, thought many of the remaining teachers. It is proven that Ji Song is the kind of person that is easily provoked. As long as Lin Fan uses the same method as Wang Wei, he could probably get him to fight with him with the bone as a bet. Of course, some of the more wise teachers in the academy knew that things would not be so simple, but they did not say anything. Only the future can tell who is right and wrong in this situation. Dao opening sect, Tianwei Peak, inside a secret room. Sect Master Wang Tian was sitting cross-legged with a formation in front of him. In this formation, countless people were shown sitting cross-legged. These people range from young women to old one, from middle-aged men to young people in their 20s, to old men that looked like they were about to die. Nevertheless, despite the different appearance of these people, they were all from the same generation and were similar in ages. However, the physical appearance of these people does not really matter. What is important is the status or identity of these people. In this meeting was the leader of all the professional associations in the southern Vermilion Bird Continent, the sect master of the Eternal Dream Sect, which was one of the young, beautiful women. From the Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, there was Jian Yi, the sword sage of the sword-casting villa, and Jian Wushuang, S-master. There was also the previous generation saintess of the Moon Palace who was the master of Suya. Finally was the worshipping Dao Academy. From the Western White Tiger Continent was the head of the Di family. The head of the divine Dao Li Gu was Feng Lijuan's father, accompanied by the top divine clan of the League. From the Central Kailan Continent was sect master Wang Tian. Sovereign Ji won the father of Crown Prince Jisong. Sovereign All-Wisdom who was the sovereign of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty and the father of Sun Jiaolong. Finally, the Herd Master of Herd Raising Valley, the Celestial Master of the Tai Profound Gate, and the Tao Priest of the Five-Element Palace. The Five-Element Palace has 6 great emperors and is the sect that the number 6 physique, the 5 elements balanced physique, Zhen Biyu belongs to. Technically speaking, the Five-Element Palace is located in the Eastern Continent. However, they used to live in the Central Continent, but left after losing a dispute with the Tai Profound Gate. Back to this meeting that took place, all the factions mentioned were just the most powerful ones. Other emperor lineages with 1 or 2 great emperors were also present. For example, Wang Wei's mother, Yu Yin, represented the Yu family. Unfortunately, these factions were too weak to have any true representation in this meeting. Nevertheless, without counting the northern Black Tortoise Continent, the people in this meeting control more than 78 to 80 of the myriad emperor world. Is everyone here? Asked Wang Tian with a majestic voice, thus starting this meeting. Once everybody nodded, he continued. So, have all of you reached an agreement after so many years? 10 years is not a very long time, said Sovereign All-Wisdom. That may be true, but we are running out of time. We need to come to an agreement as soon as possible in order for our plans to have the best effect, replied Wang Tian. Everybody nodded, as this was indeed the truth. We have come to an agreement, but there are some concerns that I have, replied Suya's master. Me too, added the leader of the Refiner Association leader who was an old man with white hair and beard. You can bring them up. As long as it does not involve my Dao opening sects 20 of the benefit, replied Wang Tian calmly. Many people twitched the corner of their mouth after hearing this. Many people felt that this number was too high. However, given that this plan was created by the Dao opening sect and nothing can be done without them, no one said anything. Nevertheless, many people felt that the percentage that they received was too low, but after arguing for so many years, they still came to a final decision. I still think that this is a bad idea. What we are doing is to subvert the status quo of this world for countless millennia. We are essentially trampling on the wisdom of our ancestors, spitting on the face of the sages of the past, said the old refiner with passion. TSK, you just want to keep these mortals as ignorant as possible in order to keep exploiting them without them even being aware of it. If you do not want to participate, say so, and we will find other people, replied the all-wisdom sovereign with a sneering smirk. The Refiner Association leader gave him a deep look, then did not say anything further. Although he firmly believes in his previously spoken words, when it comes to the benefit he will soon receive, he can forsake his ideas and beliefs. Everyone became silent after this brief confrontation. Then someone finally spoke after a few seconds. My problem with this agreement is with the Yu family, continued the Moon Saintess, while giving Yin a fierce stare filled with killing intent. Since she already belongs to the Tao opening sect, why is she accepting benefits from the Yu family? Yin was calm despite being attacked, as she was not that surprised. The two of them have been fighting for more than one generation now. First it was for the Heaven Will, then it was because of Wang Tian. Yes, the Moon Saintess loved sect Master Wang Tian and pursued him during their generation. As a matter of fact, many women pursued him as he was the most handsome, most suave and powerful heaven chosen of his generation. Unfortunately, the strict sect rules of the Moon Palace prevented her from even having a remote chance. The Yu family is different from the Tao opening sect, and this should be obvious. By this logic, since your sister married into the sword-casting villa, shouldn't your share be counted to them as well? Replied Yin calmly. The truth of the matter is that the percentage that their Yu family will receive is less than 1. Nevertheless, this amount is enough to help heal her father that has been gravely injured for many years. It's true that her husband would be more than happy to use some of the benefits of the Tao opening sect to help her father, but since she can solve the problem herself, why seek help? Do not mention this traitor to me, hissed the Moon Saintess after hearing Yin's comeback. According to the rule of the Moon Palace, their disciples are allowed to marry, but all their marriage partners have to marry into the palace. So, it is forbidden for them to marry into other sections. The culture of this world dictates that a woman must marry into her husband's family. But the Moon Palace's law is the opposite. Despite this, many men still rush to marry any of the women from the palace. After all, this is a sect full of only beautiful women. After the Moon Saintess had a fit, she did not say anything anymore, only staring at Yin. As for Jian Yi from the sword-casting villa, he pretended that he did not hear anything. After all, this scandal was the fault of their villa, and resulted in further increase the animosity between them and the Moon Palace, which are two most powerful factions in the Eastern continent. As for sect master Wang Tian, he remains calm on the surface despite secretly cursing inside. He knew his wife the best, so he can predict that she will blame him for what happened today despite not doing anything. I guess I will be sleeping in my own cultivation room in the next few days or months. Maybe Wei can help me. I'm crazy for thinking this brat would help me. It would be a miracle if he did not add more chaos to the situation, secretly thought Wang Tian to himself. Well, since everybody has agreed, then we can sign the contract. Following which, the highest binding contract of this world was signed between all these powerful factions. After the meeting was over, Wang Tian contacted his son who was still deep underwater. How was everything? Asked Wang Wei. Everything went according to your plan, replied Wang Tian with a smile on his face. Chapter 235. Modern Thinking Emperor Enlightening Academy. Inside the D-Clan floating booth, D. Tian has spent the past decade watching the entire tournament without missing a single bit all, because he wanted to assess the potential threat that each participant was to his future path of emperor. Although he strongly believes that he will be the final winner, that even Wang Wei was not that much of a threat to him, he still wanted to make sure that he did not overlook anyone. D. Tian was very patient as he watched everybody with meticulous eye, even if he thought that the majority of these people were weak. Suddenly, he received a communication talisman. After activating it, a holographic image of his father appeared in front of him. What is? Asked D. Tian, still with the indifferent look on his face. As for his father, he responded with similar calmness. The meeting led by the Tao opening sect has just ended. Then, he proceeded to explain what actually occurred in the agreement signed by all these emperor factions. What do you think of the situation? Asked the D family patriarch. After pondering for a few seconds, D. Tian answered, the recent events have proven to the world not only the power of rumors and reputation, but also the power that mortals have over cultivators. To some people, the threat that mortals are to cultivators. As for this grand plan against the academy, it is both important and unimportant to our D-Clan. in the western White Tiger continent. The power of reputations has no use, as all these devil cultivators always treat mortals' life worse than street dogs. Their lives are even worse than the humans still living in the territory of the demon race in the north. As for our D family, since the mortals living in the domains controlled by us have been well protected, our reputation is very good. However, even if someone were to spread rumors about our family, the mortals will not care, as they know that without our protection, then they will be exposed to the cruelty and savage nature of the devil cultivators. The D-clan patriarch nodded calmly, as he also came to a similar conclusion. Then he asked, according to our analysis, this plan was probably created by Wang Wei. With his intelligence, he has proven to be a bigger threat than anticipated. Do you have a plan to deal with him? Di Tian frowned after hearing this, but started thinking to himself, this Wang Wei reminds me of some people throughout history. Although these people were not sons of destiny, their luck was similar to them. It was almost like they were the protagonist of a novel, making them extremely difficult to kill. I originally thought that Heavenly Dao would deal with him given his outlaw status, and I would just make sure that nothing unexpected happened during the process. But now, it seems that I have to be more proactive. With his intelligence, it is not too far-fetched to find a way to survive. So, I have to help Heavenly Dao and ensure that he is completely annihilated without any chance of surviving. After a few minutes of silence, Di Tian said, I have a plan. Do you need the D clan to intervene? If so, how severe do you expect things to be? Asked the D clan patriarch. Yes, the clan will need to intervene. As for how severe the situation will be, well, best case scenario, we might have to mobilize a few, if not all, our supreme elders. Worst case scenario, the sleeping ancestors might have to intervene, thus breaking the Immortal Avenue Pact. The patriarch nodded calmly before saying, you do not need to worry about the pact. Since the Dao opening sect broke the pact 100 years ago, we can use that to justify our actions. After that, he directly cut off the communication. As for Di Tian, with the same cold and indifferent face, he did not have any change in his expression. After the communication ended, Di Tian looked into the sky. His eyes seemed to be able to barado countless space and time, pass through countless Daos to reach the core of the world. There he saw a powerful will residing. After looking at the will for long, it started to look like a giant eye that was close. After looking at it for a moment, Di Tian muttered to himself, although I hate you to very core of my existence for all the pain and suffering you made me go through, I'm willing to work with you in order to reach my goals. The gigantic eye seemed to have heard him. Then it opened slightly before closing again. It was as if it was acknowledging his words. Despite all of this, no one was aware of what happened. There was no vision or change in the environment. It was as if everything was nothing but a dream or illusion. Afterwards, Di Tian continued to watch the tournament. Meanwhile, inside the small world deep under the ocean, Wang Wei was having a similar conversation with his own father. So, they finally signed the agreement? It was faster than expected. Were there any people who objected? He asked. Yes. Some of these old fogies were arguing that what we were doing was breaking traditions, but they still signed it in the end, replied Wang Tian with a smirk on his face. However, he did not mention the dispute between his wife and the Yin Moon Saintess. Wang Wei sneered after hearing this, as he expected this outcome. As a matter of fact, most factions would usually disagree with his plan, as it might infringe on their rights and benefits. However, Wang Wei knew these emperor lineages the best, so he used even better benefits for them to agree with this plan. He simply offered them something irresistible, so they rapidly changed their minds. The previous meeting might look like one designed to attack the Emperor Enlightening Academy, but it was not. It was a way for all these factions to divide unimaginable benefits. Many of these factions were happy that the Dao opening sect was forced to hand over so much profit to them, because their aid was necessary to accomplish this plan. But none of them actually knows that this plan was never just about doing massive damage to the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Wang Wei's real goal was to lay a foundation for his future plans after becoming a great emperor. Only the supreme realm powerhouses and the head of the three families of the Tao opening sect were aware of the larger plan at large. Even the sectarian faction did not know about this, as they could not be totally trusted after Long Bo's recent betrayal. So, while all these emperor lineages were celebrating the benefit that they would receive, they did not know that Wang Wei was playing them in the palm of his hand. Once they realized this, it would be too late. Weier, when do you want to execute the plan? Asked Wang Tian with a little excitement in his voice. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei replied, "Wait for a while. I want to see how the Academy responds to our recent attacks." Well, they have started using similar attacks on our reputation, but we were prepared, so their attacks failed. We also received news that the person in charge of the formation had her soul searched, thus turning her into brain dead. The Academy would never expect our sect to develop something as heaven-defying as a Ray virus. After saying that, Wang Tian sighed deeply as he remembered a century ago. Before his son started cultivating, he once introduced the concept of a Ray virus to the upper echelon of the sect. He remembers how he stood in front of all the professionals of the sect, then described the idea to them. The concept of a Ray virus was actually based on Wang Wei's past life. When he was studying array or formation, he discovered that runes are similar to computer code which could be used to code reality itself. After making this observation, he wondered whether he could use the concept of a virus to infect a formation, then taking control over said formation. If his idea was successful, Wang Wei knew that the Tao opening sect could actually remotely take control over other sect formation or array. After introducing this idea to the sect, many people first thought that he was crazy and he was just speaking nonsense. However, on the count that he was the sect master's son, they let him use the resources to try his idea. After the first prototype of array virus was created, it could only take control of a low-level profound array, and it was barely able to do so. Nevertheless, this discovery was truly an unimaginable one for the people of the sect. This discovery was essentially creating a brand new Tao or path for array professionals all over the world. After more than 100 years of studying, the Tao opening sect could take control of some less complex Earth-level arrays. Luckily for them, the formation used to broadcast the tournament was not that high, nor that complex. Otherwise, Wang Wei would have to find another plan to get access to it. Wang Tian spent a few good seconds reminiscing about the past. Then he took a deep breath to regain his bearing while secretly thinking to himself, I wonder what kind of world Wang Wei lived in his past life. What kind of civilization was it to have such an existing idea or concept? Maybe one day, when he is ready, he could tell us or even show us. Wang Tian then looked at his son before saying, well, that should be everything for today, so... However, before he could finish, his wife, Yuyan, entered the room and pushed him to the side before saying to her son, Weier, I have a bone to pick with you. Chapter 236. Family dynamic. Wang Wei was looking at his mother with his heart racing, wondering what he did wrong this time. He did not want to be on the other hand of his mother's punishment like his father. Meanwhile, Yuyan started playing and took out a card that was actually a talisman. After activating it, the voice of two people talking could be heard. However, a bunch of terrible profanities were coming out of these people. Some of these things said were so vile that it would turn even the holiest of saints into devil worshippers or sinners. This card was actually one of the many ones that Wang Wei created in order to damage the Academy's reputation and prestige. Many people who received these cards believed that these conversations were real recordings of teachers of the Academy speaking with another. After the recording ended, Yuyan looked at Wang Wei and asked, For what I remember, I raised you properly like an aristocrat. So where did you learn such vulgarity? Sweat started falling down Wang Wei's back, despite the fact that he was a couple 100,000 meters deep under the ocean as he pondered what to say in this situation. He could not tell her that he was raised in online culture in his life, and that compared to the foul things people in modern day say on the web, these conversations were actually nothing, especially compared to the more conservative values and ideas of this world. Knowing that he might get in trouble, Wang Wei's mind ran very fast as he thought on how to explain the situation. Finally, he said with a calm face, "Mother, this has nothing to do with me. It was all Li Jun. He told me that he spent a lot of time around the sect's disciples and learned many foul things. So I consulted him when it was time to make the cards. And it was not just him. There was also Tai Gang. He told me before he became a king in the lower realm, he was in a gang and was once a bandit. So I consulted him on the issue." Yu Yin crossed her arms in front of her as she pondered these words. Meanwhile, Wang Tian was looking at his son with strange eyes. It was obvious that he was the one who wrote these things by himself. Why was he blaming others now? However, when he wanted to say something, he saw a deep, ferocious look in his son's eyes. He knew that if he said something, then Wang Wei could just blame it on him. No matter whether his wife believed it, he would still be in trouble. So, he just nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after a few seconds of pondering, Yi Yin nodded before muttering to herself, "It seems that I have to talk to little Li Jun's mother about who he is hanging with. As for Tai Gang, I will warn him not to bring these things around my son." No matter how intelligent Yi Yin was, she was still a mother, and thus very biased against her own son. She did not want to believe that he was capable of such a thing, so she totally believed his lie that was full of loopholes. After that, Yu Yin looked at Wang Wei before saying, "Well, be careful who you hang out with in the future. I do not want them to influence you. Having a pure and peaceful mind is very beneficial to your path of cultivation." "I know, mother," replied Wang Wei with a look of innocence in his face. Yu Yin nodded before looking at her husband. "You can look for your own accommodation for the next 2 weeks, sect master. Now, I am off to a team meeting with my future daughter-in-law." Then she left with a happy smile on her face, while Wang Tian's mouth kept twitching nonstop. Nevertheless, he was happy that it was just for 2 weeks and not longer. As for Wang Wei, he was just relieved that his mother bought his lie. As for throwing Li Jun under the bus, well, he has been doing this ever since they were young. By now, Li Jun was not only used to it, but knows how to cooperate to take the blame. Anyways, this guy has used him as a shield countless times as well. Every time he becomes a womanizer, he will use his name to justify his action to Yan Liling, and Wang Wei always covers for him. After seeing the defeated look on his father's face, Wang Wei said, "Since you cover for me so well, I will talk to her for you, but I can probably reduce your sentence by only a week." Wang Tian's eyes lit up after hearing this. Things are always better when his son intervened for him despite the fact that this rarely occurs. After that, the two talked about their life and joked around for a bit before disconnecting. Wang Wei sighed as he pondered all that happened in the past decade. More importantly, the close friendship that Wu Hong had with his mother. The truth of the matter, he was worried that his mother would not like her, given how overprotective she can be at times. Personally, he did not want to live through the family drama of mother versus daughter-in-law, as he would be the one in the middle. Luckily for him, he did not have to. Nevertheless, he was still wondering how his mother accepted Wu Hong so quickly, so he asked her. The answer he got was that she was worried about him. According to Yu Yin, her son was a very strict and disciplined person who rarely messed with other women. On top of that, she realized that he was too focused on cultivation and feared that he would become one of those cultivators who did not want to have families, especially when Wang Wei told her that he would only have children after his cultivation was truly successful, adding to his ridiculous standards for a companion. She feared that he would be alone forever. So, she was very excited when Wu Hong came into his life. After hearing this, Wang Wei started to remember the only time that he and his mother had a fight. When he turned 14 years old, according to his aristocratic training, he was expected to learn self-discipline and resist worldly temptations so that he could stay focused during his cultivation journey. Of course, Wang Wei refused, as he did not want to sleep with anyone, especially since he did not feel like it. Not to mention that he had already passed the lust trial from the pagoda, so this held no meaning to him. Unfortunately, his mother insisted that he be intimate with one of them. After asking his father, he realized that his mother was worried about his sexual orientation. It was then that Wang Wei realized that this world's culture and society was very conservative in many ways compared to modern society. As such, homosexual relationships are frowned upon. Although as long as you are strong enough, no one will publicly criticize your lifestyle and choices. In general, homosexual relationship of any gender is still frowned upon by society. Even if there have been many great emperors who openly admitted their sexual orientation, this did not change much. After knowing the situation, he tried to talk to his mother and explained that he just did not feel like it. As a person who pursues to be free and unfettered, this was reason enough for him to make a decision about anything. Nevertheless, Yu Yin was not relieved in the slightest. So, Wang Wei was compelled against his wishes to spend the night with one of the maids he had selected. He did not object, as he found the company agreeable. Nevertheless, he considered the experience pointless, believing that being with a woman did not reflect anyone's true nature. However, since it meant so much to his mother, he did it anyway. After that experience, Wang Wei planned to one day make the cultivators in this world more open-minded. After all, as people who study the ways of heaven and earth, they should be more accepting of all its laws. After taking a brief journey through memory lane, Wang Wei took out another recording from his space ring. This one was sent by Wang Ju and contained everything that happened in the Heaven Chosen Selection trial the past decade. Without much hesitation, he rushed through the recordings of the first few months. As this was the first round and mostly involved these participants being massacred by hordes of devil beasts, there was not much information to gather, especially given that the truly powerful candidates were hiding their strength. In the second rounds, Wang Wei immediately took notice of when Mo Xingyun killed the 9-yin physique girl from the lower realm. Chapter 237. Third round, Wang Wei watched how easily Mo Xingyun easily defeated the 9-yin physique. Then he saw how she swallowed her opponent's body. However, what he focused more on was what happened afterwards. Someone intervened and placed a formation that isolated the viewer's eye, and it seemed that Mo Xingyun had a conversation with someone. Any information on who she was talking to? Asked Wang Wei. Unfortunately, no, replied Wang Ju from the communication talisman. Any movement from the Mo family in the West after this incident? The sect did notice some movement from them after this, as they seemed to be searching for something. However, after that, once the Mo family noticed that the whole world was spying on them, they immediately stopped their actions. Wang Wei nodded as he placed a higher level of threat to Mo Xingyun after hearing that conversation. So, he focused on her actions during this trial. Wang Wei watched as she killed and swallowed the number 9 Origin Spirit physique and the number 10 Star Monarch physique. None of these guys from the lower realm could give her a proper challenge, showing how difficult it is for Heaven Chosens from the lower realm to actually become successful in higher worlds. Only a few of them can do so, and the ones that actually become great emperors are even more rare. Most of them actually have to enter a faction before they could reach their full potential and be able to fight for the heaven will. As for the ones from the lower realm that became great emperor while still remaining loose cultivators, the number of them can be counted in one hand. And these people are usually extremely powerful, but also very lucky. They usually have countless fortunate opportunities to close the gap with those heaven chosen full of resources since birth. Finally, they have to find an identity token to be recognized by the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world. And even those loose cultivators' great emperor might not make it in this glorious age, when heaven chosens are as many as dogs, and the talent needed to survive in this generation has been raised to unimaginable heights. After sighing for a moment, Wang Wei continued to observe Mo Xingyun. She seemed to have an insatiable appetite. After killing the last 3 physiques in the top 10, she went after the number 7 Boundless Void physique. Unfortunately, she soon realized that she bargained for more than she could handle. Before the Void Shattered Realm, the Boundless Void physique is one of the most overpowered physiques of all the 3,000 heavenly physiques. It grants the owner the ability to control space. So abilities like teleport, space cut, space imprisonment are the most common abilities of this physique. Adding to that, the founder of the Worshipping Tao Academy once also possessed the same physique and proved the Tao with space as his main Tao. So the owner of this physique, Zhang Xian, cultivate the infinite void volume. Mo Xingyun was maltreated during the battle. Zhang Xian kept teleporting around her and attacking her. She tried to swallow the space around her, but she failed. So, she used the power she had just gained from the origin spirit physique that granted her unlimited origin essence to keep using large-scale attacks to prevent Zhang Xian from approaching her. Unfortunately, this tactic did not work as the space around her was imprisoned and turned into a cage during one of her attacks, making her own origin abilities counterattack her instead. Nevertheless, Mo Xingyun was a ruthless woman. She purposely left an opening on herself and lured Zhang Xian to attack her directly. So, after he appeared next to her to stab her with a space blade, she let him do it, then instantly tried to swallow one of his arms. Lucky, Zhang Xian was also a cruel person and knew that he could not get access to any part of his body. So he detonated that arm after knowing that he could not save it, thus preventing Mo Xingyun from getting any powers from his physique. After that, the two of them did not continue to fight and left just like that. Wang Wei watched that battle over and over, and he discovered that one of the main reasons that Mo Xingyun lost was because she could not fully utilize the power of the other physique. It was as if she could not fully digest what she swallowed. Wang Wei then remembered that the Heaven-Devouring Emperor not only created the Heaven-Devour physique, but also a powerful cultivation technique to go with it. It seemed that Mo Xingyun did have such a thing, thus explaining the reason for the inability to properly swallow these physiques. Wait, could she have discovered the technique left over by the Heaven-Devourer Emperor? Hence the reason that the Mo family was searching for something? However, this does not make sense, as according to the Heaven-Devourer Emperor's personality and attitude toward his own family, it is very unlikely that he would leave behind an inheritance unless it was someone else's inheritance, muttered Wang Wei to himself. After that, he looked back at Wang Ju before ordering, "Go over all the people throughout history that have cultivated a technique about swallowing or devouring and see if you can find anything. You can ask my father's shadow to help you review the sect's secret archive and see if they can discover anything else. As you wish, young master." Afterwards, he re-watched the battle between these two, this time focusing on Zhang Xian's ability and how he would defeat him in a battle. Before cultivators enter the void-shattered realm and can use the power of space, this physique is indeed a cheat. However, Wang Wei believed that his fleshly body can easily tank any of his attacks, not to mention that he can now break the space around him with sheer force. Additionally, his fate innate talent can also deal with this physique, so he was not that worried. As for Mo Xingyun, he noticed that she has a limit on the things that she can swallow, so he can easily overload her capabilities and make her explode from swallowing too much. Furthermore, she seemed incapable of swallowing physical attacks that do not involve origin essence or spiritual energy between heaven and earth. With so many restrictions, he has many ways to deal with her. However, if she finds a way to fix her flaws, her level of threat will exponentially increase. After watching her battle, Wang Wei then focused on two other people that Wang Ju's information had detailed notes on. One of them was a handsome man called the Suave Sloth. This man was sleeping in the middle of the battlefield with countless beautiful women fanning him. However, every time some devil beasts or another participant came close to him, they would instantly feel listless and unmotivated, then fall asleep like him. Then, the women next to the Suave Sloth would go and kill these people themselves, and they would not even react. Wang Wei was speechless for a moment before reading the information that Wang Ju had about him. According to her, his real name is not known, or he might not even have a real name. Ever since he was young, people always called him the Suave Sloth. This guy was extremely lazy when he was young, refusing to even eat due to how lazy he was. According to this information, the only reason that he began to cultivate it in the first place was because he heard that cultivators did not need to eat after reaching a certain level of strength, just needed to live from breathing spiritual energy between heaven and earth. And this guy laziness did not stop here. After discovering that cultivation was hard work, he used his genius to create a cultivation technique that allows him to both cultivate and fight while sleeping. This technique even allowed him to create a pseudo-domain around him that placed anyone near him into a state of utmost laziness or sloth. As for the women next to him, they were here to ensure that he could sleep peacefully, and if he ever decides to wake up, that they will take care of his daily needs. What made Wang Wei speechless was a very particular detailed information that he did not want to know how Wang Ju got. According to this information, the reason that these women liked Suave Sloth so much was not because of his handsome face or because of any benefit, but because he was too lazy during sex that he allowed them to be on top and do most if not all the work. In this very patriarchal society, these women find this experience very liberating and free. They feel powerful and in control even more than having a high cultivation level. So, they're drawn to him like metal to magnet. After sighing how wonderful and weird the cultivation world can be, he focused on the last person named Fanli. This person actually received the inheritance of the Nether Emperor, or, as he is more known for, the Yin Soul Emperor. This emperor is a very interesting one as he suffered a terrible humiliation just after proving the Tao. Right after becoming a great emperor, he took the name Nether Emperor. However, some powerful being in the Nether Hell Forbidden Land did not like that he used that name. Then, a gigantic palm came from there and patted the Nether Emperor like a fly, almost killing him. The palm left the words, "Are you worthy of that name?" before leaving. After that, he was forced to change his name to Yin Soul Emperor. As for Family S ability, it involves controlling Yin energy in the surrounding environment to create zombies, spirits, ghosts, and the soul. It is rumored that this technique can even allow a cultivator to bring back the dead to life when one reaches the highest level. Unfortunately, this rumor has not been verified. Nevertheless, many people are interested in acquiring it. Given that this family is nothing but a lucky loose cultivator, many factions have started to eye his inheritance for their own. By the time Wang Wei had finished reviewing all this information, the third round of the tournament had begun, and all the seeded players had begun to take part in this trial. Chapter 238, Final Round. After reading and reviewing all the information about the candidates that he needed to pay attention to, Wang Wei asked Wang Ju, "What is the situation with Fanli? Many people or factions are paying attention to him and his inheritance. After all, most cultivators have lost a loved one during their journey, and the possibility of losing one is very high. So, with this inheritance, it is the perfect chance for them to make up for their regrets. Additionally, including him into their factions will add an additional emperor scriptures to their own inheritance. So many people have plans to try to recruit him after the tournament even if they have to use force," replied Wang Ju. Wang Wei then nodded as he could guess that the Tao opening sect had similar strategy. Then, he dismissed her by ending the communication talisman. Then, he started to check his cultivation. Inside his divine sea, he saw 17 origin patterns in his ancient lamp, and he nodded in satisfaction while thinking to himself. One origin pattern per year is considered a fast cultivation process, so in another 33 years, I should reach the total 50 origin patterns needed before breaking through the divine body realm. However, given the fact that I have a transcendent Tao foundation, and in order to increase the power of my true will, I will need to have more than 50 origin patterns, meaning, while I cultivate the 51st origin pattern and up, most of my competitors will have reached the stage of breaking through higher realm. So, I need a little help to speed up the process. After that, he took out the spiritual mill from the calcified mill cave back in the sect and drank it to increase his cultivation speed. However, Wang Wei did not enter retreat this time, but focused on the third round that was taking place. In the secret realm of the tournament, while all these world-changing events were taking place, the seeded players were in their own residence. After the number of participants reached 100,000 from 500 million in the past 10 years, they received notifications that the third round would begin. Inside the Yun residence, he suddenly opened his eyes from his state of meditation after receiving a talisman warning him of the beginning of the third round. After getting up, He put on his armor and held his spear in his hand. While doing some basic stretches, Li Jun suddenly sneezed twice. After frowning, he muttered to himself, "Who is talking bad things about me now? Could it be my Ling? Oh, no, I have not done anything bad in the past decade. So, is it Big Brother Wang Wei? Is he blaming me for something again?" After that, he walked in front of an array that would teleport him to a certain part of the Secret Realm. While waiting, Li Jun started thinking about the rules of this round and the challenges he will face. According to the Academy's rule, the tournament is divided into 30 sectors, with each seeded players in charge of a sector. In the third round, these seeded players have to participate in eliminating as many people as possible until the number of participants is reduced from 100,000 to only 1,000 people. This round is important because this is the time that these seeded players have to show the reason they were chosen as such. So throughout history, the third round has always been a cruel one, as most participants usually banded together to fight and kill these seeded players. So, if the seeded players are not strong enough or vigilant enough, they might be killed during this round, or forced to run for their lives and be humiliated in front of trillions of people. Be that as it may, this generation's heaven-chosen selection trial is different, as many of the seeded players did not participate. That includes Wang Wei, Di Tian, Wu Hong, Lu Meishio from the Herd-Raising Valley, Zhen Biyu from the Five Elements Palace, and Feng Hong from the Tai Gate, who left midway through. Additionally, there are people with strengths similar to the seeded players like Imo, Xing Yun, and Zhang Xian that do not hold this position due to the fact that they have remained low-key in the eyes of the public until the tournament began, adding to that the few rising talents that appeared in the second rounds. The third round should be very exciting. Once the appropriate time arrived, Li Jun entered the formation and he was teleported to the section he was in charge of. The truth of the matter was that he was not worried about group fights, given that one of his innate talent was perfectly suited for this occasion. However, Li Jun did not use it during the next 20 years that the third round lasted. He fought countless geniuses from all the world while honing his skills. More importantly, Li Jun was able to absorb the slaughter aura that enveloped the entire secret realm and increase his own strength. As a matter of fact, Li Jun was not the only one who used such tactics. Many of the powerful heaven-chosens like Ji Song, Lin Fan, or Su Yita did use their powerful innate talent or hidden cards, as they were reserving it for when they met each other. Unfortunately for these heaven-chosens, things were not as simple as they first imagined. Due to the fact that many of the sections did not have a seeded player, the Emperor Enlightening Academy allowed the people in these sections to travel freely to other sections based on their choices. As a result of this, Heaven Chosens in the top 10 lists created by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion discovered that instead of having to fight thousands of people, some of them had to fight 5 to 7 times that number. Adding to the limitations of having to hide their hidden cards, this proved to be a harder task to accomplish. Hence also the reason that this round took so long before finishing. Of course, this was not the main reason that these people were hiding their strength, to the point of going to the extreme in order to do so. The real reason being that they received news from their factions or sects about the ongoing battle between the Tao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy, and the fact that one of their competitors has orchestrated the entire thing. Knowing the general situation, many of them felt like participating in this tournament was kind of beneath them, or, to be precise, it should be, while they were fighting for the so-called glory of being the number 1 heaven chosen. Wang Wei, who was in the same generation as them, was doing things that influenced the world in an unimaginable scale. As absurd as it might sound, many of them felt like they were the younger generation, while people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong were of the older generation that considered tournaments like this to be an excellent way for the younger generation to show their progress to them. To many, this absurd feeling was unacceptable, especially given the culture of this world involving respecting the superior and elders, which has been deeply ingrained in the cultivating world society. Adding to that the fact that these seeded players who did not participate in the tournament can watch on the sideline and peek at their hidden cards, strengths, and abilities without revealing their own. These heaven-chosen know the advantage a person can have over another during battle due to information. Additionally, Feng Hung's news that he has awakened the yin-yang eyes has already spread throughout the entire myriad emperor world. As a result of this, his level of threat has been elevated from a middle or bottom of the heaven-chosen list to the level of Lin Fan, Su Ye, and Jian Wushuang. Although the absolute beginning Dao art is not that famous due to the few people who managed to cultivate it, all these emperor lineages know that the ones that succeeded in doing so were extremely powerful and extraordinary. So, by the time that the final round arrived, the mentality of many of these heaven-chosens had greatly shifted. If it was not the fact that they all wanted access to the 3,000 Dao tablets, many of them would have forfeited the tournament midway through, just like Feng Hong. Nevertheless, the majority of them have decided that they will keep their true strengths as hidden as possible. As for the spots for the tablets, as long as they acquire a spot in the top 30, it did not matter to them. Although the higher the ranking, the more time a participant can spend enlightening in front of the tablets, no one actually cared about this. These prideful heaven-chosens all had confidence in themselves that no matter how little time they have to spend inside, it will be more than enough. They believe that since people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong can give up access to the Dao tablets, they can spend a little less time than necessary to still achieve their goals, as they do not believe that they are in any way inferior to these three. Of course, not everyone felt this way. For example, Lin Fan. He wanted to show the world that his low background did not matter by taking the first place of this tournament. As for the Dao tablets, as the true disciple of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, he had access to them anytime he wanted, so he did not really care. So, when the final round began, many odd behaviors were noticed by the viewers. Chapter 239. Progress. Wang Wei experienced many things during the 2 decades that the third round took place. For once, he learned a great deal about his fellow competitors, although these people decided no to use all their strengths. Wang Wei still learned a great deal about them, like their response time. Are they more efficient in close combat or using spells from afar, and their preferences during certain situations? All this information is useful to determine a battle at peak level. Another thing he discovered was the fact that hiding their strengths actually helped these people a great deal during the past 10 years. With the constant fighting while placing limitations on themselves, many of them, like Ji Song, Su Ye, Jian Wushuang, and Lin Fan, honed their skills to perfection amidst the constant slaughter and ambush. Moreover, their cultivation speed did not decrease, as the constant fighting was perfect for breaking through in battle, as well as the fact that the secret realm is designed to help the participants cultivate faster. Adding to that, all of them experienced a fortunate encounter, as the secret realm of the trial was full of other secret realms with inheritance or lucky chances inside. Unfortunately, the tournament did broadcast the specific of these fortunate encounters, so he did not know what benefits these people received. Nevertheless, he did notice that Ji Song was very strange after one of his encounters, so he took note of it. Meanwhile, on the world level, the war between the Dao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy has not stopped for even a moment. Although the public opinion battle was not as intense as before, these two factions keep trying to ruin the other's reputation and prestige. Unfortunately, the mortals that were usually ignored by cultivators unless it was time to recruit disciples became the main target of these groups. Although, at first the mortals felt that it was nice to finally feel valuable to the cultivating world, soon things reached the point that they realized that they were just being used for some purpose by these cultivators. Of course, these thoughts were only realized by the noble or scholar of the mortal world that have access to knowledge, as the majority of them spend all of their lives in a farm, trying to survive one winter after another. As for the cultivating world, many people felt that something big was about to happen, and these past 20 years were nothing but the calm before the storm. On a personal level, Wang Wei has made tremendous progress in his strength. The number of origin patterns in his ancient lamp reached 67 from 17, thus proving that he had surpassed the limit of 50. His good fortune flame burned brighter than any he had ever seen or recorded. Yet he knew that it was still not enough for him to break through the primordial spirit realm. Nevertheless, it was still a powerful hidden card in case he encountered a desperate measure. He would not hesitate to use his flame. As a result of this limit breakthrough, he felt that the power of his true will had dramatically increased. Nevertheless, he always had a feeling that there was more to this true will ability, that he did not know how to properly use it or use to the fullest of its potential. He wanted to ask Wu Hong, but he did not want her to get in trouble again. Plus, he enjoyed the process of slowly figuring it out as it made it easier for him to control and use. Of course, the greatest progress that he made was his fleshly body, with the constant tempering from the divine punishment thunder. His muscles were finally tempered to great perfection and beyond, and he awakened a new ability. His new ability was not that impressive. To be precise, it was a common one, the ability to break through space and teleport. Once a cultivator reaches the Void Shatter realm, they can use the power of law to do the same things, so it was a very common thing. Of course, based on the strength, talent, and law cultivated, the distance and amount of space that they can control will vary. Now, his fleshly body granted him these powers in advance, along with the ability to survive in empty space without any need for origin essence or spiritual energy. Additionally, all his other fleshly body abilities also evolved, his raw strength increasing to a few trillion tons. After reaching that level of strength, Wang Wei's geeky side from his past life got the best of him, so he wanted to try something. It was something he saw in a Superman comic when he was young. So he asked True Monarch Yin Chun to create a few planets for him. Then with a massive chain, he started to carry them around and lifted weights, with them recreating that panel in the comic. After seeing this, True Monarch Yin Chun commented that this was a good way for body refiners to train themselves, complimenting Wang Wei on his ingenuity, which made him embarrassed, as he just wanted to look cool. So, he played it calmly and pretended that the purpose of him doing this in the first place was to properly train himself. Of course, the reason that Wang Wei's strength grew so rapidly was not because he just tempered his muscle to great perfection, but also because he finally tempered his internal organs and absorbed the materials needed for them during these past 30 years. In order to accelerate the rate of tempering and refinement, he did not listen to Wu Hong and allowed the divine punishment thunder to enter and ravage his internal organs. Then he swallowed saint pills like heart growth pill, lung regeneration pill, and other specific pills that helped regrow internal organs like they were candy. Thus, using his old method of destruction and rebirth, he greatly accelerated the process. Of course, Wu Hong discovered this, and she was not that surprised as she knew him better than himself. Not long after he started doing so, she showed up and helped him. She sealed up and removed all the hidden injuries such extreme level of cultivation left behind inside his body, of course, although she did not say anything about him breaking his words. She displayed the fact that she was not happy by not talking to him for 6 months. Beside helping him with his injury, she never said a single word to him even during the process. Even using his shameless tactic did not work this time. Then, at some point, she said to him while directly looking through his eyes, "His soul, I understand that you're under a lot of pressure, but you have to understand that you still have a lot of time and room to grow. There is no need to push yourselves to this extreme, otherwise it will be counterproductive." After hearing this, Wang Wei finally understood that his behavior was a little too extreme and out of character for him that likes to be cautious and well-prepared for doing things. After doing a self-reflection, he realized that the reason he was rushing to increase his strength so much was because of his encounter with DT. Ever since he met that guy, his intuition has been acting intensely, always warning him of the upcoming danger. More importantly, no matter how much his strength increased, his intuition as a warrior kept telling him that this guy was more powerful than him. So, he pushed himself beyond his limits, but that feeling never left him. However, after hearing Wu Hong's words, he realized that had been too focused behind the strongest heaven chosen. At this point of time, beyond the strongest did not mean anything, as all of them were just weak cultivators in the supernatural realm. Even if some of them could fight many realms above their stage, it did change the fact that they were still in the fourth stage of cultivation, thus having plenty room for growth and development. So, it did not truly matter who was the strongest at this stage. The title of the strongest only mattered during the heavenly battle, as that person will be the one to sit on that throne. After coming to this realization, Wang Wei's state of mind sublimated. Then he reigned in his extreme cultivation method after thanking Wu Hong. His parents and elders in the sect had said similar things to him, but somehow he never listened to their words. However, Wu Hong seemed to have a way to get through his stubborn personality, an ability which greatly upset his mother, Yu Yin, for not having. Wang Wei even heard that she was very unhappy at the fact that her son listened to his companion, but did not listen to her. Wang Wei asked her why she was upset with him instead of Wu Hong, and Yu Yin replied that he could not compare to her. He then realized that his place as the favorite of the family was slowly being replaced by Wu Hong, and he was not happy about it. Nevertheless, despite all the family, he still managed to temper 3 of his organs and absorb the materials necessary. Chapter 240. Primordial Era. The 3 organs that Wang Wei tempered with and absorbed the necessary material are the liver, kidney, and lung. As for the materials needed, they are based on the 5 elements. The lung represents metal, the kidney stands for water, and the liver for wood. According to the 5 elements theory, metal, lung, promotes water, kidney, water promotes wood, liver. The process will continue until a cycle of promoting and restraining occur to achieve a state of balance. Unfortunately, Wang Wei does not have the remaining 2 materials yet. The reason being that his requirements, or the sect's requirements, were very high. In order to give Wang Wei the best possible advantage, the Tao opening sect chose innate treasures of heaven and earth to allow him to refine his fleshly body. Innate treasures are a very special type or quality of material. In some ways, they are even more powerful and rare than emperor-level materials. According to the little information that cultivators have in the first few eras that existed in the myriad emperor world, during the Chaos Era, the world was just formed and thus inhabitable by any kind of living beings, whether living or non-living, both organic and non-organic. However, back then, the world did not have spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but chaos ki, which is a vastly superior form of energy. After the world was completed and heavenly Tao perfected the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, the primordial era began. In that era, chaos ki was degraded into innate ki. Although chaos ki still existed in the environment, compared to the unlimited amount that existed in the previous era, it was nothing. Nevertheless, the life forms that started to appear in the primordial era still benefited from the baptizing of both chaos ki and innate ki. As a result of this, the majority of life born in that period were referred to as primordial gods or innate demons, and they were extremely powerful. Their fleshly bodies were extremely powerful, to the point of using stars as snacks and worlds as balls to play games with. They were born with extremely terrifying bloodlines, granting them unimaginable divine abilities, 2 things that cultivators of modern time know for sure about these beings. They were extremely large in size, and they were all born with a very high cultivation realm. The weakest of them had the strength of void, shattered realm, while the strongest of them reached the level of great emperors, and that was at birth. Many cultivators theorized that the cultivation system of these beings was extremely different from modern times, due to the fact that the majority of them were born so powerful they did not need to breathe ki from heaven and earth. All they had to do was understand the laws of heaven and earth in order to reach a higher level of strength. Another speculation of modern cultivators is the fact that since these powerful beings were born with different levels of strength, their society was strictly hierarchical, even worse than modern time. The higher the strength one of these gods were born with, the higher their talents, status, and opportunity to grow and develop. A primordial god born with Void Shadow Realm strength had absolutely no chance to ever surpass one born with Saint Realm strength, not to mention the higher ones. Of course, there are many things that still puzzled cultivators through this time regarding those eras. there is sufficient evidence to prove that humans existed in the primordial era. So, people always wondered how humans appear, survive, and even became the leader of this world in the beginning Emperor era, given that these primordial gods and innate demons. From the records still left from that era, humans have always been a weak and pitiful race. So this was a mystery that cultivators often wonder about. Many people theorize that humans were the descendants of primordial gods, while demons were the descendants of innate demons, given that these primordial gods looked exactly like them. And the innate demons also looked like the demon race. As for the rise of the human race, many people attributed it to the first great emperor of the myriad emperor world, the heaven-opening emperor. The truth of the matter is that many of the theories or conjectures of modern cultivators are correct, while a few are wrong. The truth of the matter is that these primordial gods and innate demons were indeed born extremely large, extremely powerful. Their society was indeed strictly hierarchical, as the oldest of them were usually the most powerful and have the highest status. One ability that these creatures had was the fact that they were all immortals. With the constant bathing in both chaos ki and innate ki, none of them had to worry about their lifespans, so they mostly focused on cultivating. Additionally, as creatures born from heaven and earth, meaning they were not created through procreation, they were considered perfect beings. So, unlike humans and even demons, the concept of conflict and fighting was a very rare thing in their society or civilization. Despite this strict hierarchy, no one actually complained or became envious, as they understood that they were the children of heaven and earth, and that their strengths and talents were granted to them, so they should just be happy or content for what they were given. And if someone wanted to change his or her status, all they had to do was work hard on enlightening the laws between heaven and earth and increase their strengths. Unfortunately, such peaceful and quiet civilizations did not last long. With the passage of time, these primordial gods and innate demons discovered that the chaos ki and innate ki were slowly decreasing. By the middle of the primordial era, the number of chaos ki existing was so rare that it could be counted in two hands. As for the innate ki, it was slowly degrading. As such, the members of their races became very difficult to be born naturally. And the ones that were created were extremely weak, as they did not even have the power of law at birth. In other words, primordial gods with strength lower than the Void Shadow realm were starting to be born. The leaders of the primordial god race and innate demons race decided to use procreation in order to increase the number of their races, and this tactic worked for a while. By strictly controlling who the members of their races can have as partners, or example, a primordial godborn with supreme realm strength can only mate with someone of similar status or birth their races strive for a period of time. Unfortunately, this measure could not save these powerful races. Although their offspring were unimaginably powerful and gifted, it was still very difficult for them to reproduce due to their strength. The laws of heaven and earth do now allow powerful beings to mate as easily as weak ones. Otherwise, the balance of nature would be broken. So, by the end of the primordial era, the innate ki between heaven and earth has turned into acquired ki or spiritual ki that is present in modern time. Of course, the quantity back then could not even be fathomed by current cultivators. A genius like Wang Wei has to spend 5 years to reach the 12th layer of body refining realm. But back in the primordial era, a normal person with average talent would only take 10 months. A genius would take a month, and a heaven-defying genius like Wang Wei would take 3 to 4 days. Nevertheless, spiritual ki was an abomination for these primordial gods and innate demons. Forget the fact that it could not give birth to their races. Now, many of them discovered that they had to start worrying about lifespan. This was horrible news for them, but good news for the human race. After the first ray of acquired ki appeared between heaven and earth, a new race was created, the human race. After these primordial races discovered humans, they marveled at how weak they were compared to them. They did have any form of cultivation. They were tiny and died after only 300 years. Even the aura leaked out of their weakest member could easily annihilate these humans. The majority of them left humans alone, while others decided to keep them as pets or study them, especially their rapid reproductive abilities. The human race's life back then was neither good nor bad. It was basically based on the personality of the races that took them. For the most part, life was good for most human tribes. Unfortunately, that did not last long. After calculating the secrets of heaven and earth, the leaders of the primordial gods and innate demons calculated the eventual destruction of their races and the rise of the human race. They discovered that humans were the chosen race assigned by heavenly Tao to lead the myriad emperor world, even though it was not called such by then. Chapter 241. Anxious, obviously the leaders of these powerful races would never allow such a tragedy to happen, so despite their peaceful nature, they decided to annihilate the human races and prevent their rise. Now, given that the human races survived and the primordial gods and innate demons are nowhere to be found in the myriad emperor world except for a few remains or the blood earth forbidden land, obviously they did not succeed in their endeavor. As for what truly occurred, that is something that Wang Wei will discover for himself one day in the distant future. Back to the present. The reason that innate treasures were mentioned was because there are treasures born from heaven and earth back in the primordial era through the baptizement of chaos ki and innate ki. Only a few of them remained in the world, and only a few of the very ancient sects that existed back in the ancient emperor era still have some of them available in their reserves. As for Wang Wei, he used the wood essence, which is an innate treasure that contains a tremendous amount of vitality to refine his liver. As a matter of fact, the vitality inside is enough to heal a great emperor on the verge of death. Additionally, this material will also help the next part that he's going to have to temper, his blood. He used a drop of karmic washing water to refine his kidney. According to records, this karmic washing water is said to have the ability to wash away a person's karma in vast quantities. However, this rumor has never been verified due to the scarcity of this material remaining throughout the world. Otherwise, this innate treasure would be seen by so many factions that it would be ridiculous. With it, they will not need the help of a great emperor in order to wash away their karmas. Their disciples will not have to seal themselves for countless generations to be eligible to fight for the next heaven will battle after one failure, or being born at the wrong time. These two innate materials were the only ones that the Tao opening sect had in their possession relating to the 5 elements. As for the third one that Wang Wei used, it was traded by the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty in exchange for Ji-Song to enter the pagoda trials. It was called the root metal key, and, as the name implies, this key is considered by all cultivators as the source or origin of all metal, both normal and spiritual, in the myriad emperor world. Wang Wei remembered that after he received that material, his father had a very long and deep envious look on his face. The reason being that this innate key was the perfect material to create a sword. According to him, this thing was the dream material of every swordsman, as they could create the ultimate sword with it. It took Wang Tian a great deal of effort not to secretly steal that material and not tell his son of its existence in the first place. As for the remaining 2 materials that he needed, he had to search for them himself. However, he was not worried that he would not find any innate treasure, as he knew that some still existed in secret realms that had not been discovered. As long as he activates his ability to become a son of destiny, he believes that he will find 2 innate materials related to earth and fire. However, he really does not want to use this ability. From his knowledge, he knew that Sons of Destiny was essentially granted by the will of the world, or to be specific, heavenly Tao. The reason is always because the world is facing some kind of danger, and heavenly Tao needed someone to save it. Laws of heaven and earth are fair and absolute, so no one, including a Son of Destiny, can escape the restraints of karma. So, although their title as Son of Destiny grants them heaven-defying luck or fortune, they are also required to pay a certain price for it. Furthermore, after these Sons of Destiny repay their karma and save the world that granted them such a position, Usually they will be rewarded with tremendous luck for their future, then have their title taken away from them, meaning that being a son of destiny is nothing but a temporary job with great benefit. However, this is not always the case. Sometimes the person chosen as son of destiny does not agree very well with heavenly Tao. As such, after they accomplish their tasks, they will be left with nothing after their title is taken away. The fate of these people are usually very miserable, without powerful key luck to protect. The majority of them who have developed the idea that they can do what they want and will still survive ended up dying due to their own stupidity. The only way that someone can become a son of destiny without the help of heavenly Tao was to conquer the world, then gather the key luck of the entire world, condense it, and baptize yourself with it. This is essentially a process of transforming earthly luck to heavenly luck. This is basically how Sun Jiaolong became the son of destiny through the human destiny sword. Back to the present. After the third round slaughter ended, all the participants left the secret realm that the previous rounds took place. Given that the final round is a fighting competition 1 against 1, it will take place in the massive stadium in the academy. However, before everything began, the 1,000 remaining participants had a few months off before the start of the competition. During this time, they can either stay in their own residence in the academy, they can visit the academy's cities or domain, or they can temporarily return to their own sect. It all depends on their own choice. Inside one of the academy's residences, all the formation were activated, and Family was walking side to side while muttering to himself, "I will be safe for a while inside the academy while everyone is looking for me. After the tournament, as long as I get one of the top 30 spots and place my name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book, I will not be able to be killed until the primordial spirit realm. Mayaming, I have a few thousand years of safety. The problem now is what I should do after that. Should I just join one of these factions? If so, which one? Damn these emperor lineages. When I had nothing, none of them wanted to accept me due to my low talent. Now that I have an emperor scripture of my own, suddenly I turn into the most delicious piece of meat. So, curse those hypocrites. No, I should curse myself for being so stupid. I should have known that showing that I had the Yin Soul Empress inheritance would bring me so much trouble. After all, the rumors that his scripture can bring the dead back to life has been circulating around the world for countless millennia. Then, Family started to walk faster. The more he thought about the situation, the more anxious he became. Sweats started appearing in his forehead despite the fact that such physiological function should not appear on a cultivator in the supernatural realm, and one that cultivates an emperor-grade technique. Maybe I should find a way to secretly leave the myriad emperor world after entering the primordial spirit realm and lay low until the heaven will battle. However, where can a loose cultivator like me have the ability to travel to other planes? Maybe I should contact the people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. No, these people are the same as those emperor lineage hypocrites. They will still ask me to hand over my inheritance. Curse you, Een Soul Emperor. Why couldn't you leave me other resources to cultivate? Why leave me just an inheritance? What else with all this bullshit about not relying on others? About being self-sufficient? Have you seen any of these heaven-chosens not relying on their background to acquire and utilize massive resources? Have you seen any of them being self-reliant and self-sufficient? As a loose cultivator who became a great emperor, you should be aware of the struggle and discrimination that we have to suffer through in this world. So, why couldn't you just leave plenty of resources for me to cultivate? Family started to pull his hair, and he screamed out loud. His footsteps echoed in the room as he paced back and forth, worries oozing out his pores. What to do? He muttered nonstop to himself, as if some magical answer would appear to him. Well, it did. You can hand over the scripture in your possession, or I can take it from the cold hand of your core, said another cold and indifferent voice from inside of the heavily protected room. Chapter 242. Ninger Family turned his head with great shock in his face when he saw a young man with white hair and cold and ruthless eyes staring at him like a predator on the hunt. He looked around and discovered that all the formations in his residence were still working properly. So he wondered how this person entered his room. After taking a brief moment to calm himself down, he realized who was standing in front of him. So he stuttered, Tian? The two most famous heaven-chosens of this generation are Wang Wei and Tian, and both of them have very distinct and recognizable features. One had gray hair, while the other had white hair. How did you enter my room? Asked family while pretending to be calm and collected. This is the site of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. If you do not want your D family to have any conflict with the Academy, please leave my room as soon as possible, and I will pretend that nothing happened here. However, Tian still had a cold and ruthless look on his face. Then, a powerful killing intent enveloped the room, making family breathless. There is no need to use these low-level threats against me, nor is it useful for you to stall for time. I can also tell you no matter what happens inside this room, no one will be the wiser. So, either hand over the Ein Soul scripture voluntarily, and you may have a chance to survive, or suffer the consequences. Family S face became very ugly after hearing this. So he thought about the situation for a moment, then he made his decision. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic ghost appeared in front of him. The ghost had bronze skin, was more than 6 meters tall, and had ox for a head and very muscular human body. Then, family fused with the ghost general that he summoned. However, this was not the end. A powerful Ein energy suddenly appeared inside the room and fused with Fan Li's new form. His skin then turned pale, and his height grew by another 4 meters. An army composed of countless ghosts appeared behind him. These ghosts looked very creepy, as most of them were pale in complexion and had some sort of animal for a head. Unfortunately for family, due to the limitation of space, the amount of ghosts he could summon was somewhat limited. However, he had another way to get around this problem. Without hesitation, he activated his innate talent, ghost swallowing. After opening his mouth, family started to eat these ghosts like they were a delicious snack from a well-known restaurant. More importantly, these ghosts did not resist. On the contrary, they seemed to be excited to be a part of family. It was like they were sailors lost at sea for countless years and were excited to return to land, to return to their home. As family swallowed ghosts, his body size continued to increase. From the origin's 10 meters, it quickly rose to 15 meters, only stopping once he reached a height of 25 meters. Be that as it may, during the entire process, Tian still had the cold look in his face like the whole world owed him a large sum of money. He did not stop family S action as if it was inconsequential to him. The Ein Soul scripture can indeed create a small world full of Ein energy, and it seemed to be connected directly to samsara. Maybe this trip will be rewarding, thought Tian to himself. Tian, today your arrogance will make you suffer. You should have never allowed me to reach my final form. Now go die, roared family as he threw a powerful punch. Boom! The entire room trembled, seeming as if it was about to be destroyed. The shockwave created by the attack started to spread from the room to the entire manor. Fortunately, all the formations activated themselves and reinforced everything and even prevented the outside from noticing what was happening inside. After that powerful attack, family had a horrified look on his face as he watched his punch hit Tian, but not a single scratch appeared on him. Not even his clothes were damaged. What made family more scared was the fact that he did not sense any spiritual key or origin essence used. How could your fleshly body be so powerful? As family, while trembling and with a shaking voice. However, Tian ignored his question. Is that it? Now it's my turn. Then, he randomly threw a normal punch. Boom! Family S left arm was completely annihilated. Boom! Family S right arm was also destroyed. Boom! Boom! Family S remaining limbs were crushed. He then laid on the ground with only his upper torso left intact. Blood was scattered all over the room, and family was whining in pain on the floor. He felt painful and humiliated. His opponent just used a few random punches, and his most powerful form was completely annihilated. He did not expect that Tian's fleshly body was so powerful. According to the information he knows, Only Wang Wei had such a powerful, fleshly body amongst all the top heaven chosens. Even Ji Song, who had the heavy axe physique, which was a physique known for the strength of its fleshly body, could barely compete with Wang Wei. And that information was outdated. As a matter of fact, Family battled with Ji Song during the third round of the tournament. Using this form, he was able to give the heaven chosen a fair fight solely based on his fleshly body. Of course, after Ji Song had some kind of fortunate encounter, he lost easily when he fought him again. However, he never felt such despair when facing another member of his peers. "Who are you?" asked Family. In his mind, he could not imagine not a member of the younger generation would be so powerful. While Family was waiting for the answer, the ghosts inside his body started to regenerate all his limbs, bones, and muscles. According to his calculation, he will need at least 3 hours to be back to normal. However, as long as he regained a certain level of battle strength, he could escape this room through the Yin world that his cultivation technique granted him. Unfortunately for Family, Di Tian did not talk any nonsense to him. He walked towards with a wave of his hand. A black light flew from his hand and entered Fan Li's body, following which a mournful scream echoed throughout the entire manor. This scream contained the power to destroy anyone with a weak soul. Luckily, Family was very paranoid recently, so he fired all the maids and servants that were inside the manor to serve him. After the scream, all the ghosts inside Family S body felt a terrible fear deep in their souls. So, without hesitation, they left his body and returned to the underworld. The only left was the ghost general. Di Tian then placed his hand on top of Family S head, grabbed his soul, and removed it from his body. His soul looked exactly like the ghost general. Without pause, Di Tian ripped the soul into two. However, it was not to destroy it, but to separate them. He then looked at the floating cloud on his left side and the small ghost general on his right. With a fierce look, the ghost general disappeared, leaving Family's soul to fend for himself. He then looked at Family's soul remaining in his hand. He mobilized his terrifying divine sense and started searching Fan Li's memories. Although the latter tried to resist, his soul strength was nothing compared to Di Tian. To be honest, it was not even close to comparison. It was like comparing a flame on a candle to a quasar, the brightest thing in the universe, well, to mortal scientists. After a few seconds of searching, Di Tian had a frown on his face as he discovered a powerful seal in Fan Li's memory regarding the knowledge about the Yin Soul scripture. Furthermore, the level of the seal reached the Great Emperor level. Although with a certain amount of time, Di Tian knew that he could break that seal. But he could guess that it would instantly destroy Fan Li's soul before he could get what he wanted. You could either write the scripture down and hand over to me, or you can experience the pain of your soul burning for eternity. After saying that, a strange silver-white flame appeared in his hand, right under Family's soul. Soon afterward, a scream could be heard coming from the ladder. Less than an hour afterwards, Di Tian had a scripture in his hand and read it, while Family's soul had returned to his body. However, without the ghost to heal him, he was on the verge of dying. "I have given you what you want. Please let me live," said Fan Li with a pleading look on his face. However, Di Tian ignored him as he continued to read the scripture. At first he had a gleam of joy deep in his eyes. However, as time passed, a deep frown suddenly appeared on his face. Then, a black and white light appeared from his hand, shattering the scripture into countless tiny pieces smaller than sand. "Damn, it's useless," cursed Di Tian out loud. He then looked at Fan Li, his eyes turning deep black. Fan Li opened his mouth to say something, but his head suddenly exploded before he could say anything. Even his soul was completely annihilated, preventing him from entering reincarnation. As for Di Tian, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. A half-arc pendant suddenly appeared in his hand, and he caressed it with the utmost affection while looking at it. I should have known things would not be that simple. However, you do not need to worry. This time, I will be successful. We will finally be reunited. Chapter 243. Aftermath after Tion calmed himself down. He slowly walked out of Fan Li's residence while thinking to himself, although this Ean's soul scripture can truly bring the dead back to life from the cycle of samsara, it is no help to me to revive Ning, meaning I still have to continue with my original plan. However, this scripture can help me greatly increase my 9 samsara fist, thus increase my strength and ensure that my plans go smoothly after walking out of the residence. No one actually discovered him, so he walked in the direction of a hidden corner. There, someone with a hood was waiting for him. As soon as the hooded figure saw Tion, he knelt on the floor before saying, "Sleeper code, name White Wolf has seen the Lord. It is an honor to be able to serve you again in this reincarnation." "White Wolf," said Tion, "I remember you and your son have served as sleepers for many years. He was very talented. So how is he doing?" "My lord, unfortunately, he reached his limit in the last reincarnation, so his soul was annihilated. However, he was glad to serve you for so long." Tion sighed. Then he said after a brief moment of pause, "I am afraid only a few of the original members still exist to this day. Well, I can't blame them. Even I'm starting to reach my limit. My lord, there is no need to say such ill-fated words. I believe that you will succeed in this generation. We all believe in you." "Okay, this is not the time to be sentimental," replied Tion. "There will be no problem on the Emperor Enlightening Academy side, right? No worry, my lord. I have garnered the trust of Headmaster by Han and belong to the faction that absolutely supports him. Additionally, I have made sure that all clues lead to another teacher, so there will be no problem." "That's good. Now, you can return to your position in the academy." The next day, a maid came to Fan Li's residence to give him his resources. Although he was recently very paranoid, Fan Li did not completely cut out access to the outside world. As an outer member of the academy, and one as talented as him, he will receive a certain amount of resources to aid in his cultivation every week. After the maid arrived in front of his residence, she waited for him to open the formation and send the resources inside like usual, but nothing happened. After waiting for the entire day with no response, the maid left and reported the situation to the higher-ups of the academy. However, given the recent pressure on Fan Li due to so many people eyeing his inheritance, the academy figured that he might be hiding for a while, so they visited him personally to reassure him, and used the precious resources to lure him on their side. Nevertheless, there was no response. Thinking that Fan Li did not accept their solicitation, the academy did not say anything, but kept sending one teacher to try to contact him daily. However, 3 weeks passed by, and Fan Li never came out of his residence. It was then that the teacher in charge of the situation finally felt that something was wrong. It was one thing for Fan Li to reject their solicitation, but to just himself inside the room, just like this without interacting with others, something must be wrong. If it was any other time, the teacher might have thought that he was deep in mediation and was cultivating, but the tournament was a few days away, but there was no news from him. So, on a whim, the teacher went to check Fan Li's soul lamp as he had one like many of the outer members of the academy. This was a symbolic act to show that the outer members were truly part of the academy despite the wanton discrimination they faced daily. After checking the soul lamp, the teacher discovered to his surprise and horror that Fan Li was dead. So, he immediately went to report to Bai Han, who gave a secret order to forcefully open the formations in the residence. Unfortunately for him, Fan Li was secretly being watched by so many spy agencies that the Academy's actions were instantly discovered. As such, news of Fan Li's death soon traveled throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world. Cultivators from different factions started to wonder how he died, who killed him, and more importantly, who had the Een Soul scripture in their hands now. Then, all eyes were on the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Since Fan Li died inside one of their residences under their protection, the greatest suspicions fell on them. After all, they're the only people capable of entering Fan Li's residence without anyone noticing. After coming to this conclusion, many other factions accused the Academy of playing foul by secretly killing Fan Li for his inheritance. In their statement, They argued that it was all right if family chose to join the academy on his own accord, but secretly killing him to take the inheritance is a vile move condemned by all the other factions. As such, the academy should give a proper explanation to the world. Dao opening sect S residence in the academy. Wang Wei, who had left his cultivation retreat to watch the final round of the tournament, was sitting inside a room with Li Jun, Yin Liling, and Wang Ju. After reading the information handed to him regarding Family S fate, he said, "So, someone got there before us?" "I am afraid that is correct, young master," replied Wang Yu. Wang Wei then frowned as he thought about the situation. According to his original plan, he was going to use the array virus to secretly enter Fan Li's residence and acquire the Yin-Soul scripture. He was very interested in this kind of powerful technique, especially with the ability to bring the dead back to life. Although Wang Wei did not have a person who he needed to bring back to death, it would be better to prepare just in case something bad happened in the future. Not to mention the fact that even if he did not have any use for the scripture, his family might need it, especially his grandfather, Wang Chong. Although his grandfather never mentioned his grandmother, Wang Wei could tell that he sometimes missed her greatly. Maybe he would want to revive her. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, the array virus was still in the early stage of development, so it still had many defects and limitations. For one, it could not work on heaven-grade formations, which was exactly the grade of the formations in Family S residence. Knowing the situation, Wang Wei planned to use the array virus to temporarily stop the formation for a brief moment, then taking the opportunity to enter. Unfortunately, before the virus was developed to the point of executing his plan, someone got inside before him. "Big brother, do you think that the Emperor Enlightening Academy is the one that killed him, just like the rumors said?" "Not likely," replied Yin Liling instead. "Given the current situation of the academy, and with the whole world watching, they should know that doing something to family would cause them a great deal of trouble, even further ruin their reputation." "Not necessarily. If they manage to acquire his inheritance, the academy would have 9 emperor scriptures tying with our Dao opening sect. This is incentive enough for them to take the risk," replied Li Yunya. Both of them had excellent points, but Wang Wei was leaning more on Yin Liling's side. For some reason, after hearing this news, the picture of the white-haired young man who left a lasting impression on him appeared inside his mind. He had a feeling that he was the one responsible for this despite not having any evidence. The question now is, why did he take the scripture? Could it be just like him? He wanted to have it just in case. Or did he have someone precious to him that he wanted to revive? Wang Wei was a little frustrated as he did not have much information to go with. So, after taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he looked at all of them before saying, "It does not matter whether the academy did it or not, as we can use this situation to our advantage. Wang Ju, tell my father to increase the rumors that the academy killed Fan Li for his inheritance. This should be very beneficial to our plans." "No problem, young master." After that, Wang Wei looked at Li Jun. "Are you ready for the final round?" "You don't need to worry, big brother. I guarantee you a spot on the top 30 with no problem." "It's good that you are confident, but be careful." "Why?" "Well, I doubt that the academy would let you easily enter the top 30 knowing that I want the token to enter the secret realm of the Dao tablets." "Are you saying that the academy would cheat?" asked Li Jun with an incredible look on his face. Despite how terrible the academy's reputation is currently, he knew that it was just his big brother who smeared their names. Although the academy is not full of saints and has done many terrible things, compared to many other factions, they are relatively fair, especially when it comes to the heaven-chosen selection trial. The academy would never cheat. At least, there has never been a discovered case of cheating for millions of years. "I do not know," replied Wang Wei. "All I'm saying is that you should be more careful just in case." Li Jun nodded as he took these words to heart. He will be vigilant during all his matches. After seeing his little brother's change in attitude, Wang Wei secretly nodded in satisfaction. "Well, if there is nothing to be further discussed, you call all leave. I have a date with the most beautiful woman in the world waiting for me." "Big brother, do you have a date with she sure?" Yelled Li Jun in surprise. You cannot do that, Wu Hong's sister-in-law. Wang Wei looked at him with a speechless look, then smacked him in his head. What's she sure? I'm talking about Wu Hong. Oh, said Li Jun while scratching his head and an embarrassment on his face. As he looked through the corner of his eyes, he saw Yin Liling gave him a look. Instantly, he could understand what that look meant. You, of all people, should not be talking about being faithful. So, he smiled wryly without looking at her. Chapter 244. Key of Calamity. A meeting of the upper echelons took place after news of Fan Li's death spread out quicker than any wildfires. All the teachers had a frown on their faces, rendering the atmosphere in the room quite somber and dreary. How is the situation? Asked Headmaster Bai Han after a while, finally breaking the silence and starting the meeting. As bad as one would expect, replied the teacher in charge of gathering information for the academy. The rumors that we killed Fan Li for his inheritance have dramatically increased. No doubt that the people of the Dao opening sect are using this opportunity to further ruin our reputation. On top of that, many factions have started to ask our academy for an explanation, putting pressure on us. So, what if they ask us for an explanation? Said one teacher. Since when has our academy ever been afraid of anyone? In many situations, this might be the case, but when all of them have the opportunity to ally to fight against us, adding the possibility that the Dao opening sect might join the situation, there's really nothing we can do at this point. On top of that, many of our allies have started to doubt us, thinking that we are selfish for taking the inheritance for ourselves without giving them any benefits, even though they supported us during our lowest point. Some of them have even threatened to stop supporting us if we do not give them a proper explanation. After hearing this explanation, a collective sigh could be heard inside the meeting room. This sigh symbolized all the grievances that these teachers have suffered in the past few decades. They wanted to lash out, but could not find a person or thing to lash out to, especially the person truly responsible for all their pain and suffering. After a few seconds of silence, Headmaster Bai Han asked, "Is there any good news at all?" Well, the only good news is the fact that no sect or faction has brought the possibility of an Emperor Dao war so far. Despite the rising tension, everything seemed to be under certain control. To be honest, Headmaster, I find this fact very disturbing. It was as if everybody was waiting for something, but I do not know what exactly. All the teachers had a serious look on their faces after hearing this. They did not doubt this teacher's words, as he was in charge of not just gathering information for the academy, but analyzing them as well. And until the recent events, he had been excellent at his job. He had been with the headmaster since they were young. And in many of his confrontations with the shadow of the Dao opening sect, his information has granted Bai Han many advantages over Wang Tian. As for Bai Han, he too believed in his agent's words. But since they could not discover any concrete evidence, nor was there any speculation of what truly was going on, he had to move on. Keep a lookout for any sudden change in the situation. Now, what about how the person who killed Fan Li? Do we have any clues whatsoever, especially how that person managed to disarm all the formations? The information-gathering teacher looked in a certain direction for a brief moment before answering the question. There lied a group of teachers that had strongly disagreed with Bai Han's decision to rig the competition. Ever since that event, there's been a little rift among the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. One of our teachers opened the formation for someone else. After an investigation, we discovered that the teacher had committed suicide while leaving a note claiming that the people of the Dao opening sect forced him. However, after betraying the academy, he felt ashamed of his actions, so he killed himself to atone for his sins. Was that person controlled? And how reliable is this suicide note? Asked Bai Han with a heavy tone. After our investigation, we could not determine whether he was under any spell or origin artifacts, as his soul was annihilated. As for the note, there was no sign of tampering, meaning that the note was indeed written by the teacher. However, this note means nothing, replied Bai Han. Even if we were to announce it to the public, they would just think that we were trying to frame the Dao opening sect to get out of this sticky situation. Not to mention the fact that whoever did this is trying to further increase our conflict with the Tao opening sect. So, our academy lost a Saint Realm powerhouse. Our reputation was further tarnished, and the whole world appeared to be our enemy. Yet, we cannot do anything about it? Asked one teacher. The room was once again covered by a depressing silence. The fact that what that person said was true, and the fact that he stated such a fact as plainly and straightforward as possible, made the entire situation even worse. What about divination? Could we divine the perpetrator? Or ask the Heaven Mystery Pavilion to do it for us? Said one person with hope and yearning. Divination did not have any result. As for the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, they said that they did not want to have anything to do with this situation. So, what do we do now? Asked one teacher with a weak and helpless voice. Unfortunately, no one answered him, not even Headmaster Baihan. However, this time, the silence did not last long, as one of the teachers in the faction that was opposing Baihan slowly said, I think that there is plenty of room and time to salvage the situation. First, we could have the headmaster swear both a heavenly Tao oath and Tao oath that the academy did not have anything to do with family's death in front of the entire world. Second, we can pay certain remuneration to all our allies for the support they have given us during these stressful times. This act should greatly appease them and strengthen our alliance. Finally, we can talk to Sacred Sun Wang Wei and the people of the Tao opening sect. We can agree to allow him to enter the secret realm of the 3,000 Tao tablets. We can even negotiate to give him as much time as the champion of the tournament. The room became silent again. This time the teachers were thinking about the feasibility of this plan, the positive and negative of doing such a thing. This plan is feasible. Although our Emperor Enlightening Academy would lose a lot of resources and a little bit of face, it will not affect us too much. Plus, if Lin Fan manages to prove the Tao, who would care about the little loss of face? So, I think the best solution is to go through this rough time as quickly as possible. Then, later on, we can repay 100-fold all the humiliation we suffered. 1,000-fold would be better. I agree. Me too. The majority of people agreed with this plan. To be precise, the majority of people in the opposite faction agreed with this plan, especially since one of their own came up with it. So, after coming with a preliminary decision, they all looked at Headmaster Baihan for his final decision. After all, he is the one who has the final say. I agree with your first 2 points, but Wang Wei cannot get access to the Tao tablets. Headmaster, this is not the time to be stubborn, yelled one teacher. Please place your personal feeling aside for the benefit of the academy. This is not about my personal feeling, replied Baihan. It's just too late. The plan for Li Jun has already been set in motion. Jisong has already got his hands on the demon god bone, so it is too late to stop our actions. The people of the opposing factions looked at the stubborn Baihan, then they looked at the people who supported him no matter what, hoping that someone with enough reason would try to persuade him. But it was useless as no one spoke. As a matter of fact, many people felt as indignant as Baihan. After going through so much effort, after sacrificing so much, they did not want to stop their actions. They can agree for the academy to bow its head to the world, but not to a member of the younger generation no matter how talented he was. Maybe at first, these people supported Baihan because they had faith in their leader or the fact that they were used to always supporting him. However, the recent events have changed their minds. Subconsciously, many people in Baihan's faction blamed Wang Wei for all that has happened to them in the academy. Hence, the reason that they were adamant about stopping. After realizing the situation, the opposing faction sighed melancholy, but they did not say anything. So, the Academy's plan for the current situation was established. After the meeting, all the teachers went their separate ways. However, another secret meeting took place somewhere in the Academy. This time, it was all the true monarchs who were meeting. Have you guys noticed? Asked one of the true monarchs communicating through divine sense. Yes, Baihan and his supporters are enveloped by Key of Calamity, replied one of the true monarch. So, should we intervene? Chapter 245. The horror of Key of Calamity, we can tell him about it. But but I doubt it will make any difference. After all, Key of Calamity has the ability to influence a cultivator's mind, replied one of the Supreme Realm true monarchs. We can place a seal to prevent other people from seeing it. After all, we do not want other factions to use this fact to their advantage. Produce. If Baihan and his group can quickly awaken from this disaster, then their state of mind should sublimate. At that time, reaching the Supreme Realm will become easier. That's a good method. With this path of Supreme slowly opening up, this is the perfect time. So, all the true monarchs decided on the next step of action. However, one person, Qiu Jinlin Fan S Dao Protector said, none of that truly matters as long as this Key of Calamity does not force Baihan to start an Emperor Dao war on a whim. What I really care about is the reason for such a thing to happen. Isn't it obvious? Heavenly Dao used the Key of Calamity to clout Baihan's mind, thus making him act irrationally, thus ensuring that he remains Wang Wei's enemy despite the fact that bowing his head would be the wisest and best choice in this situation, said one of the true monarch. That is correct. If this was a normal Baihan, he would never act in such a way, another person. I know all of this, replied Qiu Jin. The issue is why Heavenly Dao did this. Have you guys noticed that in this generation, the amount of time that Heavenly Dao intervened is quite high, especially the secret schemes? All of us here have lived for a very long time, but in our generation, I doubt that Heavenly Dao intervened even once except for granted merits. Even then, it did not really show up, but the mechanism that is responsible for granting the merit merely activated itself once the requirements were met. But in this generation, Heavenly Dao showed many times, and most of the time, it involved that sacred son Wang Wei. What I want to know is why. As Supreme Realm powerhouses, they're beings closest to the Dao, so they can feel that Heavenly Dao does not really like Wang Wei. As a matter of fact, even the true monarchs of the Dao opening sect have also started to notice something wrong, but they have not completely figured out the reason yet. Maybe it has to do with the fact he brought divine punishment thunder a few years ago, or maybe because of his soul. That thing is not natural. Maybe things are not that simple, said one of the true monarchs. Maybe we should go over the secret archives of the Academy and see if we can discover something. Agree. After everyone came to a decision, the meeting came to an end. However, one person still had something else to say. According to the situation, we might have to intervene in the control of the Academy. The conversation became silent. After a while, someone said, according to our previous agreement, we would not intervene in the Academy's management unless necessary. Otherwise, a power imbalance could be created, leading to infighting. Now, things have not reached such a level yet. All the other true monarchs nodded in acknowledgement. The truth of the matter is that this generation was a strange one. According to precedent, all the previous headmasters, great teachers, and elder teachers were supposed to be in the Supreme Realm. As for the position of Supreme Elder or Supreme Teacher, this was a position or title reserved to the Dao ancestors and immortal venerables of the Academy. Unfortunately, the path of Supreme was cut off in the last generation, making it impossible for the younger generations to reach similar height in cultivation level as the older generation. Nevertheless, the older generation were old and weary, and in order for any factions to improve and move forwards, they needed the younger generation to take charge. After noticing that there was no way to actually become true monarch, the older generation realized that if they keep holding the power of their factions without passing it on, an imbalance of power might occur and the younger generation might become resentful. This was not conducive for the future development of their factions. So, all of them came to the same decision. They will take a supporting role while giving all the power of their factions to the young generation. Hence the reason that Saint Realm true persons like Wang Tian and Baihan are in charge of their own factions despite their lack of cultivation. As for the older generation like Wang Chong and Qiu Jin, they decided to only interfere when absolutely necessary. Inside a plain and simple residence with few decorations, Baihan had just returned to his residence when he received a notice from true monarch Qiu Jin to come see him. albeit a little surprised and confused by the sudden visit. He still prepared tea to properly welcome the true monarch. Although Baihan used to be a true monarch as well, since he was not currently, he still had to give the necessary respect. "What? I'm enveloped by key of calamity?" yelled Baihan with great surprise. Then, instantly, he started using a secret technique. Immediately, he noticed a red hue hovering around his head, making his face very ugly. As for Kyujin, he was a little surprised at Baihan's technique. It must be a very powerful one to be able to notice the key of calamity in the Saint realm, especially since it allows Baihan to see his own key of calamity. The odd thing about key of calamity is that other powerful people can see it on other people, but it is extremely difficult to notice it on themselves, making it very difficult to deal with. "What are you going to do now?" asked Kyujin calmly. Baihan's face became ugly after hearing this. He started to think about his next step of action. A part of him told him to stop his action against Wang Wei, as he is just being used as Heavenly Dao's pawn. Another part of him is telling him that he has come so far, and he is so close to succeed, so there's no need to stop. As for the key of calamity, it just brought the deep desire inside his heart and had little effect on him. Sweat started to fall down from Baihan's forehead, drenching his clothes wet. One of his eyes twitched constantly without stopping. After more than 3 hours, Baihan sighed before saying, "The plan will continue. Is that so?" replied Kyujin calmly without any surprise in his face, as he knew that this was the horror of key of calamity. Even if someone knew that their mind was being influenced, they could not do anything about it. It takes a lot of effort and a very powerful state of mind to get rid of the influence of the key of calamity. And sometimes this was not even enough. "So be it," replied Kyujin. After sealing the key of calamity from Baihan to prevent other people from noticing it, he left without saying anything else. Kyujin and the other true monarch did not really care about the situation. As long as the academy had them and the sleeping ancestors, then nothing would truly happen besides maybe being forced to close their door for a while. As for Baihan, if he can go through this catastrophe, his mind will sublimate and set a powerful foundation for his path of supreme. If he fails, then he might lose everything. Just like that, a few days passed by. The day of the final round of the tournament began. Just like the first round, Baihan appeared in front of all the people watching to introduce the event. However, he did not immediately do so, but instead started to swear to heaven and earth and to the Tao that he and the academy had nothing to do with Fan Li's death. While Baihan was doing his little speech, inside the D family's floating booth, D Tian had a frown on his face as his eyes laid on Baihan. Key of calamity? I remember the last time that I encountered this thing was during the incense era. These bald Buddhist monks were covered from head to toe with that thing. It made them totally crazy. These monks' pursuit of the power of incense became a destructive obsession. They were willing to do anything and kill anyone in their pursuit of faith. Now that I think about it, the absolute beginning emperor might have been affected by that thing too. Otherwise, it could not explain his obsession to eradicate Buddhism altogether. After thinking about this for a moment, D Tian sneered. It all made sense now. Heavenly Tao probably did not want the myriad emperor world to turn into a civilization of faith under the power of Buddhism, so it secretly planned their destruction. Using key of calamity on the entire Buddhist sect led to them offending so many people in their pursuit of faith. All it had to do was wait for someone that had the talent to become an eternal emperor and had a deep grudge with Buddhism. Then, by using that same key of calamity, it can make that person completely eradicate the faith-based Buddhism. Unfortunately, even Heavenly Tao miscalculated the hatred that the absolute beginning emperor had and the power of key of calamity. Buddhism as a sect is very beneficial to any civilization as it can bring peace and enlightening of the mind. Only the faith aspect was detrimental. I'm guessing that Heavenly Tao only wanted that aspect to be eradicated, leaving the other part intact. But the key of calamity might have affected the absolute beginning emperor beyond its calculation, leading to him completely eradicating Buddhism from the lower dimension. Chapter 246. Null Era. I. While Dition instantly took notice of the key of calamity around by Han despite the seal of the true monarchs, another person also noticed something odd. Wang Wei. Inside the booth of the Dao opening sect, when he first saw Bai Han, he had a feeling that something was wrong, but he did not know what it was. He seemed to see something around the headmaster, but he could not truly see it after concentrating. So he activated his true eye ability and saw a red hue floating around by Han's head. Then he frowned while pondering what this thing was, as it was not here before. "Noticed it?" asked Wu Hong, who was sitting next to him. "Yes," nodded Wang Wei. "What is it? Or is this another secret that I should not know?" "Not really," replied Wu Hong. "That thing is called Key of Calamity, although a rare thing, but knowledge of it is very common among powerful beings." "So, what exactly is it?" Wu Hong paused for a moment to gather her thoughts. To put it simply, Key of Calamity is the most powerful weapon that Heavenly Dao used when manipulating others. Its main purpose is to affect a person's mind and make them act irrational, stupid, or out of character. A perfect example when Key of Calamity is often used is when dealing with Childs of Destiny. Every time they meet an opponent, Heavenly Dao would often use the Key of Calamity to influence their enemy. That way, they will act stupidly. Their enemies, instead of using all their strength to eradicate these Childs of Destiny, they will send a person only one stage or realm higher than the Child of Destiny, basically giving them the chance to survive and break through in cultivating realm while fighting. Then their enemy will send a slightly more powerful person than the first, and the process will repeat itself until the Child of Destiny reaches the strength to completely eradicate their enemy. Of course, this kind of treatment is only for the children of destiny of powerful worlds on the level of Heaven will world. Additionally, this kind of Key of Calamity is actually very easy to guard against. Wang Wei nodded. Then he asked, "Are you saying that Key of Calamity has different ranks or levels?" "Yes, and at the highest level, even you will not be spared," replied Wu Hong while looking deeply into Wang Wei's eyes. He immediately understood what she was trying to say. The highest level of Key of Calamity can even affect paragons, hence even he could be affected by it one day if he is not careful. Immediately, he took this information more seriously. "I understand. Is there anything else?" "Yes," replied Wu Hong. "Actually, the main purpose of Key of Calamity is to induce the great calamity of heaven and earth, or the Great Purge, as it is often referred to by many other worlds." Wang Wei frowned as he remembered that he read about such a thing in the Sect's library. ISNT, the Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth, the process by which a world decided to kill the majority of its inhabitants due to the issue of overpopulation? That is correct. When the amount of cultivators in a world is too large, the level of spiritual key between heaven and earth will decrease dramatically with so many people using it. At that time, the world will be on the verge of being demoted. For example, a great thousand world will turn into a middle thousand world. After reaching that point, Heavenly Dao will intervene to keep the balance of the world. By enveloping the entire world with Key of Calamity and influencing the mind of all the cultivators, conflict will erupt throughout the entire world, leading to all cultivators killing one another. Then, Heavenly Dao will decompose the bodies of these cultivators and replenish the spiritual key of heaven and earth. By then, both the population and spiritual key problem will be solved. Wang Wei sighed as he muttered to himself. Cultivators absorb spiritual key in order to one day become immortal and escape the shackles of death. If they fail, then their bodies will decompose and return to the embrace of Mother Nature, replenishing heaven and earth. What a horrifying and beautiful cycle. "True," responded Wu Hong as she also sighed. "How many people can become immortal? In each generation, there are probably a handful. Meanwhile, the number of cultivators are in the trillions. The terrible thing about this situation is that even if a person knows about this, there is nothing they can do besides fighting to be the few that actually become immortal. I was wondering, has there been a time that the myriad emperor world suffered a great purge? Asked Wang Wei curiously. It actually happened twice. Twice. Yes. Once during the Null era, and the second time during the Middle Emperor era. Wang Wei was slightly surprised. He could understand how such a thing happened in the Void era, but he could not understand what this has to do with the Middle Emperor era. If such a thing occurred, he would have known that this era was very recent compared to the others. Wu Hong noticed his surprise, so she explained, I will talk about the Middle Emperor era later. First, I will explain the general situation of the Primordial era so that you can understand the entire situation. Then, she proceeded to tell him about the situation of the primordial gods and innate demons and the birth of the human race. Finally, she reached the point where the leader of these powerful races discovered the future destruction of their entire races and the rise of humanity. So what happened after that? Asked Wang Wei. What do you think? After pondering a while, he replied, given the fact that the first heaven will appear in the Emperor Beginning era, and the first person to crown itself Great Emperor is a human, I'm guessing that Heavenly Tao intervened again and sided with humans. That things seem to be everywhere. A contemptuous sneer could be seen on his face. You are correct. Replied Wong. Heavenly Tao did not want the primordial gods or innate demons as the main races of this world. Despite how powerful they were, these races were very rigid and slow in their development, not to mention their horrible reproductive ability. Meanwhile, humans as the first acquired race had unlimited potential despite their weakness at birth. With their rapid reproductive ability and an unnatural talent for comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, humans were the perfect race to lead the myriad emperor world who was called innate demon god world back then. So, Heavenly Tao secretly helped the race from facing extinction at the hands of the powerful primordial gods and innate demons. It created a child of destiny that would lead the human race from their demise. Are you talking about the first great emperor of this world, the one who created the beginning emperor era, the heaven opening emperor? Asked Wang Wei. That's right. The heaven opening emperor was the chosen one. During his time, the human race was constantly being hunted down, and the only reason that some tribes were saved was because they were protected by other more peaceful primordial gods and innate demons who did not agree with their leaderess decisions. As for the heaven-opening emperor, he was truly a lucky person. It turns out that the primordial god that protected the human tribe, he was born and actually fell in love with him. So, they begin a relationship. However, the heaven-opening emperor was not only a cunning individual, but also a very ambitious one. During his relationship with her, he secretly studied her body composition. Given the fact that primordial gods were essentially gigantic human beings, the first emperor believed that by studying their body composition, he could create a cultivation method perfectly suited for humans, and he succeeded. Wang Wei was suddenly interested. A cultivation system that existed before the origin path system? Can you tell me about it? Well, that system was actually very similar to your ancient desolate body refining scripture, except not as much detail, due to the vast amount of spiritual ki that existed at that time. Cultivation was easier and the talent of humans was much better. The system invited by the first emperor allowed humans to create a powerful body like primordial gods through breathing spiritual ki between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, only a few talented people could actually reach the level of primordial gods. Wuhan paused for a moment before saying, if you're interested, I can give you a copy of the cultivation system that existed back then. However, if I were you, I would wait until you cultivate the ancient desolate scripture to the highest level. Then use these techniques as reference to further perfect it and even make it more powerful. Wang Wei nodded as he accepted her advice. Then he asked, what happened after the first emperor created this new cultivation system? Chapter 247. Null Era 2. Of course, the first emperor secretly spread it to the human tribes in an attempt for the human race to rise against their oppressors, replied Wu Hong. Unfortunately for him, the vast difference between the human race and primordial races was simply too great. Wang Wei nodded before saying with a sneer, I can guess what happened next. Heavenly Tao interfered again, didn't he? That is correct. Wang Wei snorted. This thing seemed to be everywhere. Wu Hong just gave a side look before continuing. Knowing that the future of the world lied with the human race, Heavenly Tao then created the first heaven will, and basically granted it to the first emperor. That way, the heaven-opening emperor not only became the first great emperor of this world, but also the first eternal emperor. Wang Wei was not surprised that the first emperor was an eternal emperor, and this was not because he was the first person to become a great emperor. After hearing the term eternal emperor, he did some research on these individuals, especially the most recent of them, the Heaven Devourer Emperor. One thing that he noticed was that eternal emperors seem to have some ability of being omnipresent. For example, although all the cultivators in the world tried to erase the Heaven Devourer Emperor from the historical records, everyone still knows that he is a great emperor. As long as a cultivator reached a certain level of cultivation, it seemed that they would instantly know that this great emperor existed. It was like he was unforgettable, or that his existence was forever ingrained in the annals of history, for eternity. The same thing can be said about the heaven-opening emperor. Every cultivator in the world knows that he was the first great emperor in the world and started the era of emperor in this world without anyone even telling them. Another example of this phenomena that Wang Wei noticed was regarding dragons and phoenixes. Every time he reads any records regarding these creatures, he will instinctively know that they were innate creatures that once lived in the primordial era. After reigning in his thoughts, Wang Wei then asked, "What happened next?" I'm guessing that being an eternal emperor, the heaven-opening emperor led the human race from the oppression of the other races? Wu Hong paused for a moment. Then she said, "Unfortunately, you are wrong. Even being an eternal emperor could not save the human race, at least on its own. The leaders of the primordial races were not in any way inferior to an eternal emperor. Not to mention the patriarch of the dragon race, Kylan race, white tiger race, and the matriarch of the phoenix, which were the leaders of the innate demon race, were also on par with an eternal race." Wang Wei was a little surprised. It seems that my previous notion of eternal emperors being invincible among other great emperors and beings on that level might be wrong. So what happened next? Obviously, the human race survived somehow. So how did it happen? Well, after the first emperor proved the Tao, Heavenly Tao kept lowering heaven after a certain period of time, thus creating many great emperors for the human race. "Wait, you mean?" asked Wang Wei with an incredible look on his face. "That is correct. The beginning emperor era was an age where many great emperors walked the world at the same time." Replied Wu calmly. After taking a few seconds to process this news, he asked, "None of them, Then he motioned his head upward. Back then, the concept of ascension was not very prevailing due to the fact that the spiritual key between heaven and earth was very abundant, thus allowing these great emperors to cultivate with a peace of mind. Additionally, the human race needed their support and help, so only a few of them actually left. Wang Wei sighed as he imagined what it would be like to live in a world where so many great emperors walked the world and competed with another. Well, maybe in the future, he still has the chance. Then a question suddenly appeared in his mind. What about Tao ancestors and immortal venerables? Did these existences exist back then? Yes, replied. The realm of Tao ancestor was created based on the existence of Plain Lord, while immortal venerables are nothing but a sublimation of a cultivator's internal key or energy into a higher form. Plain Lord? If I remember correctly, these should be individuals born in great thousand worlds who actually swallowed the heavenly Tao of their worlds and became the sole controller. Are they related to Tao ancestors? However, the information I read about them was very vague, thought Wang Wei to himself. Back then, the great emperors created these methods after traveling to other world communities in order to create emperor-level strength for the human race without the heaven will. To be exact, they just copied these systems from other worlds, modified it a little, and gave it their own name, continued Wu Hong, without stopping. Wang Wei nodded. However, he knew that things were not that simple. According to historical records, His ancestor Emperor Qin is credited with creating both the path of Tao ancestor and the path of immortality. However, according to Wu Hong, these paths seem to have long existed before then. So, there must be either something shady about this or some great secret. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not ask. He was already receiving too much information in just a few minutes, so there was no need to acquire more. Furthermore, he still would like to discover some of these secrets on his own. For example, according to Wu Hong, there may have been world communities born before this one, meaning that there were heavenly world born or created way before the myriad emperor world, and even developed civilization way before them. Although Wang Wei did not know how ancient his own world or community was compared to the others, he still wanted to find out, especially given his future plans after becoming a great emperor. This kind of information might be useful. All of these thoughts appeared less than a milliseconds from his mind, so he continued his conversation. Why didn't any of the primordial gods or innate demons also acquire a heaven will and become a great emperor? That is because heavenly Tao played a little trick on the heaven will, replied Wu Hong. Of course it did. Ignoring his remark, Wu Hong continued. It added a condition to the heaven will. Only acquired life forms could use it, thus prevented both the primordial gods and innate demons who were innate life forms from being able to use it, even if they acquired one. However, none of these two races gave up, especially the innate demons race. So, they came together to create an acquired race. By constantly degrading their own bloodlines, they were able to create what we now know as the demon race. This explains how the demon race's cultivation system involves slowly purifying their own bloodline, thought Wang Wei. The innate demon race's plan was to use the demon race to compete for the heaven will, thus lowering the overall strength of their races. At first, their plan succeeded as many demon races actually became great emperors. However, under the machination of the human race great emperors, the demon race eventually betrayed their own creators, then joined the human race side. Wang Wei nodded, not surprised by that outcome. Then came the Null Era. After both the human race and the demon race concluded that they had enough strength to fight these innate races, they started an earth-shaking, heaven-shattering war. As a matter of fact, neither of these two fighting factions knew beforehand how great that war would become and the lasting impact that it would have. What do you mean? Asked Wang Wei with a concentrated look on his face. What I mean was that the scope of this war was beyond these factions' wildest imagination. Although the war started from our world, it soon spread to countless world communities until the entire lower dimension was engulfed in war. The war soon turned into acquired life forms against innate life forms. Lower dimensions? Is that the name for the entire endless void? Does that mean that the world that all great emperors go to is considered a higher dimension? Secretly thought Wang Wei. Then he saw a fading smirk from Wu Hong's mouth, and he realized that she was testing what kind of information she was allowed to secretly say to him without arousing the awareness of that powerful and noble will. As a matter of fact, continued Wu Hong as if nothing happened, this war was actually a major plot. Someone or something did not want these innate life forms to continue living in the lower dimension, so they used this war as a way to remove them. After these innate life forms lost the war, the remaining survivors left. The record of their existence was mostly purged. Hence the reason that there was little to no history or records left from before the Null Era. As a matter of fact, one day, when you travel across many world communities, you will discover that many worlds have a similar blank period in their history. In most cases, it means that it pertains to the innate acquired war. Wang Wei did not ask who was the person plotting all of this, as he could guess that this was probably information that she could not say in any way, shape, or form. So he asked something else. I have a question about something you mentioned regarding Eternal EMP. His words stopped midway as he noticed something strange happening on the Heaven-Chosen Selection Trial. Chapter 248, Rematch. A few minutes ago, while Wang Wei and Wu Hong were distracted talking to one another, Headmaster Bai Han appeared in front of all the people watching the tournament. He first swore to Heavenly Tao and his own Tao that the Academy has nothing to do with family affairs. Then he started introducing the rules of the tournament. Due to the fact that the professional champions are not allowed in the top 30 in this year's tournament, the rules are a little different. There are currently 1920 participants in the final round. Each participant will face a randomly selected opponent. The winner will move on to the next round, while the loser will be eliminated. This process will continue until the top 30 Heaven Chosen is selected. Now, let the final round of the Heaven Chosen selection trial begins. After Bai Han made the announcement, he returned to the floating booth of the Emperor Enlightening Academy with all the other teachers. During the process, he started thinking to himself, hopefully, this move can buy some breathing room for the Academy. As for the Key of Calamity, it is obvious that Heavenly Tao is using my projected hatred for Wang Wei to ensure that I become his enemy. However, as long as I manage to prevent him from entering the secret realm of the Tao tablets, I can find a way to remove it. After thinking about this, Bai Han sighed deeply. If I still had my original body with my father as protection, I would never be so easily affected by Key of Calamity. Well, there is no need to lament about the past now. Since I have decided to completely cut off my past, then I should have no regrets. After Bai Han returned to his booth, the majestic fighting ring in the middle of a large stadium was divided into many different rings. In each ring, there was a projected screen made of arrays that showed two numbers which represent the participants chosen to fight one another, as they all had to randomly choose a number before the final round began. The audience surrounding the fighting rings had a giant projected screen that showed all the battles simultaneously, so that they could either watch everyone at once or focus on a particular participant. All the people watching the tournament remotely also had similar divided screens like the members of the audiences. Inside the floating booths, each person had their own personal divided screen with all the participants. However, this particular one had the ability to only show one match based on the choice of the user. While Wu Hong and Wang Wei were talking, they ignored the screen as they were too focused on their discussion, even when Li Jun's fight began. Holding his trusted spear, Li Jun walked to one of the fighting rings after his name was chosen. After only waiting for a few seconds, his opponent also appeared in front of him. It was a beautiful girl with a blue dress and a shy look on her face. However, despite her appearance, she had a firm determination in her eyes. Taking a brief moment to recall all the information he read about all the participants of this tournament, he recognized her as a genius from a holy land in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. Li Jun secretly sighed as he acknowledged that she was either very lucky or very talented to reach the final round based on her background. Nevertheless, this will not change the fact that she had reached the end of the road after meeting him. His big brother had given him a mission to get one of the top 30 spots, and nothing or no one could stop him from fulfilling his mission. So, as soon as the battle began, Li Jun did not say anything to his opponent. He directly attacked her. Holding his spear in his hand, Li Jun threw it with all of his strength, turning it into a red light that flew straight to the Holy Land genius. However, she was not to be underestimated. As a person who made it to the final round, she was one of the people who fought against the seeded players and survived. Although she no longer had the advantage of large numbers, she would not give up so easily. So, with a wave of her hand, a group of metal gates appeared in front of her as a form of protection. Unfortunately, the gates could only stop the spear for a brief moment before they were pierced one by one. Fortunately, she only needed this brief pause to move out of the way of the spear, thus dodging the attack. After seeing this, Li Jun made a grabbing motion with his hand. Then his spear disappeared from the distance before appearing in his hand. Then he made a circular motion with the spear while holding it with one hand, following which more than 10 spears materialized in front of him, an act which made the Holy Land genius's face become very ugly. Without hesitation, she encased herself in a very dense, spherical metal shield. Her actions were correct. As soon as she finished, the first spear hit her. Immediately, she coughed a big mouthful of blood. Although she managed to defend the attack, the aftershock still bravado her defense and injured her. Then, her nightmare began. Boom! 9 explosions followed the 9 spears as they attacked her metal shield. A cloud of dust enveloped her following the explosions, thus impeding the sight of the audience. Few seconds after the dust was swept away by the blowing wind, the Holy Land genius could be seen. She was half kneeling on the ground with blood all over her body and partly destroyed clothes. Her hair was messy, and pieces of metals could be seen scattered next to her. She struggled to get up from her floor, but she was incapable of doing so. Li Jun frowned after seeing this. Then he said, "You should give up this fight. There is no need to risk your life for a battle that you know you will lose." However, she did not immediately answer him as a metal rod appeared in her hand, which she used as support to get up from the ground. "You do not understand," she replied with a firm determination on her face. "I have too many people counting on me. I cannot fail now." As she said these words, she gave a brief glance at a particular glance in the audience where a group of disciples were looking at her with both worry and encouraging eyes. Everyone who can reach this level in the tournament has some sort of emotional support or conviction driving them forwards, replied Li Jun calmly. This does not change the fact that you are weak and unable to win this battle. However, if you give up and save your life, then you still have a chance in the future. After all, one failure does not mean everything. Unfortunately, she ignored his warning. Her metal rod turned red as if wanting to melt. However, the metal still remained in the shape of a rod, just giving up a powerful heat. After seeing this, Li Jun sighed, but did not say anything more. He moved his body into the Holy Land genius horror. Li Jun instantly appeared in front of her. Before she could even react, a spear pierced her heart and completely annihilated it. She vomited a big mouthful of blood that landed all over Li Jun's spear. She had an incredible look-on face for a moment. Then she fell on her back, blood splattered all over the arena. Until the end, she could not understand how she lost so easily. Her last thoughts before dying were, "Is the difference between ordinary geniuses and these heaven-chosens so vast? I am not willing. As for Li Jun, he just looked at her for a brief moment before leaving the fighting ring. He had already given his opponent the chance to retreat intact. Since she was willing to fight for her conviction, then she was also willing to die for it. The path of cultivation has never been a peaceful one, let alone for the heaven-chosens treading on the path of Emperor. Just like that, after a few hours, the first group match ended, and only 960 participants left. Just like that, the tournament continued for a few days, and Li Jun easily beat most of his opponents until there were only 60 people left. Li Jun was excited as he needed only one more win to enter the top 30 and acquire the token that granted him access to the 3,000 Dao tablets. Then, his big brother can use it to further his path of the Emperor. Li Jun was standing in one of the arena waiting for his next opponent, with a little excitement deep in his eyes. However, when he saw the person who showed up, he said with a grave voice, "It's you." Chapter 249, Rematch 2. Across from Li Jun stood a beautiful girl dressed in a golden dress. With a phoenix crown on her head, she had the majesty of a powerful empress who looked down on myriad beings, and the pride of a heavenly peacock who cannot bear to be stained by mortal dust. This goddess did not expect to meet you so soon. Very well, this goddess can finally have her revenge, said the beautiful woman with a voice full of loftiness and aloofness. Fang Lijuan, said Li Jun with deep furrowed brows. He knew that there was a hidden rule that none of the seeded players would meet before the final 30 rounds, but he actually met one beforehand. Thinking about Wang Wei's warning before the battle, Li Jun could guess that something shady had taken place. However, he was not afraid. "Revenge? Since I defeated you once, I can do a second time," replied Li Jun with a sneer on his face. However, Fang Lijuan just smirked without saying anything. Nevertheless, a powerful confidence could be seen radiating from her body. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who was talking with Wu Hong, noticed Li Jun as opponent, and like the latter, he came to the conclusion that something odd was going for Fong Lijuan to become Li Jun's opponent right before he could qualify for a spot on the top 30. Inside the Emperor Enlightening Academy's booth, all the teachers watched this battle with bated breath. One of them checked the formation to make sure that they had no problem. Then he asked, "Headmaster, is it appropriate to use Fong Lijuan as an opponent? After all, Li Jun already defeated her once." "You do not need to worry," replied Bai Han. "The reason that I chose Fong Lijuan instead of the more powerful Heaven Chosens is to not attract too much attention to ourselves. Additionally, she is not the same as back in the divine altar realm." Of course, Bai Han did not tell the whole truth. He had something else prepared just in case something went wrong. However, the other teachers did not know this. Nevertheless, after seeing the headmaster's confidence, they were relieved. After all, they spent so much on this tournament. Even risking destroying the Academy's million of years of reputation, well, to be precise, the reputation of fairness that they still hold to this day. Back to the fighting arena. Both Li Jun and Fong Lijuan prepared for their rematch. Without hesitation or pausing, Li Jun went on the offensive. Spears started to appear around him. Unlike his battle with the Holy Land genius, there were not only 10 spears, but hundreds, thousands even. With unmatched speed, they rushed towards Fong Lijuan, wishing to completely annihilate her. The sound of the air breaking could be heard as these thousands of spears broke the speed of sound. A powerful explosion kilometers in diameters occurred at their landing spots. Fortunately, powerful arrays manifested in the arena to contain the battle, else the audience would be affected. Despite the fact that his attack seemed to have worked, Li Jun was not happy as he could tell that something was wrong. Everything was too easy. So, he immediately used his divine sense to locate Fong Lijuan's location, but he did not find anything. Suddenly, Li Jun felt a killing intent right next to him, so he immediately ducked to the side. Unfortunately, he was too late and a crystal pierced straight into his body. Turning his head, he saw Fong Lijuan was calmly standing next to him, and he did not even notice how she got there. Before he got time to think or act, he felt another killing intent and dodged again. But his right leg was still stabbed. Knowing that the situation was dire for him, Li Jun mobilized all the strength of his divine sense to try to sense his opponent's attack, and for a brief moment, he was successful. By pinpointing the killing intent, he was able to deduce the location and timing of the attack. Meanwhile, Fong Lijuan frowned after noticing this. Using the killing intent to determine my next attack? What if the killing intent also becomes invisible? Then, a crystal spear barrado Li Jun's lungs, and he discovered that he could no longer anticipate his opponent's move. So, without hesitation, he activated his innate talent. Countless runes or origin patterns appeared all over his body like tattoos. Then a large army made of soldiers in red armors appeared in front of him. Without saying anything, they form a formation that encases Li Jun into a dome made of soldiers. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another group of soldiers. However, as soon as these one appeared, they turned into a river of blood that was swallowed by Li Jun, healing all his injuries. As for Fong Lijuan, she was calm during the whole situation, not even bothering to stop Li Jun's action. With a random wave of her hand, countless of the summoned soldiers suddenly had their throats cut, blood spewing all over the arena as they died without even knowing the cause. Li Jun's face became ugly after seeing this. His growing innate talent allowed him to summon soldiers to fight for him, but the number was not unlimited, as a matter of fact. It requires souls as sacrifice. Luckily for him, his talent allowed him to use the soul of the fallen soldiers in the location he was. For example, he could use the souls of all the people who died in the location of the Emperor Enlightening Academy throughout all of history. Unfortunately for him, his cultivation level did not allow him to control so many souls. In the Dao opening Sect's booth, Wang Wei and Wu Hong were watching the battle. "Have you noticed?" she asked. Wang Wei nodded as he responded. "I cannot believe that she can have such a level of fortunate encounter during the key luck trial." He paused for a brief moment before continuing, "Damn that Long Out Yin. If I knew he had something like that, I would have personally hunted him down." "Who is Long Out Yin?" asked Wu Hong in confusion. "A very lucky son of destiny." "Well, I guess given his terrible ending, he is not so lucky after all." Wu nodded, but did not ask any further question. She did not care for such a little and insignificant character. Meanwhile, in the battle, Li Jun's condition was not so good. A lot of his soldiers were lying dead on the floor, and his body was full of injuries. His summoning could not keep up with Fong Lijuan's mysterious attack. Additionally, he was still trying to discover what method she used. Only by constantly swallowing the blood of his fallen soldiers that he was able to keep this battle going on. Suddenly, an idea came to Li Jun's mind. He looked at Fong Lijuan before saying, "You have possession of one of the 12 ancestral talismans. It should be the invisible talisman." "Oh, this goddess is surprised that you figured it out so quickly." "You are correct. This goddess was fortunate enough to acquire one of the 12 ancestral talismans." Li Jun secretly sighed on how lucky she was. The only reason he could figure it out so quickly was because he too was interested in these talismans, especially the war talisman, so he did his research. According to his knowledge, the 12 ancestral talismans were created by the talisman ancestor back in the ancient emperor era. Although the talisman ancestor or Fian emperor was not the most powerful amongst the other ancestors formation, Pill, etc., he had the greatest impact. After proving the Tao, the talisman ancestor created 12 extremely powerful talismans that were essentially a prototype of an entire Tao, scattered them throughout the world in hopes that destined people can find them and complete them, turning them from prototypes into perfect Taos. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor world, anyone who acquired one of the ancestral talismans and managed to unleash their true powers had a great impact on the world, with many even becoming great emperors themselves. By this current era, only a few of the talismans were still not found, including the invisible talisman in Fong Lijuan's hand, and the war talisman that Li Jun was after. The invisible talisman was famous because of the words that the talisman ancestors said after creating it. According to her, the highest level of this talisman can allow a cultivator to reach a state of being unknown to death, nor known to life. All these thoughts only took less than a millisecond to flash across Li Jun's mind. Then he asked, "Even if you acquire the invisible talisman, you should not be this powerful." Fong Lijuan smiled coldly as she answered, "That's because this goddess managed to comprehend the Tao in the talisman, absorb it into my bloodline to break the shackles of the ancestors. Now, with this goddess having her own Tao, it is possible for me to bear the heaven will. Additionally, this goddess is perfectly aware of the fact that you are trying to stall for time, but will not change anything." Chapter 250. Underhanded, Li Jun shook his head after hearing this. Then he replied, "No matter how strong you become or how you broke the shackles of your bloodline, the arrogance of the divine clan embedded deep in your soul cannot be changed." Then he waved his hand to summon countless soldiers, this time around. The number was immediately 3 to 5 times greater than previously. Immediately afterwards, all these soldiers suddenly committed suicide. Countless bodies laid in the ground, turning the arena crimson red. Then, under the control of Li Jun, countless red lights, which were in fact slaughter key, came from these dead soldiers' bodies, condensed into the form of a blade, a slaughter blade. Fong Lijuan frowned after seeing this, as she felt an immense threat from that blade. Without hesitation, she disappeared from her spot. Unfortunately for her, the blade seemed to have a powerful lock on her. As soon as she disappeared and prepared to attack again, Li Jun just randomly waved his blade. Then a powerful slash headed straight to Fong Lijuan's position. Knowing the danger of such a powerful attack, she instantly wrapped herself in a green crystal that blocked the attack. The odd thing was that she was still invisible to most people in the audience, including Li Jun himself. All he did was wave his slaughter blade, and the attack will head directly to Fong Lijuan's direction. Boom! 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 Countless explosions occurred in the arena as Li Jun kept waving his blade. Knowing that the situation could not go on like this, Fong Lijuan used her divine sense to try to discover what this blade was using to track her whereabouts. After spending a few seconds, she discovered that the blade was locking on the slaughter key in her body. As a cultivator, she has killed many people. As such, accumulated a lot of slaughter key, some hidden so deeply that she was not even aware of their existence. After discovering the problem, Fong Lijuan set out to deal with it quickly and efficiently. She first expelled the slaughter key out of her body. Unfortunately, some of them were too deeply rooted to the point of even attaching to her soul. Then, a mysterious power came from her blood and entered these difficult key. Instantly, they disappeared, became invisible. Meanwhile, Li Jun, who had just used a random slash from his blade, had an ugly look on his face, and it was not because his attack did not find his opponent this time. It was because he discovered that his origin essence was less than it should be. His big brother once told him that his control of origin key was terrible, and Li Jun took this comment to heart. So, he spent many years practicing control over his own internal energy. He knows with perfect clarity how much he uses in every attack. However, now he discovered that the amount was less than it should. Knowing that something was wrong, Li Jun used another random slash while taking very close attention to his origin essence. It was then that he discovered that a small percentage of his origin essence mysteriously disappeared from his divine sea, without his consent or knowledge of where it went. What is going on? Thought Li Jun to himself. Unfortunately for him, he did not have a lot of time to ponder the answer to this question. Without the blade's ability to locate her, Fong Lijuan once again went on the offensive. With a wave of her hand, countless clear crystals appeared around Li Jun. Then they started to gather energy like an energy cannon from a sci-fi movie. Then, with absolute speed, they rushed towards Li Jun. The latter, who still could not see these crystals, felt the threat of death rapidly approaching him. So, he instantly enveloped himself with a blood-red shield, or dome. Unfortunately for him, this move did little to help except for increasing the rate at which he lost his origin essence. Meanwhile, in the D family's floating booth, Di Tian looked at the battle with a calm look on his face. Then he muttered with a sneer on his face. I cannot believe that the Academy has resulted in using such a method. This Bai Han is nothing like his father. Anyway, his actions are beneficial to me, so why should I complain? Inside the Dao opening sect's floating booth, Wang Wei looked at the battle with a frown on his face. Instinctively, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not wrap his head around what it was. So he immediately activated his true vision ability. So he instantly noticed that Li Jun's origin essence was diminishing at an alarming rate. But he could not find the reason. What's going on? He muttered to himself. The absorbing origin formation, replied Wu Hong. It's a quasi-emperor grade formation that can drain the origin essence of a supreme realm true monarch. It was very popular in the last era as a way to imprison people. After hearing this, he concentrated his ocular power, but he did not find anything. Where? He asked. Deep under the fighting arena, replied Wu Hong. Wang Wei then focused his eyes there, but he still could not see anything. So he closed his eyes, mobilized the power of his souls to fuel the strength of his true vision. Finally, he discovered a very complex formation. The amount of runes in that array even made him dizzy just by looking at it. Wang Wei's first thought was to reveal the Academy's cheating, but he soon gave up that idea. Even he needed the power of his soul to notice the existence of that formation, let alone others. Since it is a quasi-emperor tier, there is no guarantee that a true monarch may be able to discover its existence. And even if they did, he could guess that the Academy has a backup plan for this formation to completely disappear before someone reveals its existence. Nevertheless, he still used his divine sense to warn his Dao protector. Unfortunately for him, a few minutes later, Yenshin said to him, I'm sorry, young master, I could not discover anything. Wang Wei's brain rapidly operated in order to find a solution. Maybe I could use the array virus to try to remotely control it? No, that won't work. The array virus cannot even work on a heaven-grade formation, let alone a quasi-emperor one. Then, you look at Wu Hong. Can't you do anything? Unfortunately, no, replied Wu Hong as she shook her head. This formation is actually linked to the 8 Emperor tier formation of the Academy. As long as anyone tries to interfere with it in any way possible, it will self-destruct and erase any evidence of its existence. He sighed after hearing this. It seems that I can only count on Li Jun to turn the odds in this battle. Meanwhile, Li Jun's body was battered with wounds all over his body. His legs and hand were pierced by the lasers shooting from Fong Lijuan's crystal gun. Many of his internal organs were also pierced. In general, he was in a pretty terrible shape. The only reason that he was not dead yet was due to the fact that he kept on summoning more soldiers, then sacrificed their blood and life energy to heal himself. Unfortunately, both the amount of summon and his body was slowly reaching their limits. Despite all of this, there was no look of despair in his eyes. On the contrary, his determination to win this battle did not waver in the slightest. He was desperately trying to discover the location. Suddenly, Li Jun mobilized all the strength of his body and instantly appeared in a certain location. He was so fast that few people could actually catch his movement. Without hesitation, he stabbed his slaughter blade in the direction that he appeared in. Weirdly, blood started falling from the empty air. Then Fong Lijuan's body materialized with a saber right through her heart. She coughed on a mouthful of blood that fell on Li Jun. Then she asked, "How did you discover me?" "I located you through the blood floating through your veins." "I should have expected that someone who cultivated the Tao of Slaughter would have some powers related to the blood," replied Fong Lijuan calmly. A calmness that ringed alarming bells on Li Jun's mind. With the same calmness, Fong Lijuan removed the blade from her body. Then a crystal heart appeared in the place where she was stabbed. Li Jun could actually see that a new heart was slowly being cultivated inside the crystal heart, following which all of Fong Lijuan's muscles and skins that were pierced rapidly healed. Even her dress returned to a normal state. She looked at Li Jun, smiled coldly before saying, "Now, let the real battle commence." Of course, that is if he can still keep up. Li Jun's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. With his current shape, he was incapable of any intense fight. Not to mention that his origin essence was almost bottom out. "Do I have to use my taboo, innate talent?" secretly thought Li Jun to himself. Chapter 251. Regret after using healing crystals to heal all her injuries. Fong Lijuan used the power of the invisible talisman to disappear again. This time, however, it was not just as simple as her body becoming invisible. Her blood, skin, muscles, organs, bones, divine sea, aura, and even her souls became invisible. She was completely gone, and Li Jun could not track her existence at all. The majority of people in the audience could not track her whereabouts, including a few saints. Even Wang Wei himself could not see her with his bare eyes and had to use his true vision to see her. Of course, if these saints released their domains, they would be able to discover. However, given that Fong Lijuan was just in the supernatural realm and only had possession of the invisible talisman for a few decades, this accomplishment was astonishing. After becoming invisible, Fong Lijuan did not attack Li Jun immediately but said, "Many people believe that the invisible talisman can only allow this goddess to become invisible, but can also affect my enemy. Now, God of War Li Jun," pronouncing the phrase God of War with the utmost disdain. "Let us see how you react when all your senses including taste, smell, sight, touch, sound, and divine sense become invisible." Her voice echoed throughout the fighting arena, seeming to be coming everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Immediately afterward, Li Jun knelt on the floor while grunting painfully. He discovered that his vision became black. He could not smell the surrounding environment. His mouth had a bland aftertaste that was impossible to get rid of. He could not feel anything or any part of his body. Even though he knew that he was half kneeling, he could not feel the sensation of the ground. No, it was more than that. He could not feel any part of his body, whether it was his limbs, muscles, or skin. It was like he was an empty form of consciousness without a physical body. He tried to sense his soul in his sea of consciousness or used his divine sense, but he could not feel the existence of any of these things as well. For Li Jun, being in this state was like torture. He could not tell the time, the place, and who he was. Every second felt like an eternity, and the constant darkness seemed to want to swallow him. He started to question his existence, and whether death was a possible relief for all this pain and suffering. Fortunately, Li Jun's will was iron solid, so he did not take any drastic action. Meanwhile, Fong Li Juan looked at Li Jun writhing in pain, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. This Li Jun's will is more powerful than I expected. All the people I used this technique on immediately started squealing like pigs that were about to be butchered. After only a few seconds, they will commit suicide to end the suffering. While thinking all of this, Fong Li Juan did not attack, but just keep watching to see how long he can withstand the pain. Unfortunately, she underestimates Li Jun's will. After more than a half hour, although he was still grunting in pain, he did not scream or nor take his own life. There is no way that any heaven-chosen can have such powerful will on their own accord, especially in this early stage. So, there must be a reason for having such a strong will, secretly thought Fong Li Juan. It should have something to do with the pagoda trial that I heard about. According to the information that our clan received, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty paid a heavy price to acquire access to this pagoda trial. Maybe I should ask my father to do the same for me. My emptiness of consciousness move will not last longer than an hour. So, let us end this battle. With a wave of her hand, an invisible crystal spear manifested in front of her before heading straight to Li Jun's head. As she watched death slowly approach her once former enemy, Fong Li Juan muttered softly to herself, "You should be glad to have your end by the hand of this goddess." And many people who could see her spear had similar thoughts as her. They thought that Sacred Son S. Wang Wei was about to lose his right-hand general. As for Li Jun, he was defenseless, still half-kneeling on the ground. If still had an origin essence left, then it could automatically erect a barrier to protect him even though it would be useless, but he was already running dry by now. Thus, his death was imminent. Right before the spear pierced Li Jun's head, a hand appeared and grabbed it. As soon as that hand touched the spear, it manifested itself to everyone. Then the hand crushed it. Only a few people noticed how that person appeared in the ring, but everyone immediately identified the owner, Wang Wei. Inside the academy, the teachers started discussing rapidly through divine sense with one another. Did he just break the space to teleport? I thought only Void Shattered Realm Cultivator had this ability, said one teacher. No, his cultivation is still in the supernatural realm. You can feel the aura surrounding him. Then how'd he do such a thing? Why are you surprised about this? What I care about is the fact that he just uses his bare hand to tear apart the peak heaven great array that protected the fighting arena. This level of formation can protect against a peak void shattered realm cultivator. The room instantly quiets down as many of these teachers became flabbergasted. There is no room to worry. He broke all his muscles and cracked a few bones in the process, replied Headmaster Baihan. The only reason he appeared perfectly fine is that these body's parts were instantly regenerated in less than a second. Unfortunately, his words were less than reassuring as he just told them that not only does Wang Wei has unmatched physical strength, but also a terrifying regenerative ability. Without saying anything more, Headmaster Baihan stepped out of the booth and appeared in front of all the audience and distant watchers. Sacred Son Wang Wei, it is forbidden to intervene in any of the battles. Once someone steps into this arena, his or her life and death are determined by heaven and their skills. Look around. Many people have lost precious friends and family members in this arena, but no one intervened. Just because you have a high status does not mean that you can break the rules as you please. Headmaster Baihan had a noble and sage-like demeanor while saying these words. He looked like someone determined to enforce the laws and rules at all cost, even his own life. Soon after he said these words, a random person in the audience suddenly shouted, "That's right. I lost my brother in this competition, but you did not see me intervene. I lost my wife, screamed another person. Following this trend, and with a herd mentality, many members of the audience started to admonish Wang Wei's actions. They claimed that he had no right to break the rules to save his people. During the whole process, Bai Han had a kind look on his face as he nodded in agreement with the crowd. But secretly, he was smirking. Don't you like to use groups of people to do your bidding? Let us see how you like it when they're used against you. As for Wang Wei, he was calm throughout the entire situation. There was no change in his facial expression no matter what the audience said. Then he snorted. A powerful spiritual pressure enveloped the entire arena, forcing everybody to become silent. All the cultivators from the lowest body refining realm to Saint realm felt like their souls were being crushed by a powerful force. Even the supreme realm true monarchs who were secretly in the stadium felt a brief pressure for a moment. After his snort, Feng Li Juan was forced out of her invisible state, and the attack she used on Li Jun was cancelled. Without saying a word, Wang Wei fed a pill into Li Jun's mouth, then picked him up and placed him on his shoulder. He then looked at Bai Han with a cold gaze. You will regret this. Without waiting for the headmaster to say another word, he took out a jade talisman and contacted his father. Waiter, what is it? It's time for our plan to begin. This academy has been on their high horses for far too long. It's time to bring them down, time to remind them who truly stands at the apex of this world. Soon after that, Wang Wei disappeared from the stadium. Nevertheless, his last words echoed throughout the silent arena. Everyone watching this tournament knew that something big was about to happen with worldwide repercussions. As for the ones who were aware of what was about to happen, they cheered gleefully as they were finally about to reap the benefits promised by the Tao Opening Academy. Chapter 252, World Changes. Civilization advances after hearing Wang Wei's last words. Bai Han's face became very ugly and twisted. Knowing his capabilities, he did not think that these were empty threats. Headmaster, should we stop him? Suddenly asked one teacher through divine sense. They could tell that the reason that Wang Wei disappeared was that his Tao protector, Yin Shun, used the power of space to teleport him away. However, as long as the headmaster gave the order, true monarchs of their academy are more than capable of stopping them. Bai Han hesitated for a while after hearing this question. Thinking swiftly, he replied, there is no need. Although Bai Han was enveloped by Qi of calamity, he could still barely keep his reason. He knew that too many people were currently watching this tournament. If he made such an order, it wouldn't take a few seconds for all the Supreme Realm true monarchs to instantly appear and force their way into the world that the Academy is located in. The only way to stop them would be to use the Academy as Emperor formations. And if he did that, the Tao Opening sect would use their Emperor artifacts. With Wang Wei's status and his father's love for him, Bai Han believed that they would not hesitate to do so. This kind of confrontation could quickly escalate to an Emperor-Tao war. More importantly, Bai Han feared that the Supreme Realm true monarchs of the Academy might not listen to his orders. He could tell that many of them were very dissatisfied with his recent decisions, even if they did not outrightly say so. He could feel that the respect that they had for him as a born sage was slowly fading. So, he did not want to test their attitudes in this situation or give them more reasons to lose faith in his leadership abilities. All these thoughts took less than a millisecond to flash across his mind. After making his decision, he watched Yin Shun and Wang Wei leave. Then he ordered, have all our spies pay close attention to the movements of the Tao Opening sect. Not just them, but all the emperor lineages of the world. I want to know every single movement that they make. Meanwhile, after spending a few minutes traveling through space, Wang Wei returned to the Tao Opening sect with a comatose Li Jun. He headed straight to the alchemy hall and handed him to Great Elder Li Jian for treatment. Li Jian used his divine sense to scan Li Jun's body, then fed him some saint pills. How is he? Asked Wang Wei. Great Elder Li Jian sighed. Physically, he is perfectly fine after consuming the pills, but his mind seemed to be affected. I'm afraid that waking him up will have severe consequences. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Then his mind started to work rapidly. Wake him up. Sacred son, are you sure? I have an idea, so let me try. Great Elder Li Jian nodded, then took out a pill, crushed it into powder. With a wave of his hand, the powder entered Li Jun's nose and mouth. Soon afterward, Li Jun opened his eyes. He screamed in pain for a few seconds before quiet down. I could see again, he said. Wait, why wouldn't I be able to see? He looked around for a moment before noticing Great Elder Li Jian and Wang Wei. Who are you people? And what have you done to me? He tried to get up, but his body could not move. After struggling for a while, he stopped. Wait, where am I? No, more importantly, who am I? Do you people know me? Do you know my name? Both Great Elder Li Jian and Wang Wei frowned as they realized that the situation was more grave than anticipated. Wang Wei walked over to Li Jun, looked him deeply in the eyes. I need you to follow my words exactly as I say. Li Jun immediately quieted down after hearing this. For some reason, he felt like he could trust this strange person. His instinct told him that if he listened to that person, then everything might be all right. So, he nodded his head. Your name is Li Jun, and you cultivate the Tao of slaughter. The ultimate purpose of slaughter is to bring death to all things. And death is nothing but the end of the consciousness, absolute darkness devoid of everything, devoid of all senses. Now, close your eyes and meditate on the meaning of my words. After hearing the term devoid of all senses, an intense fear appeared in Li Jun's mind. However, he forcefully controlled it by listening to Wang Wei's voice. After seeing Li Jun closing his eyes, Wang Wei took out a golden orb from his space ring. This was the merit he received during his key luck trial. Without hesitation, he placed it inside Li Jun's forehead. He looked at the peaceful face of Li Jun. Then he muttered, "This is all I can do for you for now. With this merit, it should be very easy to enter a state of enlightenment. So, whether you can heal and even grow from this experience all depends on yourself." After that, he left the alchemy hall heading to Tianwei Peak to meet with his father. Father, is everything ready? Yes, and all the other people have been notified. In that case, let us begin. Wang Wei went to take a shower, light up incant, meditate for a few minutes, and change into a ceremonial garment. Although he does not care for these formalities, this was required given the situation. Following this, he flew into a specific unoccupied mountain. There all the high levels of the sect were waiting in front of an ancient altar. Even the supreme true monarchs were secretly present. Wang Wei walked to the altar, cupped his hand, and said, "Heavenly Tao above, I have seen the woes of mortals in this world. Cultivators have the ability to escape the shackles of the earth, have a long lifespan, can destroy mountains and move rivers, can conquer life and death, can travel through the endless void, and can pass their inheritance for eternity. Despite all of this, mortals spend all of their lives living on little food. Most of them could not recognize words, write their names, or have any form of inheritance. They are ignorant. But I want to change all of this. Here today, I have created the concept school to teach basic knowledge to all living mortals in this plane. I want to expand their minds, expel ignorance, enlighten them so that our civilization can thrive and prosper. Please acknowledge it." After Wang Wei said these words, a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, alarming everyone. The eye looked directly in Wang Wei's position. Then, his words were broadcasted to the entire myriad emperor world. All cultivators, and more importantly, all mortals heard these words with shock on their faces. Then, many people started crying, laughing, and roaring in excitement. All trillions upon trillions of mortals in this world had excited smiles on their faces as well. Most of them. In this world, nobles in the mortal world used knowledge to keep the peasants under control, and cultivators also used knowledge to keep these nobles under control. But now, this strict hierarchy was slowly being broken. Meanwhile, after Wang Wei's declaration, many of the emperor factions who were invited to participate in this plan also have a ceremony of their own. Then they all said the same thing. "Please allow it." This phrase echoed throughout the entire world. Heavenly Tao then looked at the elated look of the mortals, calculated the benefit of such a thing. Then it said, "Allow." Following this, a massive golden light appeared in the sky. It was golden merit. Then, it was split into different portions, with 20 landed on the hand of Wang Wei and the Tao opening sect. The remaining was divided into the different emperor lineages based on the previously agreed amount. Another smaller purple orb also manifested and landed on Wang Wei's hand. As the creator of this plan, he was especially rewarded. However, things did not end there. A giant multiple-colored dragon appeared in the sky. Then, under a mysterious force, a third of its body was cut apart. The faces of the people of the Emperor Enlightening Academy became ugly after seeing this, as this was their academy's key luck dragon. Afterward, it did not take them long to figure out what was going on. Since their founder Emperor Kong invented the concept of academy and sharing knowledge with all cultivators, the key luck associated with it has always been in their possession, always blessing their academy. But now, with the invention of school by Wang Wei, which has a similar premise as their invention of academy, and with school having far more reaching potential as the number of mortals far outclass cultivators, they could no longer enjoy such blessing all to themselves. This plan directly affected their foundation in this world. Title: Consequences, Chapter 253. Consequences. After a third of the Academy's key luck was cut off from them, a new key luck dragon slowly formed. However, this one was different due to its color, pure white. After being formed, the pure white key luck dragon rapidly traveled around the world while swallowing a bunch of white lights from the bodies of all the mortals, thus rapidly growing in size. Is that the key luck dragon associated with the concept of school? Asked one of the elders of the Tao opening sect in awe. No one answered them, as they were too busy marveling at the sight they were witnessing. Suddenly, one of the elders said, "I'm guessing that the only time our sect created such an achievement was when our ancestor first created the origin path system." All the people realized that this was indeed true. One person immediately bowed to Wang Wei, who was still standing in front of the altar. "Thank you, young sect master, for recreating the glory of our ancestors." "Thank you, young sect master," added another person. Following this, many other elders and even all the great elders bowed to him. Wang Wei could guess the real reason for this gift. For so many years, the Tao opening sect has been relying on the key luck of the origin path system created by the ancestors. However, as time passed, many people feared that someday they would no longer be blessed by it. And this was an unnecessary worry, as there are precedents to follow. Sects created by the formation ancestors, array ancestors, and so on, although they still survive to this day, many if not all of them have either started to decline or reach a plateau in their development. They have to use their long-standing heritage to remain relevant in this world. After the Tao opening sect reached the 9th emperor, many people have already started to notice the declining trend of the sect. But now there was hope for revitalization. Wang Wei nodded as he accepted these people's gifts. He did not act like a younger generation, as he knew that this was not the time to be humble. Sometimes, acting humble when deserving to be praised can appear very hypocritical. So he said, "You can all get up. This is just the beginning of the rise of our Tao opening sect. Hopefully one day, we will be able to spread schools to all the worlds in our community, and even to all the worlds in the endless void." Then, the upper echelons raised their heads with excitement. They imagined what it would be like to follow the Qin Emperor's step to spread their ideas and philosophies across countless planes. It would be a truly grand era. Meanwhile, the pure white dragon finished his travels around the world, thus doubling its size. The truth of the matter was that its general size was actually quite small compared to the key luck dragon of an average emperor lineage with only one great emperor. And that was because the concept of school was just created and not yet executed. The benefits and downsides of this system have not been shown yet. So, after the pure white dragon finished its initial growth, it cut off a small section of its tail, then it rushed straight into the Tao opening sect. fusing with the sect's multicolored key luck dragon. As the small part of its tail, it was divided into many small parts and fused with the key luck of different emperor lineages who participated in this plan. Many of them sighed after seeing this. Unlike the merit, they had no say on how to divide the key luck. Unfortunately, as the creator of this concept, the Tao opening sect is entitled to most of it, just like the Emperor Enlightening Academy was when they were first created. Some people even slightly regretted their decision for a moment, but quickly extinguished their thoughts, thinking about the current and future benefit that they received. As the concept of school is executed, the amount of merit received will keep increasing until it reaches a standard and stops. Well, even the key luck will also increase. So, after the pure white key luck dragon headed to its rightful place, the Tao opening sect and all these emperor lineages started to take action. Countless cultivators started using their abilities to build countless schools all over the world, from the central continent all the way to the east, west, and south, the only exception being the north. After these schools were created, they started recruiting mortals on a large scale. As for the teachers of these mortals, well, Wang Wei wanted to train many people before the plan was executed, but these factions wanted to do it themselves. The reason being that it was easier for them to gather more merit, and also because it was another way for them to garner positive karma. With positive karma, the heavenly tribulations of these teachers were dramatically reduced. So, the role of teachers became a valuable commodity among the disciples of these sects. Meanwhile, on top of Ceremonial Mountain, Wang Wei watched all of this happening in the sect's domains through his divine sense, while also knowing that similar things were also happening in most domains of the myriad emperor world. Then he sneered. All these cultivators are so blinded by the benefit of merit that they failed to see the larger plans at large. Wang Wei never liked how the civilization of this world was a mixture of very advanced and backward. One side, cultivator, could do so many heaven-defying things like travel through space and time, while the other, mortals, could barely eat daily. So he planned to change that. Unfortunately, this world has been like this for billions of years. So how can they easily change? Using force is one way, and Wang Wei knew that once he became a great emperor, he would have the strength to do so. But that would only be counterproductive. He could foresee that as soon as he left this world, things would go back to the way they were. And the conservative nature of these cultivators might make them even become more reserved. So, he planned to take it slow and show these people the benefits of an advanced civilization. According to Wang Wei, there are two absolute ways to convince someone to change. One is to guide them into thinking it was their own idea in the first place, or two, showing them the benefits of doing so. So, he organized a collaboration with all these emperor lineages to accomplish his plans. Of course, these people do not yet know the benefit of mortals, as they are too focused on acquiring merit and good karma. Furthermore, Wang Wei still has many plans ahead. His ideal goal is to turn the myriad emperor world just like the warring kingdom world that his key luck trial took place. However, he also knows that the complex nature of this world is far from what a small 1,000 world can compare to, so he was not in a hurry. He still had plenty of time. With the school system, all the mortals in the world will no longer be illiterate and have a basic understanding of the world. After a few generations, they can build on the basic knowledge that they were granted and lay a solid foundation for the future. By the time Wang Wei becomes a great emperor, it will become much easier to advance the level of civilization of the entire world. A few days have passed, and the Emperor Enlightening Academy has temporarily suspended the tournament. A meeting was taking place inside the headmaster quarter. Bai Hand looked haggard, and his sage-like appearance was gone. "What is the current situation?" asked Bai Han with a listless look on his face. With the drastic decrease in key luck, the cultivation increase that all teachers and students were blessed have also decreased, resulting in many people secretly complaining. And, like fortune dynasties, the key luck of sects also blessed its members based on their position. For example, sect master, great elders, and different levels of disciples have different levels of blessings. And what? Asked by Han. Many of our disciples' loyalty has been shaking up after the recent incidents. I fear that many of them have already contacted other factions in an attempt to change sides. Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. He guessed that the situation might even be more severe than stated. I'm afraid it is not just the disciples, but many of the elder teachers. There may even be some of the people sitting inside this room. You need to watch these suspected disciples clearly, and I permit you to execute anyone who is found to be a traitor. Furthermore, there is no need to worry. Even if they defected, these disciples have powerful bands on their souls so that they cannot reveal our emperor techniques to other factions. The head of the wisdom I nodded. As the person responsible for the spying agency of the academy, he rarely has the authority to do anything without the order of the headmaster. How is Lin Fan? Asked by Han. Besides showing envy towards Wan Wei, he is not that affected. It seems that his loyalty to the academy is not a problem, for now. Bai Han was relieved. In that case, the headmaster paused midway through his sentence as he received a message through divine sense. His face changed for a moment before returning to normal. He then said to all the people present, "Excuse me, I have to attend another meeting." Chapter 254. Aftermath. Bai Han walked to another building of the academy while wondering why the supreme teacher summoned him. Usually, when they have something to say or report to him, they would come in person. But this time, they summoned him. Thus, he knew that something was wrong. After entering the meeting room, Bai Han's heart skipped a beat because he saw all the active true monarchs of the academy in the same room. And this time, there was not the usual respect that they had for him. After a quick analysis of the structure of the room, Bai Han could guess the reason for this meeting. "Bai Han, do you know your crimes?" directly asked one of the true monarchs. "I do not know," replied Bai Han. "Even now you are still trying to absolve yourself of your crimes?" The majority of our sect's key luck is gone. The loyalty of many of our disciples is wavering. And more importantly, we lost the spirit of the epic. You of all people should understand what this means to our academy. Of course, Bai Han knew what it meant for the academy to lose the spirit of the epic. With it, their academy was guaranteed to cultivate a ninth emperor soon and later to balance out the power of the Tao opening sect. But now, nothing was certain. They might cultivate one on their own effort, or they might spend billions of years without any success. Nothing was set in stone anymore. Bai Han took a deep breath before answering. "All of this is Wang Wei's fault. If you did not antagonize him, do you think would reach such a state?" rebutted another true monarch. Bai Han looked at the person who spoke and recognized him. He belonged to a group of the older generations who advocate using their powerful cultivation level to take power or control of the academy. Bai Han never liked him and was constantly butting head with him. "There's no need to say something so naive," replied the headmaster. "Even without my actions, Wang Wei would never allow our academy to continue growing and reach the level of threatening the Tao opening sect. My actions can best be described as expediting the time he takes action against us." The previous supreme teacher who spoke snorted coldly. "Even if what you said is true, the situation would never escalate so quickly. If you had accepted his offer to see the Tao tablets, our academy would have received a lot of benefits. I only did that to prevent him from growing too powerful. This only shows that you do not have as much of an accepting mind as him and his confidence. Didn't he allow Ji Song to gain access to the pagoda trial, fully knowing that it would help train his opponent? You could have accepted his offer, but limit the amount of time he could spend there to reduce the advantages that he would receive." Bai Han did not say anything after hearing this. As for the other true monarchs, they secretly sighed but did not say anything. However, that elder did not stop talking. "Not to mention that you almost ruined the Academy's reputation by the little stunt you pulled on both Li Jun and Ji Song." Bai Han took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he asked, "Did you call me here to berate me?" "No, we did not." This time, it was another true monarch that spoke. "We called you here to announce that effective immediately, you are hereby removed from your position as the headmaster." Although Bai Han expected this outcome when he was summoned to this meeting, He was still angry and worried after hearing the official decision. So, he hurriedly said, "You cannot do this." "Oh, why is that?" asked a true monarch with a sneer on his face. Bai paused for a moment, his mind rapidly moving. Then he gritted his teeth before saying, "Because I am the son of Emperor Kong. My father and mother built this academy, and I'm its rightful heir." The room instantly became quiet. However, Bai did not see any look of surprise on these people's faces. So, a bad premonition overcame him. "We were already aware of this fact," responded one of the true monarch. "What? How come? After you were born, a will of the founder manifested itself and told us about your existence. He even warned us not to let you go too far. And if necessary, we should deprive you of your status and position." Baihan's face became ugly after hearing this. That damn old man. Has he calculated everything? Has he been watching me make a clown of myself? Damn him. He then looked at all these true monarchs. "Is that the reason you all respected me so much? The reason that you chose me to become the headmaster?" Baihan was roaring by the end of the sentence. His eyes were red, and veins could be seen squirming on his forehead. "Of course not," replied one of the true monarch. "If you were incompetent, we would never allow you to become the headmaster." "Correct. We also admire your understanding of cultivation and the ability to guide others." Baihan snorted. "I will be frozen before I believe your words." Many of the true monarchs secretly sighed as they could see that Baihan had a lot of emotional problems when it comes to his father. With their strength and status, they do not need to lie about such a thing. Of course, they also did not want to completely ruin their relationship with him. After all, he was an emperor offspring. Unfortunately, this did not apply to all the members. The one who wanted to take power snorted coldly before saying, "Do not act as if you ever relied on yourself to accomplish anything. Do you think that it was your effort that granted you such a deep understanding of cultivation? I can imagine how many years you have spent listening to the founder preach the Tao, listening to his understanding of cultivation." Baihan clenched his hand until they turned red, while also glaring at that true monarch with bloodshot eyes. "Fate is unfair, but it was favorable to you. It granted you wealth, status, and power at birth. Instead of being grateful for these things, you've forsaken them for heaven knows what reason. But what has that decision gotten you? You were suppressed by Wang Tian in the last generation, and in this one, you were played like a fool by his son. You do not know me and the things that I have been through, so don't act as if you do," replied Baihan. The true monarch wanted to say something, but another person said, "Enough. There is no need to further ruin our relationship. What the Academy needs now is to unite to deal with the situation, not play a blame game." All the other people nodded. As for Baihan, he gave one last look at these people before saying, "You will regret this." Then, he left the meeting hall without looking back. "We should probably send someone to monitor him, lest he does something drastic and affecting our academy." That is a good idea. Now, let's talk about how to deal with the situation. There is nothing we can do at the moment about our academy's loss of key luck. Not necessarily. Oh, do you have an idea? Yes. We could try to conquer a few other worlds to supplement our loss of key luck. That is a good idea, but there's a lot of problem with this method. We have to spend a lot of time to discover these worlds, send people to conquer them, and link the gathered key luck with our academy. Logistically speaking, it is not worth it. There's a reason that mostly great emperor can take place in planar warfare. However, this is still a good way to mediate our current situation. In that case, let us vote. Agree. All the true monarchs agreed with this plan. Does anyone has any other ideas? I think we should remove the focus of the world from us to something else. That way, we can become low-key and develop our strength. Indeed. But how do we accomplish this? Didn't T.G. Song and Wang Wei set up a battle? With Wang Wei's recent actions, anything related to him will become the main focus of the world. That could work, but the question is, how do we accomplish this with the tournament still going on? I think we should do this, stated one of the true monarch. Isn't that a little too drastic? Plus, there is no precedent for doing this. In this situation, we do not have the luxury to worry about precedent. That is true. So let us vote. The majority of them voted for this plan, while a few voted against it. Now, let us discuss how to deal with Sacred Son Wang Wei. Any ideas? Chapter 255, Aftermath 2. The room became quiet after someone brought this topic. Should our attitude remain as tough as by Han? Asked one of the true monarch. There's no need for that. Then, what do we do? How about doing nothing? What do you mean? We all know that Wang Wei wants to use his victory over Ji Song to acquire a token to enter the secret realm of the Dao tablets. So we just have to let him. That is a good idea. But your entire plan is based on the premise that Wang Wei will be the victor in this battle. Was there ever any doubt about this? Before Bai Han gave him the Devil God Bone, maybe. In my opinion, the bone only gives him the ability to not instantly being defeated. All of you should have seen how easily Wang Wei broke that heaven tier formation with his bare hands. These true monarchs remember that moment and realized that this person was right. On top of that, I noticed that most people seem to have forgotten something. His physique. Every time people talk about Wang Wei's strength, they mention his intelligence, soul, and fleshly body, but never the advantage of his special physique. That is true, said another true monarch. Logical speaking, the Tao of Fate should be on par with chaos. The only reason that it was not ranked first or second is probably because it is still considered an acquired physique in the eyes of Heavenly Tao. I thought that the reason that his physique was never mentioned was that without the proper cultivation technique, or breaking into the void-shattered realm and controlling the power of law, the advantages it brought him was very limited, just like Mo Shin has Heaven Devour physique. No, the Heaven Devour physique still grants Mo Xingyun fighting abilities. Plus, she has the Heaven Devouring Emperor as a blueprint on how to use and evolve her physique. But Wang Wei has to start from scratch. Many people have speculated that this Fate Puppeteer physique will grant its owner the natural ability to calculate the secrets of heaven without paying too much of a price, unlike the people of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. You guys seem to have overlooked something, said the true monarch who believed that Wang Wei would easily win his battle. During the Key Luck trial, he was the final winner and acquired a rainbow-colored luck. So, he should have acquired an innate talent perfected suited for his physique after entering the supernatural realm. The true monarch's eyes light up as they realize that they indeed overlooked this fact. Innate talent is a gift granted from heaven and earth to those it deemed both worthy and fortunate. As such, it is usually designed to perfectly fit the person's physique, if she has one, temperament, dreams, or goals and desires. From what these people knew about Wang Wei, and based on the name of the physique, they can guess that he was not the kind of person that planned to use this physique solely for divination. Most likely, he wanted to control his fate along with the fate of myriad things in existence, just like a puppeteer and his marionettes. Adding to that the massive amount of luck he received during the trial, his innate talent is most likely very powerful. As for Ji Song's innate talent, although they could guess that it was also very powerful, it does not change the fact that he only had a purple gold level of key luck after leaving the trial. I think this is a good way to end this matter without further antagonize the Tao opening sect. However, we will most likely lose that Devil God Bone. Not necessarily. If our plans for Lin Fan works, then just like Bai Han said, all he has to do is get it back from Wang Wei. That is true. In that case, let us vote on the matter. I agree. All the true monarchs agreed on this proposition. Finally, let us decide on the next headmaster of the academy and when to announce it to the world. I still think that we should not let these people control the power of the academy. We already decided on this. As the remnant of the last generation, we should not intervene too much on the government of the academy. Otherwise, the contradictions you just had with Bai Han will happen with all the current upper echelon members of his generation. This will then lead to instability in the academy. All I'm hearing is excuses. All right, let us decide on the next headmaster. If you have someone to nominate, do so now. Inside a large and luxurious residence decorated with star-like black color, a young man was sitting inside a room with many beautiful women with him. There were at least 30 of them. However, based on the sitting arrangement. It is easy to distinguish the status of these women on this handsome young man's face, as there were two of them who were sitting at the very front. One of them was playing the zither, while the other had food in front of her to feed him. Unfortunately, this young man seemed very distracted, thus was not in the mood for material sustenance. Suddenly, the young man woke up from his daze and immediately took out a talisman from his space ring. Then, his face changed as he yelled, "How could this be? Husband, what happened?" asked the beautiful lady with the food in front of her. The handsome young man, who was in fact Lin Fan, said with gritted teeth, "The Academy has decided to cancel the remaining rounds of the tournament." The beautiful woman with the food was in fact Mu Chunhua, the saintess of the Heavy Water sect. She was brought over from the lower realm along with Lin Fan's family. Then, what will happen to the participants? Since the top 30 have already been chosen, then they can still place their names on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book and enter the secret realm of the Tao Tablets. On top of that, since there is no official ranking, then the time that all the people can spend there will be the same. Mu Chunhua frowned. "Husband, I do not understand. Isn't it a good thing for the tournament to be cancelled? That way, you do not have to reveal all your hidden cards for the future. I cannot give a damn about hiding my powers. I just want the world to see what I'm capable of," replied Lin Fan. "Ever since I came to this world, I've always been underestimated by everyone due to my low background. Even after I defeated the previous one acting true disciple who was in the primordial spirit realm and become the true heir of the Academy, many people still underestimated me, especially that damn list created by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. They placed me at the bottom of all the top 5 heavenly physique. Even in number 6 physique, Zhan Biu, who was ranked after me, was speculated to be more powerful than me. Don't forget that Wang Wei. Everyone seems to always compare my strength, talents, and abilities with him. He has become the standard for the perfect heaven chosen. And with his recent actions, everywhere I go, I can hear people talking about him one way or another." The room became quiet for a moment, with only the low melody of the zither could be heard. Then Mu Chunhua said, "Husband, you do not have to worry about all of this. Didn't the Academy design a plan for you to catch up to these people? As long as you follow it, then you'll be able to easily suppress all of them just like you did on our world." Lin Fan paused for a moment after hearing this, looked at Mu Chunhua for a few seconds before moving his gaze to the woman next to her. His eyes were first full of admiration, as if he was seeing the most beautiful thing in the world, then of doting and love. "Sure, or what do you think?" She Sure, who was quietly playing her zither, smiled an act which seemed to lighten up the entire room, responded, "It does not matter what I think, but what you want, husband." "What I want? Of course, to show the world what I'm capable of. Then you need to do so. But the tournament is cancelled." "True, but before this, the Academy has to announce it to the world. And during that time, there will still be a fighting ring and a large audience watching." Lin Fan frowned as his mind rapidly operated. "That's right. With so many people watching, all I have to do is challenge these top heaven chosen and show the world my ability. And if they refused, I can instigate them just like that Wang Wei did to Ji Song." After thinking about this, Lin Fan immediately became excited. So he rushed to hug Shi Sure while saying, "Sure, it's you who knows me the best." Meanwhile, Mu Chunhua looked at all of this, secretly sighed, and lowered her head. By now, she was used to this. Chapter 256. Aftermath 3. While Lin Fan was happily hugging his beautiful wife and being intimate with her to the jealousy or envy of the other in the room, she was secretly thinking to herself, "Now that he thinks that this is his idea, if something goes wrong, he won't blame me for it." Compared with Wang Wei's calm and calculated demeanor, this Lin Fan is far beyond. But with his absolute chaos physique, his potential is truly unheard of, so he still has a lot of room to grow. Thinking about Wang Wei and her meeting with him, she sure internally gritted her teeth. "You think that I'm a worthless vase? I'll show you who's a vase. Someday, you will regret saying these words to me." Northern Black Tortoise Continent, a secret meeting of the Demon Council. Is this meeting about the recent invention of school? asked one of the demon tribe chiefs. That is correct, replied the Golden Lion chiefess. As one of the four main chiefs, she was in charge of many of the meetings. So, are we going to create demon school to receive merit and key luck from heavenly Tao? Although the amount we would receive would be quite pitiful compared to the humans, it is still better than nothing. Unfortunately, we cannot, replied the Black Tiger Chief with a desolate look on his face. His whole temperament screamed defeated. Why not? Because the humans have already warned us not to do so. They do not want us to take a piece of their benefit. Many of them wanted to come to the north to set up the school themselves, and even sent human teachers to teach. What? How audacious these humans are. So did you accept? Of course not, replied the Battle Saint Ape Chief. Although our demon clan is weakened and constantly suppressed, nevertheless, it is not to the point that humans can arbitrarily intervene in the northern continent. If what you said is true, then why do we have to listen to these humans' warning about setting up the school? That is because many of the emperor lineages warned us at the same time, so we have to take their words seriously. You all should know that the majority of the time, the humans are fighting and competing against one another, so they usually ignore us. However, when it comes to their benefit, they will not hesitate to ally together to crusade against us, said the Peacock Chief. The room then became silent for a moment, with deep sigh riveting throughout. Finally, someone asked, what do we do then? We can still open school throughout our territories, but we just cannot get the approval of heavenly Tao. Doesn't that mean we'll not have any merit or key luck? So basically, we will do the same thing our ancestors did when Emperor Kong invented the concept of academy. The room once again became quiet, this time lasting even longer. All these chiefs lamented that after so many years, after 2 eras and so many generations, the conditions of their demon race have not improved even the slightest. There is something that I'm wondering, asked one of the chiefs. What is the point of creating this school? I understand establishing the academy and spreading knowledge to all our tribes that can cultivate. So who asked this school for? These demonic beasts? With their low intelligence, they cannot learn anything no matter what we do. You are correct, replied the Golden Lion chiefess. However, our demon school will not teach these beasts how to read and write like the humans. But we will preach the Tao to them to increase their odds of opening their wisdom and become demons. A lot of people had ugly look on their faces after hearing this. In the Myriad Emperor world, there is only one way for a beast to be classified as a demon. After being baptized by spiritual ki for many years, or after having a fortunate encounter, an ordinary animal will open their wisdom and activate its bloodline powers and instinctively can absorb spiritual ki from heaven and earth to further evolve. Technically speaking, these animals are considered the demon race. Unfortunately, the concept of bloodline superiority has been ingrained in the demon race for countless eras, so they looked down on these demon races and called them demonic beasts. Then, after a demonic beast opens his wisdom and started cultivating, once it reached the supernatural realm, it can go through heavenly tribulation to turn into human form. By then, they will officially be accepted as demon race instead of demonic beasts. Unfortunately, these types of demon race faced heavy discrimination among their race. They are often treated as slaves or servants to a more powerful demon race with better bloodlines. They received less few resources, do the dirtiest of jobs. In general, they are treated worse than excrement. Even in the academies opened by the demon race whose purpose was to share knowledge, they were not treated equally. I know how many of you feel about the demonic beasts, but given the current situation, this is not the time to be picky. With this method, the number of demon races can increase greatly, thus granting us the chance to compete with the humans at least in terms of population. We will not be completely outnumbered. I disagree. All we need is to have our own eternal emperor, then our situation will change for the better. We are only doing this as a backup, just in case things don't go as we planned, said the Golden Rock Chief. So, what you're saying is that you guys do not have faith in him to become an eternal emperor. You know that this is not what we meant. He replied back, how do I know what you mean? The golden lion chiefess couched lightly, rendering the room silent. The simple truth is that an eternal emperor is not absolute. Didn't the humans have one that turned his back on? What happened to him? He was exiled and never seen before. How do we know that the same thing happened to him after he proves the Tao? So, we need a backup plan in case things goes wrong. After all, the fate of our entire race depends on how decisions. Although these demon chiefs knew that her words were reasonable, unfortunately, their entire culture and civilization were built on the concept of bloodline supremacy. Wanting them to change their views on these demonic beasts so easily was not that simple. While these chiefs were still hesitating on their choices, a suddenly melodious voice ringed throughout heaven and earth. The voice was beautiful and contained a mysterious power that could charm everyone and everything between heaven and earth. Heavenly Tao above, the demon race is weak and savage, causing countless calamities across the world and gaining negative karma. This is all because they do not know better. So, I would like to open the demon school to preach to them and open their wisdom, guide them to live in harmony with humans for the better of our world. After these words echoed throughout the world, Heavenly Tao, I did not appear this time, but countless golden merits still manifested from the sky and headed for that voice. However, this time, the merit was not divided. Following this, a pure white key luck dragon also appeared, cut a very small part of luck from the Emperor Enlightening Academy, before heading in the same direction as his predecessor. Damn it! Screamed the four main chiefs at the same time. Meanwhile, a few of the demon chiefs also had ugly looks on their faces. Isn't that the voice of Su Xiang, the matriarch of the Fox Demon tribe? You mean the traitor? What is going? Can someone explain? The people of the Tao opening sect used the traitor Su Xiang to create the demon school. That way, they can completely control both the merit and key luck associated with school in the entire Myriad Emperor world. Didn't you see that the new key luck dragon also fused with their sect as key luck dragon, and all the merits fell on their hands, replied the peacock chiefess with gritted teeth. The faces of these chiefs became ugly after hearing this. Although they could not do so because the humans warned them, it does not mean that they wanted other people to do it as well, especially their enemy, the human race. In that case, we should not create our own school in our territories. Otherwise, all the merits and key luck of our actions will go to the Tao opening sect, while we get absolutely nothing, said one of the chiefs. On the contrary, we must do it, and as soon as possible, said the Golden Lion chiefess. Why? Because with this move, the human race can dramatically increase the number of demon race in their territory. Isn't that a good thing for us? Stupid. These demon races will be either brainwashed or forcefully controlled to serve the human race. They will not recognize us and even attack us. I can see a few generations from now, the northern Black Continent is full of these demon races that treat humans as their master. Then, these new demons race can start fighting with us in order to replace us, leading to a massive war. With the support of the human race, they might win the war and completely replace us. That way, the human race can completely control the Myriad Emperor world without even losing much. Whoever came up with this plan is truly a terrifying person. Chapter 257. Follow-up after the invention of the demon school. The people most affected were the other emperor lineages, as they were also trying to find a way to control this aspect of merit and key luck of the concept of school. Unfortunately, Wang Wei was prepared beforehand and got there before them. Many people did not expect that the Tao opening sect would use the Fox Demon clan that betrayed the demon race more than a century ago. As such, many people started to wonder whether Wang Wei planned all of this back then. Back when he was like 8 years old and invited the Fox clan to help him refine the pagoda. Unfortunately, these people gave him too much credit. To achieve this plan, a great deal of knowledge and information regarding the workings of key luck is needed. And Wang Wei only reached that level during his key luck trial after his luck turned from black to gold. Another group or race that was affected by the recent situation was, of course, the spirit race. Regrettably, the school system could not apply to them because of how their race is created. Like the demon race, the spirit race contained individuals or things who have gained sentience, like plants, flowers, stones, weapons, or even concepts like dreams. However, the spirit race is the darling of heaven and earth. Due to how difficult it is for these things to acquire wisdom, as soon as they do, they will be baptized by heaven and earth and turned into human shape. Furthermore, each spirit race is born with their inheritance designed specifically by heaven and earth, so they usually do not need cultivation techniques from other people. As such, each new member of the spirit race is usually a very talented individual. In general, the spirit race is similar to a lesser version of the primordial gods and innate demons from the primordial era. Born from heaven and earth, granted own cultivation technique at birth, extremely talented, and usually have a longer lifespan than ordinary cultivators. The only difference between them is the fact that the spirit race is not born with an extremely high cultivation realm. The majority of them have to start cultivating from scratch after taking human shape, while some more talented might be born in the body refining realm or divine sea realm. Only a very few talented ones are born in the divine altar realm. As such, the concept of academy did not apply to them because all their members are born with their fitted cultivation technique. As for the concept of school, it cannot apply to them, as well even the demon version of it. The members of the spirit race are too diverse. After all, technically speaking, anything object both organic or inorganic can become a member of their race as long as they gain sentience. For example, one of the most famous great emperors of the spirit race is the everlasting Dream Emperor, the founder of the eternal Dream sect located in the southern Vermilion bird continent. One of the reasons that he is so famous was not only because of his power, but his interesting origin. Back in the incense era, one great emperor tried to destroy one of the forbidden land, but was failed and was injured instead. To recuperate from his injury, he entered a deep slumber. And during that slumber, the great emperor started to dream. Of course, as a higher being, his dream was not a normal one. So it affected the entire area that he was sleeping, turning it into his dream. Even after that emperor recuperated and left the myriad emperor world, his dream remained in that area. Then after a few millennia, his dream gained sentience and turned into human shape. It turned into a member of the spirit race. Later, that spirit race went on to prove the Tao and took the name Everlasting Dream, created the Eternal Dream sect. So, with the complexity of the spirit race, the school system provided them with no advantage. Nevertheless, some people were still willing to try the same method as the demon race, preaching to inanimate objects to see whether they can accelerate the rate at which members of their clans can be born. Tao opening sect, Tianwei Peak. Wang Wei was having a meeting with all the upper echelons of the sect. They were going over all the problems that arose in the past few days. Anything to report? Asked Wang Wei. Everything seemed to be going well with a few minor problems, said one of the great elders. It's a shame that the Emperor Enlightening Academy already secretly controlled the key luck aspect related to Demon Academy. Otherwise, we could have done even more damage to them. Well, Emperor Kong was a very wise individual. How could he not notice such benefit and leaving it for others to exploit? Replied Wang Wei calmly. Anyway, we are still the ones who benefited the most in this situation. Now, let us talk about the minor problems you mentioned. Many of the Emperor factions have complained about not sharing the benefit of the demon school luck. Ignore them. If they were the ones who executed this idea first, they would never share the benefit, responded Wang Wei. Anything else? The number of mortals attending school is not as high as predicted. The reason? Many of them need a farm to feed their family, so they are worried about the next harvest. Send a few Divine Sea Realm disciples that know water spell to help irrigate their farms, and the ones who know with spells to further increase the yield of each field. However, this is not a permanent solution. We need the mortals to be self-sufficient to some degree. So let us start introducing the farming construct that I made during my key luck trial to them. Not just them, but all the ones that I used to make the great Xia dynasty so prosperous. Young Sectmaster,